Chapter 75. They were always in the wrong. The barrage in the live stream was overwhelmed by mindless fans, nearly paralyzing the screen as if it were a PowerPoint presentation. Perhaps they were indeed adeptly brainwashed, or perhaps it was merely bluster, but the backlash was severe, rife with vitriol. Even the classic adage, "Only the unloved is the mistress," was forcibly extracted. On Weibo, several trending topics erupted in a chorus of condemnation. Even Qin Zhao, with his substantial fanbase, was beginning to falter under the pressure. However, soon divergent voices began to dominate the screen. People were not foolish. When Ji Fei lashed out, her logical dismantling of the arguments was crystal clear, and unless one was self-deceiving, anyone could discern the underlying truth. Upon closer inspection, the performance explanations from the Best Actor group were utterly untenable, relying solely on emotional manipulation, unable to withstand logical scrutiny. The audience in the venue, observing the live stream of the waiting area and the expressions of the two individuals, could not help but scoff. A scoundrel is the best at concocting excuses for himself. Watching their performance just now made me feel that their values are quite askew. If there is no love, why enter the sacred institution of marriage? Exactly. Since they are married, they should manage themselves properly and refrain from infidelity. Using true love as a shield must be exhausting and repulsive. If what is portrayed here is genuine, it indicates that Wang Jia is not a useless rich wife at all. She has been diligently supporting her husband in his entrepreneurial endeavors, ensuring stability behind the scenes, allowing the Best Actor to focus without worry. After establishing their empire, she did not covet power but chose to care for her parents instead, which led to her gradual disappearance from the public eye, enabling the Best Actor group to slander her without fear of consequence. I once pursued Wang Jiani, and looking back, she left for abroad amidst everyone's farewell and well wishes. In her first year, she landed a major production, only to marry in the second year, after which she vanished without a trace. Initially, her resources were impeccable. How could she blame her own incompetence on others? I'm stunned. If this is indeed the case, then Sheng Wenyue is truly fabricating lies. Does he not feel a pang of conscience? This is utterly morally reprehensible, especially considering how much I admired him before. One must admit, the top-tier group is truly audacious. Who granted them such courage? Qin father and Qin mother, seated among the crowd, listened to the discussions around them and began to incline favorably towards Ji Fei and Qin Zhao, puffing out their chests with satisfaction. In the waiting area, the gaze of everyone turned the two in the center into targets of scrutiny. Sheng Wenyue felt his head buzzing with the relentless barrage of insults. He had never felt so utterly humiliated. His mind was a chaotic whirl, and he didn't even bother to ponder that these might be fabrications by Ji Fei and Qin Zhao. He could not help but glance at Wang Jiani. Didn't you say it was Wang Jia who drove you away? This remark compelled Sheng Wenyue to reflect on the underwhelming trajectory of his former junior, leaving him burdened with guilt, as he had always believed that Wang Jia's overreactions and jealousy had ruined Wang Jiani's life, despite his own unwavering fidelity at the time. How could he not feel remorse towards this innocent girl? Meanwhile, Wang Jiani's gaze was venomous, her body trembling with unrestrained fury. She could not fathom why Ji Fei and the others possessed such extensive knowledge. Some matters were merely her own thoughts. Could it truly be a coincidence? Upon realizing that Sheng Wenyue was questioning her, her eyes flared with panic. Her lips quivered, her eyes reddened, and she indignantly replied, "Those elders came to me, claiming it was for my sister-in-law. Isn't that just my sister-in-law forcing me away?" Sheng Wenyue opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. His head throbbed, and breathing became laborious. "So perhaps Wang Jia really doesn't know you?" Wang Jiani retorted defiantly, "At that time, our couple was so popular. How could my sister-in-law not know? Isn't she managing the company? She should be aware of the artists under her purview." Wang Jiani still believed that Wang Jia had orchestrated the arrival of those four elders. However, Sheng Wenyue found himself at a loss for words. Wang Jia had been exceptionally busy during that period, as she was in the midst of transitioning management responsibilities. Even he dared not claim that Wang Jia had been attentive to his affairs during that time. Internally, he could not help but lean towards Wang Jiani's perspective. Wang Jia was his wife, who loved him dearly. At that time, the entire nation was shipping their couple. She must have known, right? Why doesn't he ask his parents for the truth? A voice suddenly emerged from the back. This caused the sensitive Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani to turn abruptly, as if the veil of secrecy had been lifted. Yet, they found everyone fixated on the grand screen above, seemingly discussing the recent stage play rather than the two of them. Even if the parents spoke, do you think this man, who is already biased towards his mistress, would believe the truth? He might even think his parents are lying to cover for his wife. In an instant, Sheng Wenyue felt as if the blood in his veins had frozen. He had indeed briefly considered asking his parents, but in the next moment, he felt they might not speak the truth. Not trusting his own parents, nor his own wife, but believing an outsider. How utterly. Tiske. Sheng Wenyue felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Isn't the crux that the mistress chose to step out of line herself? According to their performance, the mistress had no contact with the man at all. Sheng Wenyue's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that he had indeed once asked Wang Jiani why she hadn't contacted him sooner, to which she replied she didn't want to burden him. At that time, Wang Jiani had hesitated, as if hinting at something. They shared an ambiguous closeness that was more than friendship, but less than a relationship, with the thin veil of misunderstanding yet to be pierced. Sheng Wenyue felt that Wang Jiani harbored feelings for him but was unwilling to disrupt their families, which only deepened his affection for her. Yet now, he found himself wavering. Her return signifies that the original path is impassable. Is she looking to retrace her steps? To snatch someone else's husband? How audacious. Clearly, she is devoid of talent yet refuses to acknowledge her failure, seeking someone to shoulder the burden of her shortcomings while masquerading as a victim. She likely believes herself to be the true victim. Indeed, how shameless. You all. Wang Jiani seemed to reach her breaking point, unable to endure the ridicule any longer. Tears were genuinely about to spill. But the speaker wore an expression of innocence. We are merely discussing this scene. What's the matter? Ji Fei performed admirably. Someone shamelessly praised Ji Fei's contrived acting, which was entirely reliant on emotion rather than skill. In their live stream, as long as the microphone was muted, no sound would escape, and the cameras were focused solely on Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jiani, capturing her near loss of composure and Sheng Wenyue's barely contained despair. This seemed to further substantiate certain conjectures. The agent backstage anxiously sought to communicate with the director and producer, hoping to bring Wang Jiani and Sheng Wenyue down first, as they needed to strategize their response to the public uproar. Yet, even if Ji Fei and Qin Zhao revealed the truth, what would it matter? Would they dare to claim it as the truth? With no evidence, they should tread carefully. In the hospital room, although Qin Yan, like the other members of the Qin family, had gleaned the general truth through Ji Fei's heartfelt expressions, witnessing Ji Fei and Qin Zhao's genuine performances still felt remarkably gratifying. Even the lawyer representing Sheng Wenyue found himself mesmerized, forgetting to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Wang Jia stared intently at the screen. Right. What have I done wrong? They were the ones in the wrong all along. Why am I the one being punished? And at that moment, the final scene on stage began. Chapter 76, Sister Slap, or rather, Sister Bleep. In a clandestine manner, the second female character was seen making a phone call, feigning a conversation with another girl. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stage, a girl was in a hospital, anxiously consulting over her medical examination report. As the second female character tore at her own clothing in desperation, she sought assistance from her male counterpart. Simultaneously, the girl seemed to have learned something troubling and was crying as she attempted to reach the boy. However, he was too preoccupied to answer her call. Rushing to rescue the second female character. Ultimately, the boy shielded the second female character and confronted the girl, saying, "How malicious of you to orchestrate such a scheme." The girl defended herself, but the boy was unconvinced as he cut off her access to her black card. She claimed to be ill, but he accused her of feigning sickness. In the end, the girl was left to fend for herself in her illness, only to have her plight captured in photographs and uploaded online. The boy, accompanied by the second female character, confronted the girl, issuing threats. "You are merely an ordinary person. While we are artists, we can only sacrifice you to help us cleanse our image. Since you love me so dearly, surely you will comply. If you refuse to cooperate, I will divorce you." This time, there was no change in lighting. The character playing the sickly Ji Fei suddenly leapt from her wheelchair, as if a patient had regained vitality. In a mock altercation, she delivered a slap that knocked Qin Chao to the ground, only to follow up with another slap that sent the second female character into Qin Chao's embrace. She then commenced a relentless series of faux kicks towards the two. "You vile couple. You wretched souls. You slander me, while even the police require evidence in their investigations. You condemn me merely based on hearsay. Are you so impressive that the police are aware of your abilities? Should I report you to the authorities, considering you can pass judgment without any proof, simply on the basis of one person's words? No, the state does not accept refuse. My goodness, I previously thought the incident at the Emperor's banquet was dark and sinister. But is it true that in the absence of evidence, Wang Jian's word alone suffices for Sheng Wenyue to believe it was his own wife? Let us see if they dare to present any evidence later. Summoned backstage, Sheng Wenyue and Wang Jian overheard whispers. Sheng Wenyue froze, his expression numb, as if in a desperate struggle. Indeed, he had no evidence, but on stage, this time, Qin Chao was permitted to resist, furiously declaring, "You have no evidence to prove your innocence either." Ji Fei swiftly retaliated, landing a kick to his face. The intensity of the scene made Qin Chao question whether his sister-in-law might genuinely strike him. Do you even comprehend your words? You demand proof from your own wife, yet not from outsiders? What is it? Is she delicate, and thus you feel a greater need to protect her, so she must be innocent? If she were to accuse me of murder without any basis, would you not hastily send me to prison? I am not fragile, nor do I cry. I am indeed the villain. Sheng Wenyue felt paralyzed, nearly unable to move. He glanced at Wang Jian, who appeared pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, the crowd backstage continued their fervent discussions. I recall the time the paparazzi captured one of the scandals. If we can ascertain where the original spouse was that day, perhaps we could uncover evidence. Even if we do find it, perhaps the emperor will dismiss the hospitalization photo as a forgery. After all, did he not provide a health check report? Do you think he truly knows if his wife is genuinely unwell? Sheng Wenyue swayed unsteadily. Had it not been for his manager's support, he might have collapsed. It is impossible for her to truly be ill. That is absolutely inconceivable. It must be Wang Jia attempting to frighten him, to exact revenge. In an apparent attempt to evade the truth, Sheng Wenyue vehemently denied it. Yet, he could not silence the murmurs of the masses. I find myself utterly convinced by the top-tier group. It seems their perspective is the truth. The emperor is indeed in the wrong towards his wife. Sheng Wenyue's composure shattered. Why were they all directing such accusations at him when he had done nothing wrong? Their performance was undoubtedly a facade. However, he had never denied all that Wang Jia had done for him. The public would hardly accept simple clarifications, compelling Sheng Wenyue to navigate this crisis through fabrication. It merely required a little sacrifice on Wang Jia's part. He was aware of the truth in his heart. Was that not sufficient? What motives did Ji Fei and Qin Chao have to craft such detailed narratives? It was likely that Wang Jia had provided them with information. Yet, Ji Fei and Qin Chao were not paragons of virtue. They twisted and vilified his and Wang Jia's past, painting him as a heartless and ungrateful individual. Sheng Wenyue wished to counter, but his mind was blank, overwhelmed by the accusations, unsure where to begin his defense, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Was Wang Jia truly intent on confronting him due to a misunderstanding? She showed no inclination to understand the truth. He had never contemplated betraying her. He wished to build a life with her. Even though he had strayed in thought, his heart remained with Wang Jia. As Sheng Wenyue wrestled with his spiraling thoughts, the lines on stage mirrored his inner turmoil. I have not betrayed you. I love you.
Ji Fei seized the Quin Chao Escolar.
With a resounding slap, she exclaimed, You feel aggrieved, do you? You embrace and kiss her, yet profess your love for me. Another slap. You defend her at every turn, trampling my dignity underfoot, yet you claim to love me. Another slap. You would go to great lengths to protect her, allowing me to bear the brunt of public scorn. All in the name of love. Another slap. You manage to keep your lower half in check and refrain from sleeping with her, thus you believe you are blameless, pure, and upright. The final slap. And if I dare to resist, I am deemed unreasonable, untrusting, and lacking understanding. Qin Chao's acting remained impeccable, though the constant head movements appeared to agitate his neck. Yet, he quickly donned an expression of indignation, convinced he was in the right. I simply ask this. If I were to find another man and engage in the same actions, but profess my love for you, would you be content? Qin Chao's expression stiffened, showcasing his feigned embarrassment and anger. How despicable. A double standard. How dare you speak of love? Your love is truly repulsive. Sheng Wenyue, at that moment, found himself gasping for breath, clutching his head, overwhelmed by pain, quickly sinking to the ground, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. While Wang Jian could only look on in panic and dismay, fearing she might lose her grip on the situation. This commotion instantly captured the attention of the backstage audience, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, akin to wild animals spotting prey, eager to rush forward and inquire about the unfolding drama. However, upon observing Sheng Wenyue's pained expression, they chose to tread lightly. A sense of foreboding settled over the crowd. The tide was turning. He looks like he might have a headache, Qin Rong muttered quietly. Xiao Tao speculated, perhaps it's a sign of something brewing in his mind. The manager, too, found himself disoriented, unable to contain his anxiety. When you don't get caught up in the frenzy. You have done nothing wrong. You are the victim. On stage, Qin Chao wore an expression of feigned grievance.
Yifei scoffed.
Do you think merely controlling your impulses to avoid infidelity is sufficient to justify your actions? Should I be grateful that you forsook your true love to provide me with a semblance of a family? You bear the weight of responsibility, living in agony. And that is sacrifice enough? I am the one who is irrationally hysterical. Is that not absurd? Ji Fei, however, released him, allowing him to collapse onto the floor. Yet, Qin Chao could not help but retort, is it not true? I sacrificed my true love for you. I am also a victim. Are you out of your mind? I could have had a better life. If you wish to cheat, then leave me be. Why drag me down with you? Spare me your self-pity. This is moral coercion. Who values your sacrifice? Do you think you are essential? That I cannot survive without you? No, you are merely a pile of foul refuse. At this, even the manager faltered, and Shum Wenyue sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the screen, his face ashen, devoid of rational thought. Bewildered as to how Ji Fei could so accurately perceive his psyche. The chorus of insults felt like a tempest of thunderbolts striking him, causing his vision to blur and the metallic taste of blood to fill his mouth. The screen continued to display the onslaught of vitriol. In truth, you are far more contemptible, more shameless, and more brazen than she is, incessantly droning on. The audience, both online and offline, were enraptured. Had the expletives been so vulgar that they were censored? Alas, no. Why are you manually censoring yourself? We wish to hear it. Scold us. We implore. It is difficult to filter out during a live broadcast. Yet, Ji Fei insisted on self-censorship, for her tirade did indeed contain a degree of vulgarity. However, the members of the Qin family present relished every moment. Eventually, the lights began to dim gradually, leaving a solitary beam illuminating the large screen, which brightened with a series of scenic photographs. Ji Fei did not reveal her face, yet her voice emerged softly. Without you, I might have encountered someone who genuinely respects, cherishes, and supports me, a true love devoted solely to me. I deserve such treatment. Even if I do not find it, I can reclaim all the energy I squandered on you to love myself. To love oneself properly is the highest form of true love. The audience, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback by her final declaration. They initially believed it was merely a clash between the top-tier group and the award-winning actors, deliberately orchestrating such a theatrical display. Little did they expect her to encapsulate the theme so poignantly. Indeed, the essence of the PK was true love, who decreed that true love could not encompass self-love. The crowd felt an inexplicable elevation, unable to suppress their admiration for Ji Fei. She truly was a clever little sprite. The sister slap, or rather, sister scold. To their surprise, once all the lights faded to black, they assumed the performance had concluded. Yet, Ji Fei's voice reemerged, laced with a playful tone, as if directed at someone in particular. Life invariably presents a few lunatics. Trample them down and move on. How else could one call it a splendid life? Look ahead, for a new life is beginning. Chapter 77. A confrontation on a narrow path. My performance cut. During the first episode, the live viewer count skyrocketed. As Ji Fei and Qin Chao took their bows alongside the performance team, the applause from the audience was thunderous, with Qin's parents waving excitedly. The reactions from the live audience hinted at the prevailing sentiment online. The current live broadcast featured the host interviewing other guests in the waiting area, soliciting their opinions on the two groups' performances. Everyone offered lofty critiques of the acting but hurriedly sought excuses to exit the waiting area, their excitement barely contained. If it weren't for the exhilaration evident on their faces, one might think they were collectively desperate for a restroom. Goodness, they must be sneaking off to the backstage to gossip. What could possibly be beyond the eyes of this VIP? I'm sending rockets. Hurry, take us backstage. The award-winning actors had already retreated to the back, and now the top-tier group had just descended. The prospect of their encounter made my imagination run wild. I can hardly conceive how lively it must be back there. Let me join, let me partake in the excitement. The host, while attempting to maintain the interview amidst the barrage of comments, yearned to join in on the gossip, cursed work, delaying her enjoyment. With the guests fleeing, she was left to engage with the professional acting instructors brought in for this PK. However, the instructors were equally distracted, incessantly checking their Weibo feeds. The trending topics were almost entirely dominated by the unfolding drama. The real-time feed continuously refreshed with new revelations, creating waves of excitement, akin to a wall collapsing under pressure. It was a level of chaos that even capital could not contain. After such a theatrical display, aside from the utterly brainless sycophants, most had discerned the underlying truth. After all, once the facade of so-called true love was peeled away, it was merely a blatant tale of an unfaithful man and his mistress conspiring against the original partner. Just as the public once fervently shipped couples, they now united to expose the infidelity and condemn the scoundrel and his accomplice. In the backstage area, Shum Wenyue appeared to be in a daze, ensnared in profound self-doubt, while his agent floundered desperately, issuing commands in a bid to salvage their reputation. After all, concrete evidence remained scant. Most of the commotion stemmed from the recent theatrical performance.
Now,
The agent needed to cling to the notion that Shum Wenyue harbored no feelings for Wang Jia, that she had been the one persistently pursuing him, and that Wang Jia was not ill at all. Everything was merely a smear campaign against Shum Wenyue. If he could latch onto these 2 points, they would not be easily toppled. Even now, the agent struggled to believe that Ji Fei and Qin Chao's performance was genuine, suspecting it to be a collaborative deception. In the entertainment industry, the most common tactic to undermine someone is to mix truth with falsehoods in the revelations, and he believed Wang Jia had employed such a strategy. Truly vicious, she aimed to annihilate them completely. The agent, observing the increasingly chaotic situation, lost his composure, addressing Shum Wenyue. "You must contact her." Wang Jiani, her complexion pale, stared at her phone, utterly unprepared for the current predicament, and turned to Shum Wenyue for assistance, senior brother. Yet Shum Wenyue seemed deaf to the outside world, his mind consumed by Ji Fei's scathing remarks. Had he truly wronged Wang Jia so deeply? He had merely been distracted for a moment, offering a modicum of care. How had it spiraled into this? Just then, Ji Fei and Qin Chao entered. The backstage, previously filled with whispers, fell silent as all eyes turned towards them. Qin Rong and Xiao Tao joyfully approached to greet the pair, while Gao Hao, wearing a smile that concealed a blade, stepped forward, only to be met with the sight of Qin's parents following closely behind, prompting him to retract his metaphorical knife and don a forced smile. Although he could lecture Qin Chao and Ji Fei, he recognized the authority of the previous generation of the Qin family. The elder couple had arrived, naturally, to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the 2 groups. In the next instant, Shum Wenyue's agent made his move, furiously striding towards Ji Fei and Qin Chao. The onlookers immediately sat up straight, holding their breath in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. The agent's phone buzzed incessantly, signaling a deteriorating situation. He could only brazenly declare, "If you issue a statement now claiming that your performance has nothing to do with us, we can pretend nothing has transpired." What on earth is he saying? Ji Fei burst into laughter. Qin Chao's lips twitched as he glanced at Gao Hao. In such a scenario, there was no need for Ji Fei and Qin Chao to intervene. Gao Hao stepped forward, stating, "What are you talking about, senior? This is all scripted, merely a standard performance. Why take it personally? One mustn't go too far." The agent retorted, suppressing his anger. Gao Hao replied with a grin, "We're just performing as per the program's requirements." Finally, the agent exploded, "Are you all insane? What has Wang Jia offered you to ensnare us like this?" Qin Chao regarded the agent with disdain. "Ensnare? What kind of entrapment is this? Aren't you the ones ensnaring others?" In an instant, the agent appeared as if someone had tightened a noose around his neck. The onlookers stifled their laughter, gripping their thighs. Did they believe such tactics would lead to victory? The agent growled, "You have no evidence. Do not forget that Wang Jia is Shum Wenyue's wife. Couples may quarrel, but she has yet to produce any evidence against him, which merely proves she is reluctant to part with him and is seeking to force him to yield. You are merely being used as tools. Once Wenyue reconciles with her, you will find yourselves in a precarious position. At that point, everyone will assume you intended to slander Wenyue, so do not dig your own graves. This is your chance to redeem yourselves." What a bluff. He has no leverage left over Wang Jia, considering he has been unable to reach her since this began. Yet he thinks he can manipulate us into second-guessing ourselves and leaving them an escape route. Well, the show has already begun. The Qin family listened intently. What is beginning? However, others felt a sense of confusion in the air. Indeed, if Qin Chao and Ji Fei were genuinely assisting Wang Jia, should she not provide more substantial evidence? Was it truly just a matter of domestic disputes? That was rather distasteful. Even Sheng Wenyue's eyes suddenly sparkled with a newfound confidence, his cheeks flushing with color. Love him, resent him, yet ultimately unable to part with him, he left a path for reconciliation, yearning to reclaim his affection. Just moments ago, he had nearly believed that Wang Jia's harshness was a definitive end, yet it dawned upon him that Wang Jia was merely throwing a tantrum. He simply needed to have a serious conversation with her, for her actions were rather indiscriminate. Little did he know whether it was sheer foolishness or a reluctance to confront the truth, but Sheng Wenyue managed to soothe himself. Mustering the strength to stand and approach Qin Zhao and Ji Fei, his expression grave as he declared, "Wang Jia and I will reconcile. She will assist in clarifying matters. I implore you not to instigate further discord between us." Ji Fei, observing Sheng Wenyue's self-assured demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. After having inflicted so much pain upon her, how dare he shamelessly seek her assistance? I hope he can maintain such confidence in a little while. Chapter 78. A Mind Full of Despair. Gao Hao, however, bore a semblance of concern, unable to restrain himself from inquiring about Qin Zhao's thoughts. Qin Zhao cast a fleeting glance at Ji Fei, reassuring him, "Fear not, all will be well." Meanwhile, the onlookers were engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. If Wang Jia could still be swayed back to Sheng Wenyue's side, serving as a stepping stone for them, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. At that moment, the director and producer approached, drenched in sweat, utterly flustered by the blurring lines between truth and fiction, resigned to let events unfold, as they were determined to seize this unexpected wave of publicity. The next step was to proceed with the announcement of results on stage, which would involve evaluations from both the judges and the audience. Prior to scoring, each group of guests would be given the opportunity to speak. The large screen behind had transformed into a live commentary feed, predominantly filled with criticisms directed at the Best Actor group. The betrayal was already egregious enough, yet they continued to trample on the other's dignity, embodying the very essence of a cad. In contrast to those who were blatantly unscrupulous, it was the self-righteous scoundrels who were the most repugnant. And he dares to suggest a divorce from his sister? Sister, please do leave. You are radiant on your own. Why is my girlfriend tagging me incessantly? I could never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. If I were married and treated my wife this way, I would rather sever my own head. However, thanks to the last-minute remedial guidance from their agent, a modicum of support was salvaged for the two, supplemented by hired online supporters, preventing the barrage of insults from completely overwhelming the Best Actor group, as voices emerged in their defense. Without evidence. Let's refrain from making baseless accusations. I believe the Best Actor and his junior sister are victims of circumstance. Clearly, Wang Jia is coercing him to return her affections. Otherwise, why has she remained absent? True love is innocent. As per the established protocol, the top-tier group took to the stage. Both Qin Zhao and Ji Fei spoke absent-mindedly, uttering platitudes, while Ji Fei indulged in the unfolding drama and Qin Zhao focused intently on eavesdropping. At this juncture, no one had yet noticed the emergence of new information in the commentary, which began to proliferate rapidly. When it was the Best Actor group's turn, Wang Jiani ascended the stage with reddened eyes, appearing as if she had been weeping in anger. Sheng Wenyue, adopting the aloof demeanor of a refined actor, seemed untouched by the murky waters surrounding him. When the microphone was handed to them, he simply stated, "The innocent shall be vindicated." Yet, upon finishing, an inexplicable silence enveloped the venue, with the audience alternating between gazing at their phones and the stage in bewilderment. Furrowing his brow, Sheng Wenyue reluctantly passed the microphone to Wang Jiani. With tears streaming down her face, she choked out, "I apologize for the trouble caused, but I harbor no regrets." She bowed, presenting an image of quiet suffering. The commentary swiftly filled with supportive messages. "Do not be overly concerned with others' opinions." Ji Fei quipped, "Is it opinions? I would suggest it's more about not letting other slaps in the face affect you." At that moment, Qin Zhao was taken aback, caught off guard as a figure rushed onto the stage. Before anyone could react, a resounding slap echoed as it struck Wang Jiani's face. Shameless harlot. Wang Jiani stumbled, unable to maintain her footing, only to be caught by Sheng Wenyue. This incident could be classified as a live broadcast disaster, yet the audience, already overwhelmed by the unfolding events, failed to immediately intervene or cut the microphone. Consequently, everyone heard Sheng Wenyue's incredulous exclamation directed at the assailant. "Mother? What are you doing here?" Sheng's father charged forward, delivering 2 kicks to Sheng Wenyue, while supporting the trembling form of his enraged mother, Sheng Wenyue. How can you face Wanjia as parents after this? We are utterly disappointed in you. To degrade your own wife for this mistress is unconscionable. How could you be our son, so oblivious to right and wrong? We owe an apology to Wanjia's family and to Wanjia herself. Sheng Wenyue stood frozen, bewildered by his parents' disbelief. This was merely a temporary measure. Who could have anticipated that the elderly couple, vacationing on a cruise with limited internet access, would return to find themselves ensnared in this live debacle, unable to reach their daughter-in-law, and hastily rushing to the scene, hoping for their son's repentance? Yet, upon arrival, they were confronted with the truth laid bare, their anger rendering them completely irrational. Sheng's mother, witnessing her son still embracing the tearful woman, glared with bloodshot eyes, scolding. Back then, we kindly sent you away, believing it was for the best. We never imagined you would remain unrepentant, returning to seduce another's husband. With a fierce grip, Sheng's mother yanked Wang Jiani's hair, hoisting her up and delivering 2 sharp slaps. Sheng Wenyue quickly intervened. Mom, Dad, please stop. Did Wanjia send you here? You still defend her. What a travesty. Utterly bewitched. Had we not shielded you back then, Wanjia would have left you long ago. Sheng's mother burst into tears, lamenting, had we known it would come to this, had we known you would remain unrepentant, we should never have meddled. Sheng Wenyue stood stunned, a sense of panic washing over him as he momentarily forgot they were live. They had fabricated a narrative to guide public opinion, and he found himself exclaiming, "She would never abandon me. I will talk to her properly, please don't. It's too late, son. Far too late. Look back at the screen." Sheng's father lamented. Only then did Sheng Wenyue turn to witness the barrage of comments that had completely shifted in tone. Meanwhile, the agent, who had just received news, clutched his phone, only to drop it in shock as it shattered upon impact. All thoughts coalesced into a single despairing sentiment. It's over. Wanjia had posted photos from years past using her photographer's account. Everyone, hurry and take a look. Childhood photos, undeniable evidence. What a web of entanglement. It was clear she was the one holding the reins. Photos of Wanjia during her tenure as general manager, along with images from various investment projects, were irrefutable proof. I am a former employee of the company, and my prior statements were consistently deleted. Now I finally have a chance to speak. Had it not been for Sister Wanjia stabilizing the ground for the best actor, he would never have achieved this success. Now, he is dismantling the very bridge he crossed, distorting truth and justice. Is Sister Wanjia ready to sever ties completely? Who previously claimed she was hesitant to let go, using the top-tier group to coerce the best actor back. Haha, what a laugh. Witnessing Sister Wanjia unveil such a plethora of evidence, how decisive. I adore it. She should have done this sooner. It seemed no persuasion was needed. She was intent on ending all ties. Wang Jiani, momentarily forgetting about the broadcast and her stinging cheek, incredulously checked her phone for online revelations, only to find them to be true, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. In her heart, she had believed she could continue to bully Wanjia with impunity, relying on Sheng Wenyue's significance to Wanjia, knowing she could never bear to destroy him. Yet, it appeared that the tables had turned. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenyue, confronted with irrefutable evidence that could obliterate him, instinctively thought it could not possibly be Wanjia who leaked this information. Ha ha ha, my friends, Wanjia has just released the complete health report previously published by the Best Actor Studio, dated a year ago. Such a clever manipulation of time. Taking things out of context. I simply must ask the current Best Actor, are you feeling the sting of reality? Is it amusing to deceive your loyal fans? Are they truly brainless enough to still support you? The report was solely authored by Wanjia, thus it could only have been released by her. Sheng Wenyue's complexion instantly turned ashen, his inner turmoil collapsing like a house of cards. Compared to the myriad of uncertain speculations that had plagued him before, the revelation of Wanjia's true intentions felt like a dagger piercing his heart. He was not consumed by resentment. Rather, a fleeting moment of fear washed over him, especially as the screen was flooded with messages advocating for his sister's divorce, urging her to leave the scoundrel and prioritize her self-love. It was a cacophony of support for her to break free. Sheng Wenyue seemed to sense something slipping away and hastily called Wanjia, but there was no answer. We can't reach her. She must be avoiding us. What are we to do? Sheng's father lamented. Without hesitation, Sheng Wenyue dialed another number. This time, the lawyer's. However, before he could utter a word, the lawyer interjected, "Congratulations, Mr. Sheng. Miss Wan has already signed the divorce papers." This announcement resonated through the microphone. plunging the entire room into stunned silence, the barrage of comments momentarily ceasing. No, no, that can't be true. We aren't really getting divorced, did you inform her? Sheng Wenyue's composure crumbled, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. The lawyer replied, I have merely fulfilled Mr. Sheng's instructions. However, Miss Wan holds a different perspective. She has entrusted us to manage her asset division entirely. Sheng Wenyue's face paled drastically. No, we are not divorced. You must nullify the agreement. I regret to inform you, sir, that due to Miss Ruan's insistence, we have already initiated legal proceedings, and it cannot be retracted, the lawyer explained. Sheng Wenyue's lips quivered, fear and regret gnawing at his heart like a swarm of ants, leaving him feeling as though his very soul had been extracted. He desperately sought to salvage the situation, continuously assuring himself that it was not too late. She has misunderstood me. I shall explain everything to her. Please let me speak to her. The lawyer responded. I'm sorry, sir, but Miss Ruan has just entered the operating room and will be unavailable for the next 10 hours. Once she emerges, you will be in a state of divorce. Furthermore, due to the high risks associated with the surgery, Miss Ruan has also entrusted us with her estate planning. If it is convenient for you, Mr. Sheng, please expedite the cooperation regarding the asset division. Sheng Wenyue froze, his pupils dilating, his grip on the phone trembling as he rasped, What? What are you saying? How could you not know Miss Ruan is ill? She has been hospitalized for several months. The atmosphere shifted from one of morbid curiosity to a profound silence, filled with disbelief. It was apparent that Ji Fei and Qin Chao's portrayal had been far from exaggerated. Was her illness truly so grave? The comments erupted once more. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? The diagnosis from XX Hospital and the consent for surgery, signed by her own hand? It's happening today. Thank you for the encounter in 2023. And I look forward to the companionship in 2024. Wishing everyone a smooth new year. Chapter 79. She has lost her memory. She is ill. Wan Jia is ill. And you knew nothing of it? I will have you beaten, you scoundrel. Sheng's father erupted in fury. Sheng's mother stood in shock. Wan Jia's parents are no longer here. You are all she has left. And you let her fall ill? You beast. She struck Sheng Wenyue across the face, nearly losing her balance from the force of her anger. The illustrious actor found himself in a most humiliating predicament, being chastised by his parents in front of an audience. The agent rushed forward in a flurry, desperate to contain the situation, urging the director and producer to terminate the live broadcast. Yet, the director and producer, seeing the chaos unfold, opted instead to capitalize on the moment, relishing the publicity while simultaneously distancing themselves from any implication of complicity. In their eyes, the actor was now utterly finished. I don't know. I truly didn't he know. She didn't he inform me, Sheng Wenyue muttered in disbelief. Nearby, Ji Fei and Qin Chao were momentarily taken aback by his words. To deflect responsibility at this juncture is utterly shameless, Qin Chao scoffed. It seems our previous performance was in vain. As the audience recalled the events, the comments erupted in outrage. The actor's phone remained on, and a voice from the other end broke through, none other than his sister, Qin Yan. Clearly, both the lawyer and Qin Yan were waiting outside the operating room. Does Mr. Sheng still wish to cast blame upon the victim? We advised Miss Ruan to inform her family during her hospitalization. She even called you in our presence. Have you forgotten how you responded? Sheng Wenyue appeared to have a moment of clarity, his breath catching. You claimed she was merely acting to deceive you, that you were exasperated by her attempts to provoke jealousy, Qin Yan stated coolly. Sheng Wenyue's panic grew as he struggled to accept the enormity of his error, instinctively searching for excuses. We were arguing at that time. I genuinely believed she was speaking without thought. Why didn't she tell me afterward? If only she had shown me the report, if only. When one confides their illness to their closest companion, only to be met with skepticism. Does that imply Miss Ruan has a history of deceit? Sheng's father cried out in anguish over the phone. That's impossible. Wan Jia has never been that kind of person. Sheng's mother struck Sheng Wenyue again. How have you become this way? Do you no longer recognize Wan Jia?
No.
It is we who no longer recognize you. Sheng Wenyue felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder. Not to mention that just the next day, you were seen accompanying Miss Wang Jiani to the hospital after she sprained her ankle, which surely led Miss Ruan to believe there was no need to inform you. Qin Yan added, delivering a decisive blow. The color drained from Sheng Wenyue's face. Wang Jiani looked equally pallid. Ji Fei could no longer contain herself, interjecting mockingly. Speaking of which, Wan Jia has been unwell for nearly 3 months. The last time I saw her while shopping for a dress, I noted her alarming weight loss. How could the esteemed actor not have noticed his wife was preoccupied with others? Qin Chao sneered. Perhaps his vision has failed him, allowing him to only see other women in distress? It could very well be a matter of eyesight, for he had dismissed the candid photographs from the hospital as fabricated, failing to recognize the truth of her ailment. Ji Fei pretended to whisper to Qin Chao, though her words were broadcasted for all to hear. Shen Wenyu felt as if he might collapse, his lips quivering as he attempted to deny the accusations, but could only shake his head frantically. His expression was one of profound agony, yet no sympathy was extended towards him. As further revelations unfolded, the audience, both live and online, was left in utter shock. The more they reflected, the more repugnant the reality became. I initially believed I was indulging in sweetness, but it turns out I was consuming excrement. I feel nauseous. To those who adored the actor, cheered for the couple, and berated the original partner, step forward and accept your due. I offer my apologies. I kneel for my sister. For I have misjudged character and unwittingly supported a scoundrel and a shameless woman. I deserve this fate. Scoundrels and shameless individuals should be expelled from the entertainment industry. The lawyer cleared his throat, maintaining professionalism. Now, Mr. Sheng, regarding your commission, I have fulfilled my duties. I shall take my leave. Yet, Sheng Wenyu suddenly appeared to awaken from a stupor. No, where are you? I must be by her side. How can she undergo surgery alone? I refuse to accept this divorce. It is false. Tears streamed down his face as he became increasingly frantic, as if on the brink of collapse. Some truths, it seems, only become apparent when they are on the verge of being lost. Is he attempting to feign deep emotion now? Surely he doesn't intend to further entangle himself with Ruanjia? Sir, let me reiterate, regardless of your original intent or the potential for future actions, this is legally binding. You signed the documents, thereby relinquishing the decision of the divorce to Miss Ruan, who has chosen to proceed with it. The lawyer stated solemnly, before swiftly ending the call. I find this utterly hilarious. Sheng Wenyu intended to feign a divorce with his wife to absolve himself in the eyes of Wang Jiani. Is he truly lacking in judgment? What led him to believe his wife would acquiesce to such an absurd notion? The real question is, why is he so confident that his wife would agree to such a preposterous arrangement? It appears he has been blinded by the mistress. The comments continued to flood in, mocking Sheng Wenyu relentlessly, rendering the screen nearly unreadable. Ultimately, the sorrowful Shin parents regained their senses and, in a fit of anger, forcibly removed the individuals involved. As Sheng Wenyu departed, the screen was inundated with comments condemning the third party's shamelessness. The agitated Wang Jiani could no longer endure the situation and, in tears, fled the stage. Remarkably, before the voting even commenced, only the top-tier group remained, securing a decisive victory in the first PK. Upon returning home, Ji Fei and the Qin family found themselves unable to resist the allure of online gossip. They were astonished to discover more about Sheng Wenyu and Wang Jiani's inappropriate interactions. All the while audaciously denying any infidelity, Ji Fei could not help but admire their audacity. Just before sleep, she learned two significant pieces of news. First, Ruan Jia's surgery had concluded, yet she remained unconscious. Shen parents and Sheng Wenyu had arrived at the hospital, but due to their severed legal ties, the hospital denied them visitation, leaving them to wait outside. Second, an announcement from the higher-ups criticized the film emperor and Wang Jiani for their moral decay and the adverse impact of this scandal, resulting in the immediate termination of all endorsements and collaborations, alongside the removal of their previous works from circulation, which had been desecrated by a torrent of online vitriol.
Now,
The film emperor and Wang Jiani were akin to pariahs, universally reviled with no chance of redemption. Many online expressed their hopes for Ruan Jia's swift recovery and a fresh start to her life. 3 days later, while Ji Fei indulged in a well-deserved slumber during her brief hiatus from the studio, she was abruptly roused by a knock at her door. Groggily, she opened it to find Qin Rong and Mama Qin anxiously waiting. They had just received news from Qin Yan's group chat. Ruan Jia had awakened. Ji Fei felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Good deeds truly are rewarded." However, she found Mama Qin and Qin Rong overly animated, seemingly concerned that she might miss this news due to her slumber, an unusual display given their typical indifference to her sleeping hours. "But she has amnesia," Mama Qin said, her voice tinged with restrained excitement. Ji Fei was taken aback. Huh? After delivering the weighty news, Mama Qin and Qin Rong gazed at Ji Fei with bated breath. The next moment, Ji Fei as thoughts erupted like a tempest. Amnesia. Is this true? Let me see.
Wow. It truly is.
And in a dramatic twist, she only forgot one person. She has completely erased Shen Wenyue from her memory. Mama Qin and Qin Rong responded. The doctors on Qin Yan's side are still investigating.
Indeed.
The gossip surrounding Fei Fei is remarkably swift. How intriguing that she has only forgotten Shen Wenyue. What level of disdain must one harbor for another to trigger a bodily mechanism that obliterates all memories of love and hate? But will this not leave her vulnerable to Shen Wenyue's manipulations? What if he desperately pleads for reconciliation? The trio was filled with curiosity. What will Shen Wenyue do upon encountering Wang Jia in this state? They pondered. Ji Fei suggested, We've never visited where my elder sister works. Shall we pay her a visit? Mama Qin and Qin Rong nodded in agreement, eager to prepare for the outing. Upon arriving at the hospital, they received a call from Qin Yan, who hurried down to greet them. Initially, the trio felt a twinge of guilt, but upon seeing Qin Yan, her excitement was palpable. Come quickly. The Shin family is already aware of Wang Jia's situation and is heading to her room. Thus, the four of them, now spectators, ventured to Wang Jia's ward under the guise of visiting a patient. Upon reaching the door, they heard Shen Wenyue's hoarse voice, tinged with anguish. Wang Jia, do you truly not remember me? I am your husband. The four felt a shiver of discomfort, their anxiety mounting. In response, Wang Jia's tone was vibrant and alert, reminiscent of a vigilant university student addressing a stranger. I do not recall you, but I am not foolish. I know you are the son of Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen, my childhood companion, and that we married, but we are now divorced. I have the divorce agreement and photos of asset division on my phone. The wedding ring lies in the trash, so spare me your manipulations. You are merely my ex-husband. That was an accident. We intended a fake divorce, he pleaded, but she interrupted. I do not care how you envisioned it. I am aware of myself. I would never engage in such trivial games. Even if I forget, I trust my previous decision. I clearly did not want you, and that is final. Your attempts to deceive me are futile. As Ji Fei and the others entered, they witnessed Wang Jia's astute demeanor. Though still frail, her eyes sparkled with life. No longer fixated solely on Shen Wenyue, her attention quickly shifted to Ji Fei and the others. It's you, teacher Ji Fei. Hello. I remember you. You helped me out at the mall, and I saw your performance online. It truly aided me during my troubling times. Wang Jia beamed, her gratitude genuine. As the stage play had alleviated her fears of memory loss, Ji Fei smiled. I heard you woke up, so I came to visit. Who would have thought that without Shen Wenyue's interference, she would radiate such vitality? The Qin family trio was equally astonished. It was as if she had transformed completely. Previously, Wang Jia had appeared like a wilted flower, gradually fading, whereas now she resembled a seed breaking through the soil. Ji Fei's gaze swept across the room, landing on Shen Wenyue, who knelt before Wang Jia's bed in a pitiful, pleading posture, while Shen's parents stood nearby, tears in their eyes. At that moment, Wang Jia engaged with Ji Fei, and Shen Wenyue froze, overwhelmed by the realization of being entirely disregarded by the one who had once loved him unconditionally. Wang Jia. Shen Wenyue urgently reached out. Look at me. Even if you forget, you must still feel something. You have loved me for so many years. I beg you, Wang Jia. I truly cannot live without you. His voice broke as he wept. Yet, Wang Jia was unyielding, repulsed by the notion of his touch. I loved you for many years? Clearly, I was blind to have loved a man who cheated 4 years ago. What is there to love? Your disloyalty? Your disrespect? I sacrificed my dreams for you. Were you casting a spell on me? With that, she incredulously touched her head, as if to emphasize her disbelief. The sincerity of her disdain left Shen Wenyue stunned. Shen's parents could no longer contain themselves, their voices trembling with caution. This foolish boy has wronged you. He is confused and lacks judgment, but he truly loves you. In the days leading up to your awakening, he neither ate nor drank, resembling a ghost. We believe he carries you in his heart. We also resent this boy, but could you not grant him a chance? Since you have forgotten the bad, allow him to care for you for a lifetime? The quartet of spectators was left speechless by their words. Fortunately, Wang Jia was not easily swayed. Uncle, aunt, since he has wronged me, I shall not offer any apologies. You have watched me grow, and should understand my nature. I could never be with someone I do not love. Especially knowing he has committed so many wrongs against me, I do not wish to see him. If he were to appear before me every day, I would feel as though I must undergo surgery again. Wang Jia, supporting her freshly operated head, feigned a headache, eliciting laughter from the quartet. For Shen Wenyue, it was as though his ex was as good as dead, a clean break, with no entanglements. Would at least earn him some measure of respect. Wang Jia, after finishing her words, waved her hand and said, "Uncle and Aunt, please take your leave. I wish to remain undisturbed during my recovery." Sheng Wenyue swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to his knees. Wang Jia, I truly understand my mistakes now. It is only now that I realize my heart belongs solely to you. The others were but mere illusions. Am I mistaken? Wang Jia suddenly raised an eyebrow and spoke, picking up her phone and tapping on something. Then, with utmost seriousness, she recited, "On October 10th, I finally discerned the reason for Wenyue's recent coldness towards me. He was intoxicated, holding me and calling out, 'Jia, don't go,' before kissing me and even attempting to embrace me. I was utterly repulsed. He has never called me Jia.
That is not me.
Thus I investigated, and it turns out a year ago, a Jia departed." Upon hearing this, Sheng Wenyue's complexion turned ashen, his pupils trembled in disbelief. The four onlookers were disgusted, casting disdainful glances at Sheng Wenyue. "And you say I am the only one?" Wang Jia continued her mockery. "On October 12th, I have decided not to inform Sheng Wenyue about my pregnancy. This child cannot be kept. Should I choose to leave him, the child would be too innocent. He does not deserve to be the father of my child." Upon hearing this, it felt as though the air surrounding him had solidified. Sheng Wenyue stared at Wang Jia, his eyes reddening. "A child? Did we have a child?" Chapter 81. The Dog Bites Dog Performance. Sheng Wenyue could never have anticipated that they were supposed to have had a child. Not only Sheng Wenyue, but also Sheng's parents were unable to withstand the shock. Sheng's mother nearly fainted, supported by Sheng's father. The child they had longed for, if not aborted, would now be 4 years old. The group of onlookers was also stunned. Ji Fei could hardly believe she had missed such a significant revelation, especially since her system required her to search for answers rather than offering them proactively. Is there really such a revelation? Let me see. Oh my, it truly exists. The reason they have not had children over the years is due to their overly exhausting lives, leaving no time for conception. Even getting pregnant was a mere accident. However, Wang Jia, with her disposition, would never choose to have a child unless she was certain of their love. She is not the type to tragically use a child as leverage to bind a man. She would only view that child as a shackle binding her.
Why?
Why didn't you keep it?
Why didn't you tell me?
If I had known, I would have realized I made a small mistake and deserved a chance for redemption. Sheng Wenyue clutched his head, seemingly on the verge of madness. Wang Jia, somewhat exasperated, replied, "At that time, I had not divorced you, which was an opportunity one granted you. Yet, it seems the outcome has proven that my initial decision was correct. You have still disappointed me. A fleeting lapse in a marriage might occur due to deep feelings or fear of change, but it certainly cannot be endless."
Indeed.
A once resilient woman who could stand by Sheng Wenyue's side during his entrepreneurial endeavors would have been clearer about her desires had she not faced the successive betrayals of her husband and the loss of her parents. Such blows would have made her more resolute rather than dragging it on. Ji Fei internally scoffed, and the three onlookers couldn't help but nod in agreement. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Jia's ability to expose such deeply hidden secrets stemmed not only from amnesia, but also from her steadfast determination to no longer be entangled. Sheng Wenyue naturally recognized this, his body beginning to tremble, his expression pained to the point that veins bulged on his forehead. "Wang Jia, I will not give up on you. I know that my love is for you alone. In the past, I wronged you, and I will pursue you anew. I will wait for you to return." This line sounds eerily familiar. The onlookers from the Qin family thought of some unfortunate incident. In the studio, while discussing matters with Gao Hao, Qin Zhao sneezed heavily.
"Stop."
Wang Jia furrowed her brows, saying, "I do not care what you think. I have said all that needs to be said. If you do not leave, I will truly call the police for harassment." Upon saying this, Wang Jia coldly added, "I am not joking." The chill in her expression pierced Sheng Wenyue. Sheng's father, unable to contain his urgency, attempted to speak, but Wang Jia interrupted him sharply. "I respect my elders, but if they wish to emotionally manipulate me to make me uncomfortable or unhappy just to satisfy others, then I shall no longer extend my respect. I have encountered death once. My parents are no longer here, so now I only seek to satisfy my own emotions." This statement was almost identical to the theme of Ji Fei's performance. Ultimately, Sheng's father found himself at a loss for words, sorrowfully supporting Sheng's mother as they departed. Shang Wenyue was reluctant to leave, wishing to cling on, yet there was no need for police intervention. They were already divorced. And Qin Yan had the authority to call security to expel them. Even as they were being driven away, Shang Wenyue sought to utter some self-pitying words. Wang Jia, in disgust, fiddled with her ears and said nothing. The members of the Qin family exchanged worried glances at Wang Jia, concerned that she might soften. As fierce women often fear persistent men. Laughable, if someone like Qin Zhao can't manage it, then if Shang Wenyue could, I would stand on my head while washing my hair. The Qin family members coughed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qin Zhao felt his ears burning. Before we arrived, Wang Jia had already contacted her former group of freelance photographers. For someone like Wang Jia, who is unencumbered and merely lamenting wasted years, now wholeheartedly pursuing her dreams, nothing can hinder her progress. It's as if leaving the hospital equates to going abroad. Should Shang Wenyue wish to entangle himself, he must first locate her. He should be grateful for his past disregard for Wang Jia, focusing solely on his career, ultimately never stepping into her professional circle. Once Wang Jia departs, he will have no one to turn to for inquiries. How amusing. And he still clings to the hope of winning her back, but in the not-so-distant future, he too will face despair. Once the troublesome figures had departed, everyone expressed concern for Wang Jia, and upon realizing she was truly fine alone, an exhilarating sensation of rebirth surged within her. It was as if she eagerly anticipated her recovery and the pursuit of her dreams. The group felt reassured enough to leave her to recuperate. Just as they stepped outside, the overzealous Qin Rong suggested they go shopping together. As they had missed the opportunity to accompany their family last time, today was a rare occasion. Ji Fei, considering the final day of her holiday, naturally wanted to enjoy it fully. Having just witnessed an excellent spectacle, her spirits were high, and she felt it was a moment worth celebrating. With Qin Yan having no pressing matters, she joined in as well. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were dismayed to find the unwelcome presence had not yet departed, and two additional unsavory figures had joined, the manager and Wang Jiani. Wang Jiani had returned, relying on Shang Wenyue's support. Yet her reputation in the entertainment industry was now thoroughly tarnished, leaving her with no options but to cling desperately to others. Yet, Shang Wenyue, appearing as if awakened, mercilessly cast aside Wang Jiani with a heavy slap, speaking bitterly, "It is you, wretched woman, who have destroyed my family and career. Had you not appeared, had you not returned, Wang Jia, and I would not have reached this point. It is all your fault. How dare you show your face before me? I wish I could strangle you." Being struck by Shang Wenyue was likely Wang Jiani's breaking point. She was momentarily taken aback before spiraling into a frenzy, clawing at him. "Do you think placing all the blame on me will alleviate your guilt? If you hadn't given me signals that I could take a chance, I would not be in this position. You gave me hope, and later, you granted me the means to hurt Wang Jia. You condoned everything. And now you wish to absolve yourself? Dream on. You are a cold-hearted, fickle man. Wang Jia's affection for you is blind. She is but a foolish woman." To be scolded by the very woman he once cherished as the most delicate flower drove Shang Wenyue to the brink of madness. The two engaged in a physical altercation while Shang's parents looked on with cold indifference, and the manager could only rush in a panic to intervene. The onlookers remained at a distance, careful to avoid being splattered with blood. What a splendid dog-bites-dog performance. It appears that a passerby outside the fence has discovered this place and is recording it on their phone. It seems the trending searches are about to explode again. Just as Ji Fei finished her sarcastic remark, she turned to see three ladies from the Qin family all excitedly recording with their phones. Chapter 82. Personally creating a scene of carnage? Ji Fei exclaimed, "Since when did the noble ladies of the Qin family become so gossipy?" The onlookers from the Qin family cast a helpless glance at Ji Fei, knowing full well that they were drawn into this chaos by her influence. Moreover, they now had their own little groups within their social circle, where they incessantly shared gossip. The ruckus caused by Qin Zhao and Ji Fei's participation in the variety show was too enticing for the upper crust to ignore. Fortunately, Qin Yan, fearing that things might escalate dangerously, quickly called for security. Shang Wenyue and Wang Jiani were like sworn enemies, leaving the scene while hurling the most venomous insults at each other. Who could have imagined that not long ago, they were sweetly displaying affection before a national audience? After being dismissed, Wang Jiani's manager attempted to reason with Shang Wenyue, but the furious Shang Wenyue retaliated with a punch, knocking out several teeth. "You're also a ghost. It was you who led me to make mistakes. You are my most trusted partner. Why would you betray me?" The manager, now infuriated, thought that despite Sheng Wenyue's negative reputation online, he had not crossed any red lines, and perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. After all, time dulls the memory of netizens. However, with his tarnished reputation and too many enemies, he was bound to Sheng Wenyue. His future depended solely on her resurgence. How could he not be enraged when the one person who had yet to abandon him was now attacking him? Harm you? Get your facts straight. I have always acted with your future in mind. I supported Wang Jia when she was beneficial to you, and now I support Wang Jiani for the same reason. Who could have anticipated that you would mishandle your relationship with Wang Jia? Sheng Wenyue glared furiously, while his previously silent parents finally could no longer remain quiet. When we first met you, you were warm and sincere, claiming to treat Wenyue like family, which is why we allowed you to be his manager. Yet this is how you truly feel? Wang Jia is not just anyone. She is his wife. When Wenyue falters, you should guide him, not indulge him. I cared for him too much as family. I knew he was suppressing his feelings for Wang Jiani, bound by duty as Wang Jia's husband, which is why I took this step. Love doesn't adhere to a timeline of right and wrong, the manager retorted defiantly. But I love Wang Jia. He cried out, this is merely a failure now, it's self-deception. The manager scoffed in response. Sheng Wenyue seemed to spiral into a state of existential crisis, breaking down in tears. Yet the manager pressed on relentlessly, if our plan succeeds, you and Wang Jiani will not only be able to love openly, but your careers will soar again, so I am not in the wrong. As for Wang Jia, if love has faded, abandoning her is not a mistake. Sheng's parents scolded the unrepentant man, declaring, you are fired, and promptly took Sheng Wenyue away. Did he truly believe he had done nothing wrong? The onlookers couldn't help but discuss the unfolding drama. Ji Fei suppressed her laughter.
Goodness.
He dares to claim that there's no love left and that abandoning her is justifiable. Does he even realize that his wife has been secretly entangled with his assistant? The onlookers gasped in shock, while he busies himself, his wife, feeling lonely and helpless, has fallen for the assistant. When he is not home, they act as if they are a married couple. They chuckled because of this incident. His wife is now planning to abscond with all his wealth. He was supposed to be busy today, but now that he has been dismissed, he must return home. Let us hope he doesn't run into them. But since he believes in the supremacy of true love, he should understand his wife's actions. After all, love knows no sequence of right and wrong, right? The onlookers burst into laughter. The group chuckled heartily, their spirits lifted by the spectacle, until they encountered a moderate inconvenience while out shopping. Due to Ji Fei's newfound fame and her inadequate disguise, she was swiftly recognized. It was her first experience being surrounded by so many fans clamoring for autographs and photographs, forcing her to seek refuge in a store. For professional matters, she called for assistance from Gao Hao. Upon hearing her plight, he replied incredulously, weren't you an artist before? Ji Fei explained that as a nameless model, she was unrecognizable without makeup, and she had yet to adjust to her new status. I'll send Xiao Tao to pick you up. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. Gao Hao proceeded to inform Ji Fei of the recent developments. The Best Actor group has withdrawn from the competition, resulting in a shift from 5 teams to 4, meaning that the next round would pit them directly against the previously unchallenged duo of male idols, her current boyfriend and her ex-boyfriend. Ji Fei's tone rose with excitement. The trio of onlookers perked up, eager to hear more. After all, compared to the disingenuous sweetness of the Best Actor group, this pairing promised an awkwardness that would captivate everyone's interest. The charming yet aloof Sun Mo, with his trademark stoic expression, had always claimed to be single and fully devoted to his career, while the campus heartthrob Yang Hong, known for his numerous rumors, was outgoing and engaging. Although he had not officially announced his relationship with his current girlfriend, he subtly flaunted their connection, earning mixed reactions from fans. Little did they know, the audience believed it was merely a duo of male idols supporting their respective brothers, unaware that Ji Fei was actually the ex-sister-in-law of one of them. Ji Fei recalled during the last promotional shoot, though her attention had been on the Best Actor group, she had noticed the subtle tension between Sun Mo and Yang Hong. Sun Mo had deliberately avoided eye contact with Yang Hong, while Yang Hong, with a grin, tried to close the distance. When it came time for a group photo, Sun Mo remained motionless, but Yang Hong suddenly wrapped his arm around Sun Mo's neck for a close shot. The stark contrast between the cold and the warm created a dynamic that led some fans to ship them, despite Sun Mo's clear discomfort. As he swiftly shrugged off Yang Hong's embrace after the photo, eventually, it was Yang Hong's manager who stepped in to apologize, while Yang Hong remained unfazed, seemingly enjoying the awkwardness. During the recordings of the show, Yang Hong frequently took leave, so they hadn't shared many appearances together. However, given that it was a PK, they would undoubtedly be in the same arena. Cough, cough, cough. Therefore, it would be challenging enough to mediate their internal conflicts, and they likely wouldn't interfere with our performance. Sun Mo's manager, Pei Mingxian, is quite familiar with me. She just contacted me, hoping we can develop amicably and perform well. So, focus on honing your acting skills and showcasing your professionalism. Most importantly, behave yourselves. Restore some of our industry's reputation and help attract more viewers, Gao Hao urged earnestly. Ji Fei barely listened, as her mind wandered back to her earlier reflections, casually using the gossip system to gather information on Sun Mo and Yang Hong. Suddenly, a shocking revelation burst forth. Oh my goodness! The trio gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment, too afraid to look at Ji Fei. Ji Fei's inner thoughts erupted like a startled goose, exclaiming in dismay. What is happening? What is the big news? They inquired eagerly. Yang Hong wants his girlfriend Su Meng to be the guest star in the next PK. The trio exclaimed in disbelief. Excuse me? Are they really creating a scene of carnage? Wow, that's explosive. But it seems Su Meng hasn't agreed. Understandably so. The group lamented. What a pity. Oh my, what a strange quirk does Yang Hong possess. He actually arranged to meet with Sun Mo to persuade Su Meng. The trio shook their heads. Is Yang Hong out of his mind? However, it is unlikely that Sun Mo would acquiesce. According to internal news I heard from Gao Hao, Sun Mo was once unable to make a name for himself and was ruthlessly cast aside by Su Meng. Logically, the two should resolutely refuse to share the same stage, harboring a relationship that one might hope would wither away with time. Sun Mo remains unresponsive. The gossip trio, evidently. Yet, he is driven to the Starlight Club, the very place Yang Hong arranged to meet. Does this imply a contradiction between his words and actions? Does he wish for Su Meng to participate? The gossip trio. Why on earth? It is clear that Ji Fei is equally perplexed. What sort of dramatic love-hate relationship are you three attempting to portray? Most importantly, who is paired with whom? The gossip trio. After some permutations and combinations, it seems like it's bound to end in chaos. Oh my goodness. The gossip trio. What now? Pei Mingxian has discovered that Sun Mo is missing and is searching everywhere. As a manager who cherishes her artists, she certainly would not allow such a pairing to occur. If she finds him, she will undoubtedly intervene. I wonder when she will arrive. My curiosity is piqued. Although I could glean some information from the gossip system, I still want to join in the fun and witness this myself. Perhaps at the Starlight Club. The gossip trio, perhaps. Hey, did you hear me? Gao Hao is still shouting from the other end. Yes, I heard, but I have something to attend to. So I'll hang up first. After speaking, Ji Fei smiled at the trio, saying, I'll be with you shortly. Just as she appeared to be abandoned, Qin Ma was the first to protest, saying, let us change our venue for some fun. Qin Yan immediately grasped the implication, since we are out. Let us enjoy a night of revelry. Qin Rong's face flushed with excitement, declaring that all the women of the Qin family must be present. Ji Fei, I've heard of a rather upscale club that seems quite splendid. Let us have Xiao Tao take us there. Unanimously approved. Far away in the studio, Gao Hao suddenly received a message. His expression shifted dramatically. Ji Fei took you and the Qin family to the Starlight Club? Sitting on the sofa, Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback, asking, where is that? Gao Hao, looking bewildered, explained, it's a private, high-end club favored by industry insiders. Previously, I cultivated a relationship with the staff there out of concern for your reckless behavior, so they would notify me whenever my artists were present. However, you have always kept your distance and never visited. Qin Chao raised an eyebrow. That should be fine, right? Today, mother and elder sister are with Ji Fei. They're just going for some karaoke and lighthearted fun. Gao Hao's expression was complex. It should be fine. Although they do offer handsome men and beautiful women for singing companionship. Qin Chao, handsome men? Each one with rosy lips and white teeth, sporting 8-pack abs. Qin Chao's brow twitched. Just then, Gao Hao's phone vibrated. He glanced down and his mouth twitched when he saw the message. It seems your family has requested 10 handsome men, covering all themes and styles. Qin Chao's face darkened. The Qin family men. Qin Chao, alarm. Alarm. Second brother, stop the meeting. Dad, stop fishing. Nephew, continue your homework. Go, go, go. Chapter 83. Firm and resilient, truly a delight to the touch. Upon arriving at the gossip location, Ji Fei requested a private room opposite the infamous trio. It was only after the fact that she realized it was not as she had imagined, as they could hardly barge into someone else's private room to indulge in gossip. Nonetheless, having arrived, they might as well have some fun. Thus, when the manager presented a tablet to inquire if they wished to order singing companions, Ji Fei was exhilarated. "Isn't this precisely what I have always wanted to do? The Qin trio, what is that?" Until they leaned in. Gazing at the manager as he eagerly swiped through photos of various handsome men, the Qin women flushed with embarrassment. Although the Qin family is considered a top-tier aristocracy, their family values have always emphasized modesty and restraint, making this their first experience in such an establishment. However, half an hour later, four intoxicated women had completely forgotten the purpose of their outing. Qin Ma was singing nostalgic duets with a charming young man, snapping photos to share in her old friends group chat. Now she understood why men enjoyed socializing so much. What they termed playing around was something she found enjoyable too. Qin Yan was surrounded by two tall, handsome men playing dice. Every time she lost, she took a sip of her drink, while the handsome men faced playful pinches to their cheeks, arms, and noses. The demure Qin Yan chuckled quietly as she pinched one of their biceps, trying to maintain her grace. She could only take pictures to share with her divorced friends, expressing her true feelings, understanding men, envying men, and aspiring to be like men. Qin Rong sat on the sofa, her face flushed, covering her eyes while sneaking glances, occasionally letting out squeals of excitement. In front of her were three men clad only in trousers, performing a close dance, showcasing different textures, while occasionally casting seductive glances her way. Qin Rong snapped a flurry of photos, sharing them in her sister group chat. Each young man was remarkably talented and articulate, making the atmosphere incredibly enjoyable. The remaining four handsome men, each wearing animal headbands and tails, circled around Ji Fei, who, like an ancient sovereign, was blindfolded and attempting to catch the handsome men. "Sister, I'm right here. Sister, come catch me." At that moment, someone felt tired and approached the door, addressing the vigilant Xiao Tao, who was keeping an eye on the outside situation. "Aren't you joining us, sister?" Xiao Tao, with a serious expression, firmly declined. "I abstain from male company." The newcomer was momentarily taken aback and could only retreat, leaving Xiao Tao to dutifully carry out Ji Fei's orders. A glimpse of something passing through the door caught Xiao Tao's attention. "Sister Fei, Pei Mingxian has arrived. She is already inside." Ji Fei, thoroughly enjoying herself and somewhat inebriated, responded, "Let us wait until someone comes out before discussing it." Then she continued her pursuit of the handsome young men. Xiao Tao remarked, "The flowers are blooming, distracting the eye." At that moment, Qin Ma had just finished a song, feeling elated, and tossed bills as a tip. When the three Qin men approached, they were met with a scene of indulgence. The music blared, and apart from Ji Fei, the other three women noticed the three Qin family men standing at the entrance with ashen faces, momentarily stunned despite their drunken state. The handsome companions were visibly intimidated by the imposing presence of the Qin family men. Just as one of the stunned young men was about to be caught by the blindfolded Ji Fei, Qin Xian strode in, his expression dark enough to drip ink. Positioning himself in front of Ji Fei, Ji Fei grasped a sturdy arm and cheerfully declared, "I caught you. You must drink." As she removed her blindfold, she did not look up but rather gazed dazedly at the figure before her. Clad in a black shirt that hugged his lean waist, the fabric rippled along his contours. Exuding an aura of restraint, the shirt clung tightly, revealing the outline of his well-defined abs with each breath. Ji Fei couldn't help but chuckle uncontrollably. What a golden ratio, such a fine waist. Qin Xian. If I weren't already a married man, no, a husband, I could certainly take a chance here. Qin Xian, are you hoping to take a chance? To which Ji Fei wobbled her body and extended a finger, seemingly intending to poke Qin Xian's abdomen. Qin Xian's forehead throbbed with veins as he seized Ji Fei's wrist. Ji Fei, fueled by the effects of the alcohol, immediately expressed her displeasure. What kind of chaste man have we here? Lacking in humor? It was just a poke. Qin Xian's brows furrowed intensely. Ji Fei exerted her strength, yet Qin Xian's arm remained immovable. Unexpectedly, Ji Fei lost her balance, leaning forward and inadvertently crashing her head into Qin Xian's chest. Qin Xian let out a muffled grunt, staggering slightly, but out of concern for Ji Fei's lack of stability, he could only raise his arms to catch her. However, in the next moment, he felt a hand brush against his abs, causing an unfamiliar tingle to race through him, even after 2 decades of marriage. He had never experienced such a daring touch from a woman. Firm and resilient, truly a delight to the touch. Perhaps it rivals Qin Xian's. Accompanied by a series of incoherent chuckles, Qin Xian was instantly consumed by a fit of indignation.
Yifei.
It was not merely the embarrassment of being taken advantage of. After all, they were husband and wife, and such an act could hardly be deemed a transgression. However, the thought that if it weren't him, another might have taken hold of her, prompting her to indulge in indiscretions, stirred his ire. Even inebriation was no excuse. The phrase female rogue loomed large in Qin Xian's mind. Meanwhile, the attention of everyone present had almost entirely shifted, stifled laughter hanging in the air.
Yifei.
Jolted by the shout, reluctantly raised her gaze, only to be met with a countenance as cold as ice. Her mind went blank. Is that Qin Xian?
Goodness.
It truly is him. How did he appear here? I feel like I'm going to be sick. Anticipating Ji Fei's panic and regret, Qin Xian instead felt his temper flare. She had seemed so delighted, yet upon seeing his face, she wished to retch. The Qin family members were equally taken aback by this revelation. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Fei clapped a hand over her mouth, her expression one of genuine distress as she dashed out, clearly intoxicated and truly feeling nauseous. Qin Xian's face shifted through a spectrum of colors as he could only follow silently, concerned about the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing Ji Fei's figure rush into the women's restroom, he was met with the exaggerated sounds of her vomiting. He stood outside, his expression darkening as he waited, and after a while, when silence seeped in, anxiety washed over him. Ji Fei, are you all right? He called out several times, yet received no response. Frowning, he shouted, Is anyone in there? Is anyone present? My wife requires assistance. After several more calls with no reply, he finally declared, I'm coming in. Unable to wait any longer, he placed a do not disturb sign at the door and hurried inside. Upon entering, he found Ji Fei slumped by the sink, clearly exhausted from her bout of vomiting. With a resigned sigh, he approached and helped her up. The effects of the alcohol had waned, and she was no longer as disoriented. Blinking awkwardly, she silently began to wash up under his steady support. Finally, accepting a tissue from Qin Xian, she dabbed at her damp mouth and hands, murmuring, Thank you. Who would have thought that Qin Xian would be so attentive? She mused, observing his expression soften, as if the ice had melted. Surely, he wouldn't pursue this matter further. Qin Xian cast a sidelong glance at Ji Fei. You still think I might? He replied, Let us go home. After the ordeal, it seemed his ire had lessened. It appears the situation isn't too grave. After all, I did not do much, save for inadvertently touching his abs. Save for? Qin Xian quirked an eyebrow. Why, pray tell? A point deducted for the barrier of clothing. The sensation was not sufficiently authentic.
Yifei's ears flushed crimson.
Truly, she was a rogue. Just as they were about to exit, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar.
Stop. Su Meng. Su Meng. Wait.
Could it be? As the sound of high heels approached, and before Qin Xian could react, Ji Fei, who had just been listless, suddenly sprang into action, whisking the other woman into a restroom stall with remarkable agility. Chapter 84. Gossip in the restroom. The sound of the stall door closing was drowned out by the ambient music of the venue, leaving Qin Xian momentarily bewildered. There stood Ji Fei, pinning him against the door, leaning forward with one hand covering his mouth while the other gestured for silence. Qin Xian's eyes widened, his dark lashes fluttering in surprise. The imposing aura he typically exuded dissipating entirely. His gaze, akin to a star-studded night, was transfixed, devoid of any resistance, as he stared at Ji Fei. In that moment, he resembled a newly transformed male spirit, pure yet alluring, radiating an undeniable magnetism. However, Ji Fei only stole a fleeting glance at Qin Xian before her attention was diverted by the arrival of a handsome man. With such a handsome man before me, who could possibly care about gossip? Ji Fei excitedly tilted her head, peering through the gap in the door. In her eagerness to see, she pressed herself tightly against Qin Xian, their bodies nearly entwined. Qin Xian felt his pupils constrict as the intoxicating scent of Ji Fei's lingering perfume mingled with the aroma of alcohol, causing an uncharacteristic flush to rise upon his cheeks. Dressed in a fitted sports outfit that accentuated her figure, Ji Fei leaned against him, her curves both enticing and delicate, even through the fabric of his shirt. He could sense the warmth radiating from her. This warmth set Qin Xian ablaze with discomfort. It was only upon realizing that one of his arms had inadvertently wrapped around Ji Fei's waist that his unease intensified. From his vantage point, His gaze traced the elegant curve of her neck down to her shapely shoulders, leading towards an invisible waistline, his arm resting just so. The mere sight of her silhouette was enough to compel him to divert his gaze, lowering his arm, attempting to evade the hand she had pressed against his lips.
Yet,
Engrossed in the view, he failed to notice that she had not released her grip, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce to her playful antics. At that moment, he discerned from Ji-Fei's excited and chaotic thoughts that they had not come here in search of an 8-pack abs or a cute boy, but rather to indulge in the latest gossip. An elegantly attired beauty with raven hair and porcelain skin burst into the restroom, clad in a qipao and white stilettos. So this is Su Meng? Truly stunning. A rising star. I have seen her in dramas. Her appearance is well suited for roles portraying the vulnerable and downtrodden, which has garnered her a favorable reputation. No wonder she is dating Yang Hong without facing backlash from his fans. She appears just as delicate in real life. Ji-Fei observed. Su Meng, with her eyes reddened and a look of helplessness, seemed lost, as if on the verge of tears. Her steps slowing as she began to pace in place. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door swung open. Su Meng, startled like a frightened rabbit, turned to see a tall man approaching her, his expression somber and eyes slightly reddened. How can you be here? This is the women's restroom.
Su Meng gapet.
Retreating until her back met the wall. Though this scene is quite riveting, I must say, if you truly wished to hide, you could have dashed into a stall and locked the door. Ji-Fei thought, bemused by Su Meng's predicament. Su Meng seemed unable to think clearly. Cornered by the imposing figure of Sun Mo, a man whose striking features were often described as commanding and ethereal. Sun Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Meng. The tension palpable. This atmosphere is pure melodrama. If a camera were present, we could commence filming right here. Ji-Fei mused inwardly, her excitement palpable. As she observed Ji-Fei's animated expression, Qin Xian found it difficult to feign disdain, instead silently critiquing the absurdity of their situation. They are the protagonists of this soap opera, while we lurk in the restroom like spies. What is this? A suspense thriller? Wait, where is everyone? Qin Xian pondered aloud. You expect a meeting in the restroom? Something feels off. Where are her boyfriend and manager? Are they truly allowing them to be alone? Isn't that risky? Ji-Fei remarked, her curiosity piqued. Qin Xian, sensing the oddity himself, reflected on the negligence of a boyfriend. What? Yang Hong is tending to Pei Mingxian? What is going on? I see. Prior to Pei Mingxuan's arrival, Sun Mo had remained silent in the face of Yang Hong's enthusiasm, seemingly indifferent to Su Meng. Yet here he is now. Qin Xian's lips twitched in irritation, unable to suppress his frustrations. Indeed, why show up if you weren't willing? What a hassle for their entire family. Yang Hong was persistently persuading cooperation, while Su Meng appeared hesitant, wanting to refuse but feeling cornered until Pei Mingxian arrived. Goodness! What was Yang Hong thinking, sending Pei Mingxian the coordinates? Isn't he just orchestrating a spectacle? As a result, before Pei Mingxian could say anything, Su Meng, with reddened eyes, mustered the courage to express her unwillingness to participate in the performance. Pei Mingxian immediately realized how outrageous Yang Hong's proposal was and promptly declared it inappropriate. Suddenly, Sun Mo, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I stand with a Xian, and insulted Su Meng on the spot, saying, she is unworthy to stand beside me. OMG. This was precisely what Su Meng had said to Sun Mo when they broke up. How explosive. Su Meng trembled with humiliation, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet Yang Hong remained unfazed, merely stating that the company was quite pleased with the proposal. After all, they were an unannounced couple, inherently drawing attention. To compete with the current top-tier stars, they needed to generate buzz. However, Pei Mingxian firmly declined, reasoning that the potential traffic was not worth the unpredictable consequences if their past relationship were to be exposed. Moreover, for 5 long years, every time Sun Mo heard news related to Su Meng, he would succumb to a low mood, not quite losing control of his emotions. Yet he would subtly leverage his status to create obstacles for her. Mingxian felt helpless against his retaliatory actions, perceiving them as a hidden danger. Hence, she wished to avoid any contact between the two. Qin Xian, listening intently, thought, Pei Mingxian is an exceptional manager capable of weighing pros and cons. It is unfortunate that she and Sun Mo supported each other through their struggles from humble beginnings. Their bond is extraordinary. Otherwise, Qin Xian would consider recruiting Pei Mingxian to oversee Ji-Fei instead of Gao Hao. Wow! Yang Hong must be doing this on purpose. claiming that his intention behind this was to propose to Su Meng after winning the PK. But how can he be so certain he will win?
No.
The crux of the matter is that he is declaring his intentions to propose on stage in front of her ex-boyfriend. Brother, have you always been this audacious? I really want to see the expressions on Sun Mo's face and Su Meng's pale countenance when the situation unfolds. It must be quite a spectacle.
So,
Are they all coming out now because they were provoked? Let me observe further. Chapter 85. My emotions are like a pie chart. It turns out Su Meng was completely unaware of Yang Hong's intention to propose. She was so taken aback that she could not find the words. While Pei Mingxian remained composed, inquiring whether he truly intended to propose. What if they lost? Yang Hong surprisingly replied that if they lost, he wouldn't propose. But if they won, it would not only garner attention but also pave the way for his transformation. Then he added that he genuinely wished to marry Su Meng. Young man, are you being a tad disingenuous? Qin Xian, this is difficult to believe. After all, in the entertainment industry, there are numerous marriages based on contracts for the sake of profit. However, currently, it is primarily traffic actors who dominate. If they were to marry, regardless of gender, their popularity and resources would significantly diminish, unless Yang Hong has already resolved to forsake his fame and genuinely transition into a serious actor. Haha, I am truly laughing. Yang Hong's maneuvers are rather audacious, seeking the blessing of his girlfriend's ex on the spot. Sun Mo and Su Meng's expressions must be quite entertaining. Nonetheless, Sun Mo has shown poor taste, openly mocking Su Meng by accusing her of being vain and disloyal, suggesting that she had been jaded by numerous wealthy suitors before seeking Yang Hong as a fallback, calling her shameless for having Yang Hong play the fool, not fearing the possibility of being cheated on after marriage. If he hasn't been hit yet, it's merely luck. Qin Xian recalled the investigative reports he had read. It was said that Sun Mo had worked tirelessly to support Su Meng, even suffering an accident due to overwork that landed him in the hospital. Meanwhile, she was pursued by a rich second-generation heir. Perhaps she was ultimately defeated by reality, abandoning her longtime boyfriend without mercy, which led to Sun Mo's intense resentment towards Su Meng. Yet Yang Hong remained unfazed, merely asserting that Su Meng was wonderful, as if he unconditionally trusted his girlfriend, which only served to infuriate Sun Mo further. He directly set conditions. If Su Meng knelt before him and apologized while downing an entire bottle of liquor, he would agree to collaborate, stating that he should play the domineering CEO instead of the tyrannical immortal prince. Does he not feel ashamed saying such things? The true CEO, Qin Xian? Su Meng, unable to withstand the humiliation, ran out. Afterward, Pei Mingxian reprimanded Sun Mo, who, finding it bothersome, claimed he felt chest pain and left alone. Pei Mingxian tried to pull him back, but ended up twisting her ankle, which is why Yang Hong stayed behind to care for her. Pei Mingxian kindly urged him to come out and look for someone, but he ignored her. Yang Hong is rather indifferent. Qin Xian, this is strange. What is he really thinking? Ji Fei was equally puzzled until she heard commotion outside. She saw Sun Mo, his voice hoarse, seemingly suppressing his fury as he questioned. Why are you running? Are you that afraid to face me? You, move aside. Su Meng extended her delicate wrist to push against Sun Mo's chest. But her efforts were futile, merely provoking him further. Sun Mo seized Su Meng's hands, pinning them above her head. She attempted to struggle. Yet it seemed she lacked the strength, like a delicate beauty at his mercy, only able to gaze up at him with tear-filled eyes. This scene, while it might appear trivial on television, evokes a complex array of emotions in reality, akin to a pie chart, 1/3 awkwardness, 1/3 shame, and 1/3 excitement. Qin Xian, the description is superb. Please refrain from elaborating further next time. Sun Mo locked eyes with her, momentarily stunned. Then, with renewed ferocity, he barked. Are you trying to entice someone with that facade? Do you think I can still be deceived by you? I haven tea, Sun Mo. You are being unreasonable. I am now Yang Hong's girlfriend. Please let me go. Her voice was soft and delicate, rendering Ji Fei's ears numb, causing her to instinctively scratch her ears against Qin Xian's chest, albeit inappropriately, resulting in him feeling a bit dazed. Su Meng's slight struggle was immediately met with Sun Mo's forceful restraint once more. Girlfriend. Sun Mo seemed to grind the words between his teeth. What? You truly wish to marry him? Are you willing to forsake the pursuit of better options? Is it not merely a desire to climb the social ladder? Yang Hong lacks the foundational wealth of your previous rich boyfriend. Could it be that with age, you found it impossible to attract better suitors, thus settling for less? Sun Mo, you bastard. Su Meng's tone turned sorrowful, as if overwhelmed by endless grievances. Sun Mo, however, scoffed. What? Are you going to tell me that you love Yang Hong? Do you even understand love? Su Meng was driven to tears by his words, declaring, My affairs have nothing to do with you. I love Yang Hong. I truly love him. Sun Mo, like an enraged lion, slammed his fist against the nearby wall, producing a loud thud. Ji Fei, doesn't he that hurt? Yang Hong is on par with me now. How could you possibly love him? Stop lying, Su Meng. Is he trying to convey that if Su Meng can love Yang Hong, then she should also be able to love him? Why should it not be him? Qin Xian perceived a similar sentiment. It seemed he was verbally resentful, yet emotionally unable to let go of the ex-girlfriend who had abandoned him. Sun Mo continued to fixate on Su Meng, observing her open her mouth without uttering a word, merely shedding tears. Sun Mo's gaze flickered.
Su Meng.
You will never repay the debt you owe me in this lifetime. I will not allow you to have it easy. You wish for me to provide a stage for your proposal? To prepare a wedding gown for you?
Dream on.
Su Meng stared blankly at Sun Mo suddenly. He chuckled. Why not have you both make me a wedding gown? I would consider it. What does that mean? Sun Mo smirked. I also plan to marry a Xian. Why not let the stage be for me and a Xian? If so, I would not mind considering you as a supporting act, and at that time, I would appreciate both of you bestowing blessings upon me and a Xian. Su Meng appeared to be struck by an immense blow. Looking at Sun Mo with shattered eyes and a hoarse voice, you truly wish to marry her? After all these years of being single, was it because you had her by your side? Were those rumors true? Indeed, you have chosen to abandon me. The final utterance seemed like a murmured soliloquy lost in a trance, yet it was neither too loud nor too soft, resonating clearly for all to hear. Yifei? Qin Xian? What did you just say? Sun Mo suddenly erupted with agitation, glaring fiercely at the individual. Yet Su Meng appeared to have regained her senses. Her face a mask of panic as she stammered. I said nothing. I haven't uttered a word. You must have misheard. Let me go. I want to return. Ji Fei mused. My pie chart is about to split again, and that is quite absurd. Could it be that someone truly speaks their heart unwittingly, only to deny it in a fluster, as if hiding silver in broad daylight? Qin Xian, I don't believe it. However, Sun Mo did believe it. As Su Meng struggled to depart, his eyes turned crimson with loss of control, gripping her waist and kissing her forcefully. The atmosphere was charged, as if one could almost hear the phrase, Say you want me, and I shall give you my life.
No, oh no.
Watching Su Meng struggle, Ji Fei momentarily hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Regardless of her inner thoughts, such a forceful kiss seemed to contravene a woman's desires. Yet in the next instant, Ji Fei's lips twitched, for she observed Su Meng's attempts to strike Sun Mo's shoulder gradually diminishing until, devoid of strength, she encircled his neck. As if yielding to an instinct ingrained in her memory, the two lost in a fervent embrace. Ji Fei caught a few fleeting glances before suddenly being blinded by a large hand covering her eyes. All right, I didn't intend to watch anyway, but have these two forgotten? One has a boyfriend, and the other just boasted of marrying her manager. They call it rekindling old flames, but to put it bluntly. By the way, surely Sun Mo's words were meant to provoke. Neither my gossip system nor Gao Hao's intel has indicated that Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo are a couple. Chapter 86. Indeed, a man's words are but deceitful phantoms. Ji Fei could no longer resist her curiosity and search for gossip regarding Sun Mo and Pei Mingxian. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. Sun Mo and Su Meng nearly sprang apart with lightning speed, Su Meng hurriedly wiping her mouth, while Sun Mo's face darkened, as if he were oblivious to his recent actions. What are you two doing here? Sun Mo, this is the ladies' restroom. A distinctly displeased voice emerged, belonging to the limping Pei Mingxian, who had made her way over. Dressed in a professional suit, with impeccably short hair, pale skin, and a delicate visage, she exuded the aura of a capable woman. However, as her gaze swept over the two, her expression turned inscrutable. Sun Mo remained silent, his face twisted in a scowl, seemingly disinterested in offering any explanation. How did you both end up here together? Yang Hong's surprised voice followed, as he entered the room. He was tall, sunny, and handsome, resembling an 18-year-old college athlete, his stature even surpassing that of Sun Mo. No wonder he was dubbed the campus heartthrob. Yang Hong spoke in a concerned tone. Meng, why are you crying? Now the scene is truly chaotic. Ji Fei observed with keen interest. Qin Xian, so are we really having a meeting in the restroom? I'm fine, it's all a misunderstanding. I just accidentally fell, and perhaps Mr. Sun heard the commotion and came in to help me, Su Meng said cautiously, glancing at Sun Mo. Meanwhile, Sun Mo fixated on Yang Hong, who had pulled Su Meng into his embrace, gently inquiring about her well-being before affectionately kissing her forehead. Sun Mo's eyes darkened with a murderous glare, yet he was pulled back to reality by Pei Mingxuan's tug. Wow, this is riveting. All right, this is not the place for conversation. Let us step outside, Pei Mingxian said, her brow furrowed in mild exasperation. Yes, let us step out and continue discussing the performance and the proposal. Yang Hong ushered Su Meng toward the exit. However, Sun Mo coldly interjected. Is that so? You might want to ask Teacher Su for her opinion. She seems rather unwilling.
Su Meng shuddered.
Pei Mingxian paused, eyeing Sun Mo with suspicion, as if questioning whether he anticipated Su Meng's response. Well, after all, they just shared a passionate kiss. Yang Hong turned to the woman in his arms, gently saying, Meng, taking part in the performance is also an opportunity for you. You should know that. And didn't you say you would marry me? I plan to propose to you in front of a national audience. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course. If you say no now, I will immediately abandon the proposal. Sun Mo's expression shifted, his gaze darkening as he stared at Su Meng. Su Meng hung her head, appearing timid and reluctant to speak, her demeanor filled with a sense of grievance. Yang Hong's eyes flickered, and since you don't, I'm willing. Su Meng blurted out, her voice lacking firmness and decisiveness, as though it were a reluctant concession. Only after speaking did she lift her gaze. Casting a sorrowful glance at Sun Mo. Wonderful, I knew it, Yang Hong exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Sun Mo, who was glaring daggers at Su Meng, his expression stormy. Mo, is this settled now? Sun Mo coolly replied, Yang Hong, don't overstep. This is not just your stage. We are a group, merely collaborating. I am not your stepping stone. Pei Mingxian let out a sigh of relief. At least Sun Mo did not lose his mind at the mere mention of Su Meng. That's right, Teacher Yang. Whether it's a girlfriend participating in the performance or a proposal, it's your stage, your spotlight. By doing so, Sun Mo ends up as your supporting act, which is inappropriate. Even if the company requests it, we will refuse outright. Yang Hong appeared helpless. I truly do not intend to compete for attention. Both Mo Ge and I are in a precarious transitional phase. If we do not seize this opportunity, our future development will be severely hampered. Who knew the top-tier group would have such high popularity? If we don't create some buzz, we might be crushed, with no chance to shine. While the rationale holds, Pei Mingxian was primarily concerned about Sun Mo's past relationships being exposed. That would mean Yang Hong reaped the benefits, while Sun Mo bore the burdens. Pei Mingxian was not foolish. She understood the need to resolutely protect the artist's interests. This matter fell under her jurisdiction, typically decided by her. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Sun Mo suddenly shifted his tone. Allowing you to propose is out of the question. I can agree to assist, but in return, I must undertake a task to balance the attention. Su Meng gazed at Sun Mo, as if stung. Sun Mo cast a challenging glance at Su Meng.
Yang Hong,
surprisingly forthright, asked, What task? We can discuss anything. Sun Mo abruptly turned, his gaze softening as he focused on Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian momentarily froze, instinctively taking a step back, only to find Sun Mo encircling her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Actually, I also plan to propose to Xian soon. If the stage can be utilized, I wish to receive the blessings of the national audience alongside Xian. Sun Mo spoke with deep affection, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Yet Pei Mingxuan's expression darkened, her mouth opened as if to speak, but ultimately, she fell silent. Pei Jia must be cursing, quite colorfully. Qin Xian? Does Pei Mingxian not harbor feelings for Sun Mo? Are you two a couple? No wonder everyone says you maintain a clean image and never resort to publicity stunts. Perhaps you've had someone by your side all along, hidden from the public eye. Yang Hong's tone grew slightly awkward, and he even loosened his hold on Su Meng. Pei Mingxian seemed unable to contain herself. Regarding this matter, we have yet to discuss it. Perhaps we should confer first? Yang Hong quickly regained his composure, pulling Su Meng outside, as if to give them space. Once the door closed, Pei Mingxian shoved Sun Mo. Have you lost your mind, spouting such nonsense? Sun Mo, momentarily dazed, turned earnestly to Pei Mingxian. Xian, let us be together.
What?
I said, let us be together. If Su Meng acts as a supporting role on that stage, I will propose to you, making it public. Wait, are you doing this to provoke Su Meng? Do you still not have feelings for her? I cannot let go, but it isn't love, it's hatred. I can never forgive her for the pain she caused me. I simply wish to attain happiness before her and prove that I am living better than she is. Ah Xian, throughout these years, it has been you who accompanied me through my lowest ebbs, steadfastly by my side. I am fully aware of this. Although I have never articulated it, you reside in my heart, and I know only you can bestow upon me true happiness. Let us not squander any more time. Since a transformation is inevitable, why not embrace it directly? No, you just kissed someone else moments ago, and now you utter such words? How absurd. Indeed. A man's words are but deceptive phantoms. Still having his mouth covered, Qin Xian, Sun Mo declared, raising his hand to embrace Pei Mingxian as if genuinely touched. Sun Mo professed with fervor, Ah Xian, I love you. Pei Mingxian promptly pushed him away, astonished. Are you serious? You like me? Sun Mo nodded resolutely. I understand you are a professional agent, concerned about ruining me, but I am unafraid. I am willing to face everything with you. Pei Mingxian scrutinized him for a long moment, finally responding, You've had too much to drink. Go home and sober up. Forget about proposals. I will find a way to negotiate regarding the stage. She remained the composed agent. Chapter 87. That is not love. It is Pei Jia pushing the children. What does that mean? Do you doubt my sincerity? Sun Mo's expression instantly darkened, as though he had been struck. This proposal is my only chance. If I miss it, there will be no second. Pei Mingxian gazed at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qin Xian noticed that Ji Fei, nestled in his embrace, had been trembling incessantly, as if struggling to suppress laughter, her face flushed, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. This piqued Qin Xian's curiosity. What could be so amusing? Unfortunately, someone was too engrossed in their mirth to articulate their thoughts. After a moment, he seemed to hear Pei Mingxian take a deep breath. This transformation is crucial for us. Are you trying to incite a mass exodus of fans with your emotional turmoil? Upon hearing Pei Mingxian still considering his career, Sun Mo's expression softened slightly. He understood how deeply she cared for him, perhaps too focused on his future to dare accept his feelings. This realization made him more resolute in his desire to marry Pei Mingxian, to give her a promise. After all, Su Meng had agreed to marry Yang Hong. Why shouldn't he marry Pei Mingxian? She had sacrificed so much more for him. He ought to marry a woman who treats him well, rather than that detestable woman. Qin Xian observed Ji Fei trembling even more violently, causing him and the door behind him to quiver. He genuinely feared Ji Fei might suffocate herself with laughter. Do not worry about this. With my current standing, why must I tread so carefully? If I were to do so, I might as well quit. Do you think I rely on my girlfriend's fans? I rely on my work. Stop undermining me. Pei Mingxuan's expression momentarily soured, but she restrained herself. Sun Mo, we've come this far. Give me a reason why you must complicate your career. Sun Mo, however, was unyielding. What is wrong with getting married? Yang Hong can wield it as a weapon. Why can't I? That is a double-edged sword. Even if he fails, he has the capital to rely on without needing fans for job opportunities, but we are not in the same position. Even if we must transform, we still rely on fans for support. This is the price paid for the benefits enjoyed by idol actors. Furthermore, his relationships are well established. He has a solid foundation, or the company wouldn't have approved. At this moment, Sun Mo could not bear to hear himself compared to Yang Hong, his gaze turning cold and fierce.
Yet,
he recognized the validity of Pei Mingxuan's words. Ultimately, he coldly stated, Very well, if you dislike it, I can refrain from proposing on stage. But I must surpass Yang Hong. Pei Mingxian finally exhaled in relief. If you wish to win, then follow my lead. Sun Mo chose not to argue further, tacitly accepting her guidance. As Pei Mingxian turned to leave, Sun Mo suddenly noticed her ankle had twisted. He hurried forward, and before she could react, he swept her into a princess carry. Startled, Pei Mingxian exclaimed, What are you doing? Sun Mo replied, Didn't you twist your ankle? I'm carrying you out. You're insane. What if someone sees? It was unclear whether Pei Mingxian said anything else, but as the door closed, the restroom meeting finally concluded. The black business vehicle was filled with the 7 members of the Qin family. Their prolonged absence warranted an explanation. Ji Fei began to share the juicy gossip she had encountered. Naturally, she could only recount events that had transpired in reality. So, when Ji Fei finished her account, still stifling laughter, Qin Zhao remarked with a disgruntled expression, No wonder I witnessed such a scene. His words instantly ignited a wave of curiosity among the crowd. What scene? Qin Zhao's lips twitched as he recounted. When I went to find you earlier, I saw Yang Hong holding Su Meng in his embrace, kissing her. Although they were indeed a proper couple, the revelation felt rather awkward. Ji Fei had just mentioned Su Meng and Sun Mo sharing a passionate kiss in the restroom. So, they just went out and were sharing the same mouth. Does Yang Hong know he just tasted Sun Mo's lips? The crowd was left uncertain whether to feel disgusted or sympathetic towards Yang Hong. Qin Zhao continued, then Sun Mo passed by, carrying Pei Mingxian. What? A bloody scene that led to further developments? I should have chased after them immediately. It's all Qin Xian's fault for taking so long with his pants. The Qin family, eagerly awaiting the juicy details from Qin Zhao, was left in shock. What had they just heard? Blaming Qin Xian? Over his pants? Weren't they just in the restroom gossiping? What else had they done? Under the intense scrutiny of their inquisitive gazes, Qin Xian wore a bewildered expression, as if doused with cold water. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were expensive, I would have torn them off right then and there. The Qin family exclaimed, "Wait, stop talking. We don't want to hear about your couple's antics. It's not something we should be privy to." Qin Xian's face flushed. Fortunately, the next moment, Ji Fei did not keep them in suspense and revealed the truth. After wasting time untying for ages, I finally managed to unhook the part caught on the doorknob, wasting my time for gossip. I still don't know how it got hooked up there. The Qin family withdrew their gazes. Clickbait, false gossip, outrageous. Qin Xian protested. It's all her fault for moving around, causing him to shift as well.
Yi Fei.
Oblivious to the fact that her momentary distraction nearly incited a greater gossip frenzy, quickly turned her attention back to inquiring about the aftermath from Qin Zhao. Clearing his throat, Qin Zhao continued, "Well, when someone arrived, Su Meng hurriedly exited Yang Hong's embrace, embarrassed and unable to meet anyone's gaze. Sun Mo, however, merely paused for a moment, resolutely carrying Pei Mingxian past. Yang Hong even showed concern. Sun Mo remarked, Xian's foot hurts. I can't bear to let her walk." Then he intended to leave. Oh, by the way, Pei Mingxian seemed to want to struggle free, but Sun Mo only paused for an instant, kissed her forehead, and said, "Be good. Don't fuss." Then he forcefully carried Pei Mingxian out of the venue. After relaying this, Qin Zhao shuddered as if disturbed by the memory. The crowd sighed, lamenting the chaotic entanglement of relationships. While Yang Hong had been unfortunate, Pei Jia was even more so, as she had previously become an assistant due to her curiosity. Thus, Qin Rong found herself somewhat familiar with Pei Mingxian. Reflecting on Ji Fei's earlier account, the onlookers couldn't help but feel sympathy for Pei Mingxian. This Sun Mo is utterly shameless, having just kissed his ex-girlfriend, only to turn around and propose to another woman, sighed Qin Ma. That selfish scoundrel has betrayed the girl's sincere feelings, mocked Qin Ba. He's merely using Pei Jia as a tool, remarked Qin Rong. Pei Jia is genuinely kind. She took great care of us assistants backstage. Would she really agree? Should we tell her the truth? I feel a bit sorry for her. The person she has accompanied for so many years is marrying her merely to provoke another woman. Qin Yan furrowed her brows, deeply disliking such men. Unable to suppress her speculation, perhaps after marrying his agent, he would still maintain ties with his ex-girlfriend, dragging an innocent woman into hell. As the conversation unfolded, the crowd noticed that Ji Fei had not expressed her opinion, and they could not help but glance over. They observed Ji Fei's expression, somewhat unnatural and rigid, as if she were holding her breath. Soon, they were met with uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, I can't hold it in any longer. Why does everyone think Pei Mingxian likes him? Just like Sun Mo does?" The Qin family was taken aback.
What?
She doesn't like him? Qin Xian had already guessed the truth when he saw Ji Fei laughing like that. Is it true that a dedicated agent, who has devoted herself to a star for years, treating him like royalty, is simply a manifestation of love? Well, if we disregard gender, Gao Ji's affection for Qin Zhao is quite profound, huh? Qin Zhao nearly choked, startled. Yet, the crowd was awakened by this shocking analogy. Indeed, a high-caliber agent is like Pei Mingxian. However, her youth and beauty, combined with her association with a male artist, seemed to easily lead people to infer romantic feelings. Cough. I believe Pei Mingxian is merely a professional agent and likely does not harbor feelings for Sun Mo, Qin Zhao interjected. Ji Fei smiled and glanced over. You're quite clever. If only Sun Mo possessed half your wit, I wouldn't have nearly laughed my heart out tonight. He thinks Pei Mingxian has always liked him. So all her efforts are for him. In his deluded mind, a woman's willingness to dedicate herself to a man equates to love. But could it not be possible that she loves the empire she built herself? She doesn't see him as a man but rather nurtures him as a son, only to find out he is a rebellious child. Chapter 88. This rebellious child is quite defiant. The very utterance of rebellious child caused the driver to feel as if the car was trembling slightly, concerned about the vehicle's safety. Who would have thought that the onlookers in the back were struggling to suppress their laughter? He himself is love-struck, believing others are too? He actually thinks proposing marriage is a way to repay her, as if it were Pei Mingxuan's lifelong dream, which is why he was so upset when rejected. The Qin family burst into laughter, struggling to contain themselves. Too humble?
Ha ha ha.
What's even funnier is that he genuinely wants to marry her, thinking he should no longer be led by Su Meng and should find Pei Mingxian, who loves him unconditionally. So even without a staged proposal, he has already assumed Pei Mingxian is his fiancée. Doesn't Pei Mingxian realize she is being forced into your strange game? The Qin family exclaimed, "Stop talking, or we'll die laughing." Unable to contain themselves any longer, they quickly resumed Qin Zhao's earlier line of questioning, expressing doubts about the couple's relationship.
Yet,
What if Sister Pei believed him and ended up hurt? Qin Rong worriedly remarked, "After all, it's a heartfelt confession from someone she has known for so many years." I can't say for sure. I can only blame Sister Pei for lacking a godlike perspective, otherwise, she would have slapped some sense into this deluded man long ago. After all, witnessing Sun Mo's painful betrayal and abandonment, enduring so much suffering, and his numerous acts of revenge against Su Meng. For 5 years he has never reached out, constantly professing hatred. For someone like Sister Pei, who is an emotional void, it's unlikely she would consider that someone could possess a self-destructive nature. She indeed shares a deep bond with Sun Mo, so regarding his confession, she is genuinely uncertain of its authenticity. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to worry for Pei Mingxian, fearing that this astute girl might soften and be deceived. However, she doesn't care about the truth. Sister Pei simply wants Sun Mo to work diligently for her, without causing any trouble. So, if he truly likes her, she would be relieved. It's manageable, far better than if he still harbored feelings for Su Meng, which could create complications and require her to strategize public relations. Right now is a critical period for them. She wishes she could whip Sun Mo into shape for the performances. Matters of love or marriage should all be set aside until everything is accomplished, to avoid provoking him and causing her trouble. At this point, Qin Xian suddenly spoke. Pei Mingxian is very professional, and her ambitions are grand. Thus, she wouldn't concern herself with emotional issues. Moreover, this period is indeed crucial. Is it because of the transition? Qin Zhao inquired. Qin Xian, exasperated, shot him a glance. Don't you keep up with industry affairs? Pei Mingxian is currently negotiating a bet with their company on behalf of Sun Mo. She aims to establish him as an independent entity, which is why she cannot afford any setbacks. The crowd finally understood why Sun Mo's proposal was met with ambiguity from Pei Mingxian. She was likely concerned about delaying important matters, employing a strategy of procrastination to prevent this unpredictable man from faltering at a critical moment. Everyone sighed in relief, yet simultaneously found the situation amusing. Logically, Sun Mo should be aware of what Pei Mingxian was doing, clearly caring about his future. Yet his mind was consumed by romantic notions. Sister Pei is impeccable, except for her poor judgment. Ji Fei couldn't help but critique. Qin Zhao added, if we consider it from a professional standpoint, Sun Mo is indeed a promising prospect, and Pei Mingxian could rely on him for a bold venture. But the crowd chimed in, but who would have thought he is so love-struck? Ji Fei remarked, relying on mountains may lead to collapse. A love-struck mind lasts no longer than 3 seconds. Given that they were about to face off against the next group, Ji Fei felt it necessary to diligently gather intelligence, not merely for the sake of amusement. Thus, in the ensuing days, Sun Mo actually took the initiative to propose a date with Sister Pei, and she took him to her acting coach. Upon seeing Yang Hong and Su Meng together, Sun Mo directly went to Sister Pei's home that evening, intending to stay there, only to find himself downed with a few bottles of coffee, spending the night analyzing script issues. Even after all this, Sun Mo still believed Pei Mingxian was insecure and feared he did not genuinely care for her, hence hesitating to let himself fall. The next morning, Sun Mo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the company for a meeting. When someone teased him about where he had spent the night, he replied, nowhere. Just at a Xian's place. One reason was to counter Yang Hong and Su Meng's coupledom, and the other was to bolster Pei Mingxian's confidence. However, deep inside, The truth and falsehood were indistinguishable, for human hearts are inscrutable. Yet, with his antics, the previously clear relationship between the two became muddied. Consequently, the leadership summoned Sister Pei for a meeting, and on that day, her desire to reprimand Sun Mo reached its zenith. Goodness! She managed to hold it together. Sister Pei maintained her composure. Thus, they drifted into rehearsal day, typically before a live broadcast. The production team would provide a venue and an acting coach to assist with rehearsals, discussing the necessary stage effects. They would also arrange simple filming to capture the rehearsal process, which would later be aired as behind-the-scenes footage during the live broadcast. However, this was all communicated in advance. So everyone would present a purposeful facade, whether showcasing diligent practice, interpersonal conflicts, or seamless cooperation, depending on how they wished to attract fans. Under the pressure of Gao Hao, Ji Fei diligently rehearsed, unable to divert her attention to the unfolding drama. Before long, Qin Rong, who had come to assist, rushed over. Her excitement palpable. There's a commotion next door. Ji Fei immediately shifted from her lethargic state, exclaiming, Gao Ge, I need a moment to rest. Gao Hao was about to protest, insisting he would check on the situation, only to find that not only Ji Fei, but even Qin Zhao had their hands in their pockets, leisurely following along to witness the drama unfold. Gao Hao rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated by the rebellious youths he was tasked with leading. Sighing, he decided to join them. In the rehearsal room, elongated glass windows adorned the upper walls. Initially intended to facilitate filming angles, but now served perfectly for their spectatorship. Inside the pristine white rehearsal space, two pairs faced off. Sun Mo wore a grim expression, while Su Meng stood beside him, her eyes reddened and a look of bewilderment etched on her face. Pei Mingxuan's countenance was ashen, her glare directed at the two, with Yang Hong standing beside her, though his expression remained obscured. According to prior reports, Sun Mo and Su Meng were supposed to be rehearsing, while Pei Mingxian and Yang Hong had likely been delayed by personal matters, arriving only moments ago. What had transpired that left everyone puzzled? Just then, Ji Fei's mind gasped in disbelief. Goodness, they were embracing and kissing right in the middle of the rehearsal. Lost in their own world, they were caught red-handed by the arriving pair. There was no buffer this time. It was a blatant sight. Utterly scandalous. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong gasped in shock. How audacious could one be? Only Gao Hao, oblivious to the inner thoughts swirling around him, looked at the trio beside him, who were trembling and holding their breaths as if caught in a fit, leaving him feeling inexplicably sidelined and bewildered. Chapter 89. Embraces and kisses, yet claiming it's not love, but hatred. When Sun Mo arrived, he found Su Meng alone. Upon seeing him, she panicked and attempted to flee, seemingly reluctant to remain in the same space with him. Provoked, Sun Mo seized her arm as she passed, his tone cold as he questioned, What are you hiding from? Aren't you here to rehearse? I feel we shouldn't be alone together. I have a boyfriend, and you have a fiancé, don't you? Su Meng averted her gaze, desperately trying to break free, her eyes betraying her sadness. She appeared to be struggling to suppress her emotions. Sun Mo's heart stirred, feeling as though he were gasping for air. You're right, I have a fiancé whom I love dearly. She has stood by me for years. A woman of deep affection and loyalty. After this program we shall wed, so don't presume too much. Being alone with you won't lead to anything, he asserted firmly. Su Meng trembled at his words, falling silent. The condition for you to assist in this role was that I am the male lead on stage. You are merely here to support me. I cannot afford any distractions, he continued. Or is it that you regret abandoning me back then, yet now wish to cling to me? Is that unbearable for you? Su Meng looked up at Sun Mo, tears streaming down her cheeks. His gaze darkened, seemingly oblivious to her distress. Stay and rehearse properly, he commanded, forcing her to comply. Meanwhile, Ji Fei observed the unfolding drama with glee, relishing the gossip. How scandalous. Sun Mo, can you truly claim this is unintentional? Among so many scenes, you specifically chose one with a kissing requirement? One that necessitates Su Meng to confess and initiate the kiss? In his heart, he seeks to humiliate Su Meng. How clever of you to concoct excuses that deceive even yourself. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong chimed in. Indeed, the intentions are as transparent as glass. If you have the audacity, then don't forcibly embrace and kiss her afterward. Just because Su Meng hesitates does not mean you can provoke her. She is a radiant spring, perfectly capable of stirring the affections of your underdeveloped mind. Shameless, despicable, and utterly brazen, they continued. This mirrors those melodramatic idol dramas, where the male protagonist, with a mind as empty as a sieve, embraces and kisses while claiming it's not love but hatred. Your hatred is rather peculiar. Resorting to such antics, merely a guise for flirtation. While the outcome of their entanglement remains uncertain, one can only pity Yang Hong and Pei Mingxian. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong nodded in agreement. Indeed, one is basking in infamy while the other is coerced into playing a supporting role. Do they truly believe themselves to be the protagonists, while others merely serve as fodder for their romantic misadventures? Inside, Pei Mingxian was trembling with rage, especially after hearing Sun Mo's self-righteous reasoning, nearly laughing in disbelief. Such theatrical performances, even in a formal live broadcast, only require staging. Who rehearses like this? Rehearsal? Sun Mo. Do you even comprehend where we are? Her bright eyes fixed intently on him. In a public place, bustling with people and chatter.
Yet.
For a man whose mind is clouded, any location is fair game, devoid of thought for the chaos it may incite. Indeed, Sun Mo exhibited impatience, reiterating, "I'll say it again, it's merely rehearsal." But netizens would not accept such justifications, should this incident be captured on film. It could easily spiral into a trending topic, branding Sun Mo as someone who exploits the opportunity to take advantage of another's girlfriend. Sun Mo felt the sting of sarcasm, his temper flaring as he retorted, "Enough. This is ridiculous. Don't create unnecessary drama like a harpy." Pei Mingxian was momentarily taken aback by his words. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What is he thinking? This is the most logical assumption, yet he believes Pei Jia is merely sulking out of jealousy. I wager her blood pressure is skyrocketing, along with a sense of humiliation for being the subject of slander. Pei Mingxian appeared to snap back to reality. Pointing at herself in disbelief, "I'm jealous? Like a harpy? Sun Mo, dare you say that again?" "Oh, Pei Jia is losing her temper," they murmured. Sun Mo was initially startled. This was the first time Pei Mingxian had publicly challenged him like this. Despite feeling somewhat guilty, he quickly regained confidence. "I've explained myself. Don't seek trouble where none exists." In his mind, Pei Mingxian was furious because he had kissed Su Meng. After all, he had promised Pei Mingxian, which only fueled her ire. However, he despised the way Pei Mingxian took charge, prompting him to adopt a cold demeanor. Having said his piece, he attempted to storm off. "Stop, Sun Mo," Pei Mingxian snapped. "You can't just stir up trouble and walk away." Surprisingly, it was Yang Hong who stepped in to mediate.
Beia.
"Don't be angry. This was indeed part of the script. Perhaps they were just too absorbed in their roles." The crowd watching turned their gazes towards Yang Hong, their expressions shifting. What a modern-day cuckold, making excuses for the man who took advantage of his own girlfriend. Even Sun Mo found himself at a loss for words,
Staring incredulously at Yang Hong.
Yang Hong, however, smiled reassuringly at Sun Mo. "Don't worry, Mo, go. I don't harbor any misunderstandings." In that moment, even Su Meng, who had been looking woeful, momentarily lost control of her emotions. Pei Mingxian stared at Yang Hong in disbelief, and as realization struck, she suddenly jolted. "Wait, a script? But your script doesn't include any romantic scenes." Truly commendable, Pei Jia, for identifying the blind spot amidst such chaos. Their current PK theme revolved around faith. Pei Mingxian aimed for a harmonious portrayal, so she openly discussed with Gao how to confirm that both groups were focusing on different themes. She certainly didn't want her group to endure the same ridicule that the previous award-winning group faced. Moreover, Pei Mingxian had considered Sun Mo's future transformation direction when opting for a red-themed narrative, portraying a heroic figure embodying national faith, while Yang Hong would play the antagonist. With Su Meng as the victim entangled in the narrative, none of them shared any romantic undertones. Pei Mingxian was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the situation, finally grasping where the notion of kissing scenes had emerged. Additional scenes? Qin Zhao pondered quietly. Additional scenes like this? Qin Rong exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps there was no addition at all. It was merely an excuse, Gao Hao remarked disdainfully. Ji Fei clicked her tongue, responding, "It's not an addition. The script has been entirely changed." Qin Zhao and Qin Rong were taken aback. While a script change was not entirely unprecedented, how could the agent be oblivious to it? At that moment, Pei Mingxian within finally grasped that they were performing from a completely different script. From a distance, one could sense that Pei Mingxian was on the verge of an explosive outburst. "You possess the authority over the script. Did you decide to change it?" Pei Mingxian ground her teeth as she glared at Sun Mo, perhaps for the first time, understood the meaning of feeling guilty. Avoiding Pei Mingxuan's gaze as he replied, I believe the current version is better. Pei Mingxian laughed coldly, behind my back. You discarded the script I meticulously selected for you and replaced it with a love triangle involving celestial beings. Are you no longer considering a transformation? Chapter 90. There is no pinnacle, only greater extremes. Sun Mo, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the inquiry, explained. I just thought it would be wise to initially leverage my strengths to gain some traction, and we can handle the competition later. Sun Mo, do you take me for a fool? Every fan knows you are here to transition. Do you really need to rely on this for popularity? Pei Mingxian retorted sharply. Everyone is eagerly awaiting this show to witness your metamorphosis, not to see you resting on past laurels. Sun Mo's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. But he knew that bypassing emotional scenes on such a stage would be detrimental, and the current script aligned with the theme. Initially, Pei Mingxian harbored some uncertainty regarding the dynamics between Sun Mo and Su Meng, but now she was utterly convinced. It was evident that Sun Mo's personal inclinations towards Su Meng had led to this deliberate disruption. In a time where every opportunity is precious, are you truly willing to gamble your future and the expectations of your fans for your own childish whims? Pei Mingxian admonished, change it back. Sun Mo had no desire to be reprimanded by Pei Mingxian in front of Su Meng. Enough. This is my stage. I will make the decisions. You need not say more. I will not change my mind. It must be noted that countless fans had tirelessly supported Sun Mo both emotionally and materially in her pursuit of transformation, fearing that the individual they admired would be ridiculed as merely a one-dimensional character. They believed in Sun Mo's capabilities, attributing her struggles to market conditions that hindered her potential. Hence, her transition was met with overwhelming support and anticipation, even laying the groundwork online to cushion any backlash should her performance not resonate. However, the sudden reappearance of the emotionless character left fans bewildered. Pei Mingxian was nearly speechless with rage. She had paved a smooth path for Sun Mo, yet she chose to veer into the depths of despair. It felt as though she was encountering Sun Mo anew. Once, she had fought through feverish nights to secure every role, treating each script with utmost seriousness, proclaiming that her work was shared with her fans.
And now,
Sun Mo has transformed into a ticking time bomb, and a romantic fool at that. It's truly a challenge for Pei Jia. Perhaps overwhelmed by the succession of events, even the most formidable agents could falter. Finally, maintaining her composure, Pei Mingxian turned and walked away, prompting the onlookers to hastily retreat, although they missed the aftermath. With Ji Fei present, Qin Zhao and Qin Rong remained informed about the situation. Has Sun Mo left as well? Of course. How could he face the green hat Yang Hong? After all, even the new script's romantic scenes provide no justification for lingering affections. Su Meng will be left to explain. Su Meng must feel guilty too. In such a public space, avoiding awkward situations is fairly simple. Her claims of being forced into character are hardly tenable. On the surface, she appears perpetually trapped. Yet she is undeniably ensnared in this tug-of-war. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong believed Yang Hong's earlier remarks about getting into character were merely a way to avoid an embarrassing scene, not wanting to disrupt their collaboration. However, when alone with Su Meng, he would likely unleash his frustrations. After all, who could tolerate their girlfriend's unclear relationship with an ex? Curiously, they wondered how Yang Hong would react, only to hear Ji Fei's inner voice erupt. What is this? No explanation? Just pulling her in for a kiss? Su Meng's lips are not honeyed. They are dampened by her previous partner's residue. Can a man's possessiveness truly reach such nauseating levels? Not just Ji Fei, but even Qin Zhao and Qin Rong felt compelled to scream in disbelief. Is it possible that he is infatuated with Su Meng?
wait.
He really doesn't feel repulsed. After the kiss, he even praised her, saying she was sweet. No wonder Brother Mo is fond of her. Thank you. That's utterly revolting. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong exchanged looks, incredulous. Is this fellow truly normal? Su Meng, bewildered, felt as though Yang Hong was shifting the blame onto her, hastily apologizing with tearful eyes, asserting her victimhood. Yet Yang Hong was genuinely unperturbed, claiming to understand Brother Mo's uncontrollable emotions. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong gasped in unison.
Oh my.
Is this what a boyfriend is supposed to say? Indeed, there are never the most extreme situations, only increasingly outrageous ones. You are not merely a green hat hero. You are a true eccentric. What exactly is he thinking? Surely, there must be ulterior motives at play. With curiosity piqued, Qin Zhao and Qin Rong eagerly tuned in. Strange. I can't find anything on him. What is going on?
Damn.
I had only focused on the love triangle before and overlooked the fact that Yang Hong is a hidden fan of Sun Mo Qin Zhao, and Qin Rong exclaimed, "What?" Unbeknownst to others, he had filled a room in his villa with items endorsed by Sun Mo, collecting everything related to her. He was a die-hard fan. No wonder he maintained such a courteous demeanor despite his unrefined actions towards her. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong pondered, but wait, even if he is a fan, it doesn't justify letting his idol betray him. Hold on, something feels off. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong exchanged glances, sensing that something was deeply amiss. Ji Fei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, recalling a small faction of CP fans that had emerged online after filming a promotional video. No way. If that were true, it would be beyond explosive. A wicked smile crept onto Ji Fei's face as she relished the unfolding drama. Not just explosive, it's utterly unimaginable. Later, seeing the awkwardness of the three during rehearsal, Qin Zhao couldn't help but ask Gao Hao, "Do you think Yang Hong is gay?" Gao Hao looked puzzled. "I doubt it. There have been no rumors in the industry, and he's quite the playboy, dating only beauties. However." "But what?" Qin Zhao pressed, intrigued. "Coincidentally, aside from currently dating Sun Mo's ex-girlfriend, I've noticed a peculiar pattern. All his previous partners have been actresses who have worked with Sun Mo." Qin Zhao was stunned. It seemed he was indeed collecting everything related to Sun Mo. Was this mere fandom, or was there an ulterior motive? Soon, the start of another group's live PK drew them to the waiting area. Ji Fei and Qin Zhao found their gazes uncontrollably drawn to Sun Mo and Yang Hong sitting together. Yang Hong, beaming, whispered sweet nothings to Sun Mo, as if the kiss with his ex-girlfriend had left no impact whatsoever. The other group's PK, lacking any dramatic tension, resulted in a subdued atmosphere. With their engagement barely half of the previous session's energy, the director and producer felt despondent, though the intense closeness might be alarming, having experienced that level of excitement. Who could still be captivated by the current lackluster performance? Following the live stream, they reconvened backstage with their agents and assistants. Ji Fei noticed Pei Mingxian animatedly conversing with Gao Hao. Despite having been pushed to the brink of losing composure last time, a professional agent still knew how to engage meaningfully, such as fostering good relations with their group for a potential dinner invitation. "I apologize to both of you. This incident is our fault. We had originally agreed to perform a modern drama, but unfortunately, our collaboration faltered, leading to a shift to a celestial romance that clashed with your themes. It cannot be deemed a collision. Rather, it is a divergence in style." The Qin dynasty was indifferent to the notion of propriety. However, Pei Mingxian chuckled. "Though that may be the case, we still feel profoundly apologetic. So, we sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence." Ultimately, their script remained unchanged, and the mess was left for Pei Mingxian to tidy up. She was obliged to put on a pleasant facade for them and preemptively prepare the fans for any potential fallout. Poor Sister Pei. With no choice but to navigate the situation, finding herself tethered to a sinking ship, aware that her counterpart has begun to rot, yet compelled to assist in salvaging the wreckage, striving to prop the mud against the wall. Just as they were conversing, Sun Mo and Yang Hong arrived.
Yang Hong,
With a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "May I bring my girlfriend along?" Typically, during such gatherings, it is uncommon to invite supporting actors, as these events are meant for socializing among the competing groups. Moreover, given the recent rehearsals, Pei Mingxian had been keeping a close watch on Sun Mo, wishing to prevent any private interactions with Su Meng that could lead to complications. Thus, upon hearing Yang Hong's request, her expression darkened. For Ji Fei and the others, however, dining was far less appealing than witnessing the unfolding drama, and they were entirely unperturbed by the situation, albeit somewhat puzzled by Yang Hong's intentions. Chapter 91. Must you be so turbulent? Pei Mingxian, rather than maintaining a scowl due to Su Meng's unexpected intrusion, transformed into a charming conductor of the atmosphere within the private room. Ji Fei and the others, upon their arrival, were treated to a delightful spectacle. When Yang Hong went to fetch Su Meng, only 2 seats remained in the room, situated between Yang Hong's manager and Sun Mo. Although there was ample space between the seats, conventional wisdom would dictate that Su Meng should sit beside Yang Hong's manager to avoid any appearance of impropriety, allowing Yang Hong to sit next to Sun Mo. However, as Yang Hong led Su Meng through the doorway to the vacant seats, she paused momentarily while passing Sun Mo. Sun Mo, expressionless as he scrolled through his phone, furrowed his brow slightly. In the next instant, as Su Meng attempted to step away, she stumbled over a chair leg and fell into the seat beside Sun Mo. Flustered, she hurried to rise, her demeanor somewhat disheveled, yet Yang Hong pressed her down gently. saying, "Just sit here. Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm fine," Su Meng replied softly, her gaze fleetingly darting towards Sun Mo, her expression fraught with discomfort and hesitation. Throughout this ordeal, Sun Mo remained unresponsive, while Pei Mingxian struggled to maintain her composure. Yang Hong's manager wore an equally interesting expression, likely privy to some inside information, casting a sidelong glance at Su Meng, seemingly displeased with her presence. Meanwhile, the trio of Ji Fei, Qin Chao, and Gao Hao across the table could scarcely contain their expressions. Is this truly permissible? Gao, this is remarkable. Juggling both ex and current partner is indeed a test of limits. It seems the triangle is the most stable configuration. Qin Chao interjected. What triangle? A perverse triangle? Even Gao Hao found the social gathering less engaging than witnessing this chaotic scene up close, especially considering that these troublemakers were under the employ of other managers, which amused him greatly. As the conversation turned serious, Pei Mingxian cheerfully raised her glass, stating, "For our next performance, may I kindly request that both of you show some leniency?" The group raised their glasses, and Gao Hao feigned a smile, retorting, "It is you who should show leniency." Yang Hong's manager chimed in, "Brother Gao, that is overly modest. We merely need to avoid a fate as dire as the previous group. That was an unfortunate incident. We have our challenges as well, particularly with a novice in acting, a complete newcomer. Henceforth, we hope everyone will extend their guidance and support," Gao Hao concluded, nudging Ji Fei, who had been engrossed in gnawing on a leg of lamb. Ji Fei, finally realizing the cue, raised her glass, and no one deemed her actions impolite, as they were well aware of her backing from the Qin family. Observing Ji Fei's chin becoming soiled, Qin Chao instinctively offered her a napkin, a habitual gesture of care that underscored Ji Fei's esteemed status. Pei Mingxian remarked with a smile, "Brother Gao has an eye for talent. You have nurtured such an impressive newcomer." Turning to Ji Fei, she continued, "Not only is teacher Ji of good character, but her acting potential is also remarkable. It's a pity she entered the industry so late, otherwise, she would have achieved fame much sooner. Yet even now, she is rapidly rising to prominence, perhaps the fastest ascent among newcomers since this program commenced." Regardless of Pei Mingxuan's internal thoughts, her sincerity was palpable as she spoke, her compliments devoid of pretense. Ji Fei smiled back, expressing her gratitude for Pei Mingxuan's kind words. Pei Mingxian sighed in relief, having initially worried that Ji Fei might be difficult to approach, only to find her quite amicable. At the table, several managers engaged in animated discussions, while Yang Hong managed to exchange a few words with Qin Chao. Su Meng sought to initiate conversation with Ji Fei, yet Sun Mo remained unusually silent, seemingly unaccustomed to social settings. Qin Chao noted this peculiarity, pondering the contrast. Then it dawned on him. So, that's it. In previous years, Sister Pei handled all the socializing, allowing Sun Mo to focus entirely on acting and engaging with his fans, leaving him shielded from such concerns. It's no wonder he appears so awkward now. Qin Chao found himself astonished. Pei Mingxian's prowess was evident, explaining why both the second brother and Brother Gao were keen to recruit her. In the entertainment industry, a blend of talent and interpersonal skills is essential for stardom. Unlike him, who had a background, Brother Gao never required him to socialize, while someone like Sun Mo, a grassroots talent, had been so well protected. Pei Mingxian must have exerted considerable effort. It truly resembles a mother tirelessly nurturing her son, while the son remains oblivious to her sacrifices, perpetually rebellious. Qin Chao nearly choked on his drink, observing Pei Mingxian's warm hospitality opposite him, juxtaposed with Sun Mo's sullen demeanor, reminiscent of a mother bringing her son to an adult gathering. Yet this is not merely a social gathering. It is a feast, and clearly, Sun Mo's discomfort stems from Su Meng's presence, an intentional act of feigning indifference. As they continued to watch, Yang Hong served Su Meng a dish, prompting Sun Mo to suddenly spring into action and offer Pei Mingxian some food. Good grief. Is he using Pei Mingxian as a prop to feign affection in front of Su Meng? His performance is far too contrived, as if he fears Su Meng might not realize he is putting on a show to capture her attention. Qin Chao scoffed, noting that Yang Hong and Sun Mo were each playing their roles in this one-on-one confrontation. Meanwhile, Pei Mingxian remained unperturbed, declining to partake in anything he offered her. Sister Pei sees through it all and gracefully declines to engage in this charade, haha. Just as he found amusement in this spectacle, Sun Mo abruptly reached over and snatched away a scallop that Su Meng had picked up with her serving chopsticks.
Ah!
Su Meng seemed startled. eliciting the attention of everyone present. Their expressions varied. Pei Mingxian, attempting to feign nonchalance, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure in the suddenly silent and tense atmosphere. She could only force a smile and inquire, "What's the matter?" Sun Mo, appearing momentarily bewildered, then tossed the scallop directly into the refuse bin. To snatch it away yet not consume it? Such wastefulness is disgraceful. Yang Hong, however, chuckled at the awkward Su Meng, saying, "Silly girl, how could you forget? You're allergic to scallops. Is this explanation somehow worse than saying nothing at all?" Su Meng seemed to suddenly grasp the situation, casting a sheepish glance at Sun Mo and murmuring, "Thank you." Ultimately, no one possessed the audacity to pry into the matter further. Yet, before long, another unusual occurrence transpired, with the observant Ji Fei keenly taking note. Hiss, one hand beneath, the other above, and they lingered for so long? My radar is alert. Qin Chao asked, "What is happening?" Ji Fei feigned innocence, dropping her chopsticks and bending down to retrieve them. Meanwhile, the two individuals across the table were entirely engrossed in their own thoughts.
Oblivious to Fei's talentics.
In the next moment, Qin Chao witnessed Ji Fei trembling with excitement, her inner thoughts jubilantly exclaiming, "Haha, I knew it. Beneath the layers of tablecloth, I am paired with her, while you are paired with him. But I alone hold your hand. Must you be so tumultuous?" Qin Zhao, how dare they? It's true that Sun Mo forcibly grabbed you, but Su Meng, why didn't you struggle? Is your strength merely sufficient to sweat a mosquito? How could you let him pry your hands open? And how come your fingers are still tightly entwined? Such force could only be described as, even the might of heaven and earth cannot separate you two. Qin Zhao, neither of them are exactly virtuous. Do they think this is some thrilling romantic gesture? Wait, that is not right. When I watched television and read novels before, if the protagonist did something like this, I would be shocked. What was I thinking back then? Was I poisoned by the narratives? Qin Zhao, have I acted this out before? My dark history. An absolute disgrace. If I were to accidentally knock over the table or yank the tablecloth and everyone saw, it would surely be quite the spectacle. What to do? I really want to do it, but I'm not that close to them, it seems a bit. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled upwards. Why bother with such complexities? Chapter 92. Sister Pei, the master of wit. Suddenly, Qin Zhao stood up with fervor. Addressing Su Meng and the others, "I raise a toast to the three of you, hoping for an exhilarating competition." Without waiting for response, Qin Zhao swiftly drank his wine. In such circumstances, the others had to react quickly, otherwise, it would seem disrespectful to Qin Zhao. Yang Hong immediately raised his glass and stood up. However, the other two were still caught off guard, and when they finally realized, they stumbled to their feet, pulling each other up in a panic. Their hands had been intertwined so tightly that the swift separation was a challenge. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Gao Hao could deduce their shenanigans from the awkward angles of their arms and their flustered demeanor. Haha, Qin Zhao, you truly are a timely savior. Observing the chaotic atmosphere before him, Qin Zhao's smile widened. Look, even Yang Hong was momentarily stunned. Even the Green Hat Knight wouldn't have expected that they could engage in such antics while he was present. Qin Zhao cast a glance at Yang Hong, noticing a flicker of envy in his eyes, though directed at whom, he could not tell, but it quickly faded. The most unfortunate one is still Sister Pei, despite all her precautions. She remains utterly blindsided. Witnessing such a scene as outsiders, her CPU must be overheating. Qin Zhao, life is arduous, being a woman is more so. And being Sun Mo's female manager is the hardest of all. Haha, Sun Mo's face turned pale, Su Meng's face turned white. Do you still crave excitement? Do you regret it now, Sun Mo? Listen to your mother, don't fall in love early with unsuitable people, it will affect your future. Qin Zhao, ha ha ha. Gao Hao felt the two beside him trembling with suppressed laughter. Not wanting to be too disrespectful, he could only smile and feign nonchalance, saying, Qin Zhao, you're drinking too quickly, they haven't even had the chance to clink glasses with you yet. And aren't you supposed to include Ji Fei as well? Qin Zhao, shaking with laughter, picked up his glass again. It's my fault. Ji Fei also stood up, raising her glass. Her tone slightly off. We'll do it together. Eventually, Sun Mo and Su Meng, still bearing the weight of awkwardness, stood up together to raise their glasses. After sitting down for a brief moment, Pei Mingxian could no longer contain herself. She concocted a reason to choose wine and called for Sun Mo to leave. Knowing that Pei Mingxian would undoubtedly scold Sun Imo, although curious about Sun Imo's misfortune, she had no idea where they were heading and felt it inappropriate to follow. She could only wait for the system update to indulge in the gossip later. Before long, Ji Fei left to use the restroom. Just as she emerged, she spotted Su Meng sneaking through the corridor. Instantly sensing an opportunity for gossip, she couldn't help but follow, pursuing Su Meng's steps. She arrived at the balcony near the end of the corridor, watching as Su Meng hid behind a large green plant beside the balcony door.
Soon,
The voices of Sun Imo and Pei Mingxian reached her ears, prompting Ji Fei to find an empty room and eavesdrop. Sun Imo, I don't wish to waste more words with you. If you want to deceive yourself, I won't interfere. However, if you continue to blur the lines between public and private, indiscriminately pursue affairs, create scandals, and leak damaging information that ruins this transition, I will genuinely be disappointed in you.
what do you mean by that?
Human words, how is it that you can't even understand them now? Do we need to revisit what you two were doing downstairs in front of her boyfriend? I had no idea your morals were so depraved. She is my
Ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend.
Are you filled with water in your brain? Would you dare to post what you've done online, claiming it as justified? Pei Mingxian, enough. Whose side are you on? What just happened was merely an accident. Be quiet. Pei Mingxian's tone was ferocious, evidently pushed to the brink of madness. Yet Sun Imo, undeterred, chuckled lightly. What qualifications do you have to judge me? You, who cannot distinguish between personal and professional matters. What did you say? Since you've already agreed to change the script, why do you keep meddling? What does it mean for you to alter our plot every single day? I ascend to adjust.
What?
Not changing the plot so you can spend half your time in a scene with Su Meng, hugging and kissing? Do you have no shame? That was for the sake of the plot. If it's cut, there's no meaning of love that reveres each other above all else. A professional actor can convey an undying love with a mere glance. Must you cling to each other and drool over each other for it to count as a love that holds each other as faith? When filming a show, why didn't you ever insist like this before? Who said it had to be that way? Exactly, if I hadn't stopped you, wouldn't you have intended to do just that? Ji Fei nearly burst into laughter. Sister Pei is truly trying hard. It's just that kind words are wasted on the damned. Someone like him has played so many aloof celestial beings, tragic yet passionate male leads, charming a legion of fangirls. If his fans knew he was seeking personal gain through his career, they would probably be devastated. My heart truly goes out to his fans. If the live stage were suitable for such overly intimate scripts, the award-winning group would have long since done it. Sun Imo remained silent for a lengthy period. Ji Fei could easily imagine him blushing in silence, utterly speechless. Finally, Pei Mingxian sighed. Sun Imo, I've been guiding you since your debut. We've overcome so many challenges together. Can you speak a word of truth? What do you really want? Do you truly wish to be with Su Meng? Sun Imo reflexively replied. Impossible. She abandoned me. I hate her. Right now, I only love you, and I want to build a home with you. Haha, Sun Imo. You're quite bold to utter such shameless words. Just then, Ji Fei noticed Su Meng, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly pull out her phone and press a few buttons, subsequently bumping into the door, interrupting the conversation on the balcony. She appeared flustered, stammering. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I just saw you here and heard you calling my name. I thought. Soon, her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Sister Pei. There's really nothing between Sun Imo and me. You heard him. He hates me and loves you. Please don't misunderstand us. And don't argue with Sun Imo. I hope you two can be well. If you truly dislike me, I can withdraw from this performance. Sun Imo instantly froze. You didn't ask to withdraw. After finishing a sentence, he glanced at Pei Mingxian, his face betraying clear discontent, as if blaming her for causing such a stir. Pei Mingxian was so infuriated that she nearly laughed. I was just scolding Sun Imo. When did I say I disliked you? Please, Teacher Su, don't add drama to yourself.
Pfft.
Sister Pei has left no one with face. The innocent flower has just walked into the crossfire. Perhaps not expecting to be met with such a retort, Su Meng stood there in shock. While Sun Imo immediately snapped in displeasure, Pei Mingxian retorted. You are calling for your soul? I can't hear you. It is your ears that are deaf, only able to selectively hear and believe, while indulging in self-delusion and self-pity. I see you becoming increasingly restless, your mind deteriorating alongside. I can no longer maintain this facade. It cannot possibly get any worse. Ji Fei immediately became agitated, exclaiming, "Are you really going to shout? Sun Mo, what gives you the confidence that I have any affection for you? Have I ever said I liked you even once? Or have I ever shown any inclination towards you? To me, you are merely one of my artists. Not only have I never harbored feelings for you, but if you continue down this irrational path, I shall lose all hope for you."
Ha ha ha.
I can only imagine Sun Mo's expression right now. It must be quite the spectacle. Indeed, Sun Mo's expression was utterly remarkable, even leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Su Meng reacted quickly, interjecting, "Sister Pei, this is all my fault. Please do not let my impulsive words affect you. You have supported Sun Mo for so many years, remaining single for him, willing to sacrifice everything. Everyone sees this. You are the one who deserves Sun Mo's lifelong care. How could he ever betray you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Mo seemed to finally catch his breath. Yet, Pei Mingxian was not one to be easily intimidated. "I did not mention you, yet here you are, eager to insert yourself into this. Have you played the role of a lovesick second female lead so often that you must now seek to embellish your part? Even if I am not, you insist on portraying me as such. Do you derive some sense of accomplishment from feigning generosity while pushing the male lead towards me? I am merely his manager. If you truly like him, be forthright about it. What is with this facade of being wronged in love? Who are you performing for? Besides the foolish male lead, there is no one here who appreciates your act, or do you only wish to entertain fools? Is it truly gratifying to be fought over, to feel like the center of attention? Does the lingering affection of your ex bring you satisfaction? You must feel so proud and pleased with yourself. Or perhaps you are still uncertain about who the best choice is. Yang Hong does not seem like a stable option, while Sun Mo, who has long cherished you, may have a promising future. It is indeed a difficult choice, so you hold on to both? I feel as if I have received a sudden revelation. This is truly piercing. How formidable is my sister Pei, a master of verbal combat. Chapter 93. Sun Mo, how shameless can you be? Pei Mingxuan's outburst left both of them utterly dumbfounded. Su Meng had forgotten her pitiful act, her expression contorting. But soon, she regained her composure, sobbing, "I know, Sister Pei, that you have never liked me. But how have you changed so much? I hardly recognize you." Sun Mo exclaimed in astonishment. "Perhaps it is because you are blind," Pei Mingxian scoffed. Then began recounting past events to Sun Mo. "Have you forgotten the opportunity you once had to rise to fame in the film industry? I was willing to be your manager because I recognized your potential to be the leading man in that film. But you, for the sake of that fool, missed your best chance, taking a much longer, more arduous path to fame." Upon hearing this, Sun Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Su Meng's face also flashed with a hint of panic. In the distance, Ji Fei quickly added context. "Oh, I see. There was a film that won numerous awards that held an open audition for new actors. Sun Mo, with his youthful good looks and natural acting talent, as well as his hardworking spirit, successfully became a candidate for the leading role, and he performed the best that year. However, just before the final round of auditions, he suddenly left, missing the opportunity. A lesser newcomer took the role and subsequently won the Best Newcomer award, skyrocketing in the film industry. The reason he left was due to a phone call from Su Meng, who claimed her house was on fire and she was trapped, pleading for his help. Naturally, Sun Mo left without hesitation to rescue his beloved. Initially, one could hardly blame him for this. Pei Mingxian could only lament the cruel hand of fate and could not fault Sun Mo for saving someone. However, when Pei Mingxian learned the full story, she became utterly enraged. "I can't believe there are such people." Not far from the private room, those eavesdropping were captivated, with Ji Fei exclaiming, "What a cliffhanger! Qin Zhao, what on earth happened?" Instead of calling the fire department immediately, Su Meng chose to continually call Sun Mo until he answered. "Qin Zhao, what a bewildering action. Does she think herself the damsel in distress, waiting for the hero to save her?" In fact, if Su Meng had called the fire department at once, by the time Sun Mo returned, the firefighters could have thoroughly handled the situation, preventing it from spreading upstairs. The elderly couple upstairs, who were light sleepers, discovered the fire and called for help. Thus, it was only when Sun Mo returned that the fire engine arrived. When the elderly man, holding his frightened wife, learned the situation, he suddenly realized that the young girl downstairs was not unconscious or in some dire predicament. She was merely trapped due to a broken door. At that moment, she was being lectured by firefighters, for had she contacted them in a timely manner, her living room would not have burned down. The furious elderly man stormed over, cursing loudly and questioning her lineage, asking if she was insane and needed to be sent to a mental hospital.
Meanwhile,
Su Meng merely cried, hiding in Sun Mo's embrace, claiming she was simply frightened and could think of nothing else but wanting Sun Mo to save her. Qin Zhao was equally bewildered, exclaiming, "What a lunatic!" The entire table fell silent, and Qin Zhao awkwardly pointed to his phone, saying, "I'm just checking messages." He then cast a strange glance at Yang Hong, pondering how such a mentally challenged woman could possibly appeal to him. Was it merely to collect idle memorabilia? Meanwhile, Ji Fei's inner thoughts continued. It was at this moment that Sister Pei learned the truth, and she was so furious that she nearly wanted to slap Su Meng. Go ahead, how could Sister Pei possibly hold back? This feeling of disdain for stupidity is overwhelming. With someone like you, is it any wonder others don't like you? You make me question if you are doing this on purpose. Su Meng's eyes widened in panic as she shook her head, crying even harder. Wait, is there more to this fire incident? Let me check. Oh my, it seems she truly is not as foolish as she appears. Sister Pei was right. She did it intentionally. She was bribed with 500,000 to use Sun Mo's infatuation to sabotage his chances, allowing her later wealthy boyfriend to take the spot in the auditions. Thus, they met. What a hidden plot twist. This seems to be news even Sister Pei was unaware of. Sun Mo must be completely in the dark. Qin Zhao gasped, caught off guard by such a revelation. He quickly leaned toward the well-informed Gao Ge, asking, "Do you remember who backed XX?" Gao Ge, confused by the sudden question, recalled. The Gao group. So Su Meng's former wealthy boyfriend was? The second son of the Lin family? What does that have to do with it? Qin Zhao quickly messaged his second brother, inquiring about any connections between the two families. Qin Xian, reading the message, fell silent. Weren't they having a gathering tonight? He guessed Ji Fei had probably come across some gossip. He could only respond, there is no connection. The younger generations used to play together. But they eventually fell out due to various conflicts. Thus, even if Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo had the ability, they would not uncover the suspicious circumstances surrounding the events of that year. Qin Zhao silently sympathized with Sun Mo, realizing just how badly he had been deceived. Enough already. The fire from that year wasn't something that could be controlled. She was merely frightened. Sun Mo could not help but call for a halt. He is a man of integrity and would never place blame on a woman when misfortune strikes. At that time, Su Meng was so dependent on him. What fault lay in that? Revisiting old grievances serves no purpose. It is rather difficult to muster sympathy. If one day the truth comes to light, let us see who dares to resurrect the past. Is it only her abandonment of you that can be revisited? After a few tender encounters, you already wish to return? Sun Mo, how shameless can you be? Ji Fei was relieved. Pei Mingxian, in her utmost derision, relentlessly tore open old wounds, perhaps still hoping to rouse Sun Mo to clarity. Sun Mo was contorted in anguish. How could he admit that he simply could not let go of the woman who had betrayed him? Wouldn't that be tantamount to acknowledging his own worthlessness? Yet, every reunion and interaction made it impossible for him to disregard her. He recognized his feelings for Su Meng as a tumultuous mix of love and hatred, while for Pei Mingxian, he felt both respect and guilt. Despite his firm resolve to marry Pei Mingxian, he could not suppress his yearning for Su Meng. He was filled with remorse, yet allowed himself to descend further into despair. Sun Mo's face contorted in pain. I have not forgotten, rest assured. I shall never forget the humiliation she brought upon me. Very well, Xian, let us return. I promise I will not see her again. Sun Mo seemed to have made a choice, but when he turned to face Su Meng's pale visage, his heart ached intensely. He noticed her wavering, on the verge of collapse, and despite his instinct to reach out and support her, she evaded his touch. Su Meng's eyes reflected profound sorrow. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar, startling Ji Fei, who hastily shut the door. Yet, she caught a glimpse of a young girl rushing forward to support Su Meng. Sun Mo, you heartless wretch. You have wronged Meng Meng, you scoundrel. The girl shouted like a firecracker, unleashing her fury. Chapter 94. Magic defeats magic. Sun Mo was taken aback to find that a mere stranger could hurl insults at him, and he retorted angrily, You are Su Meng's assistant. What do you know? Just as the girl was about to respond, Su Meng, with tears in her eyes, desperately interjected, Don't say anything. Yet the girl, seemingly infuriated, blurted out, Years ago, Meng Meng was threatened by young Master Lin. If she did not leave you, he would blacklist her and seek revenge on you. During that period, did you not suffer an accident while filming and struggle to land good roles? All of that was because young Master Lin wanted to take Meng Meng from you. It was Meng Meng who ultimately chose to endure humiliation, pretending to be the villain and abandoning you, because she could not bear to see you take risks for her. But what about you? After gaining power, when you saw Meng Meng cast aside by young Master Lin, you not only failed to return to her but actively sought to undermine her, setting traps for her. Meng Meng has endured so much injustice without ever considering returning to you, fearing you would scorn her and deem her unworthy. And now, you allow the woman by your side to insult her. Sun Mo, you are a heartless traitor. The girl spoke in a flurry, her words so frantic and disordered that one might think she was overwhelmed with emotion, passionately advocating for Su Meng. In truth, those feeling guilty trembled. Sigh, I finally understand what Su Meng was doing with her phone earlier. She was reaching out to her assistant to stage this grand performance. Ji Fei grew increasingly agitated. Perhaps fearing she could not hold onto Sun Mo, she employed a cunning strategy to undermine his foundation. The art of acting has truly honed her narrative skills. This is more riveting than any drama. The group in the private room could no longer contain themselves, eager to emerge and witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, who had grown impatient from waiting, stood up, announcing his intention to go to the restroom. With most of the room having left, only 2 agents remained, exchanging glances, while Qin Zhao felt compelled to stay, unable to escape Ji Fei's fervent commentary. Naturally, Ji Fei caught wind of the commotion, and thankfully, her hiding place was well concealed, allowing her to see Yang Hong stealthily approach. Another one? Sun Mo stood frozen, incredulous as he turned to Su Meng.
Su Meng.
Is this true? Su Meng merely wept, refusing to meet his gaze. Yet, Sun Mo was naive. Pei Mingxian was not. She casually remarked, "You wouldn't take this at face value, would you?" With a furrowed brow, Pei Mingxian noted that she too could not discern the truth. Relying solely on her understanding of Su Meng, convinced she was not the type to self-sacrifice. "Is there any evidence?" The girl shot back, her eyes ablaze with fury. "What sort of evidence can one provide for such matters? Pei Mingxian, do you not think your malice is excessive? Had you not once told Su Meng to break up, warning her not to delay Sun Mo, she might never have made such a resolute decision." Upon hearing this, Sun Mo abruptly fixed his gaze on Pei Mingxian, his expression akin to that of a man who had just unearthed a conniving woman intent on sowing discord and tearing lovers apart. It was undeniable that such a look from a longtime companion in the industry stung Pei Mingxian deeply. However, she stood her ground, admitting to having said it. Sun Mo's eyes reddened. "But you forget, I said it to your face," Pei Mingxian countered. So it was that incident after the fire that incited such anger. And as her manager, wishing to protect her artist from a problematic relationship fell well within her professional duties. Perhaps recalling the circumstances of that time, Sun Mo's gaze remained unchanged, though it now held a tinge of suspicion directed at Pei Mingxian. What about besides that incident? Sun Mo still held on to the belief that Pei Mingxian harbored feelings for him, instinctively thinking she would wish to drive Su Meng away. Even though Pei Mingxian had recently clung to a glimmer of hope regarding their future career prospects, she now felt her heart grow cold. Pei Mingxian cast a scornful glance at the doubting Sun Mo, as if viewing a fool. "No, I dare to confront the truth." Yet Su Meng buried her face in her assistant's shoulder, sobbing, "No, Sun Mo, do not blame Sister Pei. She has truly done so much for you. The events of the past are long forgotten. I volunteered. I never expected you to know. We have missed our chance. Let us not dwell on the truth anymore."
Wow.
What an eloquent explanation. Next time you try to explain like that, I might have to call the police. The young assistant chimed in. How could that be? Because of your sacrifice, he can finally focus on his acting, yet he attributes all the credit to Pei Mingxian, believing she was the one who stood by him in his low moments. What of your sacrifice? He still bullies you and hurts you. That is utterly unfair. Without the spectator system, I would be swayed myself. Not to mention Sun Mo, with his love-struck mentality. Indeed, the next moment Sun Mo was in tears.
Su Meng.
Tell me if what she said is true. I need to hear it from your own lips. Su Meng, however, replied, "It's all false. It's all false. Don't ask any more." As she spoke, she attempted to leave, but Sun Mo grasped her arm. It seemed yet another round of tormented romance was about to unfold. Pei Mingxian pressed her temples, appearing utterly exhausted. She cared little for having her contributions dismissed by mere words. She held no desire to engage in such trivial disputes. After all, she understood Sun Mo well enough to know whom he would trust and favor. This was her own career, and she never required gratitude from Sun Mo. Collaboration in their endeavors was sufficient. When disappointment accumulated to a breaking point, one would seek survival elsewhere. Silent, Pei Mingxian turned to leave. Sun Mo panicked, calling out, "A Xian." Pei Mingxian turned back, her voice cold. "Let me reiterate, I am merely your manager. You are now a mature artist. I have said what needs to be said. If you choose not to listen, I have no authority over your romantic entanglements. Take care of yourself." With that, Pei Mingxian left without a trace of longing. Oh no! It seems that even a contractual agreement cannot deter Sister Pei from contemplating severing ties with Sun Mo. In the private room, Jin Zhao was taken aback, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Gao Hao, saying, "Brother Gao, it's time to prepare to dig in." Gao Hao responded with confusion. Huh? Though Pei Mingxian had departed, Ji Fei remained. The little assistant, perceptive to the situation, discreetly withdrew, allowing the male and female protagonists to pour out their hearts on the balcony. Su Meng indulged in her persuasive charm, while Sun Mo was overwhelmed with feelings of remorse and regret. Sometimes, it may not simply be that men are easily deceived. Rather, it is their excessive confidence and misguided self-importance that lead them to believe that the other party should be unwaveringly devoted to them, willing to sacrifice everything. Thus, even a ruse can easily ensnare them. TSK, another embrace and kiss. How scandalous to behold. There is still an audience here. And yet, you don't intervene. It seems your intentions are far from pure. Eventually, it was Su Meng, breathless, who pushed Sun Mo away. You cannot. You should seek Pei Jia. Haven't you already proposed to her? I have a boyfriend. I cannot betray Yang Hong. As for Pei Mingxian, it's merely admiration. So tell me, do you love me or him? Meng, do not deceive me. Sun Mo wore a visage of tormented affection. Su Meng, however, appeared at a loss for words. Suddenly, a voice shattered the moment. What are you doing? Yang Hong finally made his entrance. This time, Su Meng truly panicked and pushed Sun Mo away. It seems Su Meng wishes to maintain a delicate balance, not wanting Yang Hong to witness her unwavering devotion to Sun Mo. Yet Sun Mo spoke up, "Yang Hong, I have something to discuss with you." But Su Meng interrupted, "Sun Mo, our matters are settled. I will help you complete this stage performance. You should return." She concluded in a whisper, "I beg you." Sun Mo looked at Su Meng with sorrow, but she gazed back at him resolutely, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, as if they might spill at any moment. Unable to bear putting his beloved in such a predicament, Sun Mo ultimately chose to suppress his tumultuous feelings and retreated to gather his thoughts. Once Sun Mo exited, the balcony was left with just the two of them. This time, without waiting for Su Meng to speak, Yang Hong began again. "So, your intention was indeed to enjoy the remnants of Sun Mo's affection, you mad obsessive fan." Su Meng sensed that Yang Hong had seen through something. This was his possessiveness. "Yang Hong, I'm sorry, I lack the strength to resist. I don't want this. It's his past feelings that are forcing me. I love you, you know that." Su Meng adopted a demeanor of victimhood, fragile and delicate. "I know, do not fear." Yang Hong released Su Meng, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "I am willing to step back, to allow your reconciliation." Su Meng was taken aback, staring at Yang Hong in disbelief. "What are you saying?" She panicked. Her tone betrayed her turmoil. Indeed, she still wished to assume the role of the passive participant, juggling between two men. How could he disrupt her equilibrium? Moreover, she was gambling on who would be the more advantageous partner. How could he force her hand? Ha ha ha. Yet Yang Hong maintained a facade of selfless simplicity, the demeanor of a well-meaning fool. "I know you both love each other. You need not concern yourself with me. I love you, and your happiness is all that matters." Su Meng's expression froze, eager to clarify that things were not as they seemed. However, Yang Hong would not listen, adopting an attitude of understanding, insisting, "I will find a way to shield you from the wrath of the internet. You need not worry." This rendered Su Meng utterly speechless, a state of bewilderment enveloping her. How amusing! It seems only magic can defeat magic. Chapter 95. Much like an employee on the brink of resignation, Su Meng truly did not wish to choose Sun Mo so hastily. As long as Yang Hong did not let go, she could continue to navigate between them. However, with Yang Hong displaying such magnanimity, should this escalate before Sun Mo, she would find herself in an inextricable situation. Thus, she could only retreat strategically, avoiding the topic. "Yang Hong, please do not say that." If you continue, I, Su Meng, will weep uncontrollably. She feigned despair. Yang Hong replied, Su Meng, do not be sad. Whenever you need me, I will always be there for you. Stop speaking nonsense. I speak the truth. Even if you are with Mo Go, I will always accompany you. Yang Hong's words carried heavy implications, leading Su Meng to believe she had completely ensnared him, transforming him into an unwaveringly devoted admirer. Su Meng was astonished at her own prowess. Why does this sound so awkward? Could it be that after Su Meng reconciles with Sun Mo, Yang Hong would still remain her spare tire?
Ugh.
Inside the private room, Qin Zhao observed the tense atmosphere between Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo, who had returned one after the other, while he continued to eavesdrop on the gossip. Just as he was getting into the juicy details, he noticed Ji Fei recoiling as if repulsed by something foul, repeatedly spitting in her mind. Yang Diangong, you are truly remarkable. You actually planned to facilitate their union, while positioning yourself as Su Meng's secret lover. As long as you continually provide her with benefits, you know she will not abandon you. Qin Zhao silently marveled, as if witnessing the frenzied antics of certain obsessive fans. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Sun Mo, who was engrossed in his phone, and thought to himself, although foolish and unreliable, he did not deserve such a fate. Shortly thereafter, the remaining three finally returned, and the dinner concluded without further awkwardness. Just as they exited, having witnessed the poignant exchange between Sun Mo and Su Meng, who then parted ways, a vehicle arrived to pick up Qin Zhao and Ji Fei. Upon opening the door, they found Qin Xian waiting, having come to collect them. After Ji Fei got into the car, she heard Qin Xian inquire, what transpired today? This question ignited Ji Fei's eagerness to share, and she immediately began to chatter excitedly. Qin Xian maintained a subtle smile, attentively listening, occasionally nodding or furrowing his brow in response. Ji Fei's only dissatisfaction was her inability to divulge the even more scandalous information she had gleaned from her gossip network. Gao Hao, sitting nearby, remarked with a smirk, you were not absent due to stomach issues. You were hiding away to eavesdrop on gossip. Moreover, the gossip was so scandalous. It was practically a story within a story, even causing him, a seasoned agent in the entertainment industry, to be taken aback.
Yifei chakelad.
Gao Hao mused. Then I might truly pursue Pei Mingxian.
Huh?
Gao Ge, do you like Pei Jia? Are you planning to pursue her? Ji Fei exclaimed in surprise. Gao Hao nearly choked on his words, exclaiming, what nonsense. I meant to dig her away to have her work in our studio, as an agent, to guide you in the future. Ji Fei was astonished to learn they had considered Pei Mingxian. After pondering for a moment, a smile spread across her face. Pei Jia was able to care for Sun Mo so well before, she wouldn't need to do anything extra, just like a mother hen. If she became my agent, would I not be able to lounge around as a useless artist? Qin Xian and Qin Zhao exchanged glances, pondering how they had yet to recruit her. But the thought of such an ambitious Pei Mingxian managing a lackadaisical artist filled them with guilt. Gao Hao had already begun contemplating the possibilities, and with the two men holding absolute sway over the matter, he directly posed the question. Qin Zhao had no objections, while Qin Xian pondered for a moment. Qin Zong, is there any issue? Gao Hao inquired. Are you concerned that Pei Mingxian will hesitate to sever ties with Sun Mo? Ji Fei interjected. That won't happen. Qin Xian nodded. Pei Mingxian is intelligent and ambitious. She has already done her utmost for Sun Mo. Given the foreseeable troubles in his future, she will not remain mired in his predicament. She will seek to dissolve their partnership swiftly, though she may not escape unscathed. Qin Zhao added, regarding the betting agreement, if we can recruit her, we can help her mitigate her losses. Qin Xian shook his head. Money is not the issue. Ji Fei was now curious. Then what is the problem? Qin Xian looked at her, his dark eyes seeming to perceive everything. You just mentioned that Yang Hong promised to facilitate their reconciliation and assured that the entire internet would not condemn them. What do you believe he can do? The three exchanged glances, all equally baffled. An incident capable of inciting fan emotions must have a scapegoat to bear the weight of everyone's malice. Yang Hong, who had his girlfriend stolen, is not the one, nor is Sun Mo, who took someone else's girlfriend. And Su Meng, who vacillates between the two men, is certainly not the culprit either. So, who else could possess such compelling justification, supported by certain past occurrences? Once Qin Xian finished his statement, a profound silence enveloped the car. Ji Fei took a considerable amount of time to process the information. Surely, it can't be true that even someone as unscrupulous as Sun Mo would repay kindness with malice, without his cooperation.
Huh?
Wasn't the favor already taken by Su Meng? Qin Zhao furrowed his brow. Qin Xian replied, "Of course, this is merely one possibility, if we are to sign her. This must be taken into account." Gao Hao cleared his throat and remarked, "I believe we can postpone the matter of poaching Pei Mingxian." From a manager's perspective, Gao Hao would be reluctant to recruit a manager with a tarnished reputation. If things unfold as Qin Xian anticipates, Pei Mingxian would have no choice but to withdraw from the entertainment industry. However, Gao Hao was unaware that the artists under his management were anything but compliant. Ji Fei tightened his grip on his phone, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Fear not. If it comes to that, I have my methods to deal with them." Qin Zhao then interjected, "I suddenly wish to change the script I'm performing." Ji Fei was taken aback. "Wait, what do you mean? I just memorized my lines." Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Worry not, you shall have the freedom to express yourself. You will enjoy the performance immensely." Ji Fei asked, "Is that for real?" The director and producer of the show were in a state of panic, for the top-tier group had once again switched to a confidential script. The last time they had a secret, the award-winning actors group had vanished. They hoped that the two male idol groups would not clash with the top-tier group, thus avoiding the calamities they feared. The director and producer encouraged each other, finally welcoming the live broadcast of the third episode. Backstage, everyone greeted one another. Ji Fei finally stepped away from the intense rehearsals and could finally enjoy the gossip. Normally, Pei Mingxian would have hurried over to inquire about the confidential script to safeguard her artist, but this time, she merely proceeded with her responsibilities as a manager, exerting no extra effort. Pei Jia resembles an employee reluctant to put in more effort than the minimum before resigning. However, her heart remained warm, as she still thought of Sun Mo's fans during this time. Suddenly, Pei Mingxian and Sun Mo erupted into a heated argument. The atmosphere had been tense between the two recently, and now the surrounding staff fell silent, straining to eavesdrop. Chapter 96. Is the thick-skinned still shameless? I told you to prepare bubble tea for the fans. It's freezing and they're out there supporting you, standing for so long. Don't you care about your fans? When Pei Mingxian arrived and saw other fan groups offering various comforts, she could not bear to see Sun Mo's fans shivering in the cold. Sun Mo, reprimanded in public, wore a displeased expression. Isn't that your responsibility as a manager? I assigned you to handle it because I had other matters to address.
Today,
We need their support and understanding, and I've told you repeatedly. How can you forget? Is it such a big deal to forget once? Sun Mo replied impatiently. A big deal? Pei Mingxian incredulously echoed. Though she had mentally prepared to leave, she was still infuriated. I'll have my assistant go by it right now. Sun Mo insisted, his agitation evident. Why the fuss? I'm excited because you don't listen. Enough. I'll place an order for delivery. It'll be faster. Is that okay? Pei Mingxuan's temper flared, her voice icy. No need to trouble yourself. I'm already doing it. You refuse to cooperate and insist on causing a scene? Sun Mo retorted angrily. It wasn't about causing a scene. Pei Mingxian acted immediately to rectify the situation upon realizing he hadn't fulfilled his duties, even apologizing to the fans on his behalf. Even if she planned to leave, she would not abandon her responsibilities as a manager. Just then, Sun Mo's assistant returned. Pei Mingxian snapped. Where have you been? The assistant, startled, replied, I went to deliver bubble tea to teacher Sue. The entire room fell silent, all gazes turning incredulously towards Sun Mo. Though they had been rehearsing together recently, they had seen more than once the closeness between Sun Mo and Su Meng, leading to rumors of their entanglement. Yet, observing Yang Hong's candid demeanor, it seemed unlikely, but Pei Mingxian's evident Cold War suggested otherwise. The spectators were left perplexed yet entertained by the unfolding drama. Sun Mo's expression stiffened, but he remained silent, looking to Pei Mingxian, clearly hoping she would defuse the tension. Especially during moments of his mistakes, it was always Pei Mingxian who helped him save face. Moreover, this incident was instigated by her in the first place. To his surprise, Pei Mingxian merely scoffed and said nothing, leaving Sun Mo to linger in discomfort. Suddenly, he stood up and grabbed Pei Mingxian, saying, Come with me. We need to talk. As they exited, gossip erupted backstage, whispers filling the air. Tisk, tiesk. When Sun Mo is thick-skinned, he resembles a second layer of skin. When he is thin-skinned, he is utterly shameless. Qin Zhao and his assistant Qin Rong stifled their laughter. Upon closer inspection, they found Ji Fei's description remarkably accurate. Qin Rong quickly shared the recent gossip with Qin's parents and Qin Yan, who had come along to the audience. Although they remained seated and could not hear Ji Fei's thoughts, they had their little transmitter to ensure they missed none of the gossip. In this group, the only one absent was Qin Xian, who was still busy in the office. While handling paperwork, Qin Xian glanced at the group chat. His computer still streaming the live broadcast. TSK, shameless indeed. He actually believes that Pei Jia is bothered by him. The Qin family pondered. What on earth gives him such confidence? In another room, Pei Mingxian confronted Sun Mo. Are you deaf or forgetful? I will repeat myself. Your grandmother does not like you at all. Yet, Sun Mo continued to look at Pei Mingxian with a defiant expression. Let us not argue. Xian, I truly owe you. Now that I understand Su Meng's grievances, I cannot betray her. I intend to marry her. Pei Mingxian was momentarily stunned. Forgetting to refute the absurd misunderstanding, genuinely curious. Will Yang Hong agree? Won't his fans tear you apart? You realize this is akin to stealing someone's girlfriend, right? Your fans might not care if you marry, but they won't tolerate this behavior. Do you wish to ruin yourself? Sun Mo gazed deeply into Pei Mingxuan's eyes and sighed. Yang Hong is willing to support us and help us steer public opinion in our favor. None of us have objections, so what could the fans possibly say? Pei Mingxian was left dumbfounded, wanting to respond but too exasperated to continue. Sun Mo, though feeling guilty, resolutely insisted, so help me find a way to guide the fans peacefully. Pei Mingxuan's lips twitched. She initially intended to discuss this after the episode, but, seeing his madness, she decided to speak up. You should find a new manager. I intend to terminate our partnership. You will receive the contract after the termination. Sun Mo was taken aback and immediately furious. Do you realize I turned down the best opportunity because of you? And now you wish to terminate our contract? Pei Mingxian was stunned, not comprehending what. Sun Mo, realizing his words had slipped, averted his gaze and quickly stated, Is it because I wish to marry Su Meng? You heard her say how much she has done for me. I cannot betray her, but I also have feelings for you. Continue as my manager and we. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the corridor, startling all the staff passing by, who then witnessed Pei Mingxian emerge, seemingly radiating an aura of fury. Oh dear. She has been struck. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong immediately perked up, intrigued. Haha, serves you right. Do you think this is ancient times, where one has a wife and a concubine and expects everyone to tacitly acknowledge each other's existence, striving together to manage both career and family? At home, the wife warms the bed, while outside, the agent does the same. You have truly trampled upon and insulted Sister Pei's years of camaraderie. I suspect Sister Pei wishes she could travel back in time to give that person who signed you a good slap for being such a fool to sign you. Qin Rong listened with disdain, furiously typing on her phone. The chat was filled with curses. Qin Chao, however, was not particularly surprised, as such situations were indeed quite common in the entertainment industry. Agents often managed couples simultaneously, sometimes engaging romantically with one, with everyone tacitly accepting the arrangement for mutual benefit. Shortly after Pei Mingxian returned backstage, Sun Mo reappeared with a gloomy expression, a slight flush visible on his cheeks, though not overly pronounced. It seems he's wearing a double face again. A slap was clearly not enough to quell his anger. Soon after, the other two individuals arrived in their costumes, with Su Meng cheerfully holding a cup of milk tea. Ji Fei, seeing nothing of interest, continued to scroll through gossip. So, it turns out Qin Xian was right. After Yang Hong and Sun Mo reached a consensus, they proposed a way to handle the public relations crisis, truly exploiting Sister Pei. They pretended that it was Sister Pei who broke them apart in the past, creating misunderstandings, and now, upon reuniting, they would resolve these misunderstandings, with Yang Hong voluntarily stepping back to facilitate their reunion. All three appear splendid, while only Sister Pei is cast as the villain. However, Sun Mo still possesses a shred of conscience. He did not agree, planning to consider other solutions later. But he certainly would not allow you to think that Sister Pei owes you a favor and should thus yield. Qin Rong furiously typed, Too despicable, too excessive, too shameless, too. Qin Chao interjected. How is this any different from a failed perpetrator asking the victim for gratitude? Hypocritical. Why don't you three drag out the real villain, young Master Lin, who is the true instigator? Are you afraid? The Qin family members chimed in. They are afraid. They fear being exposed. A bunch of worthless cowards. Just as they were venting, the countdown for the live broadcast began. The trash trio took the stage to commence their beautifully crafted fantasy idol drama. Chapter 97. Is this truly the dramatic spectacle they can witness? In the waiting area, including Ji Fei and Qin Chao, only two groups of guests remained, all listlessly gazing at the large screen in front of them. It wasn't that their performance was poor, it was merely too cliché, to the extent that one could predict the next plot twist without their acting. The Heavenly Emperor, played by Sun Imo, undergoes trials and falls in love with a mortal woman, played by Su Meng, who saves the injured demon lord, played by Yang Hong. The three enact various emotional conflicts in the mortal realm. Not only did the live audience find it tedious, but the online viewership was also gradually dwindling. The barrage of comments lacked the initial fervor. Only during the initial presentation did the comments explode momentarily, inundated with questions. Although the fans from both sides were currently on amicable terms, a competitive dynamic still existed. Your brother excels in fantasy, while mine is adept in campus dramas. Since we are collaborating, favoritism cannot be permitted. Moreover, they came to transform, and with such a splendid stage providing professional support, fans expected their brother to showcase something distinct and demonstrate their prowess. Instead, it remained in the fantasy genre. Yang Hong's fans were incensed. Wasn't this relegating their brother to a supporting role? They then began targeting Sun Mo's fans. Sun Mo's fans felt equally frustrated. Sun Imo had starred in no less than 5 fantasy dramas, with similar character arcs. They were not in need of more content in that vein. They yearned to see their brother explore broader possibilities. Nevertheless, although they expressed their bewilderment at Sun Imo's choice of genre, they still had to stand guard for their brother and guide public opinion. It was only the first round of the live broadcast PK. What was the rush? Perhaps it was merely to refine their chemistry with one another. We haven't even mentioned how your brother has brought his entire family along. Furthermore, since your brother has yet to perform in a fantasy genre, it presents a perfect opportunity for him to shine. This is indeed beneficial for your side. So don't act ungratefully. In conclusion, there were few comments regarding the plot in the barrage. Even the director and producer shook their heads in regret, uncertain why such a script was chosen. It lacked any explosive moments. It seemed the segment was doomed to fail. Just as they were discussing, a sudden gasp arose from the audience. The two turned to look, stunned. The guests in the waiting area widened their eyes in astonishment. The barrage soared again, filled with exclamations. Before departing, the emperor finally confronted his hidden affections, yet the mortal woman, feeling unworthy of the emperor, pretended to be with the demon lord. Su Meng was embraced by Yang Hong, who, in front of Sun Imo, planted a kiss on her, asserting his claim, only for Sun Imo to forcefully pull Su Meng away, embracing her tightly and kissing her passionately. Due to the angle, it was evident that they were genuinely kissing, not merely faking it. Although it was acting, and a kiss scene was not unusual, was it really necessary for a stage play? Especially in front of her boyfriend. The kiss was so fervent. Is this truly the dramatic spectacle they can witness? Compared to the play itself, the onlookers were more intrigued by the commotion behind the scenes. After all, who can resist a bit of gossip? The other two groups of actors in the waiting area wore mocking expressions, considering the trio's actions a mere tactic to generate buzz and garner attention. However, such shameless behavior was typically characteristic of lesser-known individuals seeking to gain notoriety. For those of their caliber, such actions were unwise and likely to incite backlash from fans. I previously thought they had cut this type of plot. Who knew that without Sister Pei's oversight, it was promptly unshackled? Qin Chao speculated that they might be preparing fans psychologically for the upcoming girlfriend switch. Ji Fei observed the expressions of the three, noting that Yang Hong was the only one who almost broke character. After all, he should be furious. Yet a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Indeed, he was the unpredictable Yang. The barrage was chaotic, filled with all sorts of comments, predominantly from fans seeking comfort and rationalization. The performance continued. Naturally, the two resumed their identities and engaged in a fierce battle for the mortal woman, with stage effects amplifying the spectacle to resemble a grand conflict. Surrounding structures collapsed, and the ground trembled. Ultimately, the mortal woman was taken away by the demon lord, while the emperor returned to the heavenly realm, gravely injured. After recovering, the emperor sought to find the mortal woman but was obstructed by the celestial beings in the heavenly realm, who deemed that the emperor should not pursue a woman entangled with the demon lord. One celestial maiden even suggested that the emperor sever his emotional ties and forget the mortal woman, presenting a host of altruistic reasons. Just then, a peace treaty was reached between the celestial and demonic realms, with the demon lord openly bringing the mortal woman into the heavenly realm. Everyone watched as the emperor and the mortal woman exchanged glances, seemingly laden with unspoken words. At this moment, the barrage finally began to include some speculations about the plot. Am I the only one who feels that this mortal woman could be with the demon lord? Yet why not with our emperor? Perhaps she was coerced by the demon lord to remain by his side. After such a convoluted journey, am I the only one noticing that the celestial maiden has ulterior motives? Her talk of severing emotional ties is merely a ploy to prevent the emperor from loving the mortal woman. She must be coveting the emperor herself. Yes, undoubtedly. She is the wicked female antagonist. The audience showed little reaction, as it was a common trope. However, the top-tier group members who had witnessed their rehearsals knew that this celestial maiden plot had not been designed previously. Furthermore, upon closer reflection, the answer seemed to emerge clearly. How shameless! They previously claimed they would not exploit Sister Pei, yet had long since planted the seeds of deception. On the surface, it appeared to follow a common formula. But it subtly implied that Sister Pei was akin to this celestial maiden in their relationship. No way, no way. Sun Mo cannot possibly believe that such an indirect approach absolves him from exploiting Sister Pei for a clean slate. Especially after shamelessly asking Sister Pei for help in devising a plan? I am utterly astonished by his audacity. The Qin dynasty scoffed. They possess an acute understanding of the online community's imaginative capacity, aware that once the situation escalates, the audience's conjectures will undoubtedly flourish. The mere mention of this theatrical performance would furnish irrefutable evidence validating their wild speculations. Consequently, the ensuing discord would recklessly shift towards Pei Mingxian. Meanwhile, the three members of the Qin family, having heard all manner of gossip, found themselves disconcerted by the surrounding discussions regarding the potential malicious female antagonist, realizing the implications. Feeling the collective mindset of those around them, a chill swept over them. In the backstage area, Pei Mingxian gazed at the large screen, her expression darkening, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Clearly, someone as astute as she had begun to grasp certain realities, and her heart turned to ice. Qin Rong and the others murmured quietly among themselves. Gao Hao approached Pei Mingxian and gently patted her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find him offering a business card without uttering a word. It was a card custom-made by Qin Chao in his capacity as the studio's proprietor. What could it signify? Pei Mingxian was taken aback. Gao Hao remarked, "You are well informed. You must have heard about Qin Chao and my plans to expand abroad. Thus, our studio is in search of a professional manager." Pei Mingxuan's expression shifted subtly. She had not yet contemplated her future, so the unexpected offer caught her off guard. Being meticulous, she refrained from giving an immediate answer, instead furrowing her brow in contemplation. Gao Hao smiled reassuringly. "No rush. I merely wish to express our interest. We will be in touch." With that, he returned his attention to the performance. Chapter 98. I hope you won to scold us later. The immortal and the mortal naturally encountered each other in various isolated moments, with the mortal resisting the other's advances, yet being forcibly swept into a whirlwind of passion by the immortal. Meanwhile, the celestial maiden endeavored to thwart their romance, her attempts clumsy and comical. This culminated in a kiss that was interrupted by the demon lord, who, in a fit of rage, ignited a battle between celestial and demonic forces, shaking the heavens and the earth. Once more, the mortal stood between the two, enduring grievous blows, only to reveal the truth moments before her demise. The mortal had been nearing death all along. In her desire to see the immortal one last time, she chose to remain by the demon lord's side. In truth, her heart had always belonged to the immortal. Upon learning the truth, the demon lord was left despondent, choosing to vanish. The immortal, devastated, watched helplessly as the mortal perished in his arms, weeping inconsolably, his resolve shattered, succumbing to darkness. Gradually, the audience's engagement on the screen intensified, diverting attention from the dramatic trio. After all, their performances were compelling, despite the cliched plot. Why must it end this way? I am in tears. Yet, the mortal acted for the immortal's sake. But without her, how could the immortal find solace? And how pitiable was the demon lord, who truly loved the mortal. Why couldn't she acknowledge his feelings? It is infuriating. I hope that once the immortal succumbs to darkness, he will exact vengeance on that loathsome celestial maiden for the mortal's sake. The audience shared similar sentiments, enthralled by the demonically possessed immortal clad in black, with crimson eyeliner, wreaking havoc in the underworld, searching for the mortal's reincarnation, believing her soul to be lost, contemplating his own demise. Yet before that, he vowed to drag the celestial realm down with him, avenging their love. Thus, the immortal transformed into a new demon lord, and indeed, the first to perish was the celestial maiden who attempted to persuade him. Another cataclysmic event ensued, but just then, the mortal reappeared, though in the guise of a goddess. It was revealed that she was, in fact, a deity born of the natural order, destined to safeguard the world and maintain peace among the realms. Becoming immortal was part of her cultivation, and upon her death, she would return to her true form. The goddess urged the immortal to relinquish his obsession and surrender. However, the immortal insisted on having the goddess by his side. Yet, as a manifestation of the natural order, she was meant to be devoid of desires, always ready to sacrifice for humanity. To be with the immortal would defy the celestial laws. Thus she resolutely declined, even feigning indifference, claiming she no longer loved him. This led to yet another cycle of pursuit and evasion. The audience was in a frenzy, urging her to accept him, lamenting his pitiable state, his humility, and the depth of his love. How could she not see his anguish? Meanwhile, where was my demon lord? What of my brother? Why were they not making an appearance? Wasn't this unfair? Before long, Yang Hong took the stage, propelling the play towards its conclusion, still adhering to conventional tropes. The demon lord re-emerged, delivering the news of uncontrollable forces threatening to annihilate the three realms. The goddess sensed the divine will, realizing it was her time to sacrifice herself. Initially, both the immortal and the demon lord resisted this notion, but gradually, the demon lord understood it was unavoidable. The immortal, however, refused to lose the goddess again and imprisoned her to prevent her sacrifice. Ultimately, it was the demon lord who aided her escape, allowing her to prepare. In desperation to compel the goddess's return, the immortal first captured the demon lord in a fit of rage, then threatened the lives of all beings across the realms, declaring that if the goddess dared to sacrifice herself, he would obliterate the realms himself. Yet, the goddess remained elusive until the demon lord was nearly slain. Only then did she reveal herself. At that moment, a coalition of celestial beings and demons presented artifacts to the goddess, urging her to slay the frenzied immortal, for they recognized him as the greatest obstacle to her salvation. Yet, when the opportunity arose for the goddess to embrace the immortal, she faltered, unable to strike. The crisis then unfolded, and in a moment of desperation, the goddess threatened to take her own life to compel the immortal to let her go. Observing her weeping, the immortal's heart ached. "You, who are worshipped by the beings of the three realms, I have caused you to cry. This is my fault. But, remember, my love for you surpasses even the faith of all beings combined, an eternal devotion." With that, the immortal turned away, willingly sacrificing himself for the greater good. In the end, he fell into the goddess's embrace, and she broke down in tears, finally confessing her true feelings. "I was wrong. I love you. You are my eternal faith." Thus, the three realms regained their tranquility. The goddess, with a fragment of his soul, traversed the realms, waiting for millennia for her beloved to return. How it moves me to tears. Thankfully, it concludes on a hopeful note. I must say, despite the familiar tropes, I found myself weeping before the screen. My love for you is an unwavering faith. How romantic, how profound. The audience's reactions reached a new height. Thunderous applause erupted in the audience. Though it seemed only the Chin family refrained from clapping, exchanging worried glances. "They should be all right, shouldn't they?" Chin father mused. "This seems to be quite popular." Chin mother remarked, unable to contain herself. Chin Yan encouraged her parents, "Have faith in Fei Fei and a Chow. They created a miracle last time." In the backstage area, Pei Mingxian continued to monitor the online environment, genuinely concerned about potential betrayal. She was not one to remain passive, yet over the years, Sun Mo had been well managed under her guidance, leaving no incriminating evidence to guard against. "Finally, it's our turn," Qin Rome exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. "There's much to look forward to," Xiao Tao added. Gao Hao's expression was complex. He appeared both exhilarated and apprehensive, sighing intermittently. This piqued Pei Mingxuan's curiosity. "What genre is your script?" At this point, Gao Hao felt free to disclose. "It's a fantasy drama." Pei Mingxian was taken aback, as their costumes were prepared simply as ordinary mortals. She had expected a narrative set in ancient times. Meanwhile, Sun Mo and Yang Hong returned to the waiting area, receiving congratulations from everyone as they brushed past the top-tier duo. Sun Mo, in high spirits, offered, "Wishing you a successful performance." However, Ji Fei and Qin Chao exchanged awkward glances with Sun Mo, their lips twitching in unison. "Gratitude to the dear friend for the blessings. We shall strive diligently." "Qin Chao, I hope you refrain from scolding us later." As the stage lights dimmed, the performers gradually took their places. The director and producer exchanged glances, their satisfaction evident as they observed the rising number of viewers online, a testament to the lingering influence of the top-tier group from the last episode. They were not overly ambitious. Maintaining a steady momentum through this episode would suffice. After all, no one wished to endure another disaster akin to the previous one. In unison, they silently prayed for a smooth performance. However, in the next moment, a narration shattered their hopes. From the pitch-black stage, a magnificent voice pierced through like a sharp blade. Deities are enraptured, the realms in disarray. Deities speak of love, yet mortals suffer. The director and producer exchanged bewildered glances. What is the scent of gunpowder? In the waiting area, everyone backstage was momentarily stunned. Another confrontation with the same theme? The barrage of comments flooded with question marks. Is this a fantasy genre? With such illustrious examples before us, we fear not. Hadn't he, the antagonist from the previous performance, uttered similar lines? Surely this was intentional? Yet, such phrases were commonplace. Let us observe a bit longer. Our two have not provoked them, nor have they exhibited any inappropriate behavior. They are supposed to be the champions of justice. They wouldn't intentionally seek conflict, would they? Suddenly, the lights blazed to life. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The stage revealed a depiction of ordinary folk toiling diligently, Jin Chao farming, Ji Fei weaving, grandparents caring for children. A serene village scene bathed in the glow of the setting sun, each face alight with purest joy, ready to journey homeward hand in hand. Yet, an ominous white mist began to rise behind them. A stir of alarm swept through the crowd. Was someone about to make an appearance? The large screen flickered to life, revealing a video featuring 3 individuals donned in ethereal ancient garb, their faces concealed by masks representing a certain archetype. The scene was eerily familiar. A man in white confronted a man in black, with a hapless woman caught in between. Do not fight on my account any longer. Then, with a flash of lightning and thunder, the stage outside began to tremble violently, a tempest unleashed. An incomprehensible force erupted, consuming all in its path like a monstrous beast. The performers on stage appeared frozen in time, leaving only despair as they rushed toward their loved ones, fearfully watching the chaos unfold on the screen. Chapter 99. This show is bound to shorten our lifespans. The video continued, the trio ensnared in their entangled emotions, heedless of the turmoil they wrought around them. Helpless mortals wept, screamed, and cried out, yet the 3 on screen remained oblivious, their combat rendering the onlookers insignificant, as generations of labor-built villages were reduced to ruins. Desolation reigning supreme. At last, the conflict between the 2 men over the woman concluded, and they paid no mind to the devastation they had caused. The man in white soared away, while the man in black departed with the woman. As the performance drew to a close, the lights dimmed again. A heavy silence enveloped the venue. The barrage of comments nearly ceased for several moments, yet the online viewer count surged dramatically. As if news of the spectacle had spread rapidly, the director and producer were now drenched in sweat. Why has this happened again? This show is truly exhausting our lifespans. With such dominance, why not simply use footage from the male idol group as stage for your supporting material? How can we navigate this predicament? They had not even offended you. The backstage crew felt an unsettling anxiety as their stage effects were limited, nearly identical to those used in the previous performance. Would this not seem like collusion against the male idol group? Would they not be targeted by the fans? The staff trembled as the audience sat in stunned silence, their hearts racing. It felt as though their perspectives had been forcibly twisted 180 degrees. What had once seemed a heart-rending love story now took on an absurd hue. Both the audience and the backstage crew, as well as those in the waiting area, were enveloped in a collective shock. At that moment, Sun Maxiang and Su Meng wore expressions of profound dismay as they fixated on the screen, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Have they lost their minds? Are they deliberately targeting them? Is this a ploy to step over their backs? Such treachery is beyond comprehension. The barrage of comments finally ignited into a frenzy. What does this mean? This is a blatant attack, turning our Brother-esque performance into a farce to elevate their own. How can one be so malicious? I had intended to support friendly competition. I even liked you before, but your unscrupulous tactics for victory are appalling. The top-tier group is insufferable, deliberately finding fault with others' performances, a display devoid of respect and artistic integrity. Are the male idol group's fans being overly sensitive? It's merely a common trope from the fantasy genre. If you can use it, why can't we? Indeed, if you possess the skill, why not have your brother avoid such tedious scripts? Such parallels are purely coincidental. That comment from the bystander seemed a bit pointed, but in terms of the plot, I stand with the top-tier group. Their portrayal is accurate. While you are up there enacting your romance, Those below are suffering the dire consequences of your actions. Indeed. I had thought to voice this. Let the top-tier group quell their whimsical tendencies. Discussions began to proliferate on Weibo, relevant trending topics gradually resurfacing, yet at this moment, opinions on both groups remained divided. Meanwhile, the performance on stage continued. The lights illuminated a scene of returning villagers, unable to find their loved ones, partners, or friends. Their homes lay in ruins. Even those they might find were grievously wounded, their futures bereft of hope. Coffins, funerals, mourning. The world seemed pervaded by an unending sorrow. Due to the sorceries unleashed, rivers ran dry, the earth crumbled, farmland lay devastated, leading to famine and a spike in mortality, accompanied by pestilence. Countless souls fled, ultimately congregating near temples. Brother, I am so cold and hungry. What are we to do? Ji Fei knelt alongside Qin Chao, her face a mask of confusion. Qin Chao trembled as he spoke. We are praying to the deities. This is our faith. As long as our hearts are sincere enough, the deities will be merciful and surely rescue us from this suffering. I miss our parents. I miss Sister Hua, the little yellow dog. I long for the candied hawthorns of East Street and the tofu pudding of West Street. Ji Fei lamented, her voice tinged with tears. As if focusing on these memories would stave off the cold and hunger, a stark reminder of happiness once so easily within reach. Brother, are we sinful beings? Is this the punishment of heaven? Perhaps we are. Thus, we must be even more devout. Qin Chao urged Ji Fei and the others to bow solemnly. At that moment, the large screen illuminated, depicting a scene from a realm akin to the celestial, where no deities observed the plight below. They were engrossed in yet another cycle of love and hatred. Release me. You shall not take her away. Tell me you love me. I do not love you. Forget me. Let her go. Only a few voices echoed amidst the chaos. Your Majesty, you must not be so consumed by personal affairs. The pleas of mortals have increased. They require protection. Your Majesty, you are their faith. They await your response. Yet, the weight of mortal words held little sway. The two men remained locked in conflict. The screen displayed a dramatic emotional tableau, while outside, on stage, the audience numbly bowed, one by one collapsing in sorrowful grandeur. As Qin Chao fell, Ji Fei murmured, "Is it not their duty to protect us? Do they truly exist? If they do, why do they not come? Are they not our faith? Then why do we believe?"
Ji Fei succumbed.
But still, this was not enough. A fierce battle between celestial beings and demons erupted over the possession of a woman. Once again, the stage was shrouded in mist as a series of rapid scene changes unfolded. Some were in the midst of matrimonial ceremonies, others were immersed in their studies. Some were nurturing infants while reclining on their beds, and still others were diligently preparing to open their shops at the break of dawn. Meanwhile, in the court, there were fervent discussions regarding future national policies, deliberations on how to stabilize the nation, and ways to ensure a prosperous and peaceful life for the populace. In an instant, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, the heavens roared, and the earth became a hellish realm. Above, amidst a contest of magical prowess, love was expressed in jealousy. Some fell into madness, others faded into despair, and some made the ultimate sacrifice. Below, families were torn apart, nations crumbled, and the might of the divine was unopposed, leaving lives upended in the blink of an eye. Even the earthly sovereign could only cry out in despair, "Where are the deities we once revered? Who shall seek justice for us? If you cannot offer us protection, what right have you to wield the power to annihilate us? You are unworthy of your lofty positions, unworthy of our faith." The stage lights dimmed, yet the screen remained aglow, portraying the poignant silhouette of a man in white, sorrowfully departing with a woman, as if he had lost the entire world. In Chapter 100, witnessing the stark contrast, the atmosphere turned mocking and scornful. The audience fell into a profound silence. Even the director and producer appeared momentarily stunned. The scene was akin to a tragic tableau of human suffering. Although Ji Fei was among the supporting cast, her role was minor, allowing the overall impact to resonate even more powerfully than the previous confrontation with the acclaimed actor. The prior performance by the male star group had been hindered by stage limitations, whereas this time, the audience became wholly engrossed in the fates of the characters, forgetting the stage itself. In the crowd, Qin Yen and her mother found their eyes reddening. They had thought their emotional threshold was low, only to be surprised when Qin's father suddenly let out a quiet sob. He stared fixedly at the emperor's back, as if he shared in the emperor's profound anguish. It was then that Qin Yen and her mother noticed the emotional turmoil surrounding them, with some choking back tears and others seething with anger. Backstage, Qin Rong held Xiao Tao tightly, weeping. "Didn't you see their rehearsals?" Xiao Tao asked. But Gao Hao was constantly checking his phone for updates from the live stream and Weibo. "No need to watch any further," Pei Mingxian interjected. They've secured victory. Gao Hao was taken aback, watching Pei Mingxian break into a radiant smile as she continued. "You have chosen the finest subject matter, and for that, I thank you." Gao Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing her keen insight. Pei Mingxian had discerned the layers of intention woven into their performance. The other two groups waiting in the wings began to cast glances at Sun Mo and Yang Hong, their eyes filled with mockery, particularly recalling how just moments ago these two had been cheering on the top-tier group. Though not entirely benevolent, the top-tier group had indeed acted somewhat unscrupulously. Yang Hong wore a sullen expression, cautiously glancing at Sun Mo. Sun Mo's face was flushed, his fists clenched tightly, nearly trembling with indignation. The juxtaposition displayed on the screen and stage served as a silent derision of their recent performance, undermining the many works he had portrayed. It felt akin to a slap across their faces, a profound humiliation. Meanwhile, in another corner, supporting actress Su Meng had already begun to weep. Some sympathized with her, feeling sorry that they were overshadowed by the top-tier group's performance. It wasn't merely a matter of superior acting, it was the narrative that overshadowed them. At that moment, online, both the livestream comments and Weibo trends exploded after a brief silence. It was truly a clash of deities, leaving mortals to suffer. Previously, when embodying the male and female leads, we were merely beings caught in a web of suffering. Why must we endure the consequences of your romance? How absurd. We merely lose our lives while you lament lost love. Observing the stark contrast, the ridicule intensified. Truly, you, the Qin dynasty's Jifei, still delight in this intimate spectacle. I find myself enraged, realizing how distasteful previous dramas appear. Their endless turmoil merely revolves around romance. Why, when you are celestial beings, is your focus solely on love? If you wish to engage in romance, why not do so without dragging others into your chaos? The majority of netizens resonated with this sentiment. They had long wished to voice their critiques but lacked a cohesive platform. Now, the top-tier group had unwittingly provided them with an opportunity, igniting a torrent of fervent criticism against the current celestial dramas. However, a minority resisted, arguing that it was merely a fictional setting, questioning why they took it so seriously, insisting that many enjoyed watching divine love stories. Yet, the reality was such that they could not indulge in sweet celestial romance without facing unwarranted negativity. The top-tier group was accused of malice and targeted bullying. The online discourse reflected a myriad of opinions, yet the performance continued. Initially, everyone expected a continuation of the contrasting themes, allowing the audience to witness the emotional turmoil of celestial beings, but the narrative took an unexpected turn. Jifei emerged from the inferno of the mortal realm, ascended as an immortal, and coldly surveyed everything from the celestial realm. The stage transformed into a depiction of the celestial world, with Qin Chao portraying the emperor and the previous supporting actress embodying the goddess. Their portrayal was nearly identical to the prior group, with the female lead's identity shifting, allowing for resurrection and renewed turmoil. Thus began a chase. The goddess fleeing into the forest while the emperor ignited a conflagration, forcing her to emerge, their conflict tinged with unspoken tension. Yet they failed to glance back at the countless villagers perishing in the flames. The goddess sought refuge in the ocean, while the emperor summoned monstrous waves. They screamed their anguish to one another amidst the chaos, oblivious to the fishing vessels being swallowed by the depths and the coastal villages suffering untold losses. Even the aquatic creatures lamenting their plight due to their fragility. As the goddess continued her flight and the emperor pursued, the three realms were continuously ravaged, with lives extinguished at every turn until the true power capable of obliterating the realms emerged. In a moment of desperation, as the emperor resorted to slaying mortals to compel the goddess to abandon her mission of salvation, the gruesome scene of endless death at the emperor's hands unfolded. He proclaimed, "If you dare to die, I will take this world with me." In the waiting area, Sun Mo could no longer bear the weight of humiliation and abruptly stood up. Losing his composure. Is the director not concerned? This is a deliberate distortion of our previous performance. Although Yang Hong felt Sun Mo should not have risen, he too had no choice but to protest alongside him. From the back, someone could not restrain their sarcastic remarks. Yet, it was true that their performance had indeed alluded to the emperor's need to kill to summon the goddess, albeit they had avoided portraying such brutality. Youth. I advise you to be cautious with your responses. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at a logical disadvantage in the narrative. Although the live stream lacked audio, the audience was keenly observing your conduct. Maintain your composure, lest you become the laughingstock. Upon hearing this from two seasoned veterans present, Sun Mo's face flushed with indignation, ultimately being pulled back down into his seat by Yang Hong. Do not be upset, Mo Ge. We can perform with integrity, even if we are less favored in comparison. We will not be implicated. Indeed, the spectators were left astonished, as if they were witnessing the previous group's narrative from an entirely different perspective. There is no attack on the performers. Rather, it was a shocking revelation regarding the traditional tropes of celestial dramas. The once domineering love story concealed a multitude of bloodshed. The online uproar intensified. For heaven's sake, if you wish to love, then love. If you wish to part, then part. You fools are dragging innocent lives into your mess. What? Do you think the world revolves around your play? Have we wronged you? Why must we perish for your romance? This is utterly outrageous. Most netizens can no longer witness that heart-stirring romance, leaving only a seething fury in its wake. The performance on stage continues. Until the emperor intends to slay the demon lord, the goddess intervenes to stop him. As she prepares to strike down the emperor, she hesitates, embracing him in tears. The audience grows increasingly irate, mistakenly believing it to be yet another melodramatic display. At that moment, Ji Fei, who had been merely an observer at the edge of the stage, suddenly rushes forth. With a single sword thrust, she pierces the emperor. The crowd watches in terror as Ji Fei stands before them. The goddess, stunned, cradles the fallen emperor.
Who are you?
She demands. I and the countless vengeful souls who perished because of you. The onlookers are left dumbfounded. Chapter 101. Sister Fei strikes him down. Perhaps the supporting actors performed so splendidly that the audience was completely swept away, overlooking Ji Fei, who had been silently witnessing everything from the periphery. It was not until Ji Fei made her dramatic entrance, piercing the emperor who had just been sharing intimate words with the goddess, that the audience was jolted awake. Indeed, it had been established that Ji Fei emerged from the earthly purgatory, cultivating her ascent. Thus, her proclamation, I am the countless vengeful souls who perished because of you, sent shivers down spines and stirred emotions profoundly. Not only were those present caught off guard, but viewers online were equally unprepared, their screens filled with exclamations of disbelief. This twist was so unexpected it felt like a blow to the waist. I had long desired to eliminate these two foolishly romantic characters. Had it not been for Sister Fei's swift intervention, I would have reached through the screen myself. The world could be crumbling around them, yet they still clung to each other in tears, squabbling over matters of love. What utter folly. It is truly a case of silence being the best response to such absurdity. One can only say, well done on the slaying. Though such thoughts may not be entirely appropriate, one cannot help but notice the expression on Sun Mo's face in the waiting area live stream. My apologies, but I found it amusing. Even though I knew I should not lose composure, Sun Mo's expression management failed spectacularly. His face turned ashen, his demeanor contorted, as if they were genuinely performing a heartfelt scene, only to be blindsided by Ji Fei's strike, rendering their self-proclaimed poignant actions a mere farce. It was utterly humiliating. Although it was understood to be a performance, who could bear such indignity? His remaining at the scene was already a testament to his remarkable patience. Such a state of affairs naturally garnered sympathy from a portion of his fanbase. This is too much. What has our brother done to deserve such targeting? Ji Fei and Qin Chao are too wicked. To discuss the matter objectively, why should deities be forbidden from love? Why must the emperor sacrifice his beloved for the sake of the world? Why must the goddess always be the one to suffer? Enough with the moral coercion. Until one experiences such suffering personally, it is impossible to truly understand the pain. Indeed, if you possess the courage, sacrifice your own beloved. It must be noted that the fans of the male deities and those of the celestial romance genre are not easily defeated. The performance continues. Naturally, the emperor would not perish from a single strike, but is gravely wounded, collapsing into the goddess's embrace. In her desperation, she attempts to utilize her divine powers to save him, turning to Ji Fei with a look of sorrow and confusion. What are you saying? What vengeful souls? Ji Fei advances with a resounding slap. Are you pretending to be ignorant? The goddess's cheek is struck askew, her expression still one of innocence, incredulously gazing at Ji Fei. Ji Fei seizes the goddess by the throat, compelling her to look back, as if using divine magic to force her to witness the sins they have committed. On the large screen, scenes of tragedy flash rapidly. The goddess's face pales, her pupils tremble, tears streaming down as she shakes her head frantically in denial. Unable to confront the reality. I did not know it would come to this. She cries. Ji Fei delivers another slap. You claim ignorance? You were once immortal. How could you not know? Or have you regarded them as mere ants, thus indifferent to their suffering? The goddess shakes her head in protest. I am not. I truly am not. I am the goddess who loves all beings. Ji Fei retorts, Ah, so you choose to feign deafness? When the emperor killed so many to compel you to emerge, why did you not do so? I did so to prepare for my own sacrifice. To save all living beings. I cannot be stopped by the emperor. The goddess suddenly appears emboldened. Then why not hide away completely and quietly offer your sacrifice? Why did you wait until he sought to slay the demon lord before emerging? Why were you not afraid of falling short? Her words render the goddess speechless, her lips trembling. This segment of the plot closely mirrors the performance of the male deity ensemble, and once Ji Fei posed her soul-piercing question. Both the audience present and those online felt as though struck by lightning. I cannot believe I failed to recognize this issue earlier. My goodness. I was moved by such a narrative. How revolting.
Hypocrisy. Pure hypocrisy.
Sister Fei strikes him down. In this moment, the opposing fans found themselves at a loss for compelling arguments, weakly stating, the goddess could not have known the emperor would be so ruthless. Upon realizing it, she could only do her utmost to protect what remained. Yet, the emperor had already succumbed to darkness. Could she truly be unaware? To her, those who perished were merely insignificant. The performance on stage carries on. I truly did not mean for this to happen.
I'm sorry.
The goddess's expression is one of remorse. Unable to absolve herself of the calamity born from their actions, yet the next moment, she watches the emperor cough up blood, frantically attempting to save him. Ji Fei presses her sword against the goddess's throat. Do you still intend to use your divine power to save him? Is your divine power meant to be used here? The goddess gazes mournfully at her beloved. He was once the esteemed emperor of the heavenly realm. It is my fault he has momentarily fallen into darkness. The fault lies not with him. Not with him? Have you consulted those whom he has slaughtered? Ji Fei's tone is icy. Such neglect of your responsibilities. Indulging in love for personal desire has led to a sea of corpses and the blood-soaked lives of innocents. What right does such a tyrant have to be saved? The goddess trembles at Ji Fei's words, yet refuses to cease her attempts to heal him. He merely developed an obsession because he loves me.
Ji Fei scoffs.
Do you truly believe that the depth of your love can be measured by the lives of others? You are utterly deranged. Seemingly weary of further discourse, Ji Fei hoists the emperor and begins to depart. The goddess, frantic, clings to him. What are you planning to do? The demon must be eradicated. The sacrifice is for salvation. Ji Fei coldly declares, kicking the goddess aside and casting the emperor into the stage's fog. The goddess immediately panics. No. Please don't harm him. It is my duty to sacrifice for salvation. Ji Fei smirks. So you remember that this is your duty? Heaven decreed your descent to fulfill this singular purpose. And yet you cannot even accomplish that. What a waste. As the emperor disappears into the mist, calm returns to the world. The goddess collapses in tears, unable to save her beloved, ultimately beginning to question the very nature of existence. Am I destined to sacrifice? If so, then let me be the one to do so. Why must the emperor bear this burden? Without him, how can I possibly live on? Just as she speaks, Qin Chao, clad in white, reappears, resembling a return of the soul from the previous scene. After all, celestial dramas thrive on such tropes, and employing the same formula is hardly an issue. The goddess is immediately overcome with joy, but before she can rush to embrace their ultimate happy ending, Ji Fei hurls chains, ensnaring the emperor's neck and imprisoning him. And it is far from over. Chapter 102. You are also deranged. You too deserve death. The goddess gazed at Ji Fei in shock. He had barely survived. And what more did she want? I have told you, I am the embodiment of countless wrong souls. I must seek vengeance.
Ji Fei smirket.
Do you truly believe that after committing sins, one need not atone? Where then lies the justice in this world? The goddess pleaded, this is all my fault. As a goddess, I should not have personal feelings. Ji Fei interrupted, then why do you not remain detached? Habitually playing the role of the passive one, for this way, you escape all blame and infamy, do you not? The goddess was rendered speechless. Though the emperor could not struggle, he immediately defended the goddess. We have already saved the world. What more do you seek? The goddess regained her senses, questioning whether the emperor's sacrifice was not sufficient for atonement. How absurd! Saving the world is your duty. What does it have to do with the sins you have committed? The emperor detested such remarks, arguing, why must she sacrifice? Who has considered her well-being? Is my sacrifice not enough? Ji Fei scoffed, pointing at the emperor. You are the emperor nurtured by the world's fortune, once in power. It is your duty to uphold cosmic order and maintain peace among the realms. He then gestured towards the goddess. You are a goddess born for a specific purpose. Your duty is to protect the living and safeguard sentient beings. As the emperor and the goddess prepared to rebut, Ji Fei interrupted again. Because of these responsibilities, you have enjoyed all the privileges this world has to offer from the very start. Those privileges are the fruits of the faith and offerings of sentient beings. This is a fair exchange. To speak of sacrifice is utterly ridiculous. It is you who have neglected your duties, consumed with ephemeral pleasures, leading to the deaths of countless individuals because of your actions. Now you attempt to equate your rightful duties with merits for atonement? You are unworthy of being the rulers of this world, receiving the worship of millions. You are unworthy of being the goddess of the heavenly path, enjoying the faith of the three realms. Ji Fei's words left the emperor and the goddess speechless, until the emperor could no longer contain himself and roared. I simply love her. Can gods not fall in love? Ji Fei coldly retorted, if you wish to love, then forsake your celestial essence and become immortal. Free to love as you please. The emperor and the goddess were taken aback.
What?
Did you never consider this? If you shed your identities, there is no need for sacrifice. The heavenly path will find a way to compensate for everything. Are you blind to the mountains of mortal corpses amassed beneath your desires? For one person's death, an entire city perishes. When did this become the stuff of celebrated romance? You foolishly wish to live like mortals, marrying and raising children, indulging in love, yet still claim the lofty status of deities. If you occupy such a position, enjoying the worship and offerings of the world, you must fulfill your responsibilities. How can you desire to be exalted as a god while simultaneously refusing to sacrifice love? Such greed is perilous. A voice from the audience suddenly shouted, well said. It resonated throughout the quiet auditorium, enhancing the viewing experience as everyone silently concurred. Hardly anyone stood in support of the emperor and the goddess at this moment. Ji Fei's stage play had finally clarified a matter for the audience. The sentiment echoed endlessly. Online, a one-sided trend emerged, with stubborn fans being swept away by the tide, gradually assimilated into the prevailing sentiment. Though reluctant to admit the male idol group was flawed, they could not deny the script had issues. Sister Fei, I finally understand. It's like receiving a lifetime salary but refusing to work at the end. What audacity! We pray to and worship you, not to let you indulge in romance. Do your jobs and protect us properly. If not, step aside. There are plenty of deities who would take your place. I can simply shift my faith to one that benefits me. If the deity I believe in does not protect me, what is the point of my faith? Am I to watch you engage in romance as my spiritual sustenance? I am not insane. We elevate you to guide us towards hope and happiness. We have invested all our faith, yet you refuse to reciprocate. Only caring for yourselves? To become a deity, one must sever emotional ties. Deities who feel must descend to the mortal realm. It is only fair. And yet you questioned why we demand your return? If you had the capability, you should never have allowed us to believe in you in the first place. Here you are engaged in a romantic entanglement. There you are in a celestial mortal romance. And another with a celestial demon romance. You fight over trivial matters, dragging us into your disputes? The powers we granted you are being wielded to indulge your jealousy, affecting us? Su Meng, not in the waiting area, could check her phone at will, biting her lip, fixated on the barrage of comments. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Their original plan was to leverage the stage effects to evoke sympathy and resonance, hoping to address emotional issues later. Fans would surely accept their poignant romance on stage. Yet now, the situation was entirely reversed. After all, the comments criticizing the celestial beings on stage could just as easily apply to idol romances. Though Sun Mo and Yang Hong were not strictly idols, their presence was indeed supported by their fans. The reason their romance faced little opposition was that she had not jeopardized Yang Hong's career. She was a suitably low-profile sister-in-law. Yet now their stage play, initially scorned due to the top-tier group's impact, could be ridiculed further if their romantic issues surfaced, potentially leading to a swift backlash amidst the currently fervent discussions. No. This plan must be shelved. Furthermore, to be safe, they must disassociate from the script. It cannot be presented as their voluntary choice. They must claim they were forced into this script by Pei Mingxian. Yes, only in this way could the three of them extricate themselves from their predicament. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Gao Hao suddenly exclaimed while looking at his phone. Qin Rong and Xiao Tao curiously leaned in. Yet, Gao Hao handed his phone to Pei Mingxian. Someone had captured a photograph of Su Meng kissing Sun Mo, which had begun to circulate, suggesting an internal conflict that would spread rapidly. If this had occurred previously, Pei Mingxian would have been taken aback by such a photo. Now, however, she merely sneered and said, "Who told them to be so complacent? They deserve it." Upon hearing that it had actually leaked, Qin Rong and Xiao Tao's faces lit up with excitement, and they began browsing the plaza, sharing gossip. What if Sun Mo chooses to abandon Gao Hao at a crucial moment? Xiao Tao worried. Pei Mingxian replied, "It's fine. I have abandoned him as well." The online atmosphere was charged with tension, a storm was brewing, and the final act was about to commence. Faced with Ji Fei's scorn, the emperor and the goddess could no longer utter a word. However, as Ji Fei prepared to strike at the emperor, the goddess implored, "He has realized his mistakes. Look, he has already vanquished his inner demons. I promise, henceforth I shall lead him into seclusion to atone." This had been the gratifying conclusion of the previous stage. Of course, many who had felt relieved at the time now found it utterly repulsive. They could not help but wonder how Ji Fei would handle the situation. Surely, she would not disappoint them. The next moment, a glint of cold light flashed. Without a word, Ji Fei drove her sword through the goddess's chest. "Do you take me for a fool? Seclusion for atonement? Nonsense. You merely wish to escape to a paradise to indulge in romance. Your hands are stained with the blood of countless wronged souls. What right have you to be reborn and find happiness? You are deluded. You deserve to perish. If you truly wish to atone, then embark on the road of reincarnation and taste the suffering endured by those who perished because of your selfish desires. The heavenly path is just in its cycle. Good and evil will eventually be repaid and will not treat anyone differently based on their status or origin. If the celestial deities are unjust, then I shall slay the gods. I shall only serve my own faith." Chapter 103. The Consequence of Disregarding the Audience. At the conclusion of the stage play, the goddess and the emperor met their demise at the hands of Ji Fei. Their bodies extinguished while their souls were cast into the cycle of reincarnation. However, this cycle was merely an illusion, a realm capable of projecting the lives of others. Ji Fei subjected them to an eternal experience of the lives they had cruelly extinguished, from the heights of hope to the depths of despair, culminating in their own death and the restoration of memories as deities, only to be thrust into another existence. This allowed them to intimately grasp the toll their divine worship inflicted upon their mortal devotees. Ji Fei scattered the divine power stripped from the goddess across the earth, enabling the wronged souls who perished due to their actions to ascend to paradise, revitalizing all of creation. This power was inherently derived from the faith that beings across the three realms held in the heavenly way, since the goddess had no intention of wielding it wisely. Ji Fei resolved to do so on her behalf. Her exit was marked by a gradual fading into the dimming lights, akin to the myriad of wronged souls finally attaining their desires, dissipating into the ether, until a resonant voice echoed once more, "Do you possess the right to accept the veneration and admiration of others? Are you prepared?" As the performance concluded, an air of suspense enveloped the audience, this groundbreaking script unveiling a realm unlike any other. The final inquiry resonated powerfully. The audience erupted spontaneously into cheers and applause, without the need for guidance from stage management. Among them, Qin Ba, Qin Ma, and Qin Yan marveled at their surroundings, proudly rising to rally behind the leading group. The director and producer, witnessing the surging online buzz and skyrocketing metrics, were left in utter disbelief. The theme of faith had prompted them to explore various potential interpretations, yet they had not anticipated the leading group's poignant interrogation: to relish in the offerings of your followers, when you bask in the faith of others. Do you truly possess this right? Are you ready to govern yourself and lead by example in the future? It is not merely an endowment of power. You must also fulfill your obligations, or what purpose do you serve? In stark contrast, the male idol group's portrayal of love as faith appeared tragically shallow. While it is true that profound love may ascend to the level of faith, the juxtaposition of these two stage plays was brutally stark, akin to being ground into the earth. Who now dares to claim that the love portrayed by the male idol group possesses such depth? Even their fans have grown eerily silent, as if they no longer exist. The barrage of comments and discussions on social media have shifted, with no praises for the male idol group as stage play to be found, and any mention serves only to draw comparisons and criticisms. The fervor of online debate escalated, even invoking discussions of past fantasy dramas. Consequently, Sunmo's nearly formulaic roles garnered significant scrutiny. Had they chosen scripts with more originality, they would not have found themselves at the mercy of the leading group as critique. Prior to the competition, Sun Mo had urged his fans to anticipate his transformation. Yet, he remained reliant on his previous successes, while fans defended him by claiming it was merely a process of adaptation. Adaptation, indeed. Consider the leading group. With the inexperienced but talented Fei Jia among them, is it reasonable to employ such excuses? And what of the male idol group as fans? Where are they now? Emboldened to take a stand? Were they not previously vociferous in their proclamations? Do they still believe their idol's performance was truly moving? Ultimately, a staunch fan emerged, defiantly asserting, it was merely a misstep in script selection. Do you understand how hard our brother works? We will always believe that he is striving for his future. And this time was simply an unfortunate outcome. We will eternally support him. Indeed, our Yanggo-esque girlfriend has made significant sacrifices for the sake of a grand stage. We cannot dismiss their efforts due to a minor miscalculation. It must be the studio's fault for choosing such a script, an act of sabotage against our brother. Staff, step forward and provide us with an explanation. Presently, Sun Mo and Yang Hong are under the same management, and the public relations department hastily reached out to discuss a response. However, the irate members of the male idol group awaited the return of the instigator. Ji Fei and Qin Chao exited the stage, making their way back. The supporting actress voiced her concern. Do you think we were a bit too harsh? Qin Chao reassured her. No need to worry. I selected the script, so you are not implicated. Ji Fei smiled and added, it is of no consequence. We are merely performing the same tropes as they are. How could blame fall upon us? The accompanying actors regarded them with skepticism, sensing that these two relished in causing a stir. Such overt acts of confrontation are seldom witnessed in the entertainment industry, prompting a wave of gossip among them, eager to sneak backstage and witness the potential clash. The prospect of such excitement was simply too tantalizing to ignore. Backstage, before their arrival, those from the Qin family who had managed to gain access began to speculate on Ji Fei's sentiments. They exerted themselves so thoroughly before. It must be quite awkward for them now. I regret not being able to witness their expressions in the waiting area. The members of the Qin family stifled their amusement, for the current expressions were equally captivating. There stood Sun Mo, Yang Hong, and Su Meng clustered together. Sun Mo's demeanor resembled a repressed volcano, while Yang Hong wore a brooding expression akin to an impending storm, and Su Meng, caught in the middle, appeared pitiful, her eyes as red as a rabbit's. Upon their approach, Sun Mo let out a cold snort, directing a glance toward Pei Mingxian, only to find that she had not acknowledged them at all. In times of trouble, it was always Pei Mingxian who intervened on their behalf, fiercely defending their interests. Yet now, for a moment, Sun Mo felt quite unaccustomed to this, but recalling their recent discord, he found it challenging to lower his pride and confront Qin Chao directly for an explanation. However, Yang Hong harbored no such reservations, boldly questioning, You too, isn't it a tad unethical to trap us this way? We haven't wronged you, have we? Qin Chao halted, turning to face Yang Hong. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, the tension palpable in the air. Yang Hong, possessing a modicum of influence and having a nonchalant attitude towards the entertainment industry, felt no fear of antagonizing Qin Chao. Yet even so, Ji Fei had not anticipated Yang Hong's audacity. She had expected them to maintain a facade of harmony and endure the situation. Moreover, Yang Hong's character had not previously suggested such impatience. Ah, I see. This is not merely a matter of the play's script being overshadowed. It also stems from our counter-narrative performance, which has inadvertently delayed their original plans. Oh. Are you so eager to relinquish your girlfriend and retreat into the shadows? I must say, you truly live up to your reputation, Yang Diangong. The members of the Qin family nearly erupted in laughter. Even Qin Chao, who faced Yang Hong's ire, struggled to maintain composure, his expression one of complex emotions. Chapter 104. A self-directed shift of blame. At this moment, Sun Mo stepped forward to stand beside Yang Hong, aligning himself with the same stance, though he failed to notice how Yang Hong's eyes sparkled at his gesture. Qin Chao, regaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, It is not that we have wronged you. It is merely a competition, a survival of the fittest. If we can devise a better approach.
Why shouldn't we?
Have you never acted against others for your own benefit? Vocal, third brother, your words sound rather villainous. Yet you do have a point. Especially considering these three, who seek to sacrifice Paige yet to fulfill their love story. How dare they question us? We are at least openly exploiting you. While they're sneaking in their own agendas. The Qin family members stifled their laughter, desperately suppressing their grins. Meanwhile, the trio stood in stunned silence at Qin Chao's retort. To their astonishment, the Qin dynasty directly acknowledged the situation. They had anticipated that excuses would be made to provide a graceful exit. This unexpected response left both Yang Hong and Sun Mo utterly perplexed. Sun Mo, who was least adept at navigating such circumstances, instinctively turned to Pei Mingxian for support, yet received no response, no even a fleeting glance. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of isolation, as though he were traversing a precarious tightrope, an inexplicable unease gnawing at him. Just as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward, Yang Hong's manager hurriedly arrived, shattering the impasse. As the commotion subsided, the group convened for a meeting, evidently focused on the recent staging debacle. Outside, live post-match interviews were underway, and they were expected to take the stage soon, likely seeking to remedy the situation. Before long, Pei Mingxian returned, her countenance darkened. The surrounding onlookers, naturally curious, exchanged furtive glances. Why had she returned alone? Wasn't she meant to be in the meeting? The Qin family members encircling Ji Fei began to speculate, given that Pei Mingxian remained Sun Mo's manager, still bound by contract, and thus obligated to advocate for him. Ji Fei, who was in the midst of adjusting her makeup, could not resist inquiring. How amusing, isn't it? The Qin family members immediately perked up their ears. The company seeks to salvage the reputations of the two male idols by providing several public relations strategies. Sister Pei, being the consummate professional, selected the most suitable one, to apologize for the misjudgment in script selection, acknowledge the error and assure improvements moving forward, without any unnecessary embellishments. Contemplating this, the Qin family found it quite reasonable. If they genuinely issued an apology, the online community would likely refrain from excessive criticism, especially since the roles they portrayed were indeed cliched. This approach could potentially garner goodwill from the public. Acknowledging one's mistakes is often a pathway to redemption. Even the artists of the Qin dynasty concurred that this was the most effective public relations strategy. Sometimes, a strategic retreat is preferable to a head-on confrontation. Although it may incur a slight loss of popularity and prestige, in the long run, it is the most advantageous choice. However, to their dismay, none of the three were willing to comply. Su Meng deliberately probed Pei Mingxian, insinuating that her reluctance to offer solutions stemmed from her relationship with Sun Mo. Then, feigning a pitiful demeanor, she implored Pei Mingxian for assistance. The Qin family members gasped at the sheer audacity. It was clear that Su Meng was performing for Sun Mo's benefit, attempting to sway him to her side to later undermine Pei Mingxian. Foolish Sun Mo immediately lashed out at Sister Pei, demanding she leave if she wasn't willing to think of solutions. Thus, Pei Mingxian had exited. The Qin family members could not help but scorn Sun Mo for his lack of discernment. Did he truly believe himself to be indispensable? As soon as she left, the three miscreants began to plot. Had they already taken action? Sun Mo, how could you lack conscience so blatantly? The Qin family members leaned in closer to Ji Fei, eager to glean the details. They witnessed Ji Fei, devoid of her previous cheerfulness, swiftly retrieving her phone and scrolling through it. The Qin family, ever the eager spectators, followed suit and opened Weibo. At that moment, numerous phones chimed, particularly Pei Mingxian's. Upon glancing at her screen, her expression froze in dismay. The instigator behind the male idol group's disastrous stage performance had surged to the top of trending topics. The discourse rapidly escalated. Various rehearsal photos, depicting Pei Mingxian overseeing the script, were leaked to marketing accounts. An alleged insider began to fervently disclose that the original script for the male idol group was a grand narrative of righteousness, not a trivial love story, and that it was forcibly changed at the behest of the manager. It was well known among Sun Mo's longtime fans that Pei Mingxian had always taken full responsibility for his affairs. He had no decision-making power, merely following her guidance. Thus, the misstep in the performance could hardly be attributed to the male idol group. It merely showcased the manager's poor judgment, mistakenly believing that their expertise could rival that of the top-tier groups, only to inadvertently sabotage their own interests. Instantly, netizens reacted. How could a manager be so foolish as to stifle Sun Mo's potential for transformation, thereby forcing him to rely on past glories? Was there a hidden agenda? Once shrewd, had she now set her sights on derailing her own client's career? Fans, upon hearing this, were incensed. Before long, highly upvoted comments emerged, suggesting that the two might be on the verge of parting ways. This revelation stirred a tempest, as betrayals of artists by their managers are all too common in the entertainment industry. Perhaps it stemmed from unfulfilled negotiations, or perhaps it was born from grievances, seeking to deliver a lesson. With this explanation, the ire of the fans was swiftly redirected. They were far more inclined to view others as villains rather than their beloved brother, who they believed to be the true victim. Sympathy arose for Sun Mo and Yang Hong, with cries echoing about their lack of agency in script choices. What had obstructed their promised transformation? Each new phrase seemed to aim at casting Pei Mingxian as the ultimate villain pulling all the strings. Moreover, the online discourse began to shift. Previously rife with mockery aimed at the male idol group, sentiments transformed into sympathy, even urging Pei Mingxian to apologize in a live stream. It is remarkable how public opinion can be swayed so swiftly. Those in the know, the true staff members, regarded Pei Mingxian with sympathy, aware that she had been thrust into the role of scapegoat. However, their voices were feeble, lacking the substantial backing to counteract the tide of misinformation. Neither the director nor the producer dared to step forward, clearly wishing to avoid entanglement in this quagmire, as it was ultimately their internal affairs at stake. The entertainment industry is treacherous, teeming with those wronged. Yet, the Qin family, engrossed in the unfolding drama, were far from pleased, casting pointed suggestions toward Qin Chao. With a knowing glance, Qin Chao signaled to Gao Hao. Reluctantly, Gao Hao approached Pei Mingxian, inquiring if she required assistance. Pei Mingxian's icy demeanor slowly lifted as she responded with a cold chuckle. If you cannot handle such trivial matters, why would you still wish to engage my services? Gao Hao raised an eyebrow. It seems nothing can faze Sister Pei. Chapter 105. I shall crown Sister Pei as the master of yin and yang. One could assert that if Sun Mo and his cohorts aimed to execute their scheme, it would inevitably require Pei Mingxian's willingness to sacrifice. Qin Chao elucidated to the Qin family. Ji Fei remarked, in the past, it was not uncommon for a manager to shield their artist from blame. After all, the artist and manager operate as one. As long as the artist remains in the good graces of the public, they can still profit, ensuring that their cash cow remains intact. Yet now, Qin Rong lamented, the rift between Sister Pei and Sun Mo has grown so severe. It is astonishing that he would dare to act so recklessly. Qin Ma interjected, that brat is emboldened, thinking that little Pei would never bring about his ruin. Qin Yan, astonished, remarked, he truly is confident. Does he still believe that Pei Mingxian has feelings for him? Qin Ba and Qin Chao exchanged glances, each thinking that Sun Mo was not so foolish as to believe that. Gao Hao returned, drawing the curiosity of the group. He chuckled, no need for us to worry. Is there perhaps some recorded conversation or chat logs that could be shared online to substantiate this? Qin Rong eagerly inquired. Gao Hao chuckled. How could we employ such tactics? That would be self-destructive. Pei Mingxian would never allow herself to be placed in such a predicament. Several members of the Qin family, still processing the information, gazed quizzically at Gao Hao. He elaborated, consider this. All those rumors originate from external leaks. The male idol group has yet to make any statements. If at this juncture Pei Mingxian were to personally disclose evidence and shift all blame onto the male idol group, it would equate to betraying her own. Rational fans would seek the truth, while the irrational. In an instant, the audience grasped the implications, their hearts swelling with myriad emotions. Rational fans would ponder who had chosen the script. Why had Pei Mingxian been thrust into the line of fire? Meanwhile, the irrational fans would elevate the situation to unprecedented heights. They would never consider that it was their elder brother who instigated the matter from behind the scenes. Instead, they would merely perceive that their brother had done nothing wrong, and that it was others who sowed discord. As an agent, how could you betray your brother and not protect him? You have betrayed his trust. The crowd could already envision the words that would be uttered. Most crucially, her reputation within the industry would be irreparably tarnished, leaving her with no opportunities in the future. Unless she chose to exit the industry entirely, she must fight for her dignity, but she was not so reckless. Gao Hao, having calmly analyzed the situation, noticed the curious expressions on everyone's faces, which instantly fulfilled his desire to narrate as an agent. If only his artists were as obedient while he spoke. Qin Zhao, however, appeared rather indifferent, while Ji Fei became lost in thought, utterly uncooperative. just as Gao Hao prepared to expound on how Pei Mingxian would navigate the situation. He observed the rapid change in the crowd's expressions, followed by a dawning realization that rendered them uninterested in his forthcoming words. Gao Hao. Having already witnessed Pei Mingxuan's maneuvers through the gossip system, Ji Fei began to post with glee. Meanwhile, those who had heard the murmurs started witnessing the backlash against the fans who had vehemently criticized Pei Mingxian. In truth, the operation was quite simple. Previously, there had been leaks of photos depicting Sun Mo kissing Su Meng. Although the information spread rapidly, it failed to gain traction online amidst waves of significant traffic. Some dismissed the unclear images as mere digital manipulation. All Pei Mingxian needed to do was discreetly purchase a surge of traffic and craft an explosive title, and everything would fall into place. Sun Mo did not seem to be coerced. After all, he was diligently rehearsing off stage. If Sister Pei can speak, she should say more. I shall crown Sister Pei as the master of yin and yang. Wait, I've never seen this photo before. Turns out they are just as eager behind the scenes. What is this? The Company S rooftop? I am quite curious. Has Yang Dianzhu received the baton this time? The Qin family had actually seen the photos beforehand, but paired with this title, it was impossible for them to suppress their laughter. Sure enough, a sharp-eyed marketing account quickly caught wind of it and immediately shared it. They were merely waiting for the situation to ferment, but coincidentally, they were invited on stage for the final segment. Perhaps it was due to their reluctance to face Pei Mingxian that Sun Mo and the others approached the stage from another direction. Once Qin Zhao and Ji Fei arrived, they noticed the others had regained their composure, clearly believing that the malicious tactics had extricated them from their predicament. Qin Zhao and Ji Fei suppressed their expressions and accepted the interview, methodically discussing acting and scripts. Sun Mo and his companions subtly expressed their frustration with the script of their performance while also endorsing the top-tier group S narrative. In that moment, Ji Fei and Qin Zhao could hardly contain their laughter. Their faces flushed. The male god group likely believed their generosity had surprised the top-tier group. In reality, the two were on the verge of bursting into laughter. This time, there were no unforeseen complications, and they exited smoothly. However, prior to their departure, they failed to notice the director and producer behind the camera, bewildered by the sudden influx of chaotic comments, hastily shutting down the live stream. Their program had concluded, and the ensuing turmoil would be of no concern to them. Not long ago, netizens had been eagerly consuming gossip, observing various conspiracy theories concocted by the fans of the two male leads. Yet, upon turning their attention, they were all astonished. What is this? Outsiders do not comprehend that during rehearsals, such kissing scenes must be genuine? Rehearsing nonsense, this is not the practice room. They are out in the open. And to suggest they are merely rehearsing is absurd. Contemporary netizens are not easily deceived. Given their posture, the kiss appeared deeply passionate. If it were coerced, one might as well be doing handstands while washing their hair. The clothing in the photos seemed familiar to fans who had shared behind-the-scenes glimpses. But those were just casual moments, not work-related. Undoubtedly an affair. Good heavens, just moments ago, they claimed it was the agent who forced them into such scripts and pressured them into performing kissing scenes. I knew it. Are those fans completely devoid of reason? Even if an agent could influence Sun Mo's decisions, could they also control Yang Hong and Su Meng? What a joke. Even considering Sun Mo's status, it is inconceivable that he would lack agency under an agent's influence. Portraying himself as a victim is merely an attempt to deflect blame for this failure. As a man, he shows a complete lack of accountability. I hereby declare my withdrawal from fandom. Everyone, let us refrain from hasty conclusions and be led astray. What if it is a malicious actor using fake photos to tarnish our brother? Perhaps it was taken during another shoot. Before Sun Mo's fans could seek solace in rationalizations, Yang Hong's fans were already incensed. How could the sister they had finally acknowledged as their brother's partner be unfaithful? It was one thing for Sun Mo to have previously snatched Yang Hong's role, which they had graciously accepted. But now he was stealing his girlfriend as well. This could not go unanswered. At that moment, the live stream was nearing its conclusion, and comments flooded in like a deluge. Yet, the actors had turned away, and the large screen no longer displayed anything, leaving no one aware of the chaos unfolding. With Yang Hong's fans mobilizing their forces, a professional assessment confirmed that the photos were 100% authentic, captured mid-kiss by an accidental drone. This revelation struck like a hammer.
Yang Hong's fans erupted,
Instantly embroiled in a fierce argument with Sun Mo's supporters, hurling accusations at each other. Su Meng, being a minor actress with a modest following, found her fans in a predicament. They could not admit that their sister was an unrepentant vixen. Thus, half of them pleaded for her to explain, while the other half began to suspect that Su Meng was a victim of coercion. In any case, a three-way battle ensued, with the fans of Qin and Ji joining the fray, causing the Weibo servers to crash for a considerable time. Once restored, many matters had already reached a conclusion. How absurd! I firmly believe this script was orchestrated by Sun Mo, aimed at undermining Yang Hong's girlfriend. They had likely been entangled long before this.
Yang Hong, blissfully unaware.
Had his wife stolen from him, while foolishly assisting in the performance of another S specialty. How shocking. Previously, Yang Hong's fans claimed significant sacrifices had been made for the stage play, even contributing their girlfriend, and I thought it was for the sake of art. It turns out someone was aiming to wear a green hat. Suddenly, the images of their characters, the emperor and the goddess, sharing a kiss become utterly repulsive. It was never about performance but purely selfish desires, treating the audience like fools. We may have been fortunate, but their fans appear as complete simpletons, ha. What pity. Unfollowing, Sun Mo will be cursed for life. Sister Pei has endured alongside you for so long, and rather than expressing gratitude, you cast blame upon her to protect yourself and your lover in times of crisis. How terribly misguided I was in my judgment of you. Sun Mo, do you possess no conscience? This woman has toiled for your career, yet you would jeopardize it for the sake of a romantic pursuit, carelessly tarnishing such an important stage production. How shameless. I wondered why you abruptly shifted to performing such antiquated material. Now it all makes sense. Sun Mo, if you wish to pursue love, I shall not hinder you, but you cannot simultaneously feign progress, relish our sacrifices, and neglect your career for romance. I truly feel blind. Bystanders, drawn by the spectacle, could not resist voicing their opinions. Strangely enough, there is indeed a flavor of divinity and devotion, as idols squander their careers for love. Akin to deities neglecting their duties for romance, both betray the trust of those who support and believe in them, treating them as mere pillars of spiritual support. Watson, you have uncovered a blind spot. Of course, there are still resilient fans who resist. Those are the marketing accounts leaking information, not Sun Mo. He did not cast blame. Be careful of a reversal. Just question whether he is entangled with someone else's girlfriend.
No.
It is all Ji Fei and Qin Zhao's fault. They designed this to harm our brother. Before encountering them, our brother was just fine. My brother is my eternal faith. I believe in my brother. I am going to confront them right now. Only a few extreme fans continue to support Sun Mo blindly, but they cannot stir up any significant turmoil. Once again, two groups of individuals returned to the backstage, and an inexplicable sensation arose that the staff had increased in number. Ji Fei and Qin Chao understood that these were comrades who had come to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 106. Does the narcissist have no pride? As Yang Hong's manager refreshed his phone, Weibo continued to crash. Thus, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities and stepped out to arrange their return itinerary. Su Ming's assistant, fiercely protective of her employer, was preoccupied with orchestrating a smear campaign against Pei Mingxian and failed to notice any other developments. In this moment, Sun Mo, calm and composed, approached Pei Mingxian. Noticing her pallid expression, he realized she had grasped their intentions. Sun Mo felt a twinge of discomfort but still spoke up, "Ah Xian, I need to talk to you. Let's step outside." Pei Mingxian lifted her frigid, almond-shaped eyes, her piercing gaze unsettling Sun Mo. "You feel emboldened to act this way, don't you? Surely, you believe I have grown accustomed to taking the blame for you, so what else one more time?" Sun Mo's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes darting around. How could he say such things in front of so many people? He glared at Pei Mingxian, insisting they step outside. However, Pei Mingxian coldly retorted, "No need. By signing this termination agreement, we shall part ways. I can assure you that I will never publicly refute any accusations regarding the script." As she spoke, Pei Mingxian produced a freshly minted termination agreement from her bag, placing it before Sun Mo. The collective gasp from those present indicated the gravity of the situation. The matter had escalated to the point of a contract termination. It appeared Sun Mo's actions had indeed wounded his manager's heart. After all, the staff was aware that previously, due to script changes, the manager had made quite a fuss, but Sun Mo had disregarded her advice. Now, having lost the PK and facing ridicule, his attempt to shift the blame to salvage his reputation was utterly disgraceful. The manager, exhibiting a sense of loyalty, seemed unwilling to drag Sun Mo down with her, intending only to sever ties amicably. Yet, An atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the room as everyone lowered their heads to their phones, new messages flooding in. They glanced back at the three newcomers, wondering if they had yet to see that photo. Was this really the moment to discuss contract termination?
Yang Hongmu said, strange. Why are so many people looking at me?
Su Meng echoed. Odd. It seems like many are stealing glances at me. Not strange at all. They are indeed observing you.
Haha.
The Qin family members eagerly scanned the room, anticipating the moment when the tide would turn. Sun and Mo remained oblivious to the surroundings, abruptly interrupting, Pei Mingxian. Is it really necessary? Haven't you done this out of spite before? Pei Mingxian nearly rolled her eyes. I mentioned the termination before, and you brushed it off. After our conversation, I prepared the documents and have already signed. Now it's your turn. Sign it, and the contract will be effective. Do you still think this is just a petty dispute? Sun Emo was momentarily stunned. Pei Mingxian continued, as for the other contracts that cannot be dismantled, they can be resolved according to legal provisions. I am willing to bear any losses on my part, so let us terminate our collaboration forthwith.
Wow.
I knew Pei Jia couldn't bear it any longer. The Qin family chimed in, trash should be discarded promptly. After uttering her words, Pei Mingxian produced a pen, placing it directly before Sun Mo's eyes. Are you truly going to do this? You can't tolerate me and Sun Mo? She cast a glance at Su Meng.
Man.
Your name is Narcissist. The Qin family retorted, he is a narcissistic maniac. Pei Mingxian, feeling a surge of disgust, incredulously remarked. You still think I have feelings for you and am jealous? I had no idea your imagination was so vivid. I can only say your fantasies repulse me.
Oh, dear.
Speaking such blunt truths in front of so many people, does the narcissist have no shame? The Qin family burst into laughter, while the bystanders, flustered yet curious, pretended to be busy, straining to overhear the unfolding drama. The backstage had indeed become a hot spot for gossip. Sun Mo's face shifted between shades of green and red as he indignantly exclaimed, What do you mean you're not jealous? You've done so much for me in the past, suffering from gastric bleeding over contract negotiations, staying up nights to plead with producers for opportunities. No matter how arduous the work, you were always there to support me. As he spoke, Sun Mo fell silent. The onlookers gasped, realizing the extent of Pei Mingxian's sacrifices for him. How could he repay her with such ingratitude? Do you really think I did all this because I have feelings for you? Pei Mingxian scoffed haughtily. Even if I were training a dog of an actor, I would invest this much, because it pertains to my career. Sun Mo, nearly overwhelmed by shame and anger, stumbled back. Sister, must you be so harsh? A dog actor would be more dedicated, never collapsing under pressure nor betraying their owner. The Qin family quipped, It's hard to tell who is more ruthless. You used to be a somewhat promising tool in my eyes. Now, you're nothing but a nuisance. I refuse to sync with you. Every second tied to you makes me uncomfortable. So hurry up and sign, or you should know I possess ample evidence to prove your deceit. The color drained from Sun Mo's face as he finally awakened from his narcissistic stupor. His lips turned pale, trembling as he stammered, You're really going to do this? You want to sever ties completely? How could he have the audacity? Everyone wondered why he still appeared the victim. One more word, and I will have Pei Mingxian threaten you with my phone, she warned.
Montaki.
Yang Hong called out, directing Sun Mo's attention, and they shared a tacit understanding. Su Meng, though silent, wore an expression of deep concern. As the three exchanged glances, the audience held their breath, their toes digging into the ground awkwardly. They were still unaware. Of course, no one had their phones at the ready. Damn it, who failed to inform them? Yet, no one wished to miss this spectacle. Sun Mo took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He picked up the contract, a complex expression on his face. Do you genuinely wish to terminate our agreement? Pei Mingxian nodded affirmatively. Sun Mo's gaze flickered. Then you assure me you won T. I have always kept my word. If I say I won T publicly comment on related matters, I won T. If you truly pin the blame on me, I will accept it. Pei Mingxian's eyes darkened as she promised. Very well. I trust you. Sun Mo hastily signed the contract, creating 2 copies, then looked up with a serious expression. Exchanging the documents. This matter is a debt I owe you. Henceforth no need. We are even from now on, let each rely on their own merits. Pei Mingxian, satisfied, accepted the contract, finally becoming a free agent. Ji Fei could no longer contain her excitement, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Pei Jia is amazing. No public statements. Yet she has stealthily retaliated. The Qin family members chimed in. Indeed. Her tacit acceptance hinges on your ability to successfully shift the blame. Just beware of the pot falling upon your own heads. Clearly, only someone as shrewd as Pei Jie could navigate the situation, resolute and unforgiving. Moreover, she utilized this opportunity to sever ties smoothly. Pei Jie, you are forever my idol. The Qin family members mused. Perhaps from the moment Sun Mo stepped into this place, Pei Mingxian had sensed the opportunity for termination. The other onlookers could only observe the surface. Unable to restrain their admiration, Pei Mingxian is truly magnanimous, yet it seems fate has favored her. They inadvertently stumbled into a blunder. At that moment, Yang Hong's manager and Su Meng's assistant rushed in, nearly colliding at the entrance. Yang Hong, we have a crisis. The manager shouted, glaring at Su Meng. Meng, quickly check your phone. The assistant urged anxiously. Sun Mo felt a wave of dread wash over him as he hastily pulled out his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his legs buckling momentarily before he steadied himself. He abruptly looked up at Pei Mingxian. Was it you? Chapter 107. The Frantic Assault of Fans. Pei Mingxian was far from foolish. Her acting at this moment rivaled that of an award-winning actress. What? Sun Mo's expression was inscrutable, leaving him unable to discern truth from deception. Enough of this. Let us return to the company swiftly, he urged, and discuss how to get Yang Hong to come and take Sun Mo away. He cast a fierce glare at Pei Mingxian. Resolute in his refusal to allow anyone to harm Sun Mo, this was pushing them to their limits. Once this crowd dispersed, Gao Hao stepped forward, remarking, it seems the chaos is far from over. Let us see what unfolds. Pei Mingxian responded with a cold smile. Qin Chao approached, saying, Miss Pei, on behalf of our studio, I extend a formal invitation to you. Pei Mingxian paused, glancing back to see Ji Fei batting her clear, almond-shaped eyes at her. The top-tier group truly represented a refreshing current in the entertainment industry. Thank you, but I cannot join a new company while potentially bearing negative rumors. Once this wave passes, I shall seek you out, she acknowledged with a nod before departing alone. Evidently, Pei Mingxian intended to weather the impending storm on her own. If Qin Xian could discern the possibilities, she was certainly capable of doing the same. However, she might not possess an effective method of counterattack. It seems tonight will be quite the spectacle. I must keep my phone close to catch the latest gossip, mused the Qin family, who had become deeply invested in the unfolding drama. Let us be off. My younger brother will come to celebrate your successful performance tonight. Qin Yan chimed in, with a smile. Gao Hao then addressed the Qin family, instructing, you all should exit through the back door with Xiao Tao, while Ji Fei and Qin Chao will take the front. There are quite a few fans gathered. By the time Qin Chao and Ji Fei followed Gao Hao to the entrance, Ji Fei was taken aback. The sight before them was overwhelming. A sea of fans stretching as far as the eye could see. The production team had even arranged for security. Is this really necessary? Qin Chao mused. He was acutely aware of the number of fans who might show up to support them. Anything excessive would prompt intervention from the studio. As for Ji Fei, still a newcomer, although she had garnered a fair number of fans, the spontaneous support she received remained relatively modest, given her current status as a variety star. And the fans from the idol group haven't left? Qin Chao exclaimed in surprise. Where would they dare to face their fans? They slipped out through the back. Gao Hao retorted with a smirk. Did no one inform the fans that they had already departed?
Yi Fei inquired curiously.
They did, but no one believed it.
Qin Chao replied, turning to Yi Fei.
There are too many people. Be careful not to get pushed around. Ji Fei nodded in agreement. As soon as they stepped outside, an array of excited shouts erupted, with fans surging forward, pressing against one another while the security struggled to maintain a barrier. Among the supportive voices, Ji Fei also heard numerous inquiries about the idol group, the tone almost accusatory, explaining their reluctance to exit through the front. Yet, this situation made it difficult for them to move, as the security lines buckled under the pressure. Before long, black-clad bodyguards arrived to assist in maintaining order. These were the Qin family's security personnel. In the distance, Ji Fei spotted Qin Xian, impeccably dressed, waiting by the roadside, clearly concerned for their safety, having arranged for bodyguards to assist. With the Qin family's protection, Ji Fei and Qin Chao soon boarded the vehicle. Qin Chao gathered a stack of fan letters, piquing Ji Fei's curiosity about what fans might write to their idols. Just as she contemplated this, a piercing voice rang out. Ji Fei, I'm your fan. Please look at my letter. Startled, Ji Fei was not driven by vanity, but by sheer curiosity, so she lowered the window before the car had even started moving. She saw a young girl being restrained by a bodyguard, her excitement palpable as she waved a pink envelope. The bodyguard glanced back, and upon receiving a nod from Qin Xian, allowed the girl to rush to the car's side. The girl clung to the car door, and as Ji Fei was about to express her gratitude and take the letter, a flash of steel caught her eye, and she heard Qin Xian's urgent breath beside her.
Get back.
In an instant, she was pulled back by her collar and into a solid embrace. Gasps filled the vehicle as Ji Fei found herself in a daze, her senses overwhelmed by Qin Xian's thunderous heartbeat and an arm shielding her view. A blade sliced through the black sleeve of his suit and into the white shirt beneath, crimson blood seeping through almost immediately. It's all your fault. You must have orchestrated this against him, oh go. He's such a good person, and all those rumors are maliciously fabricated. You resorted to underhanded means to win, colluding with the manager to harm him. It's undoubtedly your doing. The girl's expression twisted with rage as she attempted to stab again, only to be subdued by arriving bodyguards. The surrounding crowd was gripped by fear, many capturing the scene on their cameras. Furious, Qin Chao leapt out with Gao Hao to report the girl to the authorities. The vehicle sped off, with others accompanying Qin Xian to the hospital to tend to his injury. Ji Fei, overwhelmed with guilt, gently supported Qin Xian's hand, murmuring, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so curious. It has nothing to do with you. It was Qin Chao's plan. And those fans belong to someone else. You're simply unfortunate," Qin Ba interjected, urging the driver to accelerate. "It's nothing serious. The wound isn't deep," Qin Yan, having studied medicine, assured them. Sitting opposite, Qin Rong's eyes were already red with fright, yet she comforted Ji Fei, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Such incidents have happened to third brother before. Some fans can be quite irrational." Qin Ma, equally concerned, added, "Ji Fei, don't blame yourself. It was Qin Xian who insisted on letting the bodyguard allow entry. He brought this trouble upon himself." Ji Fei felt a tightness in her chest as she turned to Qin Xian. He met her gaze calmly, his pitch-black eyes glimmering softly. "It's all right." Ji Fei opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, feeling a mix of awkwardness and warmth at being protected in such a manner for the first time. "That fruit knife would have only grazed my arm. It's no big deal. Qin Xian's actions were commendable, and I should thank him properly later." Qin Xian shot her a helpless glance and continued, "Protecting you is simply my duty." "Ah, right. I almost forgot. This fellow values responsibility above all else. Protecting his nominal wife is merely his obligation. I do enjoy the convenience of this identity," she mused internally. Qin Xian seemed to sense her thoughts were misaligned. The Qin family exchanged glances, filled with concern. Although they understood that Qin Xian and Ji Fei were merely a formal couple, Ji Fei's subconscious distance from her husband was troubling. Once affectionate, she now exhibited a detached demeanor. Even the act of Qin Xian shielding her did not elicit tears of gratitude, leaving them deeply worried. While Ji Fei accompanied Qin Xian to receive treatment for his injury, the rest of the family conspired together. During the treatment, Qin Chao returned with the police to gather evidence. They soon learned that the girl was a minor fan, and her parents had been notified, creating quite an uproar. Observing the unreasonable behavior of her parents made it evident how such a wild child could have been spoiled. Furious, Qin Chao exclaimed, at the police station. She was still shouting that we had framed Sun Mo, blaming us for his disappointing performance and his entanglements with other people's girlfriends. Because those who oppose us always meet a bad end, she even cited the evidence of the best actor group. Her obsession with fandom is akin to a cult. It's as if she has lost her mind. What's even more ridiculous is that she demanded Sun Mo come to rescue her, claiming he cared deeply for fans like her. Would he even bother? Ji Fei gasped in disbelief. Certainly not. This is merely a personal action of the fans. Not even Sun Mo's company will intervene. If it were the former Pei Mingxian, she would have likely taken action to mitigate the negative impact and, in doing so, win over some hearts. However, Sun Mo is currently overwhelmed with his own troubles. How could he possibly address matters concerning his fans? At most, he would issue a statement to apologize to us and then sternly condemn the actions of the fans. After Qin Chao finished speaking, Gao Hao entered, stating that the other party had already responded. Given that it had trended on social media, their response was relatively swift. Otherwise, considering their current predicament, they would truly be besieged on all sides. Qin Chao scoffed, remarking on how that frenzied fan would perceive their idol apologizing to us while distancing herself from the situation. "Sister-in-law, what do you think? As for me, I'm determined to pursue this to the end." Gao Hao furrowed his brow, glancing at Ji Fei. He understood Qin Chao's obstinate nature and attempted to persuade Ji Fei, saying, the other party is a minor, if they were to act rashly. There are many such examples in the entertainment industry, which could lead to significant trouble. You must understand that public opinion typically sides with the weaker party, rather than the one in the right. Moral coercion is exceedingly frightening, and as you have just entered the industry, it would be best to avoid entanglement in such matters. It is preferable to downplay the situation and resolve it peacefully. Qin Chao moved his lips, appearing dissatisfied. Ji Fei turned to Qin Xian, asking, since you are the one injured, what is your perspective? Qin Xian replied, the decision lies with you and Qin Chao. Gao Hao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that Ji Fei was more amenable. Ji Fei cast a glance at Qin Xian's injury and stated, then we shall pursue this to the very end. Qin Chao immediately broke into laughter. Gao Hao exclaimed in surprise. Ji Fei continued, age has never been a shield against accountability. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Any talk of depression or suicidal threats must be made clear up front. We will not be swayed by such tactics. If she were to harm herself, it is her and her parents' responsibility to bear, not ours. We seek only legal validation and the assurance that anyone in such a situation receives the most equitable response possible. Even if the outcome is unfavorable and public opinion does not favor me, I can always withdraw from the entertainment industry. It is not an essential path for me. Chapter 108. The numbness sets in. Gao Hao was taken aback. It was rare for Ji Fei to be so serious. However, since she had made her stance clear, Gao Hao could only proceed to issue a statement addressing the matter. Ji Fei turned around to find both brothers gazing at her. What? Ji Fei asked, feeling uncomfortable. You're actually this angry? Qin Chao exclaimed in astonishment.
Huh?
I'm not angry, Ji Fei replied, puzzled. Qin Chao chuckled awkwardly and stood to leave. Qin Xian looked at Ji Fei and said, don't be upset. I'm truly not angry. Ji Fei shot back, exasperated. I'm so infuriated. I've stated that I'm not angry. It's not my injury. I just think, why should she be granted leniency simply because of her age? She has indeed harmed you, inflicted such a deep wound. With flesh exposed, requiring stitches and bleeding profusely, she ought to face the consequences. Qin Xian's lips curved slightly. Soon, Ji Fei's phone chimed. She pulled it out to see that the studio had already posted on Weibo, their stance remarkably resolute, conveying the essence of Ji Fei's earlier words. They emphasized that the one harmed was a very important family member of Ji Fei. It seems that in the entertainment industry, such instances of moral coercion by so-called little fans have occurred far too often. Thus, even with a firm stance against it, there were surprisingly few who criticized them. In fact, many bystanders offered their support. Consequently, Sun Mo found himself in a precarious situation, as it was his fans who had acted out. Many of Sun Mo's fans who were present at the scene were not only left waiting for him to explain the events of the evening, but were also embarrassed by the actions of their peers. With Sun Mo failing to address the situation, they did not blame Ji Fei or Qin Chao. After all, even if they were biased towards their idol, they recognized that this incident was unrelated to the top-tier group. Everything stemmed from Sun Mo's inappropriate behavior. His fans were furious, leading to a suspension of fan activities, with fan leaders threatening to withdraw support unless Sun Mo promptly clarified everything. Finally, Sun Mo's Weibo statement went live, with Yang Hong and Su Meng retweeting it, the three uniting to assert that they would clarify all matters during the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Ji Fei and the others had returned home. Just as Ji Fei lay down, she saw the live statement and prepared to await the upcoming broadcast, only to receive a message from Qin's mother. Ji Fei was taken aback. Upon returning home, Qin Xian, with his arm in a sling, was surprised to find that the butler was absent when he needed assistance to remove his clothing for a bath, prompting him to call his father. I have back pain and need to rest. Find your wife. Qin Chao had gone to consult with a lawyer, leaving little hope but to rely on his little nephew, Qin Shi. Yet the call had not yet connected when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Ji Fei standing awkwardly at the threshold, phone in hand, saying, Mom sent me to help you. I am absolutely not here because I heard I could assist Qin Xian with his bath. I am here purely out of gratitude. Qin Xian. Inside the bathroom, the shower was already running, and Qin Xian's injured right hand was wrapped tightly in cling film. His expensive clothing had already been partially torn away at the sleeves during the treatment of his injury, making Ji Fei's task simpler. As she removed each piece, she could not help but admire his sculpted physique, struggling to suppress a smile. Is this not a case of misfortune bringing good fortune? His misfortune My fortune. Oh dear. Am I being too wicked for thinking this?
Hee.
Qin Xian leaned against the sink, his gaze cast downwards, while his ear tips flushed red from Ji Fei's incessant inner commentary. Externally, Ji Fei maintained a facade of seriousness and professionalism, yet internally, she was whistling and commenting. Who is not a female critic in their own right? That neck, that Adam's apple. Qin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Those collarbones, those shoulders. Qin Xian inhaled deeply, tension building around his collarbones. Those abs. Would it hurt my knees to kneel on them? That V-line. If only I could touch it. Qin Xian felt an unsettling sensation creeping over him, his entire being uncomfortable, even imagining Ji Fei in such a scenario, making him feel utterly mad. He lifted his gaze in a fluster, intending to issue a warning, yet found that her eyes had not left him. The steam combined with his healthy skin tone. The lines are perfect, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Oh my. Qin Xian thought to himself, I'm numb. We are indeed husband and wife. Not merely acquaintances from strange channels. Qin Xian, you are truly a paragon of masculinity. You surpass all the handsome men I've saved in my short videos. Qin Xian questioned, what on earth have you saved? Dear friends, who understands? The ambience here is immaculate. I want to capture it and share it with my girlfriends for their enjoyment. Qin Xian was horrified. You are quite generous, aren't you? Next. Should I sneak a peek? I have never witnessed this before. No. That would be too strange. Qin Xian quickly grasped what Ji Fei found strange. Once embarrassment reaches a certain threshold, one becomes numb to it. Moreover, they are married, and it is inevitable they will reach this stage eventually. Yet, Qin Xian still felt inexplicably uneasy, his body stiffening as he hurried to avoid her gaze. I can handle this. You may leave now.
Huh?
Well, that's true. We are merely nominally married. How could he feel at ease to be so candid?
Oh?
He seems rather nervous. Should I take this opportunity to tease him a bit? Acting all helpful and pulling at him, and then accidentally. Haha, I'm so wicked. Qin Xian, blushing, stood up, forcing himself to appear calm. His voice a bit hoarse as he said, Aren't you eager to catch the live broadcast? You should go. Otherwise, you might miss the excitement. Oh, right, the gossip. How could I have forgotten? Has it already begun? I'm going. It has started. Ji Fei immediately abandoned the handsome man in the bathroom, rushing out while calling over her shoulder, Don't let the wound get wet. I'll be right outside.
Call me if you need anything.
And with that, she darted out like the wind. As he gazed at the closed door, Qin Xian found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel relieved at not being awkwardly observed by someone or to lament that his wife cared more for gossip than for him. Little did Qin Xian know that a throng of onlookers had gathered at their doorstep, anxiously concerned about the happenings within, yet unable to discern much due to the door's barrier. He pondered whether Ji Fei had begun bathing him, and if so, would it lead to? Suddenly, Ji Fei's thoughts erupted in a scream. What did the live stream say at the beginning? Let me check. They actually apologized together, admitting that the script was indeed their choice and had nothing to do with a manager. Those marketing accounts are spreading rumors.
Goodness.
You are truly crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Sun Mo and Su Meng acknowledged that they had once dated. Incredible. Is it for real? The Qin family's gossipers were momentarily taken aback. Wait, a live stream? Their attention diverted, they hastily retrieved their phones, found places to sit, and began watching the live stream. Indulging in the gossip. Family happiness? That could wait. Chapter 109. A harmonious family of 3. Fans. It turns out the clown is me. The earlier explanations regarding the script selection were manageable. After all, who could definitively identify the source of the leaks? Their statements merely painted it as a misunderstanding, allowing the public to move on. Sun Mo feigned responsibility, claiming he lacked the confidence to outshine the top-tier group, thus opting for what he was most adept at, asserting that any lack of deeper consideration was entirely his fault. In truth, he could have managed the situation from the outset, yet his unwillingness to concede defeat led him to blame others rather than endure any personal loss. Ultimately, he had to step forward and acknowledge the truth, especially with an impending public declaration of their relationship. To suggest that the script was the manager's doing would have been an affront to the intelligence of the online community, leaving him with no choice but to retract previous calculations and start afresh. Ji Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Sun Mo's futile efforts, easily severing ties with Pei Jia. When she observed the live stream, with Yang Hong and Su Meng presenting a united front, Claiming it was a mutual decision and thus they would share the consequences, she found the display of camaraderie and shared hardship even more amusing. However, the live stream chat was flooded with question marks. Not only Ji-Fei, but the entire online audience had never witnessed such audacious maneuvers. It was utterly shocking. There they sat. Three individuals in a live stream, Sun Mo at the center, flanked by Yang Hong and Su Meng. Who could explain the unexpected harmony among the three? Yang Hong, are you blind or just foolish? If you're being held hostage, blink twice. Don't let those two scoundrels deceive you. Sun Mo, why are you in the middle? Are you illustrating what it means to intrude? Is it now acceptable for male mistresses to be so unabashedly brazen? No. RMO or ISNT here to disrupt this family. He here to join it. Forget it. You three should just focus on living well. That's far more important. I don't understand, but I wish you well. Upon witnessing this scene, I found myself inexplicably baffled.
Yang Hong.
You are the most magnanimous man I have ever encountered. What is this? If one wishes to lead a smooth life, one must bear a bit of green. Brother, I support you. How about you compensate me a little, or else I won't be able to get past this mental hurdle. As I read those comments, Ji-Fei was no longer merely amused, she was laughing heartily. Inside the bathroom, Qin Xian struggled to remove his clothes, only to hear the resounding laughter akin to ringing bells. The gathering of the Qin family was also in fits of laughter. This generation of internet users possesses an audacity that disregards the well-being of both fans and the subjects of their interest. Aside from the emotionally unstable onlookers, the fans maintained a remarkably stable state of mind, collectively erupting in madness, questioning, and expressing outrage, distinctly separating their sentiments from those of the gossiping audience. Sun Mo, speak up. You Haven T betrayed your companions to steal a girlfriend. Yang Hong, break up with that wretched woman.
Su Meng.
Tell everyone you're not too timing. Perhaps mentally prepared, none of the three paid attention to the barrage of comments, instead opting to share different pieces of information. Yang Hong was the first to speak. I had intended to release a statement after the show concluded, but I never anticipated the situation would escalate this much. In truth, Su Meng and I have long since parted ways amicably. We are now simply good friends. His opening statement struck like thunder on a clear day, causing the live stream chat to explode in chaos. Various doubts and analyses flooded in. Are you kidding? You are still entering and exiting various venues as a couple. Do you think we are fools? The entertainment industry is just like this. Perhaps it was all prearranged. With no permanent enemies, only everlasting interests. Maybe they truly have broken up, but due to contractual obligations, they must continue to feign a relationship. Oh no. Our Yang Hong is so pitiful. He must not want his former lover to face public scrutiny, hence he swallows his pride.
Sperme, yes Honggisha notorious playboy.
Having dated many, perhaps it is Su Meng who is cast aside. Regardless of the dynamics between Yang Hong and Su Meng, it's certain that Su Meng and Sun Mo are now together. One can only say the circle knows how to play. The ex-boyfriend and the current boyfriend are both in the same group. Su Meng, you truly are fortunate. Before the previous wave of comments could settle, Su Meng took her turn to speak. I indeed have broken up with Yang Ge, and as for my relationship with Mo Ge, we actually dated 5 years ago when we were newcomers, but due to various misunderstandings, we parted ways. This unexpected collaboration has cleared up those misunderstandings, leading us to rekindle our relationship. After speaking, Su Meng shyly turned to Sun Mo, who gazed back at her with deep affection. Yang Hong interjected with a smile. Although we have separated, I still hope she finds a good partner. Coincidentally, I work at the same company as Mo Ge and have a good relationship with him, so I learned about the misunderstandings from back then and helped facilitate their reunion. I suppose I played the role of a matchmaker for a while. Initially, Su Meng's declaration was already explosive, given that her past with Sun Mo was quite obscure, instantly transforming the comments into a flurry of exclamation and question marks. When Yang Hong spoke, the comments fell silent as if everyone on the other side of the screen was processing the information, their minds momentarily stalling. Ha ha ha, I've only heard of unexpected revelations, but never of shoving the revelation down the throats of the audience. Have you considered your fans' capacity to handle this? The comments refreshed at an alarming rate, as all the netizens were eager to express their thoughts, leading to a cacophony of mixed messages. Weibo's trending topics rapidly evolved. Sun Mo is not a homewrecker. He the ex, not an affair but a rekindled romance. The generous ex-boyfriend Yang Hong secretly played matchmaker for them. Your sister-in-law is just the same. A harmonious family of 3 fans. It turns out the clown is me. So, Should the fans of these three now offer their congratulations or harbor their anger? It seemed that none of their idols had committed any fundamental wrongdoing, and they appeared to be quite happy. Yet, there lingered an unsettling feeling of being played. They had defended their idols tirelessly online, battling for them in countless exchanges, even to the point where some fervent fans had landed in trouble due to rumors. In the end, their idols were in relationships? Was that dramatic stage play merely a misjudgment, or was it a carefully orchestrated gift to facilitate their reunion? As the public sentiment among the fans began to spiral out of control, Sun Mo finally spoke. Sun Mo said, "I apologize to everyone for the trouble caused by our romantic entanglements. We sincerely regret that this has become public. Originally, it was a private matter, but I did not want my partner or my friends to face criticism, which is why I'm here to clarify. There is nothing inappropriate among the three of us. Our relationships are entirely reasonable and ethical." How can you say that with such a straight face? Among the three of you, your fabrication is the most amusing. I truly wish I could throw the evidence back at you. At this moment, I must concede that the acting skills of the three of you are quite remarkable. However, your current narrative is far less malicious than the original scheme you had in mind, and refraining from tarnishing Pei Mingxuan's reputation shows a semblance of conscience. Upon hearing this, most were able to justify themselves, although there would be a backlash in public opinion later, and a considerable number of fans might unfollow. The situation could be deemed resolved amicably. Sun Mo was chattering away with official jargon. A sound of a door opening echoed from behind. Ji Fei hurriedly turned around, and her gaze became momentarily fixated. There stood Qin Xian, his hair still damp, steam wafting around his brow like ink diffusing on canvas. He raised his eyes, starkly contrasting black and white, deep yet clear. A towel draped across his broad, sturdy shoulders, and he wore black silk pajamas, one arm wrapped in a matching robe. His body, recently cleansed by warm water, emanated a gentle sheen, akin to exquisite jade, meticulously sculpted to reveal its finest form. Facing Ji Fei's gaze, Qin Xian appeared composed, approaching her while holding his clothes. The aquiline man truly is captivating, an absolute vision of beauty. Qin Xian froze. "You finished washing? Why didn't you call me? Come here, let me help you." Ji Fei, brimming with excitement, stood up and snatched the clothes from Qin Xian's hands, joyfully assisting him in dressing. Maneuvering from one arm to the other, she was exceedingly cautious, as if afraid of brushing against Qin Xian's arm. Yet, her fingers inadvertently grazed the taut muscles, igniting an unexpected sensitivity in those areas. Qin Xian lowered his head, watching Ji Fei as she circled in front of him, tying the robe's belt, engrossed in her task. In the backdrop, Sun Mo's voice emerged from the live broadcast. "Additionally, I have an announcement to make. Due to differing developmental philosophies with my manager, Pei Mingxian, I am officially terminating our collaboration effective today, and we shall part ways henceforth." Ji Fei's attention was instantly diverted. She had not even secured the robe properly, its fabric hanging loosely, revealing a glimpse, but she paid it no mind, hastily sitting back down to continue watching the live stream. "What is going on? Didn't we agree not to mention Sister Pei? Why do I have an ominous feeling?" Qin Xian, with a resigned glance at his robe, took a towel to dry his hair and sat down beside Ji Fei, accompanying her in watching the broadcast. Chapter 110. You truly are a genius at making money. Another wave of fan messages surged in. The artist and manager have dissolved their partnership? Parting ways? What could be the reason? Immediately, speculation began to swirl. Sun Mo appeared to start addressing the barrage of questions in the comments. "This has nothing to do with the theater issue. I have already clarified that it is a rumor, and the script was entirely under my purview. As for the gossip regarding me and my manager, it is also a fabrication. We have never been in love or involved, merely colleagues." Just as Ji Fei was becoming increasingly bewildered by the unfolding events, Sun Mo's tone shifted, becoming serious, his gaze resolute as if addressing someone directly. "I know you are watching the live stream, and I am grateful for your companionship over these years. My growth to this point is largely due to you, and I have let down your expectations. Although you have never been supportive of us, wishing for our separation, I will prove to you that our love is genuine. Even if we are together, it will not hinder my future. We will strive together, and this time, no one shall separate us." With that, Sun Mo firmly grasped Su Meng's hand, raising it high. Ji Fei furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Qin Xian remarked coldly, "Ambiguous statements serve to guide perceptions. Although the current breakup and reconciliation are unrelated to Pei Mingxian, The reasons behind the breakup 5 years ago are being sidestepped. Sun Mo only mentioned Pei Mingxian, but every word he spoke holds truth. Pei Mingxian is unable to refute this. Thus, she can still garner sympathy and deflect malicious public opinion. Ji Fei turned to Qin Xian, her expression one of confusion. Why go around in circles? Qin Xian explained, because their original approach was fraught with ethical dilemmas. To neutralize such issues, they must cast Pei Mingxian as a distinctly malevolent character to divert the conflict. However, this would not only provoke her retaliation but also lead others to accuse Sun Mo of ingratitude. Ultimately, if they resort to slander, there will always be evidence that could backfire on them. Therefore, they opted for a more prudent strategy, allowing the fans' imaginations to wield the weapon. After all, the true villain, Lin Ershao, would not publicly confess to the means he employed to win someone else's girlfriend, nor would Su Meng admit that her motivations stemmed from vanity. Qin Xian gestured for Ji Fei to observe the live stream. Just as Sun Mo concluded his statement, the comment section experienced a momentary pause before erupting like hot water hitting oil. I detect an underlying implication. Did Su Meng and Yang Hong not mention that the breakup 5 years ago was due to a misunderstanding? Could someone have been meddling behind the scenes? If the manager wanted them to separate, could it have been orchestrated by the manager? Saying they never loved or dated, doesn't he account for the possibility that someone might have unrequited feelings and driven away the girlfriend? After 5 years of longing, if they reconcile, wouldn't that leave her to disappear in disgrace? Oh my goodness, if that is the case, both Mo Ge and Su Meng are to be pitied. So, is our Yang Hong, this champion of justice, the one who helped them clear up the misunderstanding and expose the manager's scheme? Is that why they chose such a peculiar moment to terminate the contract? I feel like the truth is dawning on everyone. This plot twist feels like a mental assault. Qin Xian stated, Pei Mingxian is facing a rather difficult challenge. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. Pei Mingxian could only present her evidence of diligent work when Sun Mo and the others clearly positioned her as the villain, fabricating lies. She even contemplated revealing the affair between Lin Ershao and Su Meng, believing that in the wake of their lies being unraveled, this revelation would be the final straw to crush them. However, she was not the only clever individual in this world, and there were ways to counteract her plans. The trio's deception meant that no matter how Pei Mingxian responded, the public would only vilify her. Should she disclose the matter regarding Lin Ershao, it would not only offend him but also lead others to dismiss her claims as mere slander. As an astute manager, now would be the time for her to remain silent, ignoring the manipulated public discourse, and simply respond to Sun Mo's surface-level statements. Yet, she found it impossible to swallow her pride, and yet she had no choice but to endure, until the live broadcast concluded. The audience finally saw Pei Mingxian's response on Weibo. As a manager, I would never wish for my artist to be in a romantic relationship. I was young and stubborn at the time. Now that you have reunited, it is indeed a cause for celebration. I wish you both a happy ending. And I am grateful for your efforts that have allowed me to achieve my career. Thank you immensely. The comment section was disabled, for Pei Mingxian knew what awaited her. After all, various conspiracy theories about her were already circulating online. Qin Xian glanced at Ji Fei, who had her head bowed, bringing over a cup of warm milk. She was indeed a clever manager, and this was the best way to handle the situation. It showcased her professionalism, but rest assured, now that she had chosen to be her manager, I and the Qin family will.
Ji Fei's shoulders trembled.
Qin Xian hesitated, his heart stirred, wanting to offer her comfort, only to be interrupted by a burst of raucous laughter. I thought I'd missed my chance. Just as I was finally convincing myself to practice restraint, letting go can be a virtue, not to stir up trouble, and some gossip is best kept to oneself. But since you insist on being like walnuts, so deserving of a thumping, then don't blame me if my little universe erupts.
He.
Qin Xian. You can clearly discern the profound distress that envelopes him, having persuaded himself countless times. Yet, what sensational revelation can he possibly unveil to salvage the situation? Ultimately, one witnesses Ji Fei extracting his phone, executing a rapid series of actions on his computer, and uploading 2 video files. He then discreetly messages 2 marketing accounts that had expressed the most skepticism regarding this incident. My friend, I possess a monumental scoop that will overturn the narrative tonight. And I have the videos as evidence. Let us discuss compensation. Qin Xian remarked, are you really going to sell it? You are indeed a genius at making money. No wonder you were so repressed before. You almost missed out on a fortune, didn't you? While observing Ji Fei haggling, Qin Xian noticed him trimming the videos slightly to protect certain personal sentiments from surfacing. His own phone brimmed with messages from the family group chat. The Qin family believed there was no more news to be had, and they clamored in the chat, expressing their frustration and urging Qin Zhao to devise a solution. Qin Zhao, feeling equally exasperated alongside Gao Hao, could only reach out to Qin Xian, as the latter had previously mentioned that should his predictions come to pass, he would know how to handle the situation. Upon inquiring with his third brother, Qin Xian glanced at the video on the computer and replied calmly, "No need to rush. By morning, a headline will resolve everything. Your sister-in-law is taking action." Qin Zhao questioned, "Isn't it you who is taking action?" Qin Xian replied, "Not necessary. I cannot impede my wife's lucrative endeavor." The first video depicted the various confrontations on the balcony, not only exposing the discrepancies in their breakup timeline, but also highlighting their passionate kiss. It revealed that Pei Mingxian had merely suggested the breakup 5 years ago as a manager without ever employing any real tactics. Someone else had orchestrated the fallout. The second video showcased the backstage contract termination scene, which not only resurrected the blame placed on the script, but also emphasized Sun Mo's narcissism and Pei Mingxuan's innocence. I can hardly fathom the world they will awaken to tomorrow. It promises to be spectacular, and I find myself rather impatient, Qin Xian mused, chuckling at the thought of the impending chaos. Indeed, it would be utterly riveting, effectively sealing their fate with no chance of redemption. Goodness, this is remarkable. They even went to Sun Mo's home together to drink and celebrate. Drink up, this is the last cup of joy in their lives. Ji Fei laughed as he took a sip from the warm milk at hand, only to realize it had been poured for her by Qin Xian. This created an awkward moment. After all, Qin Xian was injured, and it should have been her caring for him. How did he even know she would want warm milk before bed? Ji Fei turned to Qin Xian, who was engrossed in the video, and began to explain the situation. Qin Xian replied, "Yes, I am grateful you captured it." Ji Fei glanced at his injured arm resting on the table. Typically, he worked late into the night, and it was rare for them to share such moments of leisure. She mused that he likely wasn't there to accompany her, but rather because his right hand was incapacitated, which hindered him from earning. This is also a form of revenge for you, had they not stirred up trouble. Such events wouldn't have unfolded. It is entirely their fault. Qin Xian was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Ji Fei, who wore a vexed expression. A tremor coursed through him, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled and said, "Well then, I thank you for avenging me." Chapter 111. My home is not a garbage dump. We do not sort trash. Pei Mingxian was the type to swallow her pride, refusing to let others witness her vulnerability. She locked herself in her room, isolating herself from all communication, waiting for the tumultuous night to pass. Acknowledging her defeat in this round, she refused to concede. One day, she would find a way to reclaim her dignity. Having spent a sleepless night, as dawn broke, she applied her makeup and powered on her phone, preparing to head to the office to handle the transition. However, as soon as she powered it on, her phone was inundated with notifications. Pei Mingxian let out a cold laugh, suspecting it was Sun Mo's rabid fans still unwilling to relent, bombarding her just as she activated her phone. Upon checking her notifications, she found a flurry from the company. The latest trending topic on Weibo read, "Shocking Triangle. The Truth Unveiled." Sun Mo's manager had become the primary scapegoat. The live broadcast from last night raised questions as to whether it had incited fans to harass the manager, diverting the focus of the conflict. The two-faced Sun Mo, the cuckold King Yang Hong, and the fishing expert Su Meng. Confronted with such a dramatic shift in the narrative, Pei Mingxian was momentarily stunned and immediately opened Weibo, where several posts were trending at the forefront. Just an hour prior, at 7:30 in the morning, during the peak of morning traffic, the two marketing accounts had released videos that ignited the internet, riding the wave of last night's unresolved fervor. Pei Mingxuan's pupils dilated as she answered the incessant ringing of her phone, only to be met with the furious voice of the company's vice president. Realizing this had dealt a direct blow to 3 of their profit-generating tools. "Pei Mingxian, did you orchestrate this?" She coldly replied, "If I had that ability, I would have acted last night." "Forget it. Go to Sun Mo's place and find him. We cannot reach him. You all need to urgently discuss how to resolve this." Pei Mingxian scoffed, "We have already terminated the contract. His crisis is of no concern to me." The vice president retorted, "But you are the one who trained him. Are you really that heartless?" "Oh yes, I am indeed heartless," she replied. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback. "Are you resolute in your indifference?" "My home is not a garbage dump. We do not sort trash." The vice president could only say, at the very least, "You should delete your Weibo from last night." Pei Mingxian laughed. "That is my Weibo. I shall do as I please, and it is none of your business. That was her platform as a victim, a means of self-preservation against the malicious trap she had been ensnared in. How could she delete it? She needed to constantly remind the fans of the despicable acts committed by their idol. Not only would she not delete it, but she would also enable the comment function. At this moment, failing to capitalize on this opportunity would be a betrayal to those who had assisted her. With thoughts of those who might be willing to help her, she grabbed her handbag, embodying the professional manager as she stepped out toward Qin Zhao's studio. Despite it being early morning, the online buzz rivaled that of the previous night. What did I just witness? Su Meng first kissed Sun Mo, performing a tragic love scene, then kissed Yang Hong, emphasizing that her heart still belonged to him. Is this what they call a peaceful breakup and rekindling old flames? How outrageous. Their relationship has utterly confused me. So, Su Meng's initial breakup with Sun Mo was due to coercion from another villain. Then why did she? The cowardice of fearing the powerful was evident yesterday. I believe the manager was right. What manager would allow their idol to date during their rise to fame? It turns out to be a malicious tactic, even shifting the blame for choosing the script onto the manager. Truly, one cannot discern a person's character merely by their appearance. Beneath the skin, one cannot tell if they are human or beast. Thus, the manager had indeed made efforts to prevent us from witnessing such disgraceful acts on stage, but alas, it was unsuccessful, and we were left with the painfully visual experience of Sun Mo and Su Meng. Fortunately, the manager successfully terminated the contract, allowing her to escape that hell. The cinematic world of these three is far too crowded. It is best not to be involved. I had just drafted a scathing critique of the manager when you let me see this. I am worse off. I had just been advocating for those three to face their love openly, believing that lovers would ultimately be united. And now I feel my face burning from embarrassment as my friends regard me with strange looks. I am a victim of public opinion. The grievances were too numerous. And for a moment, she was at a loss for how to express her frustration. Forget it. This nauseating affair cannot be my burden alone. I must forward this to my sisters. My sisters are always just a step behind me. The door to Sun Mo's apartment was being pounded furiously. Blocking the entrance were Sun Mo's assistant, Su Meng's assistant, and Yang Hong's manager. All three were drenched in sweat, their faces pale. Yet no one answered the door for an extended period. Su Meng, who had been sleeping on the ground floor, was ultimately roused by the commotion, groggily propping up her aching head and struggling to gather her weary body. Recalling a moment, she was startled awake and turned to find her bed empty, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. The commotion outside was unbearable. Su Meng hurriedly tidied herself up and rushed to open the door, determined to avoid disturbing Sun Mo upstairs. Peering through the peephole, she opened the door with a frown. What is all this noise so early in the morning? Can you be quiet? Meng is in trouble. Where's Yang Hong? Where's Brother Mo? The frantic inquiries from her three colleagues left Su Meng momentarily dazed. Yang Hong had already left, and Sun Mo should still be upstairs. What happened to you? She asked, bewildered. Yang Hong, didn't he leave? Didn't you see? His shoes are still on the floor. The agent exclaimed angrily. Su Meng was taken aback, unable to process the information. Meng, something serious has happened. Quick, look at your phone. Her assistant quickly grabbed the device and showed her the screen. First, there were two familiar videos, followed by trending topics and comments. Had I not seen the videos, I would have never imagined that the diligent and unassuming girl I have supported for so long could be involved in such scandalous behavior. Your master is shameless. Cheating isn't enough. Now he is manipulating Yang Hong. Don't worry, Yang Hong's fans. Isn't your master willingly demoting himself to a backup? Perhaps he enjoys that kind of role. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Ha ha ha. In summary, the comments were nauseating. And these three individuals needed to be expelled from the entertainment industry. Such morally bankrupt people would only corrupt it further. However, one must admit that the breakup 5 years ago was indeed forced, and I still feel a twinge of sympathy for the young couple who were once newcomers. If they hadn't split, would they have reached this point? You are so naive. Her behavior clearly indicates she is a master at playing the field. How could she sacrifice for anyone? Only someone as foolish as Sun Mo would believe that. From the moment Su Meng viewed the first video, her complexion turned ghostly pale, her lips quivering. She snatched the phone, staring intently. How could this happen? How could this happen? The comments targeting her seemed to unveil all her thoughts, nailing her to the pillar of shame. The carefully curated persona she had labored to build appeared to be crumbling. Moreover, There was one significant issue. She had slandered the young Master Lin in the video. If he were to see it, the color drained from Su Meng's face as she read the messages, and she began to tremble. It was over, truly over. In a state of panic, she scrambled upstairs, rushing to the master bedroom, with the other three following closely behind. Su Meng burst through the door, shouting, "Sun Mo, something terrible has happened."
Ah.
I just wanted to see how those three reacted to the news. Why are they suffering from this mental pollution? During an unusually rare family breakfast, despite the spirited discussions surrounding the morning's juicy gossip, they were startled by Ji Fei's sudden exclamation, nearly dropping their utensils. Chapter 112. More gossip after gossip. The Qin family members, unable to contain their curiosity, turned their attention to Ji Fei, who appeared utterly flabbergasted. What's going on? What mental pollution? Is there something that could shock even Ji Fei, who is accustomed to gossip? Their curiosity was palpable. Eventually, someone couldn't resist asking, "I wonder how those three are doing now." That remark seemed to snap Ji Fei back to reality. This world is truly surreal. Hospitals are vast. And there are all sorts of bizarre patients. The Qin family held their breath, eager to know more. What is it? Don't keep us in suspense. This gossip is too explosive. I'm dying to share it.
Ye Fei exclaimed.
The Qin family retorted, "You can share with us too. If I don't say it, who will know?" Last night, after celebrating, Sun Mo took Su Meng back to his room to rekindle their old flame. The Qin family responded. It's not hard to imagine. They reconciled. Afterward, Su Meng received a message, surprised that Yang Hong hadn't left. She stepped outside and found him at the door, his expression complex and awkward as he tried to say something. Before she could react, Yang Hong enveloped her in an embrace, and they found themselves in the guest room of Sun Mo's apartment again. The Qin family exclaimed, "Our minds have been polluted as well. These three are too much." Even after Su Meng fell asleep from exhaustion, Yang Hong still felt uneasy. He realized that he didn't merely idolize Sun Mo, he genuinely wished to possess him. Was this why he had been unable to verify the gossip accurately? Because he hadn't clarified his own feelings? The Qin family pondered, why do we have such a bad premonition? What are they trying to hide? He then pushed open Sun Mo's door, exclaiming, "Who could possibly outdo you, Yang Hong?" The Qin family gasped. What did they hear? Is it what they think it is? For the first time, they dreaded hearing Ji Fei's thoughts, especially the men present, whose faces turned ashen. Qin Chao, a fellow industry peer, was left speechless. Initially, he suspected Yang Hong harbored some feelings, but he never anticipated Yang Hong would act so boldly. Could Sun Mo not resist? Wasn't he in love with Su Meng? Although Sun Mo was asleep, worn out from drinking, he woke at a critical moment, and chaos ensued. Fists flew, and Yang Hong, in a state of desperation, sought to claim him. The Qin family, though unwilling to hear more, couldn't help but be curious. What happened next? One was aware that there was only one chance, and the other was determined to defend his innocence. Both ended up overstepping, leaving them both unconscious. However, neither was wearing clothing, and Yang Hong had previously left marks on Sun Mo. Thus, when Su Meng and the others burst through the door, the Qin family gasped. What? Su Meng and the others barged in? Silence enveloped the Qin dining table. Yet, screams echoed in Sun Mo's bedroom.
Su Meng, Saud,
leaned against the door, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed upon the two individuals on the bed. She turned away and began to retch. The remaining three screamed louder than the last, but neither of the two stirred, their faces bruised and bloodied. A sense of foreboding washed over them. In a frenzy, they rushed to the hospital. Who would have thought this would end in a violent hospitalization? I wonder if Sun Mo can endure this. After all, young Master Lin is now involved, ready to expose the truth about his past. Leaving behind Page as protection, his previous statements from last night linger in mind. The Qin family, in shock, echoed the sentiment, fearing that Sun Mo might not withstand this. Having indulged in gossip to this extent, their appetite for breakfast had waned. Second brother, don't go to work today. Wait until your wounds heal a bit, Qin father suggested, shifting the topic. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Should we go to the hospital for a checkup and rebandaging? Qin mother inquired. Qin Xian nodded again. I'll accompany Qin Yan, he started, but was halted by a meaningful glance from Qin mother. Realizing, he turned to Ji Fei, smiling. I see you woke up early today to accompany my brother to tend to his wounds. Ji Fei nodded. After all, it was because of me that he got hurt. I should help while Qin Xian is indisposed. Qin Xian subtly smiled. At least I have a benefactor who helps me earn money. I must have some sense of gratitude. Qin Xian's smile faltered. The Qin family wanted to laugh, but restrained themselves. Once at the hospital, after tending to the wounds, they were about to leave when a swarm of reporters burst into the facility. Ji Fei's first reaction was to assume her disguise had failed. But then she reconsidered. She wasn't famous enough to warrant such attention. Why were so many reporters in the hospital? Had a celebrity been admitted? Suddenly, Qin Xian spoke up, casting a glance at Ji Fei as if to remind her. Ji Fei paused, her mind racing. Oh my goodness, it truly is the same establishment. I can't believe I hadn't noticed before. Were those reporters inquiring about the video and Lin Ershao?
No.
It's no longer about the video. Qin Xian was taken aback, for the juicy gossip they had received from Ji Feixin was exceedingly confidential, thus unlikely. I really don't want to laugh. I truly don't, but could this be considered karma? Qin Xian glanced at Ji Fei, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, and had already begun speculating the most bizarre scenarios. Why not go take a look? Qin Xian could hardly contain the suggestion. Ji Fei was rendered speechless, fervently nodding in agreement. On the other side, half an hour prior, after awakening, Sun Mo inquired about Yang Hong's hospital room, oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the nurse, still seething with indignation as he dragged his injured body towards it. The recollection of last night's ordeal made him feel nauseous, his blood boiling at how terribly he had been deceived by that brat, nearly losing his reputation in the process. Just as he reached the door, he overheard a commotion from inside. Yang Hong, you deceived me. This was your ulterior motive all along. You disgust me. Su Meng broke down in tears. Sun Mo was about to feel sympathy when he heard Yang Hong's voice. Humph. Weren't you the one who flirted with me behind your new boyfriend's back last night? The one who promised to sneak into bed with me again? We're equally despicable. Sun Mo's complexion shifted dramatically as he burst through the door. What are you two saying? Su Meng was bewildered, forgetting to cry, while Yang Hong's expression morphed through various stages of shock. In an astonishing twist, they both exclaimed in unison, I was drunk. He seduced me. Sun Mo's face turned various shades of green and white, his mind buzzing, his eyes ablaze. He didn't even know whom to look at. Concerned that Sun Mo might lash out, Yang Hong's manager shielded him, hastily stating, Where's your assistant?
Didn't they tell you?
There's a major scandal online. What are you two still discussing about romantic entanglements? Any internal conflicts can be addressed later. We need to devise a strategy first. If this issue isn't handled well, prepare to exit the entertainment industry. The weight of those words momentarily jolted Sun Mo's muddled, furious mind into clarity.
What?
Check your phone. It was only then that Sun Mo picked up his device. Due to the incident involving the parties, no explanations could be provided regarding the leaked video. Their studio merely sent out a lawyer's letter warning some excessively vocal netizens. They delayed matters, stating they would eventually offer satisfactory explanations. The netizens could only continue to consume the gossip, dissecting it frame by frame, relentlessly digging deeper. Upon seeing that content, Sun Mo nearly collapsed, leaning against the wall. His already pallid face lost all color. The internet was inundated with mockery directed at him. I'm really going to die laughing at Sun Mo. He resembles the archetype of a narcissistic buffoon, convinced that any woman who shows him kindness is secretly infatuated with him, and even when she denies it, he stubbornly clings to his beliefs. I want to interview Mr. Sun Mo and ask how a woman should respond to convince him she doesn't like him at all. No matter how you phrase it, he'll consider you just being defensive. He believes you love him. Reminiscent of those average men who assume that any woman who glances at them must be in love. Sun Mo, how shameless. I never imagined you to be such a person. You've disappointed us deeply. I've always supported you unconditionally. Can you justify our trust? I must have been blind. Do you even realize how much Jia has done for you? Someone like you should be eternally bound to Su Meng. You are a match made in heaven. Sun Mo, that fool, remains oblivious to the fact that he is merely a fish in Su Meng's pond. He deserves this. Sun Mo, truly. Just give a little sunshine and he blossoms. Give a flood, and he overflows. Ignorant of his own foolishness. Sun Mo's hand trembled as he held the phone. Stop looking, Mo. Don't look. Su Meng seemed to recall something and rushed over to snatch the phone away. Her expression twisted in desperation. However, it was too late, for Sun Mo had already glimpsed the trending topics. Lin Ershao vehemently denounced the allegations, claiming that it was Su Meng who approached him back in the day. Su Meng, how can you treat Sun Mo this way without a pang of conscience? Sun Mo suddenly grasped the situation, forcefully pushing Su Meng aside, and clicked on those two trending topics. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Why must I be the scapegoat for your rekindled romance? Do you even have the right? Sun Mo, do you want to know how I met Su Meng? It was during the film auditions when I sought to pave the way for an artist from my buddy's agency. I offered her $500,000 to keep you occupied during the final selection. She thought it was just a regular opportunity, so for that sum, she betrayed you, unaware that it was your closest chance at success. Furthermore, it was Su Meng who urged me to intervene when you were injured. Fearing you would pester her after she broke up with you, she left willingly, and I never forced anyone. You could inquire and discover how happy she was during our time together. After leaving me, she dated several wealthy heirs before ultimately ending up with Yang Hong. You were merely the last to pick up the pieces. If you continue to malign me with past grievances, I will unleash evidence against you, including transaction records and chat logs. The online community was left astounded, derisive, and fervent. The layers of gossip were endless. They spun like crows in a field of melons, eagerly consuming every detail. In stark contrast to the netizens' excitement, Sun Mo felt as though he had experienced a death, his expression gradually contorting into one of a vengeful spirit. The impact was so overwhelming that he failed to notice yet another trending topic rising. He lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on Su Meng with a fiery intensity. Terrified, Su Meng took a step back, wanting to argue, but was rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. Mo go, a woman like this isn't worth it, Yang Hong added fuel to the fire. Remembering his current predicament and the past, Sun Mo finally snapped, his reason fracturing completely as he lunged at Su Meng, seizing her by the throat. You wretched woman. I will kill you. Yet, weakened from his injuries, Su Meng managed to break free, pushing Sun Mo away with a cry. Sun Mo staggered back toward the hospital bed, where Yang Hong caught him. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the door to the hospital room burst open. Countless reporters flooded in. Sun Mo, can you clarify whether you're with Su Meng or Yang Hong? Chapter 113. The degree of twists and turns even a mere reader like me cannot endure. Watching as the reporters stormed into the hospital room, Qin Xian pulled Ji Fei, who was eager to get closer, back to avoid the chaos.
Yi Fei.
Considering Qin Xian's injured arm, remained with him at a distance, observing the commotion. Although it was a VIP ward floor, it attracted a considerable crowd. Some medical staff called for security to handle the situation while others huddled together gossiping. A few stood directly in front of Ji Fei and Qin Xian. News had long since spread through the ambulance group. They were there to pull out those two, and during the emergency checks in the vehicle, they had uncovered marks that suggested someone had leaked conversations. The conversations were mere speculation, but the real evidence lay in the paparazzi's photos of Sun Mo's apartment living room, capturing Su Meng on the first floor and numerous individuals carrying Sun Mo and Yang Hong down from the second floor, leading to assumptions.
No.
The undeniable proof was that Sun Mo's assistant had called the proctology department.
What?
So Sun Mo really was. Actually, it was likely an accident while preparing. His assistant got startled during the examination thus. Although they had learned the truth through the gossip system long ago, hearing others discuss it in a crowd momentarily amused Ji Fei. Meanwhile, Qin Xian's lips twitched in disbelief. What's destined to come cannot be avoided. Tsk. Ji Fei, suppressing her laughter, inwardly mused, Sun Mo has truly stepped into a quagmire. Even if it's not excrement, it certainly feels like it. Qin Xian was quite taken aback by Ji Fei's description, but the truth remained undeniable, prompting him to mockingly remark that without Pei Mingxian, he was indeed devoid of any talent aside from his acting skills. After all, both had been sent to the hospital, and with more eyes around. The absence of Pei Mingxuan's stringent confidentiality measures led to a significant oversight. Indeed, such matters should never be leaked. As the saying goes, one cannot escape the consequences of their misdeeds forever. Ji Fei couldn't help but revel in this misfortune. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "They are actually embracing each other." Ji Fei immediately became animated, exclaiming, "What?"
What?
A throng of people surged forward, and with so many bodies around, Ji Fei found herself unable to squeeze in, opting instead to bounce and peer through the door, hoping to catch a glimpse from above. In the next moment, her waist was enveloped by a strong, sturdy arm, effortlessly lifting her, granting her an elevated view. Ji Fei let out a soft gasp and turned in astonishment to see Qin Xian, who was holding her with one arm, his expression utterly unchanged. As their eyes met, Ji Fei's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, resembling a startled cat. "Aren't you going to look?" Ji-Fei's mind jolted. The gossip was of utmost importance, and she quickly turned her attention back to the spectacle. Although she could only see a portion of it, she distinctly observed the two men entangled together on the bed. Ha ha ha, is this even real? What are they doing? Are they beating themselves up?
Oh my.
While Qin Xian could not see the scene, the sound of Ji-Fei's inner laughter brought a smile to his eyes. When the reporters burst in, eager to capture the first-hand scoop, they were taken aback by the explosive scene before them. In an instant, all inquiries were forgotten, and the flashes of cameras flickered incessantly, capturing the image of Yang Hong tightly embracing Sun Mo from every conceivable angle. By the time those inside regained their composure, Sun Mo immediately broke free from the embrace, his mind in disarray as he was oblivious to the chaotic rumors surrounding him. When confronted with sudden questions, he found himself at a loss, while his manager's assistant rushed forward to push the reporters away. Nevertheless, the journalists relentlessly bombarded him with inquiries. Sun Mo, what is the nature of your relationship with Yang Hong? Are you using Su Meng as a shield? Sun Mo, have you learned of Su Meng's betrayal? Is that why you stole her boyfriend, seeking revenge? Yang Hong, have you long coveted Sun Mo while dating other women?
Yang Hong.
Do you love Su Meng or Sun Mo? Su Meng, what are your thoughts on their relationship? Are you aware that you are merely an outsider? The barrage of questions struck Sun Mo like a series of slaps to the face. It wasn't until the hospital security arrived to disperse the crowd that he felt he could finally breathe again. What is happening? What on earth is going on? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the others. They too appeared bewildered, hastily pulling out their phones to check the situation. Upon doing so, their expressions soured dramatically. Sun Mo quickly glanced at his phone, only to find no trace of insults regarding his character or intelligence. Instead, the screen was inundated with news of his admission to the proctology department, alongside surreptitious photos of his apartment. All speculations unveiled the most daunting truths from the previous night, revealing what Sun Mo could hardly bear to confront. To make matters worse, among the crowd that had just pressed in, some were even live-streaming the chaos. Viewers in the live stream were in an uproar. They never anticipated that this outrageous scandal would turn out to be true. Am I some sort of wretched person? To witness the love triangle of these three firsthand, one could hardly fathom the absurdity of the situation. My worldview is shattered. This is the most melodramatic spectacle of the year. Surely, I must have opened the live stream incorrectly, although I am a seasoned observer of gossip. I simply cannot digest this shocking revelation. I thought it was Sun Mo and Su Meng versus Yang Hong. But it turns out to be Su Meng and Sun Mo against Yang Hong and Sun Mo, leaving Sun Mo as the victor, embraced on both sides. Drawing out my silence, how many more shocks are you three hiding from me? Folks, do you remember last night's monumental live stream? It appears they are in a monogamous relationship after all, which explains why Mo Air was in the center. I have long suspected that Yang Hong dotes on Sun Mo excessively. Who else would so generously provide a wife and a stage? Yang Ge, don't be too indulgent. I suddenly realized that every ex-girlfriend of Yang Hong has ties to Sun Mo. Wait, did Yang Hong's exes reveal that during their relationships, they would inquire whether they had ever been involved with Sun Mo? This is truly complicated. Previously, I felt sympathy for Yang Hong, but now I find myself unsure of whom to sympathize with. Is Su Meng merely a pawn? The wife in this scenario seems pitiful. Have you forgotten the previous gossip? These three are all villains in their own right. Yet they have all suffered, and in the proctology department, Sun Mo is indeed the victim, right? If that is the case, does it imply Yang Hong forced him? That's a crime. So, did Yang Hong truly sleep with Sun Mo? No. I'm dying of laughter. What benefit do you gain from this? Are you trying to inherit my credit? I suggest you all send me 50. Or I might just annihilate you three with a single click. A series of humiliating remarks detonated like landmines, causing sharp explosions within the hospital room. Sun Mo's gaze bore down on the pale-faced Yang Hong. It's you. This is all your fault, you perverse fiend. He then turned to Su Meng, who was attempting to sneak away, and you vile creature. If you two had never appeared, none of this would have transpired. You have ruined my life. In a frenzy, Sun Mo lunged forward, intent on striking someone. Some intervened, while others shouted. The commotion grew too loud, prompting medical staff to step in and break up the scuffle, resulting in injuries all around. Meanwhile, the reporters who had been forced out made every effort to leave behind evidence of the chaotic melee. Just last night, they had believed they were a loving family. Now, it was a dog-eat-dog scenario, utterly disheveled. One netizen edited together clips of Sun Mo's fervent remarks from the previous night alongside the unfolding drama, generating a plethora of memes. It was touted as the fastest case of someone publicly contradicting themselves in the entertainment industry. Hence, sometimes, one should refrain from making absolute statements.
Yifei Chakelad.
To her surprise, someone even initiated a poll. Curious, Qin Xian inquired what poll. To see how the three of them will ultimately pair up. Ji Fei replied with amusement. What a bunch of wicked netizens. When Qin Xian noticed her choice was between Sun Mo and Yang Hong, he expressed his surprise. Is that truly your thought? Ji Fei waved her hand dismissively. I'm just voting for the least likely option. Huh. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and replied. Not necessarily.
Huh?
Chapter 114. Finally, Page Ye is deceived. Qin Xian's not necessarily left Ji Fei momentarily bewildered, prompting her to seek further clarification. But Qin Xian simply said, it's just a wild guess. After all, this option does have its merits. Let us observe how they choose. This genuinely piqued Ji Fei's curiosity. In truth, she believed the most probable outcome would be their separation. Just as they were preparing to leave the hospital, they received a call from their lawyer. The fan who had harmed them had confessed. As the online drama escalated in waves, fans could no longer find any excuses to defend them. They had completely collapsed under the scrutiny. It felt as though their love and support had become a mere joke, leading fans of all three to collectively unfollow them, unable to find a single supportive comment. After all, the outrageous antics had become too much for any reasonable person to bear, making them appear as mere clowns, leaving those who once believed in them drained. No amount of blind adoration could withstand such relentless erosion. Even the girl confined within those walls, upon discovering the entirety of the truth through her phone when her lawyer arrived to handle her case, succumbed to a breakdown, weeping uncontrollably, cursing Sun Mo in anguish. Ultimately, she ceased her outcries, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Her parents, initially intent on morally coercing Ji Fei and Qin Chao, soon realized the formidable forces lurking behind the scenes and refrained from provoking them. They contemplated abducting Sun Mo instead, hoping he would stand up for the fans. But to their astonishment, the very ground beneath them had crumbled, leaving these peculiar parents as meek as quails, resigned to accept the most equitable judgment of the law. After resolving the girl's ordeal, they were summoned by Qin Chao to the studio. By the time they arrived, Gao Hao had already reviewed the contract with Pei Mingxian. Upon noticing Ji Fei and Qin Xian's entrance, Pei Mingxian rose and bowed to Ji Fei. Thank you, Teacher Ji, for your chivalrous assistance. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Ji Fei waved his hand dismissively, replying, I merely indulged in some gossip. There's no need for formality. Just then, Pei Mingxian's phone began to vibrate incessantly. After several attempts to silence it, Gao Hao interjected, why not answer it? Some individuals are relentless and want to take no for an answer. Curiosity piqued in Ji Fei's gaze as Qin Chao spoke up. It's Sun Mo. Calling her from various numbers. Is he actually attempting to reach you? Ji Fei exclaimed in surprise. Is he begging you to return? Humph. Pei Mingxian involuntarily scoffed, clearly uninterested in engaging. Had it not been for the fear of derailing the matter at hand, she would have long since switched off her phone. Perhaps it was Ji Fei's gaze, brimming with curiosity, that compelled Pei Mingxian to answer the call, placing it on speaker mode intentionally. Ah Xian, please help me. Sun Mo's voice was almost a cry for aid, evidently shattered by the events of the past 12 hours, instinctively seeking the one person he trusted most. Didn't we agree to terminate our contract? Pei Mingxian replied coldly. So I kindly request Mr. Sun to cease any further harassment. Ah Xian, I was wrong. I was deceived. Everything is a lie. Ah Xian, I implore you to return. We can renegotiate the terms. Whatever benefits you desire, I will acquiesce to your wishes. I will do whatever you ask from now on. I will be entirely at your service. The company has decided to abandon me, and if you do not rescue me, I am truly finished. I still have dreams to fulfill, Sun Mo. Have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten how you treated me? Do you truly believe I would assist my enemies? Sun Mo faltered momentarily before hastily responding, I genuinely do not wish for this. It's just that my guilt over how I treated you pales in comparison to my inability to forsake my own interests.
So,
I too must protect my own interests. You are now an artist whose reputation has utterly collapsed. I see no value in you. What makes you think I would reclaim you, this worthless trash? Are you dreaming? Pei Mingxian analyzed coldly, devoid of compassion. No, I still have value. I possess acting skills. I was destined to become an award-winning actor. It's all that wretched woman's fault, Su Meng. Sun Mo's voice trembled, likely on the verge of tears.
Oh?
Have you two had a falling out? Did you not claim you would be together forever? Did you not say it would not affect your future? Did you not say no one could separate you? How is it that you've turned around and betrayed me with Yang Hong? After so many years, I never realized you had such a side to you. Sister Pei, you truly are merciless. Ji Fei could no longer contain her laughter, her heart fluttering with amusement. The others struggled to suppress their chuckles as well. On the other end of the line, Sun Mo seemed to have lost his breath, taken aback by Pei Mingxian's deliberate mockery. After several heavy breaths, he managed to respond, Pei Mingxian, we have been together for so many years, vowing to ascend to the pinnacle from our humble beginnings. I treated you well back then. You expressed gratitude to me. Have you forgotten? I merely made one mistake. You cannot abandon me now. Yet Pei Mingxian had long since hardened her heart. You were the one who broke the vow first. Your relentless pursuit now is truly unbecoming. Sun Mo, once pampered and arrogant, could no longer suppress his temper. In a fit of rage, he shouted, Pei Mingxian, do you think leaving me will lead you to a better place? You are merely a woman without connections. I could easily spread rumors that would ruin your reputation in the industry.
Who would dare take a chance on you? Wow.
Is your plan to destroy what you cannot have? It seems a person's shamelessness can indeed be magnified. Faced with Sun Mo's near-manic behavior, Pei Mingxian remained unfazed, casually remarking, oh, I recorded our conversation. Instantly, Sun Mo fell silent. The others finally noticed that Pei Mingxian's phone indeed had a recording feature. She was undoubtedly a shrewd agent. Qin Chao smiled with satisfaction, glancing at the ever-quiet Qin Xian, who nodded in agreement. Ms. Pei's future is something Mr. Sun need not worry about. We are currently negotiating a contract, Qin Chao suddenly declared. Qin Chao, you want her? Sun Mo seemed to regain his senses, incredulous. Pei Mingxian turned to Qin Chao, who smiled and said, join us, and the Qin Group will provide you with the most formidable backing and the most comprehensive resources, allowing you to fully utilize your talents. Pei Mingxian was taken aback, casting a glance at Qin Xian. As she had already come to understand Ji Fei and Qin Xian's identities and connections upon entering. Being Ji Fei's agent indeed placed her under the umbrella of the Qin Group. Gao Hao added with a grin, our studio currently has few artists, and you'll have the authority to decide who to sign in the future. Aside from me, you will be the primary agent, fully responsible for the development of the artists under your wing. I believe in your abilities and vision. With your skill, it's likely that the future best actor and actress, as well as top-tier stars, will emerge from your guidance. Pei Mingxian's eyes sparkled with ambition. If I can join you, it would be an honor. I will sign. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Sun Mo's desperate pleas echoed. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. Pei Mingxian, don't abandon me. However, Pei Mingxian, eager to sign, had little patience left for him. If you continue to harass me, I will release the recording from earlier. After delivering her threat, she hung up. Having dispelled the annoying fly, Pei Mingxian picked up the contract on the table. Although elated, she still carefully scrutinized it. Of course, she need not discover it herself. As Gao Hao candidly stated, there is an addendum regarding Teacher Ji. The addendum specified that Ji Fei retain the freedom to choose his work. Pei Mingxian felt a wave of regret. After all, her performances in the 2 episodes had made her optimistic about Ji Fei, believing that with some refinement, his inherent acting talent and natural charisma could lead to boundless potential. Yet, no one anticipated that he was the president's husband of the Qin Group. Such connections would naturally come with certain expectations in the workplace. Feeling there was no issue, Pei Mingxian promptly signed the contract. As she lowered her head, she failed to notice the mischievous smiles exchanged between Gao Hao and Qin Chao. At last, they had ensnared one. As Pei Mingxian brimmed with enthusiasm, ready to dive into work without the need for rest after an all-night, she gradually began to sense something amiss. She had indeed become the head of the studio, as Qin Chao and Gao Hao were preparing to flee. While she possessed the authority to manage the artists, she had only one subordinate, Ji Fei, who seemed intent on slacking off and enjoying his privileges. The only comfort was that this studio genuinely had the backing of the Qin Group, provided the relationship between the couple remained untroubled. Following this round of upheaval, Gao Hao and Qin Chao tread carefully, avoiding Pei Mingxian within the studio. At long last, Pei Mingxian resolved to approach Gao Hao and Qin Chao in the office, saying, before you both depart, Let us ensnare a few more individuals. Upon hearing her newfound clarity, Gao Hao immediately expressed his eagerness to cooperate, inquiring, "Do you have a target in mind?" Pei Mingxian raised an eyebrow and replied, "My performance is impeccable. Aren't there still a few episodes left?" Gao Hao frowned. The remaining ones each come with their own set of challenges. Quite troublesome. Pei Mingxian chuckled. Challenges breed topics of discussion, and topics attract attention. I fear not their flaws, but rather their lack of capability. I refuse to employ the inept or the treacherous. Hence, I must conduct thorough evaluations. Gao Hao glanced at Qin Chao, who shrugged and said, "It's your decision." Gao Hao then reminded her, "By the way, you can announce you're joining on Weibo." Pei Mingxuan's face lit up with a smile. "What? Has there been a verdict from Sun Mo's side?" Initially, they had planned to leverage the notoriety of those few clowns to declare her as Ji Fei's manager. Gao Hao, with an expression that spoke volumes, turned his computer screen to reveal the latest trending topics. Su Meng and her two former lovers were embroiled in a scandal, claiming to be victims of malice. Yang Hong and Sun Mo acknowledged their love for one another, having initially sought Su Meng's assistance to conceal their affair, only to find themselves betrayed. Chapter 115. The Judge of the Entertainment Industry, a Ban on Futures. Observing the trending topics on her phone, it became evident that both camps were hurling mud at each other, yet neither possessed irrefutable evidence. However, this combination truly perplexed Ji Fei. The voting had unexpectedly come to fruition. With the revelations from young Master Lin, Su Meng's dark secrets were irredeemable, and she had irreparably severed ties with Sun Mo and Yang Hong. Consequently, she resorted to utilizing the murky rumors surrounding the other two to masquerade as a victim. Her latest Weibo post read, "I merely had feelings for both of them, unwilling to let go. I am just a girl yearning for happiness, afraid of loneliness. But I never anticipated that they had been deceiving me all along. They merely wanted me to serve as their shield.
I respect diverse orientations."
Yet I refused to be a facade for their relationship. This was a familiar tactic of hers, capable of regaining the support of misguided fans who fancied themselves as discerning truth seekers. Various advocates of ideologies would also blindly rally to her defense. However, she likely did not foresee that, in this precarious situation, Yang Hong and Sun Mo would collaborate to find an ingenious angle, leading them all to mutual destruction. The two released a video to clarify matters. Initially, they sincerely apologized for their past actions against Pei Jia, admitting they had succumbed to temptation and committed unethical deeds. Regarding the relationship among the three, Yang Hong confessed that he had first discovered his feelings for Sun Mo transcended mere admiration for an idol. He felt immense anguish, believing Sun Mo still harbored feelings for Su Meng, prompting him to end his relationship with her to facilitate their union. Unexpectedly, throughout this process, Sun Mo also developed feelings for Yang Hong but, fearing public scrutiny, sought Su Meng's help to conceal their affection. Aware that this was somewhat unfair to Su Meng, they had promised her resources in return, to which she acquiesced. Thus, they staged a facade of familial camaraderie, ensuring that any future sightings of their closeness would not be exposed, with Su Meng serving as the bridge between them. Little did they anticipate that Su Meng, driven by greed, would attempt to harm them for her own preservation. The intimate moments captured were merely for show, or else the paparazzi would not have photographed Su Meng alone in the downstairs guest room. Such a convoluted narrative? I am astounded by your audacity. Surely no one will genuinely believe this. To my surprise, some are actually taking sides? It must be astroturfing, undoubtedly astroturfing. And why did Sun Mo relent? He was nearly hospitalized out of rage. What on earth?
Why?
This entire scheme is utterly baffling. What am I witnessing? They are even shoulder to shoulder? Yang Hong was practically leaning against Sun Mo, and Sun Mo bore it? Is Yang Hong truly that skilled? Has he genuinely swayed Sun Mo? Sun Mo's expression even bore a trace of tenderness. One can only say that Pei Jia has a discerning eye for talent. His acting is indeed professional. Goodness. Yang Hong has entwined his fingers with Sun Mo's. Cough, cough. Ji Fei snapped back to reality and turned to look at Qin Xian, who was working at the adjacent desk. What's the matter? At that moment, both were in the office of Qin Xian, the company as president. Being a diligent leader, he had only taken 3 days off before returning to work. The Qin family exhibited considerable concern, and Ji Fei initially thought that with a plethora of secretaries and assistants in the president's office, it would be quite convenient. However, as the Qin family members voiced various details, Ji Fei felt that having only her left hand functional was indeed quite inconvenient. Since the studio had granted her leave, She had taken on the role of Qin Xian's assistant. Qin Xian was relatively agreeable, not rising at the ungodly hour as he usually did, managing to delay his departure until 9 o'clock. Yet upon Ji Fei's arrival, she realized that her assistance was scarcely needed. Thus, 90% of her day was spent idly playing on her phone and perusing gossip from the plush chair beside the desk. Nevertheless, Ji Fei maintained a level of discretion, rarely interrupting Qin Xian, finding amusement in her internal musings while outwardly remaining serene. Until this moment, Ji Fei assumed Qin Xian had some directive for her. Are you thirsty? Shall I have an assistant bring in some water? Qin Xian cast a troubled glance at her. Although he had grown accustomed to it, he still found himself distracted by Ji Fei's sudden bursts of exuberance. He could only respond, "Yes, a cup of coffee would help me focus." Ji Fei promptly placed a call, also ordering herself a cup of milk tea. Seeing him take a break, Ji Fei could no longer contain her curiosity about the gossip, asking, "How did you guess so accurately?" "You should know, I forwarded the voting to other members of the Qin family, yet only I was selected." Qin Xian's eyelids twitched. It turned out the earlier commotion in the group chat was regarding the voting analysis. He had merely glanced at it, noticing they were still discussing the gossip surrounding those three, and had not paid it further attention. Had the entire family engaged in such trivial voting? It indeed seemed they had too much leisure time while he alone toiled away. A flicker of resentment over his relentless workload emerged within Qin Xian. Noticing Ji Fei's keen gaze upon him, he explained, "It's nothing, merely the principle of maximizing benefits." Sun Mo had long since run out of options. The rumors were irreconcilable, and he was entangled in various scandals. Rather than becoming a target of ridicule, the most astute course of action is to turn the rumors to his advantage. In the entertainment industry, truths and lies are often indistinguishable. People will gravitate towards a more sensational narrative, thus conveniently diverting their focus from previous events. Hence the myriad of implausible explanations, for they know the fans' attention will be shifted by the explosive revelations they unveil. Sun Mo's only talent lay in acting. To revert him to an ordinary life would be unpalatable for someone with his lofty ambitions, especially considering he had once brushed shoulders with an acclaimed actor. The path ahead for him lay in pursuing opportunities abroad, leveraging these rumors to star in related genres, thus carving out an expedited route. Modern society is considerably more accepting, particularly abroad, where the constraints are looser. If one can endure the humiliation, there remains a possibility of resurgence. However, he requires resources and connections, and presently, only Yang Hong can offer that. Many in the entertainment industry are willing to compromise their integrity for resources and fame. Thus, the reverse is also feasible.
Ye Fei listened,
Wide-eyed with astonishment. Moments later, the two announced their withdrawal from domestic entertainment to pursue opportunities abroad. Ji Fei's mouth formed an OAS. She gazed at Qin Xian with admiration. "You are remarkably astute." Faced with Ji Fei's sparkling eyes, Qin Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment, attributing it to mere conjecture. Indeed, in the world of commerce, one must be cunning. The mind of a shrewd businessman is truly unparalleled. "Qin Xian, could you not praise me so extravagantly?" Yet, Ji Fei's attention had already shifted elsewhere. Despite knowing the truth, Yang Hong still allows himself to be manipulated. It is he who proposes the scheme. Thus, this becomes a confrontation between the obsessive Yang Dapeng and the enduring Mo. Will we witness Yang Dapeng subdue the corrupted Mo first? Or will the corrupted Mo exploit Yang Dapeng to the fullest? The anticipation is rather thrilling, I must admit. Ji Fei chuckled as she sipped her milk tea while surfing the internet. The online community was equally astonished by the various comments flooding in. Perhaps fatigued by the spectacle, the most common refrain became the revelation that the male idol group had supplanted the previous year's Best Actor group, becoming the most significant joke of the past fortnight. Ultimately, Yang Hong and Sun Mo announced their withdrawal from my acting skills cut. An identical outcome. I can already envision the director and producer embracing each other in tears. Qin Xian leaned over for a glance and remarked, that shouldn't be the case. After their incident, the program likely decided to exclude them, especially since they were just a step away from official condemnation. The production team would not want to keep blurring out their appearances. Ji Fei was taken aback.
"So,
We're left with only 3 groups? Aren't there several episodes still to record? How will that work? Perhaps they would seek replacements?" On this matter, Qin Xian was also unsure. However, the two would soon learn, as many expressed concern over the remaining episodes. The production team, under pressure, promptly announced via social media that the remaining 3 groups would engage in a round-robin format, with the next draw determining the theme and PK opponents. Would that suffice? Curiosity piqued, Ji Fei couldn't resist checking the gossip system. Upon investigation, she nearly spewed her milk tea. Qin Xian looked over curiously, noticing Ji Fei's twitching lips. It seems that after the incident with the male idol group, the director and producer intended to terminate their contract and had already started reaching out to new groups to fill the gap. However, after contacting several groups, there was no response, and they turned to artists who previously sought connections to participate, only to be rejected as well. Qin Xian. Huh?
Why?
They fear clashing with a top-tier group, worried that this might be their final appearance on the show, fearing the label of unlucky would stick. Ridiculous. Why not admit their own guilt? Fearing the unearthing of unsavory secrets? Ji Fei expressed her dissatisfaction. Although the current 2 competing groups are indeed keeping them at a safe distance, Qin Xian, listening, found the situation both amusing and infuriating. Who would have thought that the once popular variety show, having reached its peak this season, would now be ignored? I can only imagine the director and producer truly sobbing in the restroom right now. Qin Xian, indeed. While lamenting the production team's predicament, Ji Fei received a message from Gao Hao, urging her to retweet a post. It was then that she noticed Pei Mingxian had tagged her in a post, which she had overlooked while engrossed in her gossip. Pei Mingxian announced her as her agent, prompting Ji Fei to promptly retweet. Now, as an artist with 1 million followers, the comment section erupted with activity. Ji Fei refreshed the page, initially expecting the highest likes to be from Qin Chao's formulaic congratulatory message. To her surprise, his reply had been pushed to the 2nd position. The top comment read, "Join my Fei family, and your palms will forever be preserved." The judge of the entertainment industry. Banning future prospects. Come, let us eat gossip with Sister Fei. Ye Fei? Chapter 116. Is the judge of the entertainment industry ready to take office? Isn't this absurd? Gossip can be enjoyed freely, but jokes should not be trifled with. In the past, being called Palm's sister or BB's sister was one thing, but now this eerie moniker emerges. Ji Fei genuinely felt that these mischievous netizens had gone too far, and she complained to her new agent, Sister Pei. Sister Pei coldly dismissed Ji Fei's concerns. What a splendid opportunity. This is organic traffic, something others can only dream of. And it reflects positively on you. As she spoke, she even liked the comment that irked Ji Fei. Frustrated, Ji Fei downed the remainder of her milk tea in one go. Suddenly, a light chuckle came from beside her. Ji Fei shot a glare at Qin Xian, who immediately feigned seriousness, pretending to focus on the documents, as if he hadn't just been amused.
Hey.
Qin Xian coughed and said, Pei Mingxian probably intends to shape your public persona this way. This will deter ordinary people from provoking you, and unsavory work opportunities will be less likely to approach you. Ji Fei was taken aback. Really? Qin Xian nodded. She aims to use this narrative to establish an image of reliability for your studio. Future artists joining your studio will inherently gain trust in the public's eyes, making it easier to garner fans' affection and assurances from collaborators. Thus, it's beneficial with no drawbacks. Ji Fei immediately pointed at herself. Feeling victimized, she did not wish to bear such an odd persona. After pondering, Qin Xian suggested if you truly dislike it, just tell Pei Mingxian to handle it. Ji Fei hesitated. Is that allowed? Qin Xian nodded seriously. No one can force you to do what you're unwilling to. If she can't manage it well, I will step in. Qin Xian's sudden seriousness compelled Ji Fei to contemplate the matter earnestly. In truth, if she were not the one involved, it appeared rather amusing. Ultimately, she decided to let it go. After all, her entry into the entertainment industry was not only to pass the time and indulge in gossip, but also to earn some money. Sister Pei was right. Gaining visibility is a good thing. However, as the day progressed, by the afternoon, the online discourse began to take a peculiar turn. It seemed that any artist bold enough to challenge their top-tier group and emerge unscathed would prove their worthiness as idols. Some overly zealous fans even demanded their favorites confront the top group head-on to cleanse their reputations. Yet, those with genuine scandals merely attempted to placate their fans. None daring to engage openly, retreating into their shells like turtles. A plethora of amusing incidents ensued. Ji Fei found herself laughing heartily throughout the afternoon, to the point where Qin Xian, heading to a meeting, felt he could not take her along, as she was too distracting. What? I don't get to go? Then Please organize the files on my computer, Qin Xian instructed before leaving. Ji Fei nodded in agreement and remained in the office. Throughout the day, Ji Fei mostly assisted by opening files, searching for contracts, typing on the computer, and replying to messages on Qin Xian's phone. Since the documents, contracts, and phone were deemed sensitive, especially after the incident with Secretary Qin Xian had not allowed anyone else to approach them. Yet, it turned out that Ji Fei was the only one permitted to be near these items. Secretary Qin would surely be furious if he knew this. Ji Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Just as she finished organizing, she noticed a new email notification on the screen. Having previously assisted Qin Xian with emails, she recognized the unfamiliar sender and clicked it open. Upon doing so, she froze. Xian, I will be returning to the country in half a month. May we meet? Ji Fei blinked, quickly realizing this was likely a message from Qin Xian's first love, Yuji. Releasing the mouse, she scratched her head, regretting her hasty click. Feeling quite awkward, Ji Fei found herself staring at the email for a while. Oddly enough, shouldn't she be happy? After all, due to the constraints of fate, she could not initiate a divorce. Only if Qin Xian chose to do so could she successfully break free. Thus, her entire strategy had been to act demure, awaiting the return of the first love, anticipating their entanglement, and hoping that Qin Xian would feel guilty towards her, allowing her to secure a hefty settlement and then live freely and unburdened. This had been the exit plan she had meticulously crafted for herself. She should be preparing for the countdown with joy. Understood. Life had become too comfortable. She had mistaken her life in the Qin household for a comfort zone. Thus, the mere thought of breaking away from this established routine stirred discomfort within her. However, it mattered not. The thought of a potential breakup compensation exceeding 200 million, coupled with various investments and the well-paved path in the entertainment industry, made Ji Fei's expression radiate like a blossoming flower as she gazed at the email. Darling, we're just waiting for you. Ji Fei made a heart gesture toward the email and then rose to leave Qin Xian's office. After all, Qin Xian would be occupied with the meeting for quite a while. She decided to take a moment downstairs, as she hadn't quite savored her milk tea. The place where her assistant had purchased the milk tea was the leisure bar within the corporate premises. Since it was not yet afternoon tea time, there were few people around to sit and relax. Upon ordering at the front desk, the staff, recognizing her, respectfully informed her that she could sign for her order later. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from behind, "Teacher Ji?" Ji Fei was taken aback. It was unlikely anyone from the company would address her in such a manner, as it was typically those from the entertainment circle who would call her that. Turning around, she was greeted by an unexpected sight. Not far away, 5 glamorous women sat in a private booth, exuding an air of grandeur, adorned with exquisite jewelry, elegantly sipping tea. The glances they cast her way were laced with an air of arrogance, tinged with disdain and condescension. The one who had called her was the woman seated in the center, Mrs. Zong, the wife of the esteemed actor Zong Chun, known for his role as a devoted husband in the third group. Ji Fei, having only been introduced to her once, had never engaged in a formal conversation with her, as her primary focus had been monitoring her husband and the strikingly beautiful Yurian, who had been ostracized by the circle of wives in the industry. Since their two groups had never crossed paths, there had been no further interaction. Assuming it was a mere coincidence, Ji Fei, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, politely approached to greet her. Mrs. Zong did not rise but merely nodded, then introduced Ji Fei to her companions, stating, "This is Ji Fei." While she was introduced to the others, they merely acknowledged her with a haughty nod, showing no inclination to introduce themselves. Ji Fei felt no anger at their condescension. Instead, she stifled a laugh, understanding precisely why they regarded her with such disdain. They were likely unaware of her true identity, assuming she was merely a mistress being kept by a senior executive of the Qin group. In reality, Ji Fei and Qin Xian were not in a secret marriage. It was simply that affluent families often preferred to keep their domestic affairs private. Thus, even fans of Qin Chao would remain oblivious to his status as the third son of the Qin group, though whispers of his identity circulated within the industry. As for Ji Fei, her identity remained shrouded in mystery within the entertainment realm. It was known she was not Qin Chao's lover, but someone dabbling in the upper echelons of society. Mrs. Song, aware of Qin Chao's standing, understood that any newcomer he endorsed must be closely connected to the Qin group, though she had not anticipated that she was the wife of the CEO. After all, who would expect a CEO's wife to participate in a variety show? Ji Fei thought she could take her leave after the introduction, but to her surprise, Mrs. Zong insisted. "Please have a seat."
Huh?
Ji Fei was taken aback, wondering if her presence would intrude upon their gathering. "No, strictly speaking, we came here to find you. Since we've met, Let us speak directly. We have a matter for which we seek your assistance, Mrs. Zong stated, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Curiosity piqued. Ji Fei inquired, "What is it? Aren't you the judge of the entertainment industry? We hope that during the next PK, you can assist us in banishing Yuruyan. We desire for this mistress to be utterly disgraced and vanish from the entertainment scene." Chapter 117. A life truly persecuted by a wretched man.
Yifei's lips twitched.
She was already weary of the label of judge of the entertainment industry. I thought it was merely a joke among netizens, but who would have guessed that the dignified Mrs. Zong would take it seriously? Doesn't she feel embarrassed saying this? I can hardly contain my awkwardness. It's simply absurd. Ji Fei mentally ridiculed the situation. Though her face remained composed, unaware that her thoughts had caused Qin Ma and Qin Rong, who were about to enter, to halt in their tracks. The two, having the most leisure time at home, were curious about how Qin Xian and Ji Fei interacted in the company, prompting them to sneak a glance. They had just learned that both were absent from the office, and with no other recourse, decided to rest here for a moment. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon a spectacle unfolding before them. Exchanging glances, they saw that with their hats and sunglasses in place, concealing their faces, slipping in undetected should pose no issue. Seizing the opportunity while the others conversed, they stealthily entered, finding a secluded booth to sit and secretly observe. "Mrs. Zong, are you jesting with me?"
Yifei chuckled awkwardly.
Mrs. Zong's gaze was piercing. "Of course not. You performed exceptionally well in the previous two groups, did you not? I believe you, Teacher Ji, are a person of strong principles and would swiftly eliminate those shameless and unethical individuals." In truth, Mrs. Zong felt that even if they hadn't come to seek Ji Fei's assistance, following the established routine of the top-tier groups, regardless of whether it was for their own popularity or other reasons, they would undoubtedly seize on the mistress's missteps to deliver a fatal blow on stage. However, that particular mistress was quite adept at seducing others. After every scandal, she would lie low for a while, only to find a way to re-emerge. Therefore, this time they sought her cooperation to ensure that the problem was eradicated once and for all. "As long as Teacher Ji is willing to cooperate, we will arrange everything," Mrs. Zong stated, her gaze fixed on Ji Fei with an air of pressure. Ji Fei inquired, "What do you intend to arrange?" Mrs. Zong frowned slightly, perhaps displeased by Ji Fei's seemingly indifferent attitude. "Though the PK is determined by drawing lots, with the 5 of us joining forces to apply pressure, the production team will obediently comply and allow your 2 groups to face off first. I will provide the theme, beautiful women. I will suggest to the scriptwriters for my husband to craft a script about the beautiful confidant, and you simply need to portray the so-called confidant as a shameless mistress who seduces another's husband. No need to beautify the vile. Those who disrupt families ought to face retribution. At that point, we will disseminate information online to create a buzz. Ensuring her reputation is utterly ruined." Mrs. Zong spoke with a tone of bitterness, as if she could no longer tolerate the situation. And the others echoed her sentiments with fierce expressions. Qin Ma and Qin Rong listened, astonished, unable to suppress their murmurs. Is it really such a grand affair? Could it be that the concerns voiced by netizens are coming to fruition due to this program? Qin Rong exclaimed, "Didn't Mrs. Zong and Teacher Yu manage to coexist just fine before? What changed so suddenly?" Qin Ma, having been on the front lines of the gossip circuit, had gathered some insights into the situation between Zong Chun and Yu Rian, due to the drama featuring Yang Guifei. The portrayal of Emperor Xuanzong by Zong Chun and Yu Rian as Yang Guifei had become a hot topic among netizens. Speculation abounded regarding whether the devoted husband persona of Teacher Zong would succumb to rumors, as had happened with other men who collaborated with Yu Rian. In fact, even throughout the filming, nothing suspicious had been captured. Observing Mrs. Zong's abrupt change in attitude, it seemed that something had indeed transpired.
Qin Ma frowned.
"So, did Teacher Yu really seduce Teacher Zong, and Mrs. Zong discovered it?" Qin Rong gasped, "Wow, that's ruthless. One would think Teacher Yu truly had some designs on your husband." Qin Ma and Qin Rong exchanged incredulous glances. "Isn't it? So, why did Mrs. Zong suddenly explode?" "Isn't it because your husband wants a divorce?" Qin Ma and Qin Rong were taken aback. "He's actually seeking a divorce?"
"No wonder.
"Have you forgotten? He owes his current position to you." Qin Ma and Qin Rong's eyes widened in realization. It turned out the seasoned actor had risen to prominence through his association with her, yet felt no gratitude and sought a divorce? If you're reluctant to part ways, perhaps you should blacklist your husband and compel him to return to the fold. Qin Ma and Qin Rong nearly choked with laughter, quickly stifling their giggles, yet could not help but admire Ji Fei. Why is it that when women encounter such matters, they first target other women instead of addressing the man? One ought to resolve the issue at its root. Dear sister. Qin Ma and Qin Rong could not help but nod in agreement. Fei Fei was indeed correct. After a moment of internal lamentation, Ji Fei realized that the other party continued to speak. This should be quite simple for you. Almost akin to the situation faced by the first group, Lady Zong remarked coldly. Ji Fei pondered that, from a certain perspective, Lady Zong was also a pitiable figure. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, the circumstances of the first group unfolded because we were privy to all the truths, but at this moment, I remain utterly uninformed about what has transpired. Lady Zong asserted that Yu Ruyan was the other woman. Did she possess any evidence? Please, dear sister, think about it. Do you have any proof? If you intend to confront her, must you be so presumptuous? Teacher Ji is rejecting our request. Do you wish to assist that vixen? Lady Zong retorted sharply. Ji Fei smiled and replied, after all, I cannot conspire against someone simply based on Lady Zong's word. What a jest! Do you envision me as a weapon to wield?
Do I resemble a bladder?
Without evidence. Just because the online community has taken to labeling me as a judge of the entertainment industry, it seems I need not provide proof, with a mere suggestion. I could ruin a life. I shall not bear such consequences lightly. At this point, Qin Ma and Qin Rong grew increasingly dissatisfied. Their beloved Fei Fei was no weapon. This group of socialites wished to remain beautifully hidden behind the scenes. What if, in the end, Yu Ruyan could prove her innocence and turn the tables? Would that not leave Fei Fei's reputation in ruins? Ji Fei's demands, though reasonable, incited Lady Zong's furious wrath. She is a shameless woman who has instigated my husband to divorce me. Is that not sufficient? A woman with moral shortcomings, who is unwilling to remain solitary and flirts with others, is a blight upon the entertainment industry. What further evidence do you require? Lady Zong gazed at Ji Fei as if she were an incomprehensible ally of the villain. Should not all stand by her side in combating the mistress? Ji Fei found herself at a loss. Did she hear her incitement with her own ears? No. She refrained from speaking out, sensing that doing so would inevitably stir chaos. After all, Lady Zong was unaware that Ji Fei could uncover all the gossip. In truth, it is your husband who desires her. She, compelled by her ongoing live broadcasts and reliant on his group for competition, merely stated she would not be a mistress. As she believed your husband would not dare to leave you, Ji Fei explained. Ultimately, your husband has become infatuated, foolishly believing he could secure a divorce to grant her legitimacy. Qin Ma and Qin Rong finally started to comprehend the situation. While unsure of Yu Ruyan's role in this affair, the primary fault undoubtedly lay with the male party, who failed to uphold his commitments to his legitimate partner. Lady Zong appeared uninterested in discerning right from wrong, as long as Zong Chun contemplated divorce for Yu Ruyan's sake. She would firmly believe Yu Ruyan was scheming to tear them apart. Yu Ruyan was the sole villain, while her husband remained pure and innocent, merely ensnared by temptation. Observing Ji Fei's lack of cooperation, the other ladies could no longer restrain themselves. Yu Ruyan is indeed the mistress. What is there to question? One of them finally interjected. When she acted alongside my husband, she frequently entered his mobile home under the pretext of rehearsing. My husband directed her, and she even sat upon his lap, demanding that he explain the script. She was photographed entering my husband's room at midnight, claiming she was studying the script. While filming, she deliberately rubbed against him, ensnaring my husband's attention, compelling him to seek her out daily behind my back. The crowd erupted with indignation, collectively accusing Yu Ruyan, forming a veritable alliance of victims. Indeed, they were the same group of socialites who had previously sought to silence Yu Ruyan and were now united with Lady Zong. Let me see. Ji Fei promptly took out her phone and began searching in front of everyone, determined not to let anything disrupt her quest for gossip. What are you doing? The socialites, having just expressed their grievances, were momentarily stunned by Ji Fei's disregard for them. Oh, I hadn't paid attention before. Let me check into what you've mentioned. Ji Fei cheerfully responded, instantly infuriating the group. The ladies reassured one another, feeling that Ji Fei was being dismissive, and resolved to lodge a complaint against the man behind Ji Fei when they encountered him. Qin Ma and Qin Rong, unable to contain themselves, also pulled out their phones to search, for they too were astonished by the gravity of the situation they had just discussed. As they delved deeper, it became evident that the title of mistress firmly clung to Yu Ruyan's name. The entertainment industry was rife with half-truths and deceptions, making it challenging to ascertain Yu Ruyan's true nature. Ji Fei refrained from intervening, merely indulging in gossip, as she had always preferred to respect others' destinies. intervening only in clear-cut cases of right and wrong to accumulate good deeds. Thus, her curiosity was piqued more by gossip than any judicial role in the entertainment realm. Indeed, the one who insisted that Euruyan enter the vehicle to rehearse was your husband, who forcibly pulled her onto the bed, engaging in inappropriate behavior. The one who sat on his lap was also your husband's doing. He dragged her onto his lap under the threat of giving her a bad take if she refused, making her the target of reproach from the crew for wasting time. When she attempted to leave, he forcibly held onto her, behaving in a lewd manner. The late-night script discussion was merely an excuse fabricated by your husband to alter her script, compelling her to meet at an unseemly hour under the threat of delaying production. He even feigned intoxication to take advantage of her, tearing her clothes, which led to the scandalous photos.
Regarding the close contact,
Why not admit that your husband harbored impure intentions, transforming innocent flirtation into an abhorrent violation, seemingly unable to restrain himself, and persistently harassing her after filming concluded? Damn it. The more I see, the angrier I become. I previously thought Euruyan exuded confidence and charm, but I had no idea she endured such mistreatment behind the scenes. It is nothing short of sexual harassment at every turn. The entertainment industry is indeed dark and filthy, utterly terrifying. Now, confronting those defending their husbands, with all the blame placed on the external vixen, I genuinely sympathize with Euruyan. Qin Ma and Qin Rong, too, were incensed, realizing as they searched that their husbands were not solely linked to Euruyan, which indicated that the real issue lay with their husbands. Their lives truly felt like a persecution by deceitful men. Chapter 118. No one can steal my role.
Jifei, Qin Ma,
and Qin Rong all empathized with Euruyan's plight. However, witnessing the online sentiment towards Euruyan was truly bewildering, as it was all too easy to be swayed into adopting the prevailing viewpoint. Men mocked her alluring figure and seductive visage, with 8 out of 10 comments steeped in vulgarity, yet they shamelessly claimed their remarks were not disparagement, but rather compliments from men towards Euruyan, as though she should take pride in such treatment. Some even engaged in quarrels over Euruyan, creating a stark divide between genders, yet such defensiveness felt deeply unsettling. Women were split into 2 camps. One, like Lady Zong and her allies, ridiculed and scorned Euruyan as if they had witnessed her seducing men firsthand, fearing that their idols might get entangled with such a disgraceful figure. The other camp comprised actual mistresses, envious of Euruyan's attributes, idolizing her while being labeled as brainless fans with distorted values. Only a minuscule fraction truly appreciated Euruyan's beauty and recognized her professional acting skills. In this almost black and red scenario, Jifei felt overwhelmed. Those once perceived as playful and charming had transformed into something fearsome. Indeed, those who thrive in the entertainment industry through notoriety are formidable individuals. Jifei had no desire to pry into others' private matters, seeking only to indulge in gossip. Having reached this point, she decided to halt her exploration. Upon glancing up, she noticed the socialite group still watching her intently, awaiting her response. Women should inherently possess a deeper understanding of the predicaments faced by their fellow women. However, some women often become accomplices to men, persecuting others of their kind. Have you grasped the essence of the situation? Are you now aware of her true nature? Jifei nodded eagerly, fully cognizant of the reality. Mrs. Zong assumed Jifei's agreement and proclaimed with righteous fervor, "We must eradicate her to restore purity to the entertainment industry." Jifei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Does Mrs. Zong not fear that this might implicate Master Zong? After all, we previously faced total annihilation." Mrs. Zong's countenance shifted dramatically. "Absolutely not. I shall devise a means for my husband to see this wretched woman's true colors. It is she who seduced him, while my husband remains steadfast." Jifei could not suppress a mischievous smile. "A man who would divorce you for another woman has surely already changed his heart. Yet you still desire him?" Mrs. Zong frowned. "What could a mere child like you possibly comprehend? Our marriage has been built on years of profound affection. I cannot abandon him for a fleeting moment of folly. I must save him. This matter does not require your meddling. Simply attend to the tasks we have assigned to you." Jifei shrugged, grinning widely. "I respectfully decline." "What?" Mrs. Zong, taken aback, had not anticipated that this so-called champion of justice, this arbiter of the entertainment world, would refuse. The other ladies erupted in outrage. "Have you considered the consequences of your refusal? Do you truly believe you are in a position to refuse us? You, who are blissfully unaware of your own insignificance, surely do not wish to jeopardize your standing in the industry. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us speak with the man behind you. You are but a canary." Mrs. Zong cast a fierce glance at Ji Fei. Your man is among the upper echelons of the Qin group, is he not? My cousin is a director there. I had intended to speak with your man directly, but it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Women of your caliber are plentiful within the circle. I wouldn't mind replacing your man with another canary. Ji Fei snorts, hold it together, don't laugh. In the distance, Qin Ma and Qin Rong had already collapsed onto the table, trembling with suppressed laughter.
Oh.
So you sought me out because you knew of Qin Chao's identity and realized you could not command him, hence you approached me? Ji Fei stifled her laughter. The expressions of the ladies shifted subtly for a brief moment. One of them suddenly remarked, speaking of which, you and Qin Chao seem rather close from your time on the show. Perhaps gathering some videos and photos could be useful for your man. Ji Fei paused for a moment. Haha, she is trying to intimidate me with Qin Chao. Haha. Truly a talent, absolutely a talent. Qin Ma and Qin Rong were also momentarily stunned, their table shaking even more violently. At this moment, Mrs. Zong had already picked up her phone, poised to make a call, recognizing that one must be astute in such matters. If I contact my cousin, this situation could escalate. Since fate has brought us together, it must be for a reason, and I doubt Teacher Ji will continue to refuse us. Ji Fei pressed her lips together, feigning distress. What should I do? This is such a classic setup. I am about to perform the role of the unsuspecting fool who turns the tables. How thrilling. How shall I stage this? Should I bring over the waiter who knows my identity for some assistance? Or should I have her call her cousin directly? After all, the directors all know me. I will surely astonish them. How should I begin? So vexing. Hearing Ji Fei's inner thoughts, Qin Ma and Qin Rong grew excited as well. Eager to step in and reveal their identities, perhaps the ladies would still doubt them and end up offending them. This way, they could play the roles of the domineering mother and sister of the CEO, reveling in their arrogance. The three of them were ready to spring into action from various angles. Suddenly, however, someone burst through the door. Sister, what brings you here?
Cousin.
I came to find you. Mrs. Zong looked astonished at the door, gesturing for the newcomer to come closer, then casting a cruel smile at Ji Fei across the table. It seems your luck has run dry. I had offered you an opportunity, yet you chose to disregard it. Little girl, experience brings wisdom. It's time for you to learn a lesson. You came to find me? What with the scolding? Are you here to reprimand one of our employees? Have they upset you? As Ji Fei did not turn around, her back was all that was visible, preventing the other party from recognizing her. With the stage set, Ji Fei awaited the opportune moment to make her entrance. Indeed, some young girls with misguided values who believe they are being exalted lose all sense of respect for their elders. Cousin, come and see for yourself whose child this is. Perhaps someone should take her home for proper education. The director chuckled softly, having grasped the situation, and was about to step forward to inquire about the young mistress. Qin Ma and her sister were energized and ready to stand up and respond. Ji Fei was thrilled, ready to stand and frighten them. Just then, a cool voice, lacking any creativity, rang out from the entrance. What's the matter? Instantly, all eyes turned to the doorway, where the director, just returning from a meeting, entered a step too late. The director was taken aback. Qinzong? Wait. What is going on? There's no young mistress associated with Qin Xian. There's only the one currently by his side. This is disastrous. The director stood frozen, his mind blank. Mrs. Zong, having seen Qin Xian a few times due to her cousin's position as a director, could never forget his face. In an instant, Mrs. Zong's mind briefly short-circuited as she processed the meaning of Qin Xian's statement. It was only when Qin Xian approached their table, standing beside Ji Fei, that the murmurs began among the ladies, who were keenly aware that the atmosphere had shifted. Director Qin, she is your, Mrs. Zong's gaze flitted back and forth. Qin Xian casually draped an arm around Ji Fei's shoulders, as if pulling her close, ignoring Mrs. Zong entirely, and leaned down to Ji Fei, speaking gently. What has happened? Ji Fei looked up, her expression one of dissatisfaction directed at Qin Xian. Qin Xian? This is my grand performance, my entrance, my ruse of the unsuspecting fool. Qin Xian, what will you do to compensate me?
Whoa.
The thrill has been interrupted. What is the difference from being cut off mid-relief? Qin Xian, wait, let us discuss this. What kind of description is that? Suddenly, Ji Fei squinted her eyes, turning sharply to tightly embrace Qin Xian's waist, rubbing against his taut abdomen through his shirt. Qin Xian stiffened.
Whoa.
Husband, I was frightened. I merely refused to assist them. They threatened to find you another woman to replace me, and they slandered my relationship with a third brother. It's so unfair. Qin Xian. No one can steal my thunder. Oh ho, this firm abdomen wasn't intentional. Huh? It's so solid. Let me linger a moment longer. Qin Xian. The ladies were left in a state of shock. Chapter 119. I intended to support her, yet someone readily bent over for financial gain. Let me ask you, how awkward is this? Does your face hurt? Ji Fei remarked, showcasing her performance while joyfully mocking them. The air was filled with Ji Fei's exaggerated grievances, her tears of feigned sorrow striking the ladies and the director with a thunderous jolt. The ladies, she isn't a canary raised by some big shot. She is the legitimate wife of the heir to the Qin group. What legitimate wife runs off to become a variety show star instead of tending to her household? The director, introducing women, speculating on familial relations. Did I ever offend you? Why would you go to such lengths to harm me? Qin Xian, aware that Ji Fei was merely playing along, could only comply awkwardly, gently wrapping his arms around her, his expression growing icy. While Ji Fei would not suffer, Qin Xian would not allow anyone to disrespect his wife. Ladies, my wife is quite young and typically avoids trouble, your threats and provocations. Coming to the Qin group to bully my wife, do you not owe us an explanation and an apology to her? Qin Xian's voice, though cool, carried a chilling authority that left everyone feeling utterly humiliated. Qin Xian's lines are quite impressive. He truly possesses the qualities of a domineering CEO, deserving of praise. Qin Xian, feeling helpless, found his previously serious demeanor disrupted by Ji Fei's heartfelt musings, leaving him momentarily flustered. The expressions on their faces are a vibrant tapestry of emotions, truly captivating. They must be regretting their actions profoundly, perhaps wishing to dig a pit and bury themselves in it. Ji Fei, reveling in their misfortune, furtively observed a few individuals. Qin Ma and Qin Rong had missed the opportunity to perform, initially harboring a slight sense of regret, but their attention had now entirely shifted. They watched the group of ladies with a sense of anticipation, relishing the spectacle of their former arrogance being met with an unexpected challenge. How dare they come to our territory and bully our people? Are they simply bored with their current lives, seeking a thrill? While the ladies' status in the entertainment industry remains unassailable, they now face true aristocratic matrons. Just moments ago, they had the audacity to threaten one of these matrons. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines, wishing for a rewind of time. They should realize that their husbands often rely on investments to bring their projects to fruition. Offending the Qin family could result in their husbands facing professional ostracism rather than merely being silenced by the ladies' influence. Realizing they had wronged an important figure, the ladies became flustered, hastily rising to perform a complete about-face in their attitudes. Oh, it's Mrs. Qin. If only you had mentioned that sooner. We thought you were a newcomer in the industry, so we spoke out of turn, intending to offer guidance to a junior. It was all a misunderstanding, dear Mrs. Qin. We sincerely apologize. We truly meant no offense, merely jesting. The four ladies adorned their faces with awkward smiles, apologizing profusely, desperately trying to appease the young woman they had previously looked down upon. Compared to their earlier demeanor, it was akin to the rapid transformation seen in Sichuan opera. Moreover, their words flowed more smoothly, as if convincing themselves that as long as they were not embarrassed, the awkwardness had never occurred. While I appreciate those who know their place, I must admit I find your earlier arrogance quite entertaining. Noticing Ji Fei was unfazed, the ladies suddenly recalled their recent shopping trip together, promptly presenting her with newly acquired jewelry and handbags as an act of contrition. We apologize for having offended Mrs. Qin. This is a token of our goodwill. We hope you will graciously accept it. Observing their expressions, clearly pained yet compelled to wear forced smiles, it was evident that these gifts were of considerable value and rarity. Behind the scenes, Qin Ma and Qin Rong were equally astonished. Realizing this was a significant concession, they truly feared having offended the Qin family. Ji Fei promptly released her hold on Qin Xian's waist, gazing at the pile of gifts before her. I suddenly find their compliance rather delightful. Who wouldn't relish an unexpected windfall? A few harsh words are of little consequence. One cannot reject financial gain over mere pride. And these items together must be worth a few million. What a profitable little venture.
Oh, ha, ho, ho, ho.
Qin Xian, I intended to support her. Yet it seems she readily bent for monetary gain. Ji Fei feigned reluctance, but ultimately accepted the gifts. The four ladies watched as their cherished items were accepted. Feeling a pang of regret for relinquishing them before they had even warmed in their hands, they had intended to teach the young woman a lesson, only to find themselves on the receiving end of one. a classic case of trouble arises from the mouth. To make matters worse, where was Mrs. Zong? Surely, they couldn't be left to apologize without her involvement. It was Mrs. Zong who had instigated the situation and misjudged Ji Fei's identity, leading to their offense. Thus, the four of them exchanged frantic glances at Mrs. Zong. Having transitioned from the entertainment industry to the realm of capital, they found it easy to lower their guards. But Mrs. Zong, being of the affluent class, found it far more challenging to humble herself. Not to mention, she had just endured a marital crisis, rendering her particularly susceptible to emotional upheaval. However, under the intense urging of her cousin's gaze, she reluctantly offered her own apology, while she was indifferent about the gift. The words of apology felt like a bitter pill to swallow. Mrs. Zong, stifling her indignation, declared, "I only spoke those words due to a misunderstanding of Teacher Ji's identity." Yet it is also true that Mrs. Qin has left much to be desired. The moment those words escaped her lips, the entire room fell into stunned silence. With the board members looking on, helpless and dismayed, fully aware of their cousin's stubborn nature. "Cousin, be quiet. You were disrespectful to Mrs. Qin. Hurry and apologize." Yet Mrs. Zong, gritting her teeth, protested, "I merely invited her to join forces against a scoundrel. I once believed Teacher Ji was young and principled. Yet I did not expect her to falter at this juncture and defend a mistress. I simply feared she was straying down the wrong path, which is why my words were harsh." The board member, taken aback by her statement, cast a contemplative glance at Ji Fei, who, after all, had a reputation that was not entirely unblemished, although she had recently been more subdued. It seems her husband's desire to divorce her for Yu Ruian has profoundly impacted her. She is now desperately seeking sympathy and validation from everyone, hoping to align with them against Yu Ruian. If anyone dares to disagree, even by simply withholding their support, she insists on turning them to her side. However, I am inherently rebellious. I will not be swayed, no matter what. How infuriating! Though she accepted the gifts, the refusal to admit wrongdoing would leave her with no choice but to retaliate. Just as she contemplated her response, Qin Xian, having overheard Mrs. Zong's remarks, darkened his expression. After grasping several key pieces of information, he coldly interjected, "Mrs. Zong, it is presumptuous of you to impose your expectations upon Teacher Ji and to criticize her for having differing opinions. That is an egregious display of arrogance." Chapter 120. Eating melons only to have them fall on one's own head? Mrs. Zong stiffened, her complexion paling. Qin Xian, unrelenting, shot her a piercing look. Teacher Ji's path is hers to tread. Right or wrong is not for an outsider to dictate. At this, the board members felt a chill run down their spines. It was clear that Qin Xian was genuinely enraged. A statement about defending a mistress could inflict considerable damage on Teacher Ji's reputation. And it would be prudent to consult a lawyer regarding Mrs. Zong's remarks, hoping she could provide concrete evidence of any alleged offense of a mistress by Teacher Ji. The last statement nearly made Mrs. Zong falter, barely being steadied by the board. This was not what she had anticipated. She had thought that by bringing up the issue of Ji Fei defending a mistress, Qin Xian would at least inquire about the circumstances and admonish Ji Fei, only to be met with this reaction instead. Moreover, the way they spoke seemed remarkably similar just moments ago. Ji Fei had also requested evidence of Yu Ruian being a mistress. From a distance, wow, it's the first time I've heard second brother speak so assertively, Qin Rong remarked in astonishment. Qin Ma paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What is so amusing?" Qin Rong asked, puzzled.
Qin Ma replied,
"I just feel like your second brother has changed a bit." Clearly, Fei Fei could handle the situation effortlessly, countering with ease. Under normal circumstances, second brother wouldn't intervene. But this time he seems unusually agitated. Qin Rong pondered for a moment and asked, "Has second brother ever defended second sister-in-law before?" Qin Ma chuckled, but chose not to elaborate. Qin Xian would indeed defend his wife out of a sense of responsibility, but he would not have reacted so swiftly in the past. As soon as someone launched an attack, he would respond decisively, leaving no room for further confrontation with Ji Fei. That was a genuine, instinctive defense, independent of obligation. Not only the ladies but even the assistant who was constantly at Qin Xian's side seemed taken aback. Given that Qin Xian had spoken so firmly, anyone who dared to counter would be perceived as either mad or foolish. Regardless of Mrs. Zong's grievances, she needed to recognize the reality of the situation, and ultimately, the board accompanied her in offering a formal apology for their inappropriate remarks. However, Qin Xian remained unyielding, stating plainly, should any further remarks of this nature circulate, adversely affecting teacher G, we will pursue this matter to the fullest extent. With that, there was no need for further words. Qin Xian turned his gaze towards Ji Fei and softly inquired, shall we return? Ji Fei was fixated on him, her clear, contrasting eyes reflecting Qin Xian's image. Confounded, Qin Xian was suddenly inundated with Ji Fei's inner thoughts. Damn it, I've been played. This domineering CEO script is so impressive, it's almost too charming for me. In an instant, the remnants of frost on Qin Xian's face melted away, his cheeks ablaze. What should have been a perfectly ordinary situation had been turned into an embarrassing affair by Ji Fei's teasing thoughts. Indeed, when it came to ruining the atmosphere, Ji Fei was a consummate professional. Qin Xian gently patted Ji Fei's shoulder, prompting her to rise. He instructed his assistant to carefully collect the gifts presented by the other party, as it was Ji Fei's unexpected windfall and must not be lost. The remaining individuals, intimidated by Qin Xian's imposing presence, remained frozen in place, too daunted to move. As they approached the exit, Qin Xian halted and called out to the nearby elegant seating area, Mother, younger sister. Qin Ma and Qin Rong had assumed that Qin Xian was oblivious to their presence. The two awkwardly removed their sunglasses and greeted him. Ji Fei was taken aback, clearly unaware of their arrival. This revelation shocked the others even more. The socialite group had no idea when the CEO's mother and sister had arrived, but they certainly had come before Qin Xian and must have overheard their disparaging remarks about Ji Fei. This was a direct exposure, far more unsettling than mere hearsay. However, their prior silence in defending Ji Fei raised questions about the dynamics of the mother-in-law and sister-in-law relationship. Perhaps they had simply chosen to overlook any unkind remarks made towards Ji Fei. Just as anxiety gripped her heart, Qin Ma and Qin Rong excitedly approached, with Qin Xian instinctively making way for them. They flanked Ji Fei, linking arms with her affectionately. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? What a spectacle to behold upon your arrival. I'm so curious about who has the audacity to command our Ji Fei to do their bidding. Second sister-in-law. We were just about to make a grand entrance, but we were interrupted by second brother, they chimed in. Laughter and cheerfulness filling the air as Qin Xian dutifully held the door for them. Meanwhile, those left behind in the lounge wore expressions of despair, fervently hoping that the gifts they had presented were substantial enough to placate the other party's anger. The director had shown no courtesy to Madame Zhong, hastily dismissing her. The other four ladies followed suit, leaving in a flurry, unable to suppress their complaints about Madame Zhong. Enough. This was merely an accident. Even if they seek revenge, I will shield you. This commotion, do you not wish to avoid further complications with Urian? What do you suggest? Your ideas are bound to fail. We certainly cannot afford to provoke misfortune again. Madame Zhong's gaze darkened with a fierce resolve. I do not need your assistance. I can ensure that Vixen receives the scorn of the online community. At that moment, Pei Mingxian, who had recently taken over the task of handling Ji Fei's related materials, received a phone call, her eyebrows lifting in surprise. Teacher Yu, are you seeking my help? Wishing to join our studio? The terms you propose will certainly leave you at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Ji Fei and the others returned to the CEO's office. As the end of the workday was approaching, they planned to head home together once Qin Xian addressed a few matters. Thus, the three settled on the office's long sofa, enthusiastically discussing the latest gossip while unwrapping the gifts from the resentful party. Though the Qin family was not in need of wealth, they found unexpected delight in the situation, their excitement palpable. As Qin Xian approached his desk and sat down, he inadvertently clicked the mouse, illuminating the computer screen. His gaze sharpened, fixing upon Ji Fei, who was engrossed in a contest with Qin Ma and Qin Rong, guessing the prices of the jewelry. Ji Fei, come here, Qin Xian said with a calm tone. Ji Fei assumed he required her assistance and cheerfully approached. What is it? Qin Xian gestured towards the screen. Ji Fei turned, her smile faltering. Oh no. I completely forgot about that. A flicker of melancholy crossed Qin Xian's expression. Reply to it. Ji Fei looked at him, her face a canvas of confusion. Huh? Reply? What should I say? Does he not realize this is an email from his ex? It shouldn't be too difficult to guess the timing and address. Qin Ma and Qin Rong were taken aback. What is this? An ex? An email? The Qin family was genuinely unaware of Yu Ji, only knowing that their son had dated during university, as Qin Xian had never introduced this girlfriend to them. They had seldom heard his name mentioned and had never witnessed him behaving strangely for love, perceiving her presence as akin to that of his other university friends. They had always trusted Qin Xian, thus neglecting his romantic endeavors, only to learn later that the relationship had ended, and to their surprise, Qin Xian seemed unfazed, leaving them at a loss for how to comfort him. It all ended rather ambiguously. Recently, they had heard it was due to Secretary Jin's involvement. Regardless, the other party should have known Qin Xian was married, yet they still sent him an email, which Ji Fei had now seen. This was undoubtedly a recipe for domestic discord. The fragile progress that Qin Xian had made following his injury could not be jeopardized. The two stood frozen, exchanging furtive glances while straining to listen. Ji Fei inexplicably felt as though the atmosphere was charged with tension. She was uncertain how to respond. Clearing her throat, she cautiously said, "All right, you tell me, and I will help you reply." Qin Xian shot Ji Fei a glance, clarifying, "It's not about helping me. It's about you replying." Ji Fei's eyes widened in shock. Am I about to be caught in the crossfire? What kind of scenario is this? My CPU is about to overheat. They want to meet in half a month. How am I supposed to respond? Reply to what? Qin Xian, however, fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Did you not deduce who sent the email? As my wife, should you not know what to say? Chapter 121. I truly am clever. Thunder rumbled ominously. You want me, as your wife, to reply to your ex-girlfriend's email? Is that really appropriate? Ji Fei felt her brain was about to smoke. Her mind raced with confusion over Qin Xian's intentions. What had begun as an accidental email click was meant to be a silent acknowledgement, allowing Qin Xian to discover and handle it discreetly. Instead, Qin Xian had confronted her directly, his tone accusatory. Is he implying that his first love is returning, and I should step aside? Qin Xian's brow furrowed, a wave of emotion surging within him. Qin Ma and Qin Rong were left speechless. Wait, he said as my wife. How should I reply? Qin Xian, suppressing his irritation, warned. You better think this through. Qin Ma and Qin Rong held their breath, their emotions swinging wildly, hearts racing. Ji Fei as his wife. You must display the proper demeanor and warn the other party. A respectable ex should act as though they have perished, without the need for any further appearances. Sister-in-law, my brother wants you to reply to assure you that he is honest and pure, untainted by any connections with his ex. What a tremendous sense of security. Though second brother may not have valued you in the past, do not give up on him. Seize this opportunity to eliminate any threats. Make that ex go away. Unfortunately, Ji Fei was oblivious to the internal musings of Qin Ma and Qin Rong. As a lifelong single, her mind was still muddled, and she felt a twinge of excitement. Eager for the gossip. Is this truly escalating? Seeing Ji Fei's eyes wide with astonishment, Qin Xian softened, his tone turning gentle, yet hinting at indulgence. You may reply however you wish. Ji Fei's eyes sparkled with mischief, her imagination racing wildly. Is this for real? Then I'll respond with a standard reply. All right. I will wait for you. Qin Xian's expression froze. Or perhaps I could respond in a domineering style. You are the one who wanted to separate. And now you wish to reconnect. What do you take me for? Qin Xian's expression cracked. Or I could go for a defiant approach. If you don't love me, then there's nothing left to say, nor should you come to see me again. Qin Xian felt a surge of pent-up frustration rising within him. Just to clarify, I am not yet divorced, he remarked, flashing a benevolent smile. Perhaps we should consider. Enough, enough.
Qin Ma, Qin Rong interjected.
Our hearts cannot withstand any more.
Whoa.
Dear wife, have you made up your mind? Qin Xian's voice suddenly broke through Ji Fei's wild fantasies. Ji Fei trembled at being addressed as wife. Although she often playfully referred to Qin Xian as husband, he had rarely, if ever, called her wife directly. What's going on? Why did he suddenly call me wife? Is he on medication? Has he been stirred by news from his ex? No, it is you who has provoked me. Qin Xian replied. It's you.
Qin Ma, Qin Rong echoed.
Ji Fei looked at Qin Xian in disbelief, noticing that although he smiled, there was something peculiar in his gaze, an inscrutable look that instinctively set off alarm bells in Ji Fei's mind. Danger, danger, danger. Goosebumps prickled her skin. Should I confront her? Qin Xian's eyes flickered as he was about to speak, but Ji Fei countered. She hasn't made any outrageous demands. If I were to berate her, it might seem excessive. Perhaps I should just ignore it? She rationalized. Neither option is inherently wrong. A perfect diplomatic response. How clever of me.
Qin Ma, Qin Rong instantly deflated.
Uncertain whether Ji Fei was afraid of provoking Qin Xian, testing him, or if she genuinely no longer cared about him. Qin Xian's deep, Dark eyes regarded Ji Fei for a prolonged moment, causing her to question herself. Ultimately, he merely lowered his gaze and responded with a nonchalant "In truth." Qin Xian desired a reply from Ji Fei, for he had his own considerations. Yu Ji had previously been a person of dignity and propriety. He could not comprehend why she would reach out to him again. If his wife were truly bothered by the presence of his ex, Yu Ji should have ceased such inappropriate behavior. A clean break seemed most sensible. After all, in Qin Xian's view, if he were to respond, it would signify rekindling contact with his ex, possibly leading to further dialogue, something he had avoided in the past. Moreover, Ji Fei's recent whimsical musings had already indicated that any response he made could lead to misinterpretations. Perhaps it was best to align with Ji Fei's instincts.
Yi Fei.
Unsure of his thoughts, sensed his slight displeasure. Regardless, she relinquished the decision-making power back to Qin Xian. She resolved to let it go. Upon looking up, she noticed two individuals nearby gossiping about them, which made her feel somewhat awkward. As she approached, she overheard Qin Rong excitedly exclaim, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you replying? You should give her a piece of your mind."
Huh?
"Do you even know who it is? You want me to confront her?" The conversation was rather vague. Suddenly, panic seized Qin Rong, prompting Qin Ma to interject. "Is it not obvious? Just look at your expressions. It must be related to that group from earlier. You definitely should retaliate." Qin Rong mentally applauded her mother's quick thinking. Ji Fei forced a chuckle. "It's not them." Naturally, Qin Ma and Qin Rong dared not delve further into the matter, sensing it was not the right moment to linger. "I'll be in the restroom for a moment. Rong, accompany me."
All right.
The two swiftly departed. Ji Fei, while inwardly critiquing the situation, returned to the coffee table to tidy up. If I were to confront her, wouldn't that be foolish? Regardless of Qin Xian's thoughts, intentional or not, if I were to scold her, what if they reconciled later? I would be left in a precarious position. Who knows, I might even end up losing out on a severance payment if I offend his first love. Cautious as I am, I absolutely refuse to create such a risk, nor will I play the villain and become a catalyst for their relationship. Just as Qin Xian was about to delete the email, he cast a chilling glance at Ji Fei, who was blissfully humming while organizing her recently acquired valuables, making his breath feel constricted. He averted his gaze, maintaining a stoic expression, and with his left hand deftly picked up the mouse to click reply. With the same hand, he swiftly typed on the keyboard. Although he was not left-handed, both his hands were equally adept, a fact he chose to keep to himself. "I am Ji Fei, Mrs.
Qin.
My husband has instructed me to handle this email. Miss you, I kindly request that you refrain from any further contact with my husband."
Send.
A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Xian's mouth, akin to a successful prank, but upon glancing at Ji Fei, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Let us go out for dinner. What would you like to eat?" he suggested, subtly attempting to make amends. He then took his family out for a lavish meal. Meanwhile, afar in another country, Yu Ji read the response email with a hint of derision. Her friend, witnessing the exchange, indignantly remarked, "What's this? Does she really think she's Mrs. Qin? I've heard she only married Qin Xian through underhanded means. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be without a wedding. Even now, his friends hardly mention her. Qin Xian is ensnared, but how dare she intercept his emails? Such audacity." She could hardly believe the nonsense about handling the email. After all, Qin Xian had always maintained clear boundaries. Even the former Yu Ji would never have dared to access Qin Xian's emails or touch his phone. With a disdainful smile, Yu Ji remarked, "Excellent, a woman so devoid of intellect is easy to deal with. Seeing her foolishness puts my mind at ease. You should contact Qin Xian immediately to expose her little scheme." However, Yu Ji confidently pocketed her phone. "No, I will not contact Qin Xian again. When I reappear before him, he will understand the grievances I have endured." Her friend chuckled, realizing the soundness of her plan. "Indeed, Qin Xian will be taken aback, unaware of your return. When you show him that email, he will see the ugly side of that woman scheming behind the scenes. He will undoubtedly look down upon her and sympathize with you. Who knows, you might soon become the new Mrs. Qin." A triumphant smile spread across Yu Ji's face. At that moment, Ji Fei sneezed heavily. Qin Xian stepped forward to drape his coat over her shoulders. "Cold?" Ji Fei rubbed her nose. "No. Someone must be speaking ill of me. Could it be the ladies' group?" Qin Xian frowned slightly. Just then, his phone buzzed. Ji Fei picked it up to see it was a call from Sister Pei. Chapter 122. Is she wanting to join our studio? What are your thoughts on Rowan? Pei Mingxian inquired directly. Ji Fei was taken aback. Why is everyone asking about you, Rowan, today? In the restaurant, The previously lively dining atmosphere fell silent due to Ji Fei's musings. Qin Xian, naturally quiet, and Qin Ma and Qin Rong were entirely focused on the gossip. Ji Fei expressed her confusion. Did you hear about what happened to me today? Pei Mingxian paused. What? You mean you haven't heard? Given that it pertained to the entertainment industry, Ji Fei decided to share the details with her new manager. While she wouldn't divulge everything she learned through the gossip system, she did express her stance. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. After all, I asked the madam to provide evidence, but she couldn't produce any, and just kept hurling insults. As soon as she finished speaking, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. She actually threatened you for help? Ha ha ha, those ladies truly are so arrogant. They were likely intimidated by your status. I wish I had been there. It seemed Sister Pei was also indulging in the gossip. However, after a moment, Pei Mingxuan's tone turned serious. It seems that the madam is planning to deal with you, Yin. No wonder she rushed to find me. It must be that Zhong Chuan expressed his desire to be with her. Knowing she has no way out, she likely sought a strong ally, which is why she chose us.
Yifei exclaimed. Wolf?
Pei Mingxian spoke candidly. We had exchanged contact information previously. Today, she reached out to express her desire to join our studio. The Qin family members looked over in surprise. Given that her previous contract was nearing expiration, she was either up for renewal or in search of a new opportunity. She initially intended to leverage this program to validate her acting prowess and secure a new patron. It was unlikely that she had considered us at first. After all, it was common knowledge that the Qin studio exclusively served Qin Chao. However, with your arrival and the subsequent recruitment of me, coupled with the couple's aggressive demeanor, she decided to take a gamble. Pei Mingxian paused at this point, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further, and continued. She called to inquire about your opinion. However, Ji Fei expressed her surprise. Sister Pei, didn't you have the authority to decide on the artists you sign when you finalized your contract? Why ask me? Pei Mingxian was genuinely amused by Ji Fei's down-to-earth demeanor. Gao Hao and Qin Chao had subtly hinted to her that Ji Fei would be the next head of the studio. Even if she had the final say, it was prudent to consult the boss's sentiments. Yet, this artist might not merely be an artist. Dealing with the complexities of being a boss could prove burdensome. Pei Mingxian clarified, since we are all artists within the same studio, it is only natural to wish for harmonious relations. If you harbor any dislike for her, I certainly won't sign her. Ji Fei laughed. How could that be? I hardly know her, so how could I dislike her? Nevertheless, it was common knowledge that at least 90% of female artists in the industry were not fond of Yin. Ji Fei had gleaned this from the gossip circulating within the industry. Excluding the myriad of fabricated personas and scandals, most female artists instinctively avoided Yin upon encountering her, not wishing to forge any association. The reason was simple: her appearance. There are many types of beauty, and Yin's beauty is of the most troublesome sort. To men, she exudes an allure, while to women, she emanates an aggressive beauty. With sultry eyes and an innate charm, she resembles an overripe fruit, without sufficient strength, background, or status. Most men might desire her physically rather than emotionally, while most women would initially approach her with malice. A particularly illustrative incident occurred on a program where the same attire donned by another female artist would evoke the image of a respectable woman, yet on her. After a button popped, a middle-aged male host unthinkingly remarked, "If teacher you were to wear this outfit beside me, I would fear the police might come to apprehend me." The implication was clear to everyone present, resulting in uproarious laughter. Yin's expression was impeccable. She feigned anger momentarily, jokingly self-deprecating to engage the audience. Yet the male host, seemingly oblivious, immediately called for a mock horse riding game, leaving one to wonder if it had been a deliberate setup by the production team. While other female guests managed to articulate a few spirited remarks upon Yin's ascent onto the mock horse, laughter erupted as her expressions became increasingly difficult to describe. Yin appeared oblivious, completing the game while female guests quipped, we needn't compete. We certainly would lose to teacher Yu. This singular episode vividly illustrated the extent of malice Yin often endured. Her footage was frequently edited to amplify her negative reputation, undeniably making her a focal point of controversy in the entertainment industry. Yet, with such notoriety came heightened visibility and influence. As Ji Fei pondered these thoughts, she heard Pei Mingxuan's voice. However, since Madame Zhong has resolutely decided to ruin her reputation, perhaps it is best to let it be. In truth, after Yin had contacted her, Pei Mingxian had discussed the matter with Gao Hao, recognizing the unique circumstances surrounding Yin. Ga Hao is not in favor of signing her. Her controversial history made her a troublesome artist, and signing her could lead to significant setbacks. Moreover, one could know a person's face but not their heart. He hoped to maintain a stable studio environment. Though Pei Mingxian was intrigued by Yu Rian's acting skills and her ability to generate buzz, she remained confident in her capacity to guide this artist, viewing it as a worthy challenge. Furthermore, Yu Rian had conceded several conditions, which made Pei Mingxian quite tempted. Understanding the woman's predicament and being aware of numerous insider details, she was willing to lend a helping hand. After all, she too had persevered with the assistance of kind-hearted individuals. However, with a powerful faction intent on destroying Yu Rian, Pei Mingxian had to weigh the pros and cons from a professional standpoint, as she could not jeopardize the well-being of her own studio. She could not allow a fleeting sense of sympathy to cloud her judgment. Ultimately, her primary responsibility lay with the studio and Ji Fei. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Pei Mingxian was about to end the call when Ji Fei interjected, "But Yu Rian, hasn't he done anything wrong? Why should she be condemned?" Pei Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat, recalling Ji Fei's past actions, and her eyes brightened. "How do you know she hasn't made mistakes?" Ji Fei awkwardly touched her nose, pondering, if she had indeed been navigating the waters of male relationships, why would she have found herself at our door, seeking your assistance? Madame Zhong has connections, but there are many influential figures among those who have been linked to Yu Rian. If she were willing to seek help from them and leverage her allure, would she not be able to find a favorable situation? Even if she were to come to us, based on the rumors surrounding her, shouldn't she first approach Qin Chao and Gao Ge? Seeking out Sister Pei, a strong woman, implies she recognizes that you prioritize professionalism and potential. Thus, she aims to rely on her abilities to secure her future. Qin Rong nodded in agreement, sensing the validity in this perspective. Pei Mingxian smiled. From this angle, your considerations are indeed accurate. Her demands regarding compensation for signing with us are minimal, save for one unique request. What is it?
Ji Fei inquired curiously. No intimate favors.
Ji Fei's expression shifted dramatically. The once quiet private room fell into an even deeper silence, as if even breathing had grown softer. One could almost envision a woman, toyed with by fate, seeking every possible means to salvage her situation. Chapter 123. Asking if I can be a pillar of support? Pei Mingxian was not intentionally portraying Yu Rian as a tragic figure. Rather, within this industry, she was privy to certain insider information. While Yu Rian's plight was unfortunate, many who had faced greater hardships had already taken their own lives. Yu Rian belonged to the category of individuals who are resilient and intelligent, which is why Pei Mingxian was keen to mentor her, believing she would achieve great things. Nevertheless, the manager remained cautious. Thus, she continued, though this was her stipulation. It is hard to ascertain what Yu Rian's true nature is now, especially after spending a decade navigating this murky environment, even facing a ban at one point. The external troubles are challenging enough to manage. What if she herself brings complications? Ji Fei ruminated for a moment and responded, "Isn't it the nature of signing artists? You can only discern the good or bad once you begin working together. If it doesn't work out, we can terminate the contract. I trust Sister Pei wouldn't let herself suffer losses." Pei Mingxian chuckled. "So, does this mean Teacher Ji supports my decision to sign her?" Ji Fei was suddenly puzzled, questioning why Pei Mingxian kept seeking her opinion when she had already stated she would abide by her thoughts. She was not particularly knowledgeable in this area. Just then, Qin Xian gestured for her to lean in for a whisper. Ji Fei pressed her phone against her ear, leaning in, while Qin Xian leaned closer. Whispering in Ji Fei's ear, "I want to confirm, if we sign Yu Rian, can you be her pillar of support?" The warm breath against Ji Fei's ear sent a slight tickle through her, causing her to instinctively struggle, inadvertently brushing against Qin Xian's cool lips. Ji Fei paid little heed to where they had touched, but Qin Xian pressed her lips together, awkwardly retreating slightly, her throat bobbing. Ji Fei, however, understood Qin Xian's implication. She was indeed astute, as expected of a savvy businessperson. Ji Fei felt somewhat exasperated. Pei Mingxian had been circling around, only to reveal that she was concerned Yu Rian would attract too much negativity. Without a formidable backing, even if she were innocent, she could be mercilessly targeted by rivals, much like the current plan to blacklist her from the socialite circle. In the realm of entertainment, the delineation between right and wrong is not dictated by fairness or justice, but rather by the immense capital backing individuals. When fortified by financial support, notions of equity and righteousness merely embellish the situation. Otherwise, numerous long-standing cases would not resurface into the public eye only after the involved parties have fallen from grace. Pei Mingxian is acutely aware that Yurian is a veritable source of trouble. However, with the formidable backing of Mrs. Qin, Ji Fei, she feels little trepidation. Instead, she plans to harness the momentum of the situation, believing that the more scandalous the revelations, the higher Yurian will soar. Yet, should Ji Fei find the complications intolerable, signing Yurian could prove to be a liability. With the Qin dynasty poised to become more hands-off, Pei Mingxian must ascertain this aspect, as it is pivotal to her phone call tonight. Initially, upon hearing about the Women's group, Pei Mingxian deemed it too intricate and hesitated to pursue the idea of Ji Fei as a supporter, contemplating withdrawal. To her surprise, Ji Fei's attitude towards Yurian was rather favorable, prompting her to probe further. Are you asking if I can be your supporter? That puts me in a difficult position. Who knows? Qin Xian's brow furrowed momentarily, as if anticipating Ji Fei's potentially unflattering response, and he quickly interjected, "Remember, you are Mrs. Qin. You share in all that is mine. As long as you desire it, you may act as anyone's supporter." Ji Fei, somewhat taken aback by Qin Xian's generous offer, couldn't help but murmur to herself, "What if we divorce in the future? Can you not adopt a more optimistic view towards our marriage?" Qin Xian replied, while Qin Rong coughed in surprise. Qin Ma hastily reassured, Fei, rest assured, if she is indeed a pitiable girl, and by chance we come to know of her plight, it is fate, we shall assist her, regarding it as a charitable act. With this assurance from Qin Ma, Ji Fei responded to Pei Mingxian, "Sister Pei, I have no objections on my end." Pei Mingxian, having overheard the conversation, surmised that the other party must be the prestigious Qin family, explaining the benevolence of their daughter-in-law. Understood. I'll be sure to evaluate her thoroughly before the contract is terminated following the next PK. After determining her course of action, Pei Mingxian ended the call. Intrigued, everyone searched for information about Yurian on their way back. The entries that emerged were rife with accusations of being a mistress, an affair, a seductress, and entangling various individuals, creating a chaotic narrative that was quite distressing. They preferred to glean insights from Ji Fei's perspective to avoid being misled. And Ji Fei did not disappoint, her curiosity piqued. Goodness, this is utterly tragic. The Qin family, for the first time, approached the situation with palpable concern. This facade truly is the original sin. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew tense as they awaited further revelations. From a young age, Yurian developed earlier than her peers, leading to encounters with lecherous boys and ostracism from other girls. Fortunately, she had a loving family, which spared her from character flaws. The first encounter with horror occurred in the 6th grade when a predatory teacher forcibly embraced her with ulterior motives. Thankfully, her indomitable spirit led her to retaliate, injuring the teacher in her escape. Her parents, seeking justice, confronted the school, only to find that the institution either wished to avoid scandal or was protecting the male teacher, completely disregarding Yurian's experience, claiming it was mere childish imagination or a vindictive response to low grades. Due to the lack of evidence and her parents' honest nature, they could only transfer their daughter to another school in frustration. Qin Ma and Qin Rong were incensed by this revelation. Just as Qin Rong stumbled upon a piece of gossip, it was alleged by an elementary school teacher that Yurian had been precociously sexualized from a young age, using yellow lies to gain favors, even accusing him of misconduct, ostensibly to entice him. Qin Rong, incensed, brandished the information for everyone to see. This scoundrel must not be allowed to roam free. However, without evidence, such claims are two-sided. It warrants investigation. What if this teacher is the real culprit? Who knows how many children he may harm?
Qin Ma interjected promptly.
Qin Ma, your awareness is commendable. Indeed, Qin Xian remarked as he took a look at the gossip. I understand. I will arrange for it to be addressed. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Fei interjected, it appears it is unnecessary. That male teacher has already been dealt with. The group exchanged incredulous glances at Ji Fei, who slightly furrowed her brow. She likely recalled the predatory teacher upon encountering that rumor, motivated by vengeance and concern for other girls who might face similar fates. Thus, she enlisted the help of her then-wealthy patron, who, disinterested in legal recourse, opted to ensure the teacher could no longer harm anyone. A momentary silence enveloped the vehicle. Why not seek retribution against those 3 male classmates from middle school as well? They too deserve punishment. Chapter 124. The Beauty's Life of Sorrow. Qin Ma and Qin Rong eagerly searched for any rumors, soon discovering claims from supposed middle school classmates. The allegations suggested that Yurian had a penchant for flirting with boys, ensnaring several at once, drawing all male attention. only to toy with their affections, leading them to retaliate, culminating in police involvement and her subsequent threats of legal action that forced a male classmate to transfer schools. She was deemed a harbinger of misfortune, and her peers held her in disdain, fully aware of her true nature. Yet, within Ji-Fei's thoughts, an entirely different narrative unfolded. Those three boys were also little brutes, seated behind Yu Ruyan, their adolescent curiosity morphing into perversion, unable to restrain their fantasies and impulses, viewing her through a tainted lens, distorting her every action. They boasted and compared notes, one claiming Yu Ruyan had affections for him, another insisting she flaunted herself to entice him, while one outright fabricated tales of rendezvous in the woods. Skepticism and jealousy drove them to deceive Yu Ruyan into a secluded area. Initially, they interrogated her about her interests. Yu Ruyan, taken aback by the unexpected attention despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, chastised them fiercely. However, the male ego is remarkably fragile, and regardless of age, their malevolent urges erupted uncontrollably towards Yu Ruyan. The school, despite its nature, swiftly responded to the commotion, and soon, intervention occurred, startling the youths into reality. Yu Ruyan's parents arrived, calling the authorities and pressing charges, while the other boys' families erupted in defense, vehemently denouncing Yu Ruyan, claiming her appearance alone suggested impropriety, asserting that it takes two to tango, and so forth. Yet, the boys staunchly maintained that Yu Ruyan had seduced them first. With numerous witnesses, the situation was dire, and Yu Ruyan received a measure of legal justice. However, due to her minority status, the consequences were not severe, leading to her eventual transfer. Furious, Qin Ma and Qin Rong brought forth the allegations to discuss with Ji-Fei, resolutely dismissing the claims, highlighting logical fallacies, denouncing the three boys as miscreants, and condemning the rumor mill for distorting the truth. Just as they were in the midst of their fervent denunciation, a slip of the hand revealed another explosive claim. A male high school classmate had committed suicide over Yu Ruyan. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence as Qin Ma and Qin Rong hastily examined the information, while Ji-Fei quickly conducted her research. Misfortune seems to target the most vulnerable. Such a countenance is indeed a curse. It is no wonder she nearly succumbed to despair during high school after the tragic loss of both parents. Breathless, Qin Ma and Qin Rong felt the weight of the revelation. In truth, it was an undeserved calamity. During her high school years, Yu Ruyan rarely smiled, perpetually wearing a stern expression, avoiding close relationships with anyone, fearing the possibility of misunderstandings. Yet, despite her best efforts, she became the object of a boy's secret affection. The boy, burdened by the weight of demanding parents who forced him to excel academically, found himself under such immense pressure that it began to affect his mental well-being. However, his parents remained oblivious to his psychological struggles, and when his grades began to decline, they rummaged through his room, discovering an array of hidden photographs of Yu Ruyan, taken without her consent. Unable to believe that their son would engage in such behavior, they approached the school, dragging Yu Ruyan into their accusations, questioning her motives for allegedly enticing their son and distracting him from his studies. The entire school bore witness to this spectacle, which inevitably pushed the boy over the edge. Ultimately unable to bear the mounting pressure, he took his own life. Even after it was established that Yu Ruyan had never even known him, the boy's parents unleashed a torrent of vengeance upon her, slandering her character and attributing their son's demise to her appearance, claiming she was the cause of their tragedy and threatening legal action for damages. They harassed not only her but also her parents, disrupting their work lives until they were left in despair. Eventually, the strain took its toll, leading to a tragic accident that claimed the lives of both parents, leaving only a severely injured grandmother behind. Afterward, whenever acquaintances encountered Yu Ruyan, they would sigh, not out of pity for her plight, but rather viewing her as a femme fatale. Upon hearing this, Qin Ma and Qin Rong's eyes brimmed with tears. How could Yu Ruyan be made to pay such a heavy price? This was far more tragic than any melodrama they had ever witnessed. What a horrific tale of human suffering. This revelation is even more absurd than the last. How is this girl to blame?
Exclaimed Qin Ma.
Qin Rong, unable to contain her indignation, added, Indeed. This rumor is unfounded. I suspect it was the pressure from his parents that drove him to such a desperate act. Upon hearing this, Ji-Fei quickly voiced her agreement. Taking a moment to compose herself, she continued reading. Yet, I believe I have discerned the reason behind her entry into the entertainment industry. It is, indeed, due to her grandmother's condition, which necessitated substantial financial resources. Initially, she dropped out of school to work, but her looks subjected her to incessant harassment. making her acutely aware that her appearance would always attract malice. Furthermore, a regular job could never cover her grandmother's medical expenses, prompting her to attempt to leverage her beauty. Is this why there are rumors of her having worked as an escort prior to her debut? Because she was employed in a club. This information hardly required a search on her phone, as such scandals were ubiquitous. Her original character was fiercely resilient, honed through her experiences there. The most crucial lesson she learned from her mentor was how to navigate situations to her advantage while safeguarding herself. Given the burden of her appearance and the weight of life's pressures, she felt she had no other choice. Until she encountered her current management company, which sought to recruit her into the entertainment industry. From her perspective, the entertainment world seemed at least safer than the club scene. However, unbeknownst to her, the management company had already meticulously investigated her background, tightly controlling her. In her naivety, she unwittingly signed a 10-year contract with exorbitant penalties for breach. And regardless of the number of jobs they assigned her, her monthly salary was barely sufficient to cover her grandmother's medical expenses, leaving no room for anything beyond that. Due to her appearance, the men professing their love for her, regardless of their power or influence, merely sought to possess her rather than genuinely wishing to save her. She had never relied on men, determined to forge her own path. Now, at long last, her contract was expiring, granting her the promise of freedom. The conditions she proposed to Sister Pei were merely a slight increase in salary, with the breach penalties within her means. As long as she was not required to compromise her integrity, she understood that trouble was ever present and that her reputation was marred. Signing her was a gamble for the company. However, she was resolute in her desire to work diligently, preferring to avoid any further turmoil. She wished for her grandmother not to worry about her situation in her final moments, to not hear the incessant slander directed at her. No matter how she tried to convince her grandmother that the criticisms were baseless, there would inevitably come a day when she could no longer placate her.
Oh,
How I regret it. I should have insisted that Sister Pei sign her immediately. Ji Fei felt an overwhelming wave of remorse at this juncture. Initially, upon encountering Yu Ruyan, her intent had been to witness the drama of celebrity gossip, and she had found her strikingly beautiful and alluring, a natural beauty. She admired her looks and enjoyed her performances, yet she had been utterly unprepared for the harrowing experiences that lay beneath the surface. Qin Ma and Qin Rong had already averted their gazes, feigning interest in their phones, lest they succumb to tears. Qin Xian, however, was not as empathetic, after all. Countless individuals suffered in this world, and there were many girls in the entertainment industry with similarly tragic backgrounds. In the past, many had entered the field to repay family debts. At the very least, Yu Ruyan had managed to find a semblance of self-preservation within it. Despite the myriad scandals surrounding her, she had not allowed herself to become a mere plaything of capital. Her intelligence and understanding of the harsh realities of the industry, along with her ability to leverage her strengths, were what had sustained her thus far without succumbing to despair. Moreover, she had preserved her sole source of emotional support, her grandmother. Witnessing Ji Fei's distress, Qin Xian felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that while Ji Fei often portrayed herself as detached, uninterested in the fates of others, he understood her heart was tender. Qin Xian gently patted her head, offering solace. She has faced considerable misfortune, but with your presence, her luck is bound to change. Is it not? Ji Fei paused momentarily, meeting Qin Xian's deep gaze, which conveyed an unspoken resolve that somehow instilled her with confidence. Ji Fei blinked and sent a message to Sister Pei, reiterating her perspective, though Sister Pei remained cautious in her assessment. Nevertheless, discussions were already underway with the screenwriters, intending to continue the style of the entertainment industry as judging panel, paving a luminous path for future newcomers. 3 days later, the drawing of lots revealed that indeed, it was a beauty, and it was also a direct competition between their two groups. Online, speculations swirled that this time, Yu Ruyan would surely be the one eliminated, creating a scene that drew public outcry. Only the director and producer, upon receiving updates from the top-tier group, clutched their chests in anxiety, unable to sleep through the night. Moreover, it was a confidential script. Chapter 125, A Pause in Action, their S.A. Scoop. Hearing that it was a confidential script, Mrs. Zong felt a twinge of unease. After all, Ji Fei had previously remarked that if she were to perform, would it not lead to their downfall? Not to mention that she had inadvertently offended them at that time. Mrs. Zong worried that the top-tier group's script might target Zong Chun. Thus, during the final rehearsal, she could not help but inquire with the director and producer. We genuinely have no knowledge, the producer replied, exasperated. Even if there are rehearsal highlights, we can only capture a fraction. The director grew increasingly impatient with Mrs. Zong, as he aimed to produce a quality show and had a strong aversion to interference from privilege in the program's direction. What is there to worry about? Your Zong teacher is perfectly fine. The top-tier group is not the entertainment industry's judge, are they? Could they possibly harm your Zong teacher? Mrs. Zong furrowed her brow. Of course, my Zong is unblemished, but who truly understands the intentions behind the top-tier group's consistently targeted performances? Is there really a fool in the entertainment industry brave enough to offend all the capital? I fear their true aim is to undermine everyone who competes against them. The previous clashes were mere coincidences. In the future, even if they encounter benevolent individuals, they may still deliberately tarnish their reputations to maintain their public personas. Her words left the director and producer at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, the actions of the top-tier group seemed fantastical. The entertainment industry was a realm of fame and fortune. Were they truly there to reform it? The very thought seemed absurd. Mrs. Zong asserted, "In case they are deliberately targeting us, I must take precautions for my Zong. I implore you both to be lenient." The producer felt unable to reason with Mrs. Zong. "It is not that we wish to conceal anything. We truly have no idea." With no alternative, Mrs. Zong could only reiterate her previous concerns. The director immediately expressed his displeasure, stating, "What has been deemed unacceptable cannot be altered, unless it pertains to their own theatrical production. How could a live variety show possibly incorporate someone else's performance video midway, especially with the intent to disparage another?" Although similar actions had been undertaken by top-tier groups in the past, that was an integral part of their theatrical presentation. However, Madame Zong had arranged for someone to perform certain pieces, intending to air them after the Guifei group. Wasn't this mere disruption of the program? Their show did not interfere with the actors, nor did it target them. It solely relied on their own performances. Madame Zong's expression shifted. What was deemed disparagement was merely the truth, and they had only arranged for someone to perform it as a supplementary element. The director had already lost interest in engaging with Madame Zong. The producer, visibly displeased, remarked, "We have extended the courtesy that was due. But interfering with the normal broadcast of the program is absolutely out of the question." Finding no effective means to counter Yu Ruyan, Madame Zong was suddenly consumed by anger. Allowing her tongue to slip, "You two are so protective of Yu Ruyan. Could it be that there's something more between you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the director and producer's expressions changed dramatically, staring at Madame Zong in shock. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Madame Zong. Such a notion was utterly impossible, prompting her to awkwardly apologize and leave. Upon stepping out, she encountered several staff members, their expressions awkward as they hurried past, which only fueled her ire. Turning around, she spotted a young man approaching. "Aunt, how are you?" Zong Siki asked with concern. Madame Zong's mood lightened slightly. "Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on your uncle and that vixen?" Zong Siki replied. "During rehearsal breaks, that woman stepped out. Besides, my watching is futile. They are merely using rehearsal as a pretext to exchange glances. That woman seems eager to ensnare my uncle. It's as if she wishes to use her allure to seduce him immediately." The more Zong Siki spoke, the redder Madame Zong's eyes became. Had Yu Ruyan stood before her, she likely would have slapped her on the spot. Observing the fury radiating from Madame Zong, Zong Siki sighed. "It is clear that your uncle owes everything he has to you, and even my entry into the acting world is thanks to you, Aunt. Our family endured hardships, and it is due to your efforts that we have come this far. Your uncle is foolish, deluding himself into thinking he is above it all, lured by that vixen. How dare he even mention divorce? But rest assured, we stand by your side. If he dares to wrong you, we would rather disown him." The acknowledgement from her husband's relatives brought some solace to Madame Zong. "Rest assured, I will not divorce your uncle." Zong Siki's eyes flickered with hope as he saw Madame Zong's expression soften, quickly approaching her to shower her with flattering words. Madame Zong gazed at Zong Siki with appreciation. Having no children of her own, she had always taken great care of her brother Zong Chun's offspring. Otherwise, given Zong Siki's nearing 30 years of age, he would not have been able to suddenly step into the entertainment industry. "Siki, you are commendable, not falling prey to that wretched woman," Madame Zong lamented, as if believing that any man near Yu Ruyan would inevitably be ensnared by her charms. A flicker of resentment crossed Zong Siki's eyes. "She may have tried to lure me, but I find her repulsive." Madame Zong relished this sentiment, for indeed, it was repugnant. As they conversed, they made their way back. Meanwhile, in the women's restroom, Ji Fei was experiencing numbness in her legs, a consequence of indulging in gossip for too long. Just as she was regaining her composure and preparing to rise, she overheard several women entering, gossiping as they washed their hands. I told you all before. And you didn't believe me. Now it's clear. Ji Fei immediately froze. There was gossip brewing. She had previously heard of her reputation but never imagined it to be true. She truly had a way of ensnaring men wherever she went. The online betting speculation was that this time she would face judgment from the top-tier group. Yet, considering she had already slept with both the director and producer, it seemed this time the top-tier group might encounter difficulties. Ji Fei thought, what nonsense. Feeling slightly displeased, she stealthily opened the door to glimpse the two women speaking. They appeared to be assistants to the director. How brazen they were to spread rumors about their own superior. Even the director and producer would find it hard to restrain the top-tier group, especially after the previous episodes caught them off guard. Ji Fei mused, how embarrassing. Wouldn't that mean it was all for nothing? Someone chimed in with a tone of schadenfreude. It's best that way. A woman who disrupts the professional ecosystem deserves to face such consequences, lest she believes she can achieve everything through her body, shamelessly.
Wow.
I feel like you particularly dislike her, another remarked. I know this because her boyfriend came to pick her up and saw Yu Ruyan. And now he compares her to Yu Ruyan every day. I wonder where she ensnared my boyfriend. Otherwise, with his straight male attributes, he would never even notice her. Ji Fei nearly burst into laughter. Truly, there were countless pampered wives in this world. So, do you think she is involved with both the director and the producer, or in a three-way affair? I personally witnessed her entering the break room with both the director and producer. She stayed for over an hour and emerged looking quite different. What do you mean by different? Use your imagination. The group of women erupted into laughter before departing together. As Ji Fei was about to exit, she heard the same sound of a door opening. She paused, peering through the gap in the door, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yu Ruyan emerged, her expression dark as thunder, with slightly reddened eyes. Approaching the mirror, she abruptly slapped her face a few times, then forced a smile, practicing her alluring demeanor before turning to leave. Ji Fei clicked her tongue and raised an eyebrow. Just as she stepped outside, she was greeted by Xiao Tao, who had come looking for her. Teacher Ji, Sister Pei sent me to fetch you. Ji Fei thought she had been summoned back to continue rehearsals due to her prolonged absence, but to her surprise, it was the director who wanted to discuss other procedures. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Zhao and Qin Rong had just overheard the distant sound of a voice. Hee, how delightful. I was just feeling annoyed. Isn't this an opportunity for me? But don't blame me for being ruthless. You must understand the principle of speaking without thinking. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong exchanged glances, sensing that something intriguing was about to unfold. Chapter 126. Beneath the spotlight, can one still conceal their filth? Ji Fei was the last to arrive, and upon entering, she scanned the room, pleased to find everyone present. Currently, only Pei Mingxian was accompanying the top-tier group. As Gao Hao was primarily focused on handling Qin Zhao's overseas matters, Pei Mingxian, still unfamiliar with the top-tier group, noticed Ji Fei's excited expression and eagerness. While Qin Zhao and Qin Rong's expressions transformed the moment Ji Fei appeared, their eyes nearly sparkling with anticipation, leaving her puzzled. What was going on? Hadn't they all been reluctant to come? Why did it feel like an ominous premonition? Ji Fei observed the staff behind the director and producer. They exchanged ambiguous smiles and stole glances at the director, producer, and Yu Ruyan. The director and producer, oblivious to the tension, remained focused. Yu Ruyan, standing at an angle, seemed unaware of the unfriendly gazes directed her way. She maintained her smile, as if she had not heard the malicious rumors. However, when her gaze shifted towards them, it subtly altered, imbued with a different glimmer, as Pei Mingxian had yet to provide her with a response. The absence of rejection indicated a glimmer of hope. Although the seasoned actor Zhong Chun still exuded a congenial demeanor, his eyes invariably lingered affectionately on Yu Ruyan. While age may not be a concern in love, the gaze of a man 20 years her senior upon her does come across as rather predatory. Can't he see that Yu Ruyan is intentionally avoiding his gaze? Qin Zhao and Qin Rong could not help but glance over. Previously, Zhong Chun had been subtle, but now he appeared to be entirely unrestrained. Was he truly prepared to disregard all decorum after contemplating divorce? Yet, he remained closely adjacent to Madame Zhong, as if guarding against Zhong Chun abandoning her for Yu Ruyan. Even her gaze was an attempt at obstruction, yet Madame Zhong found herself utterly powerless. However, soon enough, a tall figure came to her aid. Upon noticing Zhong Siki standing close by, Yu Roshui's expression subtly shifted. In fact, Zhong Siki was merely a supporting actor. Typically, he would not have felt the need to approach in such circumstances.
Who is that?
Ji Fei inquired curiously about the sudden appearance of this individual. A supporting actor, I believe. I don't recognize him, Qin Chao replied. Lacking knowledge of his name, Ji Fei felt it was pointless to speculate, simply regarding his proximity with concern. Fearing he might be a rogue. That is Zhong Siki, the nephew of Zhong Chun, a fledgling actor just starting out. He is a bit of a slacker. Arranged here by Madame Zhong to keep an eye on matters, Pei Mingxian promptly clarified. The group immediately gazed at Pei Mingxian in astonishment, as if taken aback by her detailed knowledge. I'm a manager, Pei Mingxian retorted, her displeasure evident, as if their surprise was a slight against her professional competence. The others quickly nodded, offering her a thumbs up in acknowledgement. If that's the case, then it's not mischief but rather vigilance, which piques my disinterest. I'll check on how Madame Zhong's plans are shaping up. The director began to speak at length, while the top-tier group, aside from Pei Mingxian and Xiao Tao, seemed lost in their own worlds, indulging in gossip as if they were not present. This is truly malicious. Thankfully, the directing team adheres to professional ethics. What a travesty. To think we provided the inspiration for such slander. Does this not constitute defamation? Since your ladies' group is so reckless in tarnishing someone's reputation without evidence, then we too have nothing to hold back. Ji Fei's unarticulated thoughts left Qin Chao and Qin Rong in a state of alarm. What on earth was happening? Why speak in half measures? They were eager for spoilers, wishing to be forewarned, lest they be unable to withstand the fallout. While they ruminated, Ji Fei suddenly halted. Just as the director concluded his speech, joining the producer to say, "That should be sufficient. I wish everyone success in the competition." Just as the assembly seemed poised to disperse, Ji Fei stepped forward with fervor. "I have a question that needs clarification. Otherwise, I fear it may compromise the integrity of the competition." This statement was clearly directed at the director and producer, as they were responsible for ensuring the program's fairness. Ji Fei's sudden remark left the director and producer feeling slightly uneasy, aware that the order of the PK and its themes had some underlying manipulation. However, they believed it would not significantly affect the fairness of the PK, and thus, under pressure, they acquiesced. Did the top-tier group truly know and care about this issue? Zhong Chun and Yu Roxue were oblivious, leaving only Madame Zhong in a state of anxious uncertainty. Yet, Madame Zhong had previously mentioned this to Ji Fei. After the drawing of lots, Ji Fei and the others remained unresponsive, leading Madame Zhong to assume they were merely ignoring it. The producer, internally panicking, maintained a facade of congeniality. "The program is set to air live tomorrow. If there are any concerns, we can certainly discuss them." The director, perspiring, nodded in agreement. Ji Fei deliberately turned to Yu Roxue, who, momentarily taken aback, was perplexed until Ji Fei's cutting tone pierced through. "I heard that teacher Yu has shared a bed with the director and producer for the sake of the PK. How can we trust in the integrity of the competition under such circumstances?" With that proclamation, Yu Roxue's complexion drained of color. Rarely did she falter in the face of others' malice, but perhaps Ji Fei's prior demeanor had led her to believe they were individuals of righteous intent, harboring some naive hope. Yet, the three of them had indeed sown discord, and the rumor had spread. She understood that in such situations, it was nearly impossible to quell gossip. Her words would not be believed, and her only recourse was to remain silent. She had not anticipated that the top-tier group would misinterpret her as well, leading her to feel that her signing was in jeopardy, and thus she felt a significant blow. She wanted to weep, yet tears eluded her. She had long grown accustomed to such setbacks. However, this time was different, as it was an affront made publicly, akin to a public humiliation. She had endured being slapped and having her hair pulled in front of others, only for the men to carry off the frenzied women without leaving a shred of evidence to vindicate her. All eyes were upon her then, and the scrutiny sent chills down her spine. No matter what she said, no one would believe her. At that moment, the atmosphere was eerily similar, with an oppressive silence enveloping the room as all gazes turned to her, sharp as daggers. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to defend herself, but felt as if her throat were being constricted, ultimately surrendering in numbness. Yet in the next instant, what? The director exclaimed in shock. The producer's face darkened as well. "Teacher Ji, you must not speak recklessly." Both were evidently furious. Others were either embarrassed, curious, or excited. Yu Roxue was momentarily stunned, realizing that this time, the situation was indeed different, as the director and producer had not entertained any improper notions about her. Perhaps she could argue her case after all. Raising her head, she found Ji Fei gazing at her, momentarily dazed. Her throat tightened and she quickly stated, Teacher G has misunderstood. I have no improper relationship with the director or producer. Those are mere rumors. I am innocent. Upon finishing, she looked up to see Ji Fei smiling at her, eyes glimmering with delight, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ji Fei turned with a feigned expression of confusion. Oh, is it a rumor? But I distinctly heard it from the director's assistant. As the words left her lips, she pointed at 3 pale-faced girls behind the director and producer. They were just in the restroom, claiming to have witnessed Teacher Yu with the director and producer for an hour, right before our very eyes. Their intent was clearly to ensure their victory over us. Ignoring the sudden shift in atmosphere, Ji Fei shrugged. Upon hearing such claims, I was understandably concerned, hence my need for clarification. Since the involved parties are present, let us confront this directly. The director and producer turned in disbelief towards the 3 girls, who suddenly found themselves exposed under the scrutinizing gaze of all present. Trembling with fear, under the light of scrutiny, can one still harbor filth? Chapter 127. Even paparazzi aren't as dedicated as she is. To confront someone openly, disregarding all social niceties and offering no one a way out, how awkward must it be to navigate such a situation in the adult world? Yet Ji Fei felt no embarrassment, concluding her statement with a demeanor that suggested, you handle it as you see fit. Qin Chao stifled a smile, while Qin Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pei Mingxian, however, felt an urge to face-bomb. As a manager, unexpected situations were her least favorite. Still, it seemed like an opportunity for some publicity. Yu Roshue stared at Ji Fei in disbelief, realizing that she had indeed been in the restroom during that conversation, leading to her pointed inquiry. Nobody had anticipated the unfolding of such a dramatic scene today, replete with scandal, regardless of its veracity. The 3 girls' expressions fluctuated, clearly shaken. This is utterly fabricated. What nonsense are you spouting? The director demanded angrily. The producer's expression was equally frosty as they scrutinized the trio. How dare you conspire against us in our own production? Do you wish to be dismissed? Speak up. Which of your eyes witnessed this? 2 of the girls were thoroughly panicked, although they struggled to articulate their thoughts. They were genuine witnesses to the event. Therefore, they hastily pushed the central girl forward, the one who had claimed to have seen everything. Yet, at this moment, the girl had lost all courage to prattle on, mumbling instead, Teacher G must have misheard. How could our director and producer have any improper relationship with Teacher Yu? Are you suggesting that I, so young, have poor hearing? Yet you spoke quite loudly. Ji Fei remarked with a smile, knowing there might be others in the restroom. You spoke so audibly, clearly intending for more ears to catch your words. I heard you perfectly. Why deny it now? The young woman's complexion was an alarming shade of pale, her eyes rimmed with red, as she looked at Ji Fei with a mixture of grievance and panic. As if Ji Fei were a bully taking advantage of her position. I truly did not say that. If she admits it, it would spell her utter downfall, she thought. She could not fathom why someone of Ji Fei's stature would stoop to torment a mere girl like herself. It was exceedingly oppressive. How absurd. Why does she feel wronged? I realize now, she believes that even if I overheard her, I should silently take note and discreetly retaliate against Yu Ruyan instead of confronting her directly? Is that why she brazenly spread rumors? Qin Chao Qin Rong remarked, TSK, 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 a despicable little wretch.
Ji Fei humorosely questioned.
You distinctly claim to have seen Teacher Yu enter the lounge where the director and producers were present. The girl's face drained of color as she hastily waved her hands,
exclaiming, impossible.
I've been by the director's side the entire time. Teacher Yu never approached the director or the producers alone, so I could never say such a thing. Please, Teacher Ji, do not put me in a difficult position. As she spoke, the expressions of the 2 girls beside her shifted dramatically. Yet they were compelled to echo her words. Teacher Ji, it's all our fault for chattering aimlessly and causing you to misunderstand. We sincerely apologize. Yes, we offer our apologies. Our production team will ensure the competition remains fair. Ji Fei sensed their intent to sweep the matter under the rug. So, you're asserting that Teacher Yu did not engage in any flirtation with the director or producers for the sake of the competition. You all are fully aware of Teacher Yu's integrity. The 3 nodded in unison. This was indeed peculiar. Ji Fei, with a smile, took out her phone. The trio, already sweating profusely, suddenly froze in shock, fearing the worst. Indeed, Ji Fei proceeded to pull up a video recording. It was the most scandalous segment of their conversation captured in the restroom. In an instant, their faces paled, terror etched across their features. After all, if one intends to report something, they must possess evidence. Ji Fei clucked her tongue. One must always have proof. The audience was taken aback. They had not anticipated Ji-Fei to possess such a video, displaying a level of diligence even surpassing that of paparazzi, ensuring she secured evidence promptly. The crystal-clear dialogue resonated in every ear, prompting gasps of astonishment throughout the venue. Not only had she spoken the truth, but it was also not mere hearsay. She had witnessed it firsthand, making her nearly a primary witness. The expressions of the director and producers grew increasingly menacing, their minds racing with the implications of when and how these rumors had begun to circulate. Just moments ago, they had briefly entertained the notion that perhaps it was all a misunderstanding, considering these three were their aides, well aware of their affairs, and had no animosity towards Urian. They could not possibly fabricate such lies. They were shocked to realize that there existed individuals capable of conjuring falsehoods from thin air. You producers are outraged. This revelation threw the trio into disarray. We had no idea, we only heard her say it. The girl in the middle, devoid of color, trembled uncontrollably, believing she could downplay the situation, only to find herself cornered, finally succumbing to tears. As she wept, the director bellowed, "How dare you cry? Why did you spread rumors about us? You admitted that you were always with us and never saw teacher you approach us. How could you dare to utter such lies?" The girl, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the floor, finally ceasing her defiance, for the evidence was irrefutable. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. I was just confused, The director and producers seethed with anger, but could not resort to physical violence against a girl. Although she had apologized and clarified her position, they simply needed to reassure the guests and privately deal with the three of them later. Yet, an inexplicable discomfort lingered within them, akin to being splattered with mud. "Stop saying sorry to us. You should apologize to teacher you." The producer snapped impatiently. The girl was now in a complete panic, blindly obeying orders, hastily rising to bow before Urian. "I'm sorry, teacher you." This action evoked memories of rumors that once circulated, suggesting that those who had offended Urian were often met with her haughty indifference during apologies. This perception cast a negative light. People generally do not view refusal to forgive as a personal right but rather as an instance of insufferable arrogance, possibly stemming from intimidation. Thus, Urian came across as imperious and self-satisfied. Presently, as she received the apology, Urian indeed disregarded it, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Urian realized that Ji-Fei had deliberately and straightforwardly exposed the truth to quell the rumors. She was grateful for Ji-Fei's intention to assist, yet suspected it might only lead to further trouble. The rumor-monger had confessed to her wrongdoing, but would it truly matter? In the past, Urian had never contemplated confronting anyone. It was not weakness. For even if a confrontation were to occur and the so-called truth were revealed, it would ultimately be futile. Urian's gaze swept across the onlookers. Those familiar with the director and producers found the rumors utterly ludicrous, having never believed them from the outset, for the director and producers were incapable of such actions. Even Madame Zhong recognized the impossibility of it, otherwise she would not have previously recoiled. However, those unfamiliar with them merely sought entertainment. As the spectacle continued, glances were exchanged, unspoken understanding passing between them. Once they departed, they would eagerly gossip. Everything remained unchanged. Chapter 128. Is there truly a scandal at this moment? Just then, Ji-Fei spoke up again. Could it be that you apologized under pressure, fearing retaliation from the director and producers? Your sincerity in the video was quite striking. The spectators paused, realizing Ji-Fei had struck a chord with them. In such situations, confronting someone directly could lead to scapegoating, and perhaps the young girl's words held some truth. Urian, however, was suddenly taken aback, as if an arrow lodged in her chest had been extracted, staring at Ji-Fei in astonishment. The fog had lifted. "No. I was merely speaking carelessly," she stammered, the girl utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Was she to admit her guilt or deny it? Unbeknownst to her, once certain words were uttered, they became like water spilled from a vessel. Even if evaporated, they could never be retrieved. Initially, the director and producers believed Ji-Fei's relentless questioning suggested a genuine suspicion of their connection with Urian. However, as they scanned the crowd, they observed a flurry of diverse expressions and finally grasped the discordance. Even if the rumor-monger confessed, it did not guarantee belief from the public. Moreover, the absurdity of tonight's debacle would only escalate as it spread. The director and producers now found themselves itching to strike someone. Suddenly, they sighed and exchanged a glance with Urian, pondering if the previous rumors within the industry had followed a similar pattern. In that moment, the director and producers finally overlooked the trouble and embarrassment Ji Fei had caused them, feeling fortunate that this matter had come to light. At the very least, unlike other situations, the director and producers could completely exonerate themselves. The producer, weary of speaking, beckoned an experienced cameraman, Lao Zhang. Please share your thoughts. Could such a thing possibly be true? Lao Zhang, equally perplexed, replied, this is undoubtedly false. However, the newcomers might not know that our producer is the director's brother-in-law. They could never engage in such activities together. Not only would they refrain, but the producer would also ensure that no other women approach the director. This is why our director has had no scandals over the years. He's quite henpecked. The producer is even more of a sister's boy. They are inseparable. Lao Zhang grew increasingly animated as he spoke, only to be hurriedly silenced by the director and producer, who covered his mouth. That's enough. This is more than sufficient to prove our innocence regarding Teacher Yu. The audience was left in a state of shock, embarrassment, and amusement. Ji Fei was inwardly amused. I intended for the director and producer to clarify their relationship, dispelling any rumors about them, yet unexpectedly, so much has been revealed, which is no concern of mine. Pei Mingxian and Qin Chao were aware of this. The two of them orchestrating such a grand program was undoubtedly influenced by the presence of a formidable woman behind them. It was the first time Qin Rong had heard this and could not help but break into a radiant smile. Surely, this would vindicate Teacher Yu. Qin Rong glanced over and saw Yu Rian staring blankly at Ji Fei, her expression no longer that masked, seductive smile, but rather one of youthful bewilderment, akin to a prisoner who could scarcely believe that fortune could smile upon her. Observing the expressions of those around her, Ji Fei realized her objective had been accomplished and decided to conclude her part. Since it is thus, I shall believe. Yet, she did not miss the opportunity to deliver a parting shot. So, what you said about Teacher Yu seducing your boyfriend? The girl appeared to be struck anew. Unable to contain herself, I was wrong, truly wrong. My boyfriend merely glanced at Teacher Yu from afar. It was all my fabrication. Oh, dear, how could you do this? Teacher Yu is so innocent. You should take it out on your boyfriend instead. Why torment Teacher Yu? TSK, TSK, TSK. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Ji Fei sighed, turning to Yu Ruyan, smiling. I too owe Teacher Yu an apology. I almost misjudged you. Yu Ruyan, regaining her composure, replied, no, I should thank you. Teacher Ji, truly thank you. The change in her tone was so distinct that those familiar with her couldn't help but stare. She was unable to contain her excitement. Her expression still professional but adorned with the most beautiful smile, her eyes shimmering with starlight. She thought if Teacher Ji is willing to assist her, could it signify that their studio is inclined to sign her? Thankfully, everything had been laid bare. There would be no misunderstandings now.
Yu Fei smiled,
Casting her gaze towards Madame Zhong. For Teacher Yu, this was also an unwarranted disaster, passively entangled in this controversy. Ultimately, the truth would prevail. Falsehoods could not masquerade as reality. Those around Ji Fei began to grasp the underlying significance. Ji Fei seemed to offer Madame Zhong a final reminder through this incident, allowing her to witness firsthand how a smear campaign could be affixed to Yu Rian. They had all caught on, and likely Madame Zhong had too, hoping she would reconsider her course of action and refrain from venting her frustrations on an innocent party through slander. However, as the situation drew to a close, observing her husband hastily comforting Yu Ruyan, Madame Zhong's eyes burned with resentment. Little did she expect that Yu Ruyan would approach her proactively. Previously, Yu Ruyan had always evaded Madame Zhong, aware that the wives group was collectively targeting her, aiming to undermine her opportunity on the stage. Yet, this was her most significant gamble as she neared the end of her contract, wagering her burgeoning love for performance and her grandmother's future medical expenses. She could not afford any unforeseen circumstances. Madame Zhong, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Regardless of your doubts, I am willing to clarify everything. Yu Ruyan said earnestly. Although she had faced similar situations numerous times in her first 3 years of debut, each encounter had only brought her scorn and slaps. So she no longer wished to humiliate herself. Let others think what they would. Her circumstances would remain unchanged. But today, she wanted to defend herself. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she was met with a pair of resentful eyes. Misunderstanding? Yu Ruyan's face paled. I have never seduced Teacher Zhong, nor sought to disrupt your marriage. I have explicitly rejected Teacher Zhong. If you do not believe me, I am willing to confront both of you together. Madame Zhong, however, smiled menacingly. Confront? Do you expect me to hear my husband declare his intention to divorce and marry another in front of this interloper? Seeing her incredulity, Urian continued. I can swear that after this stage, I will not collaborate with Teacher Zong again. Would that be sufficient for you to believe I did not seduce him? You expect me to believe you never seduced him? Madame Zong could not absorb the words, trembling with anger. You truly speak with a straight face. If you did not entice him, granting you favors, would he accompany you to participate in this program? You only wish to use this opportunity to prove your worth and rise above him. The program was arranged by the company. After filming the drama, I have had no contact with Teacher Zong. Urian gritted her teeth. You may check all our chat records. Then you should not have participated. Your participation implies a hint to him. Urian's eyes reddened, although she too was uncertain why the company had granted her this opportunity. Since it had revealed the best path for her future, why should she abandon it to avoid suspicion? Her life did not afford her such choices. Clearly, this is a conflict between you two. Why should I suffer? Urian paused, realizing this line of reasoning was futile. I can swear on my grandmother's health that I have never given Teacher Zong any insinuation. Tears brimmed in Urian's eyes. She had not anticipated that after such a long time, her self-defense would still feel so unjust, making her want to cry. Ha, how filial you are. Perhaps your grandmother has been cursed by you several times already, Madame Zong retorted, and Urian's expression shifted dramatically. You may insult me, but you cannot speak ill of my grandmother. Perhaps Urian's tone was too fierce, momentarily leaving Madame Zong speechless. However, it was not long before Madame Zong spoke again. I know why you sought me out, but give up on that hope. You have destroyed my marriage, and I will not let you go. With that, Madame Zong turned and walked away, leaving Urian pale and rooted in place. She truly did not know how to convey her innocence so that others would believe her. That evening, Pei Mingxian had already compiled the day's events and various insider revelations, marking the first step in clearing Urian's name. With the PK live broadcast scheduled for the next day, such posts garnered significant attention. Ji Fei, at home, also stumbled upon this information. However, aside from this post, all attention had shifted towards Urian's scandals. Various long-standing accusations were being recycled, revealing traces of manipulation, indicating that the situation would likely escalate further starting tomorrow. This was likely not merely the handiwork of the wives group, as many memories and revelations from Urian's past school days emerged, with all manner of clowns seeking to seize this opportunity to trample upon her. Until an hour before the live broadcast commenced the following day, everyone was busy preparing in the makeup room. Ji Fei had already spotted several negative terms trending on social media. The top one read, "Please, the authorities, cleanse the atmosphere. Urian, get out of the entertainment industry." Ji Fei glanced over to see Urian calmly staring at her phone. Zong Chun and Zong Siki both wore heavy expressions. Where is Madame Zong? Ji Fei wondered curiously why Madame Zong had not come along, just as she was eager for gossip. She heard the director's team reminding everyone that they would be on stage shortly. At that moment, Zong Chun suddenly stood up and walked over to Urian, saying, "Rian, I need to discuss something with you. Let us step outside." Urian was taken aback and followed him out, her face full of confusion. Upon entering an empty room, Zong Chun produced a ring box and said, "Ruyan, marry me." Meanwhile, Ji Fei, who had been secretly eavesdropping in the makeup room, exclaimed, "What the hell?" The Qin family, who were about to head to the audience seats for the opening, were left bewildered. There's gossip at a time like this? Chapter 129. They usually present themselves as virtuous, yet unexpectedly, they are so outrageous. To catch the first-hand gossip, the Qin family lingered, reluctant to leave the backstage. Zong Chun has presented Madame Zong with divorce papers, formally proposing divorce. Madame Zong was so enraged that she was hospitalized, which is why she hasn't come after him tonight. No, Zong Chun, this is absurd. Your wife is still lying in bed, and you're proposing to someone else? They usually act so righteous, yet here they are completely upside down. The Qin family exclaimed, "This is utterly ridiculous." Alas, it turns out that yesterday, Urian mustered the courage to explain her situation to Madame Zong. Although Madame Zong feigned disbelief, there was a fleeting moment of doubt in her heart upon returning home. However, upon arriving home, she was confronted by a divorce agreement, and with just a few words exchanged, the innocent Urian was once again drawn into the fray. Old Zong, to know you is to say that Urian must have accumulated an abundance of karma in her previous life. Ji Fei's lips twitched in exasperation. The Qin family could only listen in utter disbelief. Indeed, this was not an attempt to forge a bond, but rather to cultivate enmity. Ah! So the reason for the early proposal was that Zhong Chuan was provoked by Madame Zhong's words. The Qin family. How was he provoked? Haha, it turns out Madame Zhong also discerned that Yurian harbored no love for Zhong Chuan. Yet, Zhong Chuan remained unconvinced. Believing she surely held some feelings for him deep down, a glance at her eyes during their performances made that abundantly clear. Don't be too ridiculous, uncle. Qin Chao, she is merely an actress. Is there any harm in portraying affection for you during a performance? Zhong Chuan genuinely believes that this young woman in her 20s admires him, a refined gentleman in his 40s, well-preserved and capable, possessing both grace and sophistication. She often seeks his company, inquiring about acting matters with sincere eyes, unlike her indifferent demeanor towards other men, which leads Zhong Chuan to believe that Yuruyan is not merely stringing him along, but truly cherishes him. I can speak on this matter. I have observed Yuruyan's genuine demeanor towards other professional teachers who do not covet her beauty. Whenever she has queries, she approaches them with sincerity. Is it possible that your initial facade was so convincing that it led you to mistake you for a virtuous gentleman? Qin father, so you thought that seeking advice from a junior in a dramatic performance equated to affection? If I thought that way, how many admirers would I have had before my retirement? It's simply a covert desire for her beauty, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Despite this, Zhong Chuan insists he has not lost his heart, claiming that his feelings for Madame Zhong have long dissipated, evidenced by years of a barren marriage, as she failed to ignite his masculine interest. Qin mother, that statement is the utmost humiliation for a long-married couple. Could it be that you are simply inadequate? It was Urian's emergence that filled his heart, allowing him to once again experience love and the vibrancy of life. Now that he has genuinely fallen for her, he is willing to go to any lengths to provide her with what she desires. He is prepared to confront all societal criticisms, yearning only to be with the woman he loves. Qin Yen, my heavens. Have you considered Urian's wishes at all? Madame Zhong must be furious. But even in her rage, she should not insult Urian so. You ought to be reprimanding your husband instead. The Qin family, exactly. You're scolding the wrong person, aunt. What a vicious cycle this is. The more Madame Zhong denigrates Urian, the more Zhong Chuan defends her and retaliates against Madame Zhong, thus intensifying her hatred for Urian. This enmity is escalating, for heaven's sake. Can't you two keep your drama to yourselves? The Qin family, TSK, how unlucky. In the end, Madame Zhong relayed the remarks Urian made when she sought her out to distance herself from the situation, emphasizing that Urian was merely exploiting Zhong Chuan's fame and status to achieve her own ends, presenting one facade in front of her and another before him. And once her goals were met, she would discard him, just like those past scandals, never intending to marry him. Though Zhong Chuan stubbornly claims that even if he is being used, he does so willingly, for his love for Urian is genuine. Unlike those men who merely seek her body. However, the facade of blind confidence has been slightly cracked, prompting his urgent marriage proposal. The Qin family, huh? Just wait to be rejected, you old fool. Oh dear, he was indeed rejected. The Qin family, delightful. Well, it seems that it is not so easy to deter the fervor of an older man, and he even offers a heartfelt promise? The Qin family, what promise? Regardless of your past, I am indifferent and do not hold it against you. In the future, I will protect you. I know you must have longed for a stable home. If you marry me, you can leave the entertainment industry behind and focus on being a virtuous wife and mother. You are still in your 20s, a young lady, and I am willing to redeem you. I will not allow other men to pull you into the abyss again. I understand your struggles and your reluctance regarding past events. As long as you are with me, you will have a pure future. The Qin family. Why does that sound so awkward? Something feels off. Isn't that a line we cut during rehearsal? It resembles what a man said when trying to persuade a courtesan to reform. In that scene, the man, believing he is saving a fallen woman, presents himself as selfless and just, while in reality, he revels in the sense of superiority derived from altering another's fate. Qin Chao and Qin Rong both recall that storyline. The conclusion is that the man, at his core, still covets beauty and the adoration reflected in the girl's eyes, believing he has saved her. Yet, once he has her, the infatuation wanes, and he begins to resent her past. As the group ponders this, their expressions are truly beyond words. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Why the grimace? We're about to go on stage, so don't cause any issues. Pei Mingxian suddenly noticed Ji Fei's peculiar expression, while Qin Chao also appeared somewhat strange. Had they observed the Qin family too closely, they might think the entire clan had issues. Should we mention the proposal to Sister Pei, just in case? Ji Fei pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm just a bit curious.
What? Pei Mingxian asked.
Madame Zhong hasn't he shown up? Could it be that the divorce is real? If that is the case, Professor Zhong might soon propose to Yurian, and regarding our contract with Yurian, Ji Fei casually mentioned. After all, Yurian would never agree, as long as he isn't now irrationally proposing to her without causing disruption.
Pei Mingxian replied, Ah?
As long as it's not now. Ji Fei, for a moment, was taken aback. Pei Mingxian continued. Yes, if he proposes now, wouldn't that be tantamount to coercion? Or rather, a form of implicit rule towards Yurian? After all, we are about to go on stage. Without our contractual matters, this performance is of utmost importance to Yurian. It determines her future.
Ye Fei.
The Qin Family. Chapter 130. When the Proposal Fails. Listening to Zhong Chuan's lengthy monologue, Yurian's expression grew increasingly unsightly, yet she felt too embarrassed to respond too harshly. Professor Zhong, in my eyes, you are merely a senior, a teacher whom I greatly respect. Zhong Chuan's smile gradually faded, his expression darkening. He was not blind to the fact that Yurian's furrowed brow indicated her unwillingness to acquiesce, and he felt she was somewhat condescending, undermining his dignity. Ruyan, do you know why, as your contract nears expiration, your agency has only inquired about you a few times without further complicating matters? Zhong Chuan suddenly spoke. Yurian was taken aback. Nearing expiration, they couldn't afford to make things difficult for me. In truth, she knew she had likely offended her former agency. In recent days, the negative trending searches had become increasingly rampant, and her management ought to have intervened, especially since she was still under contract. Yet, the agency had been almost inactive, and Yurian speculated that the forces behind the smear campaign included her former agency, naturally aiming to coerce her back. However, their methods had been considerably milder than she had initially anticipated. Given her prior experiences with the agency, which had exploited her mercilessly, how could a company known for ensnaring naive young men and women suddenly develop a conscience? During this period of relative tranquility, Yurian thought perhaps it was due to her advancing age, leading them to believe they could no longer derive value from her, hence their lack of severe measures. However, now hearing Zhong Chuan's words, she felt a twinge of unease. They would never willingly relinquish such a lucrative asset, capable of both generating income and attending social functions. Yurian's expression darkened in an instant. It was only because of my influence that they have spared you, as I declared you to be my chosen one. Zhong Chun spoke slowly. Your company is still willing to discuss this program with you before your departure, and it is all because of me. I wish to present this program as my proposal gift to you. Yurian's face was a mixture of surprise and suspicion. How could they heed your words? I told your boss that as long as you are granted freedom, I would bring investment and connections to their company, Zhong Chun replied. Yurian appeared to make a connection, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Although Zhong Chun had prospered through his wife, he had been in the industry for many years and possessed a network of connections across various channels. However, this alone should not suffice to compel the company to acquiesce. The company was primarily fearful of the capital behind Mrs. Zhong. They understood that she would not be pleased to have a rival introduced, but they were more concerned about the potential consequences of refusing Zhong Chun. He might find a pretext to whisper in Mrs. Zhong's ear, inciting her jealousy towards them, and leveraging her connections could easily spell trouble for the company. Even if they explained the situation to her, it might not mitigate the fallout. The very fact that Mrs. Zhong was willing to allow her husband to share the stage with a rival indicated her lack of foresight. In the midst of their marital discord, it was the company that would suffer. Thus, they dared not offend Zhong Chun, choosing instead to endure this moment. Upon realizing this, Yurian suddenly perceived the man before her as both foolish and sinister, unwittingly wielding his wife's influence to pursue another woman, all while harboring a sense of self-importance. Maintaining her composure, she responded, in reality, even if the company resorts to tricks, my resolve to leave is unwavering. I may endure some hardship, but I will not perish. I truly appreciate Teacher Zhong for this program. I will repay your kindness in the future, but this sentiment, I genuinely cannot accept. Yurian's promise of repayment was heartfelt, for this program represented the best opportunity she had encountered. Zhong Chun was taken aback by her clarity, finding it ungrateful that she still refused his offer. He did not wish to concede that Mrs. Zhong was correct, so he extended one final opportunity to Yurian. You truly sadden me. I suddenly feel quite unwell. Zhong Chun feigned, placing a hand dramatically over his heart. Could you help me call the director? I may not be able to perform. Yurian froze. her blood running cold at the realization of his despicable threat. Teacher Zong, this is your program as well if you do not take the stage. It constitutes a serious performance incident. I am getting older. My heart is not well. I believe the audience will not blame me. If it becomes serious, I may need to be hospitalized and withdraw from the program. After all, so many groups have withdrawn. I trust the director will find a solution. Zong Chun displayed an indifference as if he were a pig unfazed by boiling water. Yu Ruyan, however, began to tremble. Now that the entire internet is condemning you, I doubt the audience would be eager to see you, she said, her eyes reddening, voice hoarse. Teacher Zong, must you resort to such extremes? Pei Mingxian was still in her probationary period, aware that her situation was precarious. The studio she was associated with specialized in the entertainment industry and did not tolerate any dirt, and thus, might not be willing to take her on. Consequently, she had never placed her hopes entirely on Pei Mingxian. Her expectation had always been to utilize this live broadcast to showcase her professional abilities and garner attention. During the previous episode, she had received some contract inquiries, though concerns about her past scandals lingered. However, she was confident that if she continued to perform well, more companies would take notice. For instance, today, despite the backlash she faced online, the attention had peaked as long as she delivered an excellent performance. She could certainly reverse public opinion. With determination, she awaited this turning point. She believed that even if misunderstandings led to conflict, and even if her affections were rejected, a professional actor would choose to respect the stage. Otherwise, it would be a breach of contract. Even if the other party performed poorly, she would shoulder all the pressure and excel. Yet, she was unprepared for what lay ahead. If this opportunity slipped away, it would mean the end of her hopes. Seeing Yu Ruyan utterly defeated, Zong Chun smiled, reverting to his gentle demeanor and presenting her with a ring box. Marry me, obediently comply, and I shall rescue you. Backstage. Ji Feixin abruptly stood, startling Pei Mingxian, only to turn and see the Qin family signaling their departure. Ji and Qin Chao spoke in unison. We will escort you. Pei Mingxian, confused, was about to urge them to stay, as she needed to head to the waiting area for the live broadcast, but saw them hastening towards the exit. Reluctantly, she followed, anxious to keep track of time, despising any mistakes. Just as she rounded the corner, she heard the director's furious exclamations echoing through the corridor.
What?
Teacher Zong is unwell and will not take the stage? You need to find another actor at the last minute? This is not merely a matter of feasibility. It's a matter of timing. You are set to perform imminently. There is no time. Are you going to leave me hanging? What is going on here? If you do not wish to perform, then just stay off stage. I will not be at your service.
I'm sorry.
The nearly colorless voice, laced with a sob, filled the corridor. Then Pei Mingxian heard Ji Feixin's voice arise.
Oh.
What is this ominous premonition I am feeling? The live broadcast channel opened. It is about to begin. And I am so excited, awaiting the grand execution scene. Yu Ruyan, get out of the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry was already fraught with criticism, such a blatant intrusion. Leveraging one's body to ascend and disrupting others' families as a mistress could not go unaddressed. Yu Ruyan, come forth and apologize. Apologize for the unfortunate women you have tormented. Apologize for the innocent men you have harmed. I suggest investigating Yu Ruyan's financial transactions. Perhaps illegal evidence can be uncovered. I suspect her finances and taxes are far from clean. She deserves to be locked away. Ruyan is the most beautiful. Ruyan is the best. Ruyan, be yourself.
Wow.
There are even misguided fans standing by her side. It seems they are cut from the same cloth. To be fair, Yu Ruyan's acting is quite professional. Professional? It's merely a display of seduction. Is that not a blatant performance? It's starting. Now to watch closely. Later we can see the top-tier group get their comeuppance. It will surely yield more laughs. I've already dug a pit for the Guifei group. Am I the only one feeling sympathy for Teacher Zong? Just because he is a benevolent senior, he is being exploited. It is truly pitiful. Everyone, remember to scold the seductress, but do not insult the honest man. Our Teacher Zong is like Tang Sung, not easily swayed by temptresses. A confidant?
Ha.
What a ridiculous theme. A confidant is merely a mistress. Everyone look. A netizen has released a self-made short drama video, reportedly. It pairs well with the Guifei group's stage performance to enhance the flavor. Even before anyone had taken the stage, strange promotional videos had begun circulating. Mrs. Zong in the hospital wore a fierce expression, speaking into her phone. Is it send out? Good. Start buying trending topics. I want her to be mocked and scorned by the barrage the entire time. Yet the next moment, the curtain before the live broadcast stage suddenly descended again. Question marks filled the comments. The host appeared, awkwardly stating, "We apologize, everyone, due to teacher Zong's ill health. We have decided to change the performance order of the two groups. Next, please welcome the Qin Chao and Ji Feixing duo to present their themed performance, The Beautiful Disaster." Chapter 131. Tonight's upheaval follows one after another. The unexpected change in the live broadcast turned the comments into exclamations of astonishment. What is happening? I was waiting for the Guifei group to perform first, followed by the top-tier group to slap them in the face with their stage play. After all, their theme of confidence seems rather shady. Teacher Zong is unwell? Is that true? What a coincidence. Could there be a conspiracy targeting the top-tier group? Surely. They do not think that by going on later, we would not compare their performance to theirs. Indeed, troubled artists tend to shy away from the top-tier groups, often choosing to escape at the last moment. Perhaps the temptress was frightened by the overwhelming negativity circulating online, prompting her to seek the kind-hearted teacher Zong for assistance in crafting an excuse. Yet, regardless of her reluctance, she must still appear. Otherwise, what will become of the latter part of the program? I am eager to witness what mischief the Guifei group might conjure. Regardless, let us first indulge in the spectacle of the top-tier group. My curiosity is piqued regarding the innovations they might unveil this time. The theme beauty as a source of calamity is inherently provocative, likely aimed at delivering a fierce critique of those unscrupulous women who exploit their allure to ascend socially, wreaking havoc in their wake. Simultaneously, Weibo has taken a different turn due to the delays. A short video skit has unexpectedly surged to trending status, titled The Beautiful Confidant. However, due to the Guifei group's absence from the stage, this trending topic has failed to create a significant uproar, merely riding on the coattails of its title. Netizens, ever rebellious, can easily steer public opinion subtly, but blatant negativity can incite backlash, prompting some to adopt a more impartial perspective. In a humorous twist, as the video ascended the trends, the wives groups collectively posted a message on Weibo. They asserted that only those who earn their roles through merit deserve respect, and that the morally dubious should vacate the entertainment industry as they are unwelcome here. Although they did not tag anyone explicitly, their past actions of blacklisting certain individuals were well known, making their targets glaringly obvious. Had the Guifei group been performing, their post would have been quite timely, as netizens would relish the ensuing drama. However, with the group not performing, the timing of their post has become painfully awkward. The wives groups are equally perplexed. Their customary arrogance would not allow them to treat this matter with the seriousness of a job. A casual mention in their group chat led to a hasty Weibo post. Upon reviewing the comments, they found themselves the subject of ridicule, with netizens suggesting they should watch the live broadcast before commenting, as they had clearly misjudged the timing. In a state of bewilderment, they rushed to find Madame Zong. Meanwhile, Madame Zong, though equally confused, was more concerned about her husband's condition and promptly called Zong Siki. Although she could not be there in person, she urged Zong Siki to keep a close eye on the situation. I am uncertain about the details. My brother-in-law mentioned feeling unwell but insisted on not needing a hospital, merely needing to rest backstage. I suppose he will rejoin once he has recuperated. But Yurian appears quite anxious. Although the performance order has already been adjusted, she is desperately reaching out to others for emergency assistance. What a selfish harlot. My husband is in this condition, and she is solely focused on her own performance, unwilling to wait for him, instead seeking immediate replacements. Truly, she embodies the heartless temptress, devoid of loyalty. Although Madame Zong has just been hospitalized due to her husband's indifference, her instinct in a crisis is still to worry for him. It is intolerable for him to be ill and cast aside in such a manner. She is determined to contact influential figures, asserting, "I will not believe that those within this circle will not extend me the courtesy of assistance." However, it appears unnecessary. I overheard 2 phone calls, and none were willing to aid her. Setting aside the fear of her current scandals, who would dare perform impromptu, without preparation? The risk of tarnishing their reputation is too great. Only she remains deluded, thinking she can find someone to take my brother-in-law's place on stage. Madame Zong ponders this and scoffs. Perhaps her brother-in-law has finally heeded my words and decided against aiding her. Zong Siki, on the other hand, does not share this sentiment. Though unaware of the specifics, he senses the peculiar nature of his uncle's sudden predicament. Shortly after hanging up, he notices Yurian approaching, her face pale and her demeanor fragile, as if she has reached a dead end. "Can you replace your uncle on stage? You should know the plot well enough." Rest assured, Even if it isn't perfect, I will find a way to fill in the gaps, she pleads. If I perform in place of my uncle, what will you offer in return? Zong Siki suddenly smirks, his gaze appraising her. Weren't you the one who dealt me a harsh blow last time? Now you expect my assistance? Yurian's complexion pales further. She recalls a night of late rehearsals when Zong Siki had indeed crossed a line, only to be met with a severe reprimand from her. Zong Siki observes the vulnerability in Yurian's expression, exuding a need for protection from a man. How beguiling. Unable to suppress his physical response, he leans closer, whispering into her ear, I could help you, but first, come with me to the restroom. Just ensure I am thoroughly satisfied. Daring to refuse him would yield no consequences for her. After all, once he is satisfied, he may well decide not to take the stage at all. He raises his hand, intent on grasping her arm, only to have her deftly evade him. Zong Siki's expression darkens, and he scoffs. Unappreciative, are you? Continue your search for assistance. With that, he turns on his heel and departs. Yu Ruyan leans weakly against a corridor wall, her eyes gradually losing their luster. In situations like this, securing a substitute is exceedingly difficult, especially for someone with her tarnished reputation. The top-tier group has finally secured her some time, yet it seems she may squander it. She cannot help but wonder if it is time to abandon her naivete and consider compromise. Otherwise, her career may be ruined, and what will become of her grandmother? Just as despair begins to creep in, a cacophony arises from backstage. Yu Ruyan gazes in confusion, her pupils quivering as she spots one, then another figure. Stage props are being hastily prepared, and all personnel are bustling about in a frenzy. Pei Mingxian, amidst her tirade, is rapidly organizing all supporting actors to prepare backstage. The remaining crew, witnessing the sudden influx of backup performers, is engulfed in profound self-doubt. The evening's events are unfolding in a tumultuous succession, each wave more intense than the last. They have experienced illness-induced refusals and adjustments to the performance order. But this last-minute revelation of backup performers, kept under wraps even from the program staff, is unprecedented. Unless the backup performers are well-known, typically, there is little focus on their identities. However, as familiar and unfamiliar actresses pass by, all eyes widen in astonishment. Gradually, it dawns upon everyone that these women share a common trait. They, like Yu Ruyan, have been entangled in scandalous rumors. If not for the last-minute adjustments that have everyone in a frenzy, the first-hand witnesses would be eager to whip out their phones and share the gossip. Yet now, they can only communicate through fervent glances, expressing their wild emotions. This is explosive, absolutely sensational. The top-tier group has truly outdone themselves. They are poised to create a monumental shift in the entertainment industry. Even their producer and director are visibly agitated. The confidentiality of the script has kept them on edge, ready to manage any potential backlash. But witnessing the current chaos has left them utterly disheartened. As the stage lights dim and the background music begins, a deep male voice intones. In ancient times, beautiful women used their allure to entice men, disregarding moral laws to gain advantages, bringing calamity to all. Thus, the saying that beauties are often the source of disaster. However, just as this narrative unfolds, a sharp female voice interrupts with a sardonic edge. Everyone recognizes it as Ji Fei's voice, deflecting the blame of calamity onto the beauties themselves. The live stream's comments erupt. Aren't we critiquing those beautiful confidantes who rise to power? What on earth is happening? It appears that the unfolding events diverge from everyone's expectations. The audience was left in stunned silence, except for the Qin family in the front row, who were eagerly rubbing their hands together in anticipation, relishing the inside scoop they had received. The impending reactions of the crowd piqued their curiosity. When one thinks of the age-old adage regarding a beautiful woman as a source of calamity, Su Daji is the first to come to mind. As anticipated, the stage filled with smoke as the actors portraying King Zhou of Shang and Su Daji, played by Qin Chao and Ji Fei, respectively, made their entrance. A grand, faux bathhouse served as the backdrop, intended to evoke an image of indulgence and excess. Within the pool, Qin Chao and Ji Fei luxuriated, enveloped by the sounds of silk and music, indulging in their opulent pleasures. Ji Fei, dutifully pouring wine for Qin Chao, was not the sole beauty present. Suddenly, a minister burst onto the scene, kneeling in desperation, imploring the king to rescind his orders regarding the construction of the stargazing tower, claiming it was a drain on the nation's resources and a source of public discontent. Furious, Qin Chao retorted, "What of it? I shall build this stargazing tower for my beloved concubine. What I choose to do is none of your concern." He then pulled Ji Fei closer, stating, "My dear, let us continue our revelry." However, Ji Fei's demeanor became rigid. Initially, the audience believed her performance was simply stiff due to nerves from her early entrance, leading to some disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Chao, smiling, grasped Ji Fei's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Do you, my beauty, also believe that I should heed their words? Do you not wish to ascend the stargazing tower with me, to seek immortality?"
Terrified, Ji Fei trembled.
Unable to look up at Qin Chao, stammering, "Of course, I desire it." The audience quickly discerned that Ji Fei was genuinely frightened of the tyrannical king, contrasting sharply with the legendary enchanting consort who had manipulated King Zhou. "Enchantress, you are indeed beguiling the king," a minister shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ji Fei. "You have ensnared the king, leading him to neglect his duties and indulge in hedonism. I shall end your life, that the king may awaken to his senses." At this, Ji Fei recoiled behind Qin Chao. The minister, however, was swiftly blocked by guards. With tears streaming down his face, he implored, "Your Majesty, this woman is a harbinger of disaster. She seeks to ruin you and the realm. You must not forsake your legacy for this woman. Slay her to restore order." Trembling and pale, Ji Fei quaked in fear. Yet, Qin Chao responded with a cruel smile, "I would rather slay you first." In an instant, a blade fell, and the minister was executed. The lights dimmed, and a large screen illuminated, displaying ancient characters that scrolled relentlessly, as though countless voices were hurling accusations and insults. Su Daji is a seductress, ensnaring the king, rendering him senseless, her heart ruthless, intent on the ruin of the Shang dynasty. All the atrocities were wrought by Su Daji's enchantment. Without her, the Shang would flourish. Slay the calamity that is Su Daji. The stage was engulfed in darkness. As time seemed to freeze, with a solitary beam of light illuminating Ji Fei, cowering behind Qin Chao. Trembling and hoarse, she cried out in despair, "What have I done? Why must this calamity be cast upon me?" Rising, she struck Qin Chao sharply, declaring, "I was merely a young maiden with a betrothed, forced into the palace. He pursued me relentlessly. What power did I have to refuse? As a mere beauty, how could I reprimand the king? Why am I blamed for his neglect of governance? You see only his absence from court, but he demands my service. Who among you can attest that I possess the power to sway a king's decisions?" She turned to the ministers, delivering another stinging slap, exclaiming, "The stargazing tower is the king's desire, his wish for immortality. What relation has it to me? If he wishes to share this ambition with me, how is that my fault? His neglect of duty is his own failing. Slay him if you will. Why must I bear the brunt of your wrath? He succumbed to decadence due to my beauty. That is his dilemma. Even without me, another would lead him to this downfall. If serving him is a crime, then you ought to execute all the palace attendants. Why single me out?" In a final, heart-wrenching outburst, Ji Fei pointed angrily at the screen, shouting, "You are but a pack of cowards. You seek to mask your incompetence with tales of romance. While the king is foolish and the ministers useless, it is you, the powerful men who have brought ruin upon the world, who wish to deflect blame onto a defenseless woman. I refuse to accept this. I am a beauty, but I am no calamity." With her declaration, the screen erupted in chaos, and the entire venue was plunged into darkness, marking the end of the first act. The audience, stunned, struggled to process the performance they had just witnessed, not anticipating such a rendition. Online commentators echoed their astonishment. It became clear that the top-tier cast aimed to present an alternative perspective on King Zhou and Su Daji, challenging the notion of the beautiful woman as a harbinger of disaster. This was indeed a rather rare viewpoint. Previously, one might have wondered whether such historically influential women were inherently cruel and sadistic, delighting in the suffering of others. It seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, current evidence suggests that the so-called disasters attributed to them were likely mere scapegoating by men. In a patriarchal world of ancient times, it is difficult to conceive that a woman could wield such power. As Ji Fei noted, sensational tales of romance were far more palatable to the masses, who were disinterested in the complexities of state governance. When a nation falters, it is easier to lay the blame on a voiceless woman than to hold the king and ministers accountable. Indeed, we, the onlookers, revel in such gossip, as it spreads quickly and is readily accepted. Henceforth, as long as they distance themselves from the folly of their predecessors, they can avoid being seen as foolishly infatuated by women. Cunningly, it seems that when men resort to deceit, it is invariably women who suffer the consequences. King Zhou utilized Su Daji as a shield for his indulgences, while the ministers employed her as a scapegoat for their inability to sway the king. It was all Su Daji's fault, after all. Observing the serious discussions in the comments, the director and producer swallowed hard, hoping for a similar reaction moving forward. Yet, in the next moment, the comments exploded.
Wait, who is that?
YISNTG Fei on stage. Wasn't Qin Chao portraying King Zhou? Shouldn't Ji Fei be playing Bao Si? The actress had supposedly withdrawn from the entertainment industry. Indeed, she seduced a wealthy producer who invested in numerous blockbuster films, only for them to flop spectacularly. The producer's wife even released compromising videos of her online, condemning her as a homewrecker and a career destroyer, a blood-sucking vixen. She was ridiculed online and wept publicly, announcing her withdrawal from the industry. Had the top-tier cast lost their minds? Why would they cast someone with such a tarnished reputation in a supporting role?
Wait.
She seems to be the lead in this scene. On the side stage, Yu Ruyan gazed in disbelief at the actress who had returned to the spotlight. She recognized her, the one who had once tearfully pleaded to explain that she had done nothing wrong, that it was all the producer's unilateral desire, but no one believed her. Because of the scandal, she had suffered from severe depression and ultimately faded from the public eye, leaving only a legacy of disgrace behind. Yet Yu Ruyan had watched her films. The scripts were poor, but her acting was exceptional. Chapter 133. Trust in Ji Fei. There must be something deeper at play. The performance on stage depicted the legendary King Zhou, attempting to win the smile of the icy beauty Bao Si. In the classic tale of the beacon fires to entertain the feudal lords, the perspective of the performance naturally continued the style established in the previous act. The actress, a striking beauty, though having been away from the industry for several years, had managed to recapture much of her former glory beneath the makeup. She languished against a windowsill, her expression sorrowful, her eyes brimming with emotion, embodying a mood of melancholy, like a caged bird. As Qin Chao, portraying King Zhou, passed by, he appeared quite troubled, lamenting, "How can I make the beauty smile?" A scheming minister stepped forward, suggesting a grand spectacle to amuse the various lords, believing it would surely delight the beauty. King Yu of Zhou found the situation amusing and burst into laughter, swiftly making up his mind. Soon, Bao Si was brought up to the high platform, her demeanor listless as King Yu of Zhou embraced her, exchanging jest and laughter, her body language betraying her lack of agency. It was not until the signal fires blazed and a cacophony of galloping horses echoed that the feudal lords and generals, with great urgency, rushed to the foot of the platform, inquiring about the whereabouts of the enemy. Yet, above them, only the sound of King Yu's laughter resonated, accompanied by the sycophants around him, echoing his mirth. Bao Si gazed down at the unfolding scene, her expression one of astonishment. She was oblivious to the implications of the signal fires and had never witnessed such a spectacle. The fervor of the crowd below was terrifying, as if a grave crisis had befallen them. "My beauty, the splendid performance I have arranged for you. Why do you not laugh? Is it not amusing?"
King Yu inquired.
Fear filled Bao Si's eyes. She seemed lost amidst this grand spectacle, confronted with King Yu's questioning and the laughter of those around. Failing to smile felt like a breach of decorum, forcing her to feebly curl her lips into a grin. When the beauty smiled, King Yu felt at ease. But the lords below soon realized they were being made a fool of, prompting some to angrily demand answers. Yet, in his folly, King Yu proclaimed, "It is your honor to amuse a beauty who brings joy to me." In an instant, Bao Si's face drained of color, for she felt the piercing gaze of countless eyes fixated upon her, as if she were a sinner deserving of 1,000 tortures. "You have ensnared the king into such absurdity. This enchantress mocks us. Let her be punished." Countless accusations and curses blended with the backdrop of a fallen nation, until a large screen illuminated with scrolling subtitles, chronicling the historical vilification of Bao Si over millennia. The Zhou dynasty fell because of her. She brought chaos to the realm. A beauty is a source of misfortune. The stage plunged into darkness, and a single spotlight illuminated the actress. Trembling, she rose, stumbling as if unable to face the screen, covering her face and weeping. No, it is not I. Why must you speak of me so? I was merely a beauty captured by King Yu after the defeat of my homeland, far from home, forced into marriage against my will. I am unhappy. I long for home. I cannot laugh, not because I intended to withhold my joy until the king's coaxing. Even though I find the signal fires and the jest to be devoid of humor, how could I not smile when the king has gone to such lengths to provoke my laughter, amidst the laughter of all? Yet, I never anticipated that such a smile would burden me with the calamity of a fallen kingdom. I do not understand. I cannot grasp why it falls upon me. Her cries were genuine, each word soaked in anguish and sorrow. The audience was spellbound. In stark contrast to Ji-Fei's unrefined performance, this was artistry of the highest order. A mere glance conveyed the depth of Bao Ci's helplessness and injustice. The comments section erupted with discussions. It must be said, her acting is exquisite, her beauty radiant. Had she not withdrawn from the limelight, she would surely be a leading star today. She entered the acting department with top marks in her professional course. Such talent is undeniable. But does the internet not remember? She was supported by a wealthy patron immediately upon entering university, leveraging another's husband's resources to elevate herself, resulting in a disastrous downfall that nearly led to the closure of his company. His wife even furiously posted a video questioning her shamelessness for climbing into her husband's bed. Such a morally corrupt woman is akin to Urian. I was once quite supportive of the top-tier group, given their status as entertainment judges. Yet I am disheartened by the choice to cast such a person. Surely, she seeks a return? The buzz is undeniable. Even the original wife who expelled her from the industry has surfaced to condemn the top-tier group for employing such a morally bankrupt actress. Could you not use your brains? Our top-tier group lacks neither capital nor popularity. Inviting her to perform this theme is clearly intentional. This actress is a former star, aside from being an entertainment judge. To seek justice, I can think of no other reason. Thus, I shall investigate the gossip from that time to uncover any twists. My instincts tell me that trusting Sister Fei is not misplaced. There must be some hidden truths. Setting aside the truth of the matter, the man had indeed vanished without a trace, merely claiming to be bewitched by a woman. Throughout the ordeal, it was the female actress who bore the brunt of the blame, much like the play itself, though it was King Yu who recklessly lost his kingdom. The majority of the blame fell upon Bao Ci. It was truly reminiscent. King Yu engaged in a series of antics to amuse Bao Ci, leading to the loss of his realm, while that CEO invested in numerous projects to appease the actress, nearly ruining his company in the process. Ultimately, the men hid behind the women, while the vitriol was directed solely at the latter. The comments online were almost evenly split, not entirely casting the actress in a negative light. Perhaps it was because she had indeed been absent from the industry for a considerable time, and public disdain was not as fierce as the current sentiments towards Urian. On stage, Bao Ci's sorrowful voice diminished, yet in a fleeting moment, it erupted with unexpected fervor as if she had awakened. Why should I bear this? She turned, frantically clutching King Yu's garment. It is you who lack discernment, who recklessly abused your power to showcase your prowess before women. Did I ask you to do this for me? It was your selfish desire to amuse a beauty.
Why?
After the chaos ensued, do you retreat like a coward, allowing others to heap all the blame upon me? Is it simply because I am a frail woman? Hypocrisy, revulsion, shamelessness. The camera zoomed in on her face as she railed passionately, her eyes brimming with indignation and defiance, as though releasing a torrent of pent-up grievances, surpassing even her earlier tears in intensity. It felt as if she were truly cursing someone. In a climactic moment, she picked up a bow and arrow from the ground and shot an arrow toward the large screen. The screen, synchronized with special effects, shattered the words condemning her. As the wind surged, Bao Ci stood alone, turning to face the camera, tears still glistening in her eyes, yet her gaze resolute. I am a beauty, but not a harbinger of disaster. As the scene concluded, the audience erupted into applause, appreciating the commendable performance. Yet the comments took an unexpected turn as netizens, ever vigilant of the latest gossip, revealed a bombshell just as the actress finished her performance, a post detailing the truth behind her withdrawal from the industry. A wave of shock rippled through the internet. The previously critical CEO's wife dramatically reversed her stance in the comments, shifting from fervent support to furious inquiry. In truth, the actress, still a student at the time, had caught the eye of the CEO, who, in pursuit of her affection, invested in a film specifically to cast her as the lead. As a budding actress, she naturally seized every opportunity to perform, never suspecting that the investor might wish to exploit her. Thus, as a newcomer to society, she accepted the role, striving to act well, only to later reject the CEO as advances upon realizing his intentions. However, the older man would not easily relinquish his hold on the young and naive girl. He employed various tactics, using the film's failure as leverage, compelling her to continue acting in his projects, believing that this would showcase his wealth. Ultimately, she was seduced by fame and fortune, gradually succumbing to the adult world's rules, willingly becoming the CEO's canary. Yet, due to poor management and bad investments, the CEO's company nearly collapsed. The infamous videos emerged after he lost both money and the girl, and in a fit of rage, he drugged her and recorded the incident, which ultimately fell into the hands of the CEO's wife. Enraged, she chose to publicly release the video, which, although only revealing her face, was enough to tarnish the young woman's reputation. The exposé included various recordings and chat evidence proving that the young woman had not consented, alongside financial documents illustrating that the company had issues from the start. A single stone can stir 1,000 waves. The unique reinterpretation of the historical events has prompted netizens to reconsider their perspectives, no longer holding women to such harsh scrutiny. Chapter 134, A Sleepless Night in the Entertainment Industry. If the revelations are indeed true, the final lines spoken seem to convey her sentiments directed at those who precipitated her exit from the entertainment realm. It's no wonder her emotions resonate so deeply. What an immense grievance she must bear. To dare to unveil such claims undoubtedly signifies their authenticity. With evidence in hand, why has it taken this long for these allegations to surface? Is it possible that previously she lacked the backing to voice her concerns, knowing that any revelations would be met with capital suppression? Now, however, she has a champion within the entertainment industry to support her. You have indeed guessed correctly. I have discovered police reports from that time involving a female actress, but due to insufficient evidence, the case could not be classified, and the information was subsequently suppressed, remaining largely unknown to the public. Those who were aware dismissed her plight as mere theatrics, and ultimately, the situation faded into obscurity. If the law could not aid her, could one truly expect her to face public opinion alone? I never condemned her. Doesn't that suggest I surpassed 90% of the netizens present? Back then, I found it peculiar that a minor actress could bring an entire company to its knees. Logically, it simply does not hold up. It seems that certain truths have remained unchanged throughout history. If one lacks capability, one should not shift the blame onto women. Blaming other factors may invite rebuttals, inadvertently validating one's own ineptitude. However, when blame is placed upon women, they can find themselves cornered, for after all, men often act on behalf of women. As one navigating the financial sector, I can only state that she has become a perfect scapegoat. The investments in those films were not the decisive factors that nearly led to the company's downfall. Their own mismanagement had already set them on a path of financial strife, and the film matters merely surfaced in the public eye, serving as an excuse for the CEO to salvage his position. I chuckle at the recent revelations from several minor actresses who have alleged they were subjected to the CEO's coercive advances. It appears to be a recurring offense. I truly wish I could sever my own hand. I just supported that CEO's wife in the comments, and yet she displays such shamelessness, her husband drugging and harming others, and she seeks to tarnish reputations. Truly, they are a family of villains united against the world. Let me check which company this is.
What?
They are even publicly listed? Fellow comrades, can we allow such nefarious individuals to thrive in the stock market? Absolutely not. Shortly thereafter, any account associated with this company faced a barrage of online harassment. Employees, expecting to enjoy a live-streamed variety show from home, received urgent calls demanding they address the company as crisis. Yet, no matter the statements they released, they proved futile, as the influence of the top-tier group and the entertainment industry's judges loomed large. They likely began to sense the isolation and helplessness once experienced by that actress. They could scarcely fathom the repercussions awaiting their company when the stock market opened the following day. The CEO's wife, staring blankly at her phone, turned pale as the door swung open and the CEO stormed in, delivering a slap across her face. What were you thinking? You insisted on pursuing this. Now look where we are, bitten back and we're done for. Finished. Meanwhile, the Livestream's comment section was flooded with apologies directed at the actress. The director and producer sighed in relief, initially fearing a catastrophic fallout, yet they were astonished by the rapid shift in public sentiment. The top-tier group's control over the narrative was truly remarkable, leveraging the Livestream's momentum to incapacitate their opposition, and their preparations were thoroughly meticulous, with twists and turns unfolding in rapid succession. It seems they were not haphazard in their selection of supporting actresses. And then came the remaining scenes. In the third act, Lushan uses Yang Guifei as an excuse to rebel, culminating in Emperor Xuanzong of Tang forcing her to death. In the fourth act, Wu Sangui, driven by his passion for Qin Yuan, invites the Qing soldiers into the pass. In the fifth act, these scenes collectively illustrate a singular truth. There has never been such a thing as a femme fatale. Numerous emperors and warlords have surrounded themselves with beautiful women, many of whom were spoiled by favor, and yet none have witnessed their kingdoms crumble as a result. Thus, it is evident that beauty is not the harbinger of calamity. While the audience present at the venue remained engrossed in the performance, the online community was immersed in the revelry of plot twists. As they watched the live performance, they simultaneously scoured the internet, their feet barely touching the ground, with trending topics shifting rapidly, resulting in several platform crashes, compelling them to migrate to alternative social media. Each actress's appearance sparked a tempest online. The initial twist significantly reduced the malice directed towards subsequent actresses. Upon seeing them, the immediate response was that they too must have grievances. They spontaneously organized to investigate, gathering information, countering claims, and piecing together the truths obscured by power through anonymous exposés, dragging the hypocritical perpetrators and innocent victims of the previous media war into the light for judgment. That night, the web of connections within the entertainment industry expanded into the realm of capital, with countless phones ringing incessantly, some attempting to salvage the situation, others issuing threats, some pleading for mercy, and others resorting to bribery. Yet it was all too late. Their previous secrecy had been so effective that these wrongdoers were caught off guard by the performer's appearance. By the time the show commenced, it was already beyond remedy. They could only watch as the selfish and despicable truths were gradually revealed. From renowned directors to in-demand actors, the guilty included both men and women, none of whom could stand tall to halt the ever-growing avalanche. Those who dared to confront the accusations were bombarded with revelations that silenced them, leading to a domino effect of greater scandals being unearthed. The astute among them opted to vanish from sight, yet in this cataclysm, they were all bound together, with no one able to escape. The director and producer had long since turned off their devices, merely observing the shift in public sentiment through the comments, as long as the ire was directed elsewhere. However, one crucial notification still needed to be relayed to Pei Mingxian. After all, it was their Group S competition. Ji Fei could not possibly remain absent indefinitely. Extracting certain scenes for the actresses to perform was already a considerable challenge. Upon receiving the notification, Pei Mingxian turned to find Ji Fei engrossed in her phone, grinning foolishly. "Sister-in-law, look." Qin Rong excitedly nudged her, urging Ji Fei to see something amusing on her screen. Goodness, the top-tier group deliberately sought out these actresses, wronged as they are, to redeem them, haven't they? This is no different from charity. Perfectly aligning with the performance-S theme, they can do good while sidestepping Ji Fei's performance shortcomings. Haha, I knew the Feynman route was the right choice. I feel as though my efforts tonight have amassed considerable merit. Suddenly, I find the entertainment industry's judges rather impressive. It's remarkable that they managed to locate so many unjustly accused actresses, all with substantiated evidence. Truly commendable. This is a triple win, redeeming them, enhancing the stage performance, and paving the way for the new studio members. When this plan was initially proposed, Hao Go was in tears, pleading with Pei Jia, fearing they would completely alienate the entertainment industry. However, Pei Jia, bold and talented, likely drew courage from my previous promise to support Yurian, but in the end, it was Qin Zhao who made the final decision. Given the current outcome, Hao Ge can hardly contest it. Of course. The best part is that I can take it easy on several scenes. I'll have to memorize far fewer lines. Just now, Qin Zhao was visibly displeased. It seems he cannot stand seeing others slack off while he works. Ji Fei, now dressed in modern attire, prepared to take the stage as Pei Mingxian approached her. It's time to go on. There are still 5 scenes remaining. Ji Fei rose to prepare and inquired, "By the way, how is Yurian faring?" Pei Mingxian replied, "I initially thought that after these performances, her reputation would improve slightly, and someone would come to assist her. However, improvisational acting remains exceedingly challenging, and she likely won't be able to perform. Still, since we've paved the way for her, signing her later should not be difficult." Ji Fei nodded, not dwelling on it further, but as she exited, she noticed Yurian still fervently making phone calls, her face filled with determination and defiance. Ji Fei pondered for a moment before casting a furtive glance at Pei Mingxian. Once on stage, as the lights flickered, before the opening lines could even be uttered, a startled cry escaped Ji Fei's lips as she tumbled off the platform. This unforeseen incident abruptly interrupted the live broadcast, prompting an immediate shift of the camera to the judges' panel. The host swiftly intervened, stating, "An unexpected occurrence has taken place. We will grant a moment for Teacher Ji and Teacher Qin to adjust the stage. Meanwhile, let us listen to the judges' critiques of the prior performances, as we have an array of unexpected guest performers tonight." the camera transitioned to the judges, who were given urgent instructions by the director and producer to collaborate with the host in assessing the performances of the previous guest stars. However, the online comments erupted in chaos, with viewers buzzing with anticipation. The performances of the top-tier group were akin to a grand court ruling, leaving everyone eager to see who might suffer a downfall next, who would rise to triumph, and who would face utter disgrace. Both onlookers and those with guilty consciences awaited the verdict. Naturally, many fans expressed concern for Ji Fei. What happened to Sister Fei? Why is the production team in such disarray? Is misfortune plaguing everyone? Even my virtuous Sister Fei encountered an accident. I was looking forward to her continued performance. I sensed there were more juicy revelations yet to come. Could it be that those whose true colors were exposed are now collectively cursing our entertainment judges from behind the scenes?
Goodness.
It is quite possible, especially since after Sister Fei's judgment, their vile natures were laid bare, leaving them with nothing but disgrace. They must not let this be a case of mutual destruction. Moreover, some individuals are even considering sending legal letters to the top-tier group for defamation. Oh, why not accuse them of slander instead? Is it that they lack the courage? What? There are such individuals? Allow me to take up my keyboard and teach them a lesson. In truth, I couldn't help but entertain conspiracy theories. Could it be that the top-tier group has disturbed the capital's main artery, leading to a coalition within the entertainment circle to prevent their performance? Perhaps they were even threatened with warnings. How rare it is to have a courageous individual in the entertainment industry. Must they fall so abruptly? Alas. The officials protect one another. We shall see if the performance continues. I hope the top-tier group can withstand the pressure. As viewers anxiously awaited in the live stream, those backstage were equally frantic, with the exception of the Qin family. At the moment Ji Fei fell, the entire Qin family rushed to her side, filled with concern, frantically inquiring without daring to touch her. Only when Ji Fei mentioned that she had injured her foot did they hurriedly assist her backstage. Qin father and Qin mother contemplated calling an ambulance, while Qin Zhao suggested driving her to the hospital directly. Qin Rong and Qin Yan promptly began examining Ji Fei, fearful that she might have sustained injuries elsewhere. Pei Mingxian and Xiao Tao were left on the periphery, unable to interject amidst the protective wall of the Qin family. I'm fine, really. It's not serious at all, Ji Fei insisted, feeling a pang of guilt at their concern. I didn't even hurt my foot. I jumped down myself. The Qin family collectively froze, staring at Ji Fei in disbelief. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and before he could respond, he was pushed aside by Pei Mingxian. Pei Mingxian immediately inquired, "What is your current condition? Can you go back on stage?" With a face of embarrassment and weakness, Ji Fei replied, "I think I may have twisted my ankle. It hurts too much. I cannot perform." Pei Mingxian desperately wanted to shout, "Can you endure a bit longer? We cannot let the performance end like this." However, upon witnessing how the Qin family cherished their delicate daughter-in-law, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. The individual before her was no ordinary actress. Despite appearances, she was indeed the wife of a wealthy heir. Pei Mingxian's mind buzzed as the director and producer hurried over, anxiously inquiring about the situation. The Qin family remained silent, fully aware that although they did not grasp Ji Fei's intentions, they must unconditionally support her as family. Upon hearing that Ji Fei might be unable to perform, the expressions of the director and producer shifted from excitement to despair, as if the night's events had drained the color from their lives. After all, the stage for the esteemed group seemed a distant prospect. Even if they attempted to prolong the program's duration, preparing to sacrifice another group's performance, it was still a significant challenge. With circumstances so dire, any reduction in performances would lead to violations. They had witnessed numerous storms in the entertainment industry, yet never had they faced such relentless turmoil, as if it aimed to obliterate the production team. Both felt an urge to kneel before the members of the top-tier group, not seeking to achieve first place in ratings, but merely hoping to record the program safely. Fearing for their health, Ji Fei quickly suggested, "Don't worry. We will find someone to perform in my stead." The director and producer seized upon her words as if they had found a lifeline. "Do you have actors available to substitute?" they asked urgently. Ji Fei nodded, while Pei Mingxian stared at her in shock, exclaiming, "Where will you find them?" After all, the other guest performers had been rehearsing their individual parts in secrecy. How could she make such a promise? She had even considered using rehearsal footage or having Ji Fei complete the performance in a wheelchair. Qin Zhao, another lead actor, looked at Ji Fei in astonishment. Before he could inquire, he heard Ji Fei's inner thoughts. "Of course we do. Right before our eyes is Urian. But if everyone thinks that us not suitable, I can recover and perform later. It wouldn't be right to disrupt the live broadcast, right? Let us give it a try. Upon hearing this, the Chin family widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at Ji Fei's cleverness. The director and producer, overlooking the rule that Ji Fei as a lead should occupy half the performance, were simply desperate for the show to continue. Just ensure you can manage it. We will grant you 10 more minutes to prepare. We will maintain the live broadcast. Is that acceptable? Before Pei Mingxian could respond, Ji Fei nodded eagerly. The director and producer departed with a sense of urgency, as if they had received a royal decree.
Teacher Ji.
Pei Mingxian's voice trembled slightly. Ji Fei quickly smiled apologetically, just as Yurian arrived at the door. Having come to check on Ji Fei out of concern, her hand tightly clutched her phone, her expression weary. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Ji Fei waving at her. Yurian entered, puzzled. The others turned their attention to Ji Fei's gesture, especially Pei Mingxian, who lit up upon seeing Yurian as if she had encountered a feast. Teacher Yu, I might not be able to perform on stage. I couldn't find anyone to help at the last minute. Would you mind stepping in for me? As these words left her lips, the other staff members backstage, who had been secretly watching, were left dumbfounded. Yurian stared at Ji Fei with a look of disbelief, as if she had misheard. What? Chapter 136. What storms have we not seen? Pei Mingxian quickly stepped forward, grasping Yurian's hand. Finding someone to rescue your stage is quite challenging. The director and producer indicated that if you cannot find anyone, your group's play will be cancelled. Why not come over to our side? There's no rule against inviting your PK partner to assist. As Pei Mingxian contemplated aloud, she added, moreover, if you're willing to seek someone for a last-minute rescue, it shows your confidence in your adaptability. Therefore, performing in our stage play should also be feasible. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became. Suddenly, she shot a suspicious glance at Ji Fei. How curious. What a coincidence. Ji Fei, feeling guilty, avoided eye contact and smiled. Sister Pei is absolutely right. Teacher Yu, you can do it. This is your opportunity to prove yourself. Originally, Yurian had been in a daze, but upon hearing it was a chance to showcase her abilities. Her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Her relentless pursuit of help and refusal to give up stemmed from a singular desire, the opportunity to prove herself. Zhou Chuan had shattered her chance, yet, at this very moment, a new opportunity descended from the heavens. What was so terrifying about improvisation? The real fear lay in the inability to perform. Although the suggestion was utterly preposterous, witnessing the plethora of miraculous feats accomplished by the top-tier ensemble tonight ignited an irrepressible impulse within Yurian. Ambition swelled within her heart, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness as she turned to Ji Fei and asked, "Is it true? Can I really perform in your stead? Are you willing to grant me this opportunity? You need only confirm whether you can act," Pei Mingxian replied with a smile. Yurian nodded vigorously, as if fearing that any delay would cause her to miss this golden chance. She was a person who seized every opportunity that came her way. Without further ado, Pei Mingxian handed the script for the last 5 acts to Yurian, leaving her with barely enough time to peruse it. The audience backstage stared at them, wide-eyed, as if witnessing madness unfold. What a harrowing scene, akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. At that moment, Qin Chao could no longer contain himself.
Hey!
The crowd turned to him. With an expression of distress, he opened his mouth to speak. "I believe in you," Ji Fei declared resolutely. "If it flops, blame me. Teacher Qin is a professional." Pei Mingxian suddenly remembered there was another lead actor involved. Adaptation was key. After all, the earlier performances had already shone brightly. So subpar acting in the latter part would not matter much. The Qin family members exchanged glances, seemingly more intrigued by the current situation, eager to see how netizens would react to this colossal scoop, having been privy to it ahead of time. As for Qin Chao's feelings, he muttered a frustrated "come on." Meanwhile, Yurian, engrossed in her script, paid no heed to the commotion outside. It was Pei Mingxian who pulled her to the makeup station, instructing their stylist to make rapid adjustments. Yurian stood like a marionette, allowing others to fuss over her while her gaze remained glued to the script, as if it were a nail driven into her focus. She did not even inquire whether Pei Mingxian intended to sign her. She was wholly absorbed in the tense task of script interpretation. Her lack of reaction surprised the top-tier group, considering that the last 5 acts had been hastily adapted based on the various criticisms levied against her by the ladies' group that day. It appeared that Yurian had no mental bandwidth left to recognize this fact, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just her and the script. She could not let others down. This was her fervent response to seizing the opportunity. 10 minutes swiftly passed.
Zhao Siki, wandering backstage,
Received the news and hurried to inform Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan, who had been leisurely sipping tea, awaiting Yu Ruyan's ultimate capitulation, was taken aback by the revelation. He dashed off to find the director and producer, incredulous that such absurdity could be permitted. The director and producer, however, were unfazed. After all, they had encountered all manner of storms before. Change the actor. Have a substitute perform. They dismissed nonchalantly. This was nothing to frighten them. They were already mentally prepared to transition to other programs. This would serve as their swan song, and they were willing to let it unfold as it may. Yet, as they observed the individual poised to take the stage, a nervous tension crept into their expressions. It was clear that Yu Ruyan was completely unprepared to step onto the stage. This meant she would have to improvise based on the plot outline provided at the last minute, guided by the dialogue from her co-star Qin Chao. All under the scrutiny of a live audience. Should she falter, the entire performance could collapse, and she would bear the unjust blame thrust upon her. No rational person would accept such a perilous invitation, the director lamented. The producer added, if she manages to perform well, she will leave an indelible mark on the entertainment industry. No one will be able to deny her professional capability or focus solely on her beauty. After all, Zhou Chuan had no intention of allowing her to complete her performance, leaving her with this solitary lifeline. No matter how daunting it may be. Just then, they noticed Zhou Chuan approaching. The two exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of warmth for someone who had caused trouble for their program. If teacher Zhou cannot perform afterward, we will have to arrange for others to extend the time and scrap your stage, they stated flatly. Zhou Chuan opened her mouth to retort. But the director had already begun directing the staff. Everyone rallied together, determined to ensure flawless coordination, allowing this high-stakes gamble to unfold without concern. Zhou Chuan's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped their intent, leading her to slink away to the side of the stage, intent on thwarting Yu Ruyan's performance. After all, this was a competition. How could she assist her opponent? Had she lost her sanity? As she arrived, she spotted Yu Ruyan and Qin Chao standing at the stairs, ready to take the stage. You'll follow the script, and I'll do my utmost to support you, Yu Ruyan said nervously. Qin Chao glanced at her before responding. This is a collaborative stage. The pressure will not rest solely on your shoulders. Have faith. Yu Ruyan was taken aback, her eyes shimmering. Since entering the industry, she had seldom received respect and trust as an actress. Thank you, I promise I won't let you down, she replied, casting her gaze around to find those intent on dragging her into despair. A scornful smile crept across her lips, as if silently declaring, you will not destroy me. Zhou Chuan and Zhou Siki stared at her in astonishment until the host announced her name. The live stream audience held their breath for several seconds, followed by an avalanche of comments that caused the stream to lag. What? Did I hear that correctly? Yu Ruyan is taking the stage in place of Sister Fei? Yu Ruyan is performing? So the order was adjusted not because she was too afraid to step up, but because there was an issue on Teacher Zhou's end? Wait. Aren't they supposed to be rivals? Why is the entertainment judge choosing her to assist? What kind of bizarre operation is this? I've never seen anything like it in my years in this industry. Could this be a deliberate humiliation through the storyline? Perhaps it's a method of the entertainment judge to punish the wicked. Exactly. We will surely witness Yu Ruyan make a fool of herself, forced to portray how she seduces others, haha. Professional haters, get out of the live stream. Please, if you had seriously watched her previous performances, you wouldn't be so adamant about labeling Yu Ruyan as the villain. Everything remains to be seen. Just look at those guest actresses. Can you truly not discern the intentions of the top-tier group? Folks, the early bird has already rummaged through the past fields of gossip. I have a feeling that the top-tier group must know the truth behind certain scandals to dare pull such a stunt. Wait, am I the only one concerned about the overall presentation of the play? Sister Fei's injury was an accident, and Yu Ruyan is stepping in last minute. She hasn't even seen the script. How is she supposed to perform? How will she perform? She'll improvise, especially since Qin, the top-tier star, knows all the plot and dialogue. If they had chosen a seasoned veteran with exceptional acting skills, there might have been hope, but to select someone like her, who primarily relies on looks, there's undeniable talent. But she's not from an academic background and has only acted in television dramas. I can't even begin to imagine how this performance will unfold. Wait. Consider this. If Yu Ruyan can pull this off, wouldn't it further substantiate that the past scandals were fundamentally flawed? Chapter 137. The situation escalated as it seemed they intended to lift Ji Fei horizontally. Zhou Chuan and Zhou Siki returned, exasperated, and as they passed through the backstage door, Pei Mingxian cheerfully inquired, "Teacher Zhou, how is your health?" The seasoned Zhou Chuan struggled to maintain composure, casting a nearly feral glare at Pei Mingxian, as if blaming her for meddling. "Oh dear, judging by your expression, it seems you're still unwell. Do you truly not need an ambulance?" Pei Mingxian feigned concern. In response, Zhou Chuan walked past her without acknowledging her at all. Zhong Siki's gaze was ominously sharp, as he realized that the little vixen had managed to find a way to survive, while he still had not acquired what he desired. Moreover, if this were truly the case, would his uncle not refrain from pursuing a divorce? With a darkened expression, Zhong Siki departed. Ji Fei, observing the interactions between the two, felt a surge of amusement. It's rare to see Pei Jie so unrefined. Indeed, Zhong Chun's actions are utterly irksome, she mused. Pei Mingxian returned, stating, "It seems that a fortunate accident has inadvertently led to a positive outcome." Ji Fei, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course it's a good thing. We must ensure that Zhong Chun's attempts yield no reward." Although internally triumphant, she dared not display her exuberance in front of Pei Mingxian for fear of suspicion. The Qin family remained with Ji Fei, and upon recalling the reasons for the program's adjusted sequence, their spirits lifted.
Pei Mingxian,
While preparing to coordinate public relations personnel to monitor the online discourse, remarked, "Originally, we were to wait for Yurian's stage performance to conclude before addressing the accusations against the ladies' group. Now, we've saved ourselves some effort." Qin Rong, curious, inquired, "Does that mean we won't need to clear our name? Given the trend our theme has sparked, audiences witnessing Yurian's 5 acts will undoubtedly seek out relevant dirt. Even if we have no evidence prepared for those final acts, shifting perspectives can easily evade the discerning eyes of online commentators," Pei Mingxian replied, her fingers swiftly dancing across her notebook. She then coldly declared, "As expected, it has indeed begun." The crowd was filled with curiosity, but upon seeing Pei Mingxian's eager expression, it was clear she was preparing for something significant, so they refrained from pressing her for details. Ji Fei soon provided clarification. "Indeed, those clowns cannot bear to see Yurian thrive." As soon as they perceived a chance for her redemption, they promptly began to lash out. The Qin family pondered the ladies' group. They are merely ordinary individuals. How do they dare to act so brazenly? Do they genuinely believe themselves to be the victims? They have clearly never experienced the hammer of justice. Go, Pei Jie, crush them. The Qin family understood that the past scandal regarding Yurian's student years had resurfaced. Those individuals, who once held the moral high ground to vent their malice toward Yurian, would never accept her rise to prominence. After all, should she succeed in clearing her name, they would find themselves as the jesters. Pei Mingxian had mastered the art of handling such situations with ease, issuing exposés, hiring online commentators, and generating buzz. Ultimately, past events were contingent upon public perception. Should the narrative be tainted with malice, the blame would still rest upon Yurian's shoulders. But if viewed through a lens of goodwill, the entire narrative could be radically transformed. Thus, Pei Mingxian merely needed to present the full account of events, ensuring those individuals could not seize opportunities to misinterpret the facts. The remainder would depend on the direction of public sentiment, potentially culminating in a flawless resolution. Ji Fei's curiosity was piqued. "Are you planning to invite Yurian to our studio live, right after the performance concludes?" she suggested. That would surely elevate tonight's excitement to its zenith. Upon hearing this, the Qin family regarded Pei Mingxian with eager anticipation. Pei Mingxian felt an unanticipated pressure, but, ever the cautious manager, maintained her composure while awaiting public opinion. After all, the ladies' group was intent on silencing Yurian. Although the disruption of the performance order had temporarily halted their various schemes, they would not remain passive in the face of the current circumstances. If events became uncontrollable, they would have to withdraw and prepare alternative strategies. Meanwhile, the ladies' group was indeed growing anxious. The actions of the top-tier group had left them bewildered, rendering the short video intended to mock Yurian wholly ineffective. The recent uproar caused by the actresses from the earlier acts had left them feeling rather uneasy. What should they do now? They had already spoken out. They could not simply cease their efforts. "Can't you see? Ji Fei and Qin Chao are clearly on Yurian's side. Do not forget their identities. We cannot afford to offend them. Perhaps we should wait and see how Yurian performs. If she falters, we won't even need to intervene. The entire internet will turn against her." At that moment, Mrs. Zhong had learned from Zhong Siki that it was actually Zhong Chun who had interceded on Yurian's behalf, granting her this opportunity. Mrs. Zong's eyes burned crimson with rage as she considered her husband's unwavering support for another woman. Finally, she issued a directive. Look at the fates of those who opposed her. It is now a matter of survival. Mobilize all resources to ensure Yurian is thoroughly crushed. Otherwise, we shall all perish. With Mrs. Zong's proclamation, the other ladies quickly regained their focus and immediately began to organize their efforts. A legion of online commentators commenced flooding the internet with orchestrated remarks, while some infiltrated the live broadcast to stir the pot. However, the sheer number of curious onlookers and neutral parties diluted their impact. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zong sought to undertake further actions. She reached out to her family, hoping to leverage connections to persuade the Qin Corporation to refrain from intervening, assuring them that no harm would come to the Qin family. Only Yurian would bear the brunt of their animosity. You needn't say a word. Many have already made inquiries, came the response, laden with exasperation. After all, too many had been offended that evening. The web of relationships twisted and turned, inevitably leading back to the Qin family. At that moment, Qin Chao was on stage and unable to answer calls, while only a few knew Ji-Fei's phone number. Thus, some opted to contact another individual capable of addressing the issue. Qin Xian, unaware of the vibrating phone in his pocket, pushed open the backstage door, only to find Ji-Fei alone, engrossed in the live stream, her laughter ringing out as she typed furiously on her phone, seemingly unfazed by any concerns. Qin Xian let out a breath of relief and hurried over. The remaining staff were suddenly captivated by the appearance of such a strikingly charismatic man striding toward Ji-Fei. Their interest in Yurian's drama quickly overshadowed by curiosity about the two. Previously, they had speculated about Ji-Fei's connection to Qin Chao. After all, why would Qin Chao's family be so affable toward her? Now, with a man who appeared even more dashing and affluent than Qin Chao entering the scene, their curiosity soared. Although they could not hear their conversation, the chemistry between them was palpable.
Yifei.
Qin Xian called, his voice tinged with urgency. Ji-Fei turned, her surprise evident as she beheld his presence. What brings you here? Tonight, Qin Xian appeared somewhat disheveled. His normally meticulously arranged attire had become rumpled from running, and his hair was slightly tousled. His gaze was intense as he leaned forward to inspect Ji-Fei's foot, unable to determine which one was injured, as she had comfortably propped both on the footrest. I saw you fall during the live stream, and I asked Dad. He said you hurt your foot. Since the stage is clear now, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. As he spoke, he reached out as if intending to scoop Ji-Fei into his arms. Chapter 138. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Ji-Fei was taken aback and quickly pushed against Qin Xian's shoulder, chuckling nervously. No, it's just a minor sprain. I want to put weight on it, and it will be fine in a moment. I have experience. Qin Xian frowned, preparing to chide Ji-Fei for being so careless with her health. Heavens! It truly takes 100 lies to cover one. Qin Xian froze, glancing at Ji-Fei and noticing her discomfort. He was pushed back by her gentle force. Really? You're fine? Ji-Fei quickly replied with a forced smile. I'm perfectly fine. I was the one who jumped. How could anything be wrong? Understanding dawned on Qin Xian as he comprehended Ji-Fei's antics, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement as he looked at her. Yet, he chose not to expose her ruse. Then, recalling the message from Qin Dad, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Where is everyone else? Are you alone? Ji-Fei found it strange as well. Just moments ago, Qin Dad and Qin Mom had rounded up the others to watch the performance nearby. She had assumed at least Xiao Tao would stay with her, the injured one, but she, too, had been whisked away by Qin Rong under some pretext. In the end, she found herself alone, indulging in the gossip. However, Ji-Fei was unfazed by the solitude. After offering a brief explanation to Qin Xian, she noticed a subtle shift in his expression, followed by a resigned gesture as he pulled a chair to sit beside her. Is it really unnecessary to visit the hospital? A little pain could warrant a visit for some medicinal alcohol, he remarked. The stage stood at a height of 1 meter. Should she fall, even a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Ji-Fei firmly asserted that there was no need for medical attention. Just then, the sound of her phone vibrating pierced the air. Are you busy? Am I interrupting your work? Ji-Fei inquired, knowing that once Qin Xian's arm healed, he had returned to his routine of overtime. The fact that he had rushed over due to her blunder made her feel a twinge of guilt. It's nothing, Qin Xian replied nonchalantly, retrieving his phone. He had driven over in haste, leaving no time to attend to calls. Upon answering, he was unsurprised by the caller's intentions, having already received several similar calls while in the office. Ji Fei seemed to catch snippets of conversation regarding Qin Chao and a performance. Her curiosity piqued. It appeared that their actions had indeed stirred up some trouble. Casting a glance at Ji Fei, Qin Xian calmly responded, "My wife and my brother are certainly aware of what they are doing. I hold no objections. If someone has been wronged, it is they who ought to reflect, not my wife or brother. Indeed, I fully support them." The caller seemed taken aback, falling silent for a considerable time, while Qin Xian courteously bid farewell before ending the call. When he looked up, he found Ji Fei gazing at him with sparkling eyes, causing his heart to flutter as his expression softened. "Did you enjoy yourself tonight?" Ji Fei could hardly contain her excitement as she shared the latest gossip. And Qin Xian had always been an attentive listener. "Come now, did you see how brilliantly Urian performed? Can you believe that was the result of just 10 minutes with a script? Look at the barrage of comments in the live chat. Hilarious." I can practically envision their astonished faces. Qin Xian smiled indulgently, leaning closer to observe the live performance on the screen. "She seems to be quite the asset for your studio." However, Pei Jie still harbored a modicum of concern. At that moment, Yu Ruyan was embodying a nervous, inexperienced newcomer in the company. Despite her alluring appearance and seductive figure, her facial expressions, innocent gaze, and somewhat awkward movements conveyed a poignant sense of naivety. In an instant, even the male audience could not view her with an appreciative eye, but rather as they would a junior or an underclassman. The essence of youth, freshly graduated from university, enveloped the scene. This single moment left viewers in awe, as if they were witnessing a different Yu Ruyan altogether. Most had only seen her in roles that showcased her beauty, unaware of her ability to seamlessly transform into another persona when given the opportunity. Qin Chao and the other supporting actors had envisioned various crises to salvage the scene, yet from the outset, Yu Ruyan flawlessly delivered her lines. Even if there were slight deviations, the essence remained intact. Her performance was so impeccable that it felt as though the one rehearsing alongside them was not Ji Fei, but Yu Ruyan herself. Qin Chao, too, relished the smoothness of their collaboration, experiencing no stumbles. As promised, all he needed to do was excel in his own part. In the first act, while on a business trip to negotiate a crucial contract, clear communication with the leadership was imperative. The audience watched as Yu Ruyan, with a blend of shyness and earnestness, spoke on the phone with Qin Chao, meticulously clarifying details to avoid any missteps. Meanwhile, Qin Chao lounged on a bed on stage, clad in an ostentatious bathrobe, holding his phone. "It's hard to convey everything over the phone. Come to my room, and we can go over it together."
Huh?
Yu Ruyan's expression registered a moment of shock, clearly flustered. Theoretically, she understood the impropriety of such a request, yet the pressure from her superior left her in a dilemma. "We need to wrap this up quickly to avoid any mistakes at work tomorrow," he added, his tone imbued with the weight of authority. Yu Ruyan portrayed the clarity and foolishness of a newcomer, wavering and helpless, ultimately making the reckless decision to enter the room. Upon entering, Yu Ruyan felt a pang of embarrassment at Qin Chao's demeanor, standing at a distance while she retrieved the contract to speak. However, Qin Chao beckoned her closer. "Bring it here. Let me have a look." Seeing his serious expression, she approached, only to be pulled down to sit beside him on the bed. Startled, Yu Ruyan immediately stood, but Qin Chao's grip tightened, as if scolding her for overthinking, despite his actions being quite the opposite. In the end, Yu Ruyan managed to maintain her dignity and exit the situation, but unbeknownst to her, colleagues had witnessed her comings and goings. Upon returning to the office, a woman stormed up to her, delivering a slap across her face. "You shameless hussy, with your seductive looks, using work as an excuse to enter my husband's room and seduce him." Yu Ruyan stood in shock, surrounded by whispers from onlookers. She could only helplessly cover her ears, repeatedly murmuring, I didn't. I'm the victim, truly." Eventually, she broke down, still adhering to the same performance style. As time seemed to freeze, with righteous fury, Yu Ruyan retaliated against the so-called lady and her superior. "It was he who wielded his power to intimidate and attempt to take advantage of me. Why do you not condemn the true villain? Why must you bully me? Is it merely because of my appearance? Is it because I am a woman presumed to be an easy target? You twist the truth, turning black into white, incessantly tarnishing my name." Yu Ruyan gasped for breath, her voice hoarse, trembling as though the entire world had conspired against her, portraying a newcomer wronged beyond measure, yet simultaneously venting years of pent-up grievances. "You wish to drag me into the mire, but I shall not allow you to succeed." Her eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, as if she might weep blood, yet not a single tear fell. The silent anguish she expressed sent shivers down spines. Such an emotionally charged performance was unprecedented on this stage, leaving even the director and producers speechless. Although she had retaliated with those slaps, the pain resonated with the audience, causing many to clench their fists in solidarity, feeling her plight deeply. The live stream chat erupted in fervor. Those strategically placed detractors were completely overshadowed by the viewers' astonishment at the stage performance, vanishing from sight. In a hospital room, some medical staff gaped at the large screen, having known Urian to be a decent person, but unaware of her private life. They had heard of her important live performance and decided to watch along with an elderly lady. To their astonishment, they beheld a completely different portrayal, which Judge had claimed she could only rely on her looks. Nonsense. As they watched, they noticed the elderly woman, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet a smile of pride graced her face as she struggled to raise her hand to point at the screen. That's my granddaughter. My granddaughter is the best. Chapter 139. You call that improvisation? Goodness, I have goosebumps. Is this truly an unscripted performance, freshly received? To call this improvisation is somewhat insulting, don't you think? What of the other actors who can barely recite their lines? Shouldn't they go back to the drawing board? Ji-Fei, I apologize. In this instant, I've climbed onto a new bandwagon. Sister Yu, your performance was simply magnificent.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
How could someone be so beautiful, possess such skill, and not be formally trained? I refuse to believe it. This is an illusion. I must awaken myself. Have I been roused from slumber? I feel as if I have been transformed into a fool. Upon awakening, I realize it is not a mere figment of my imagination. Oh, dear princess, I have arrived late. Truly, she is a treasure of an actress. Are those in the entertainment industry blind? How has no one discerned that she is, in fact, a powerhouse of talent? Do you not find that the narrative of this play resonates more deeply with the heart? I wish to express that I have encountered similar tribulations. They accused me of seducing my superior, yet the truth is I was subjected to harassment. I was even warned by my superior spouse and ostracized by my colleagues, leading me to resign, for indeed, one cannot contend against greater forces. I have also faced analogous circumstances. I once struck my superior across the face and berated him as a scoundrel. However, I comprehend those who are unable to react in the moment, for as women, we have been conditioned from a young age to internalize unspoken behaviors, fearing confrontation, apprehensive of public outcry, and some may even be so frightened that they cannot resist. Sisters, do not be afraid. It is they who have erred, and it is they who should tremble. I merely wish to state that flirting under an imbalance of power equates to harassment, especially when the other party holds sway over your professional future. I have not encountered such issues, perhaps due to my appearance. If I were as striking as Urian, would it have been unavoidable? After being bullied, why must we also be vilified? Why must they target us women? As a male, I wish to convey to my fellow sisters that in such situations, you must raise your voice, letting them know you are not to be trifled with. Only I seem to recall the scandal that trended for an entire day, with netizens hurling tens of thousands of insults. Remember that incident where someone entered the screenwriter's room and was photographed?
No.
It was the one who entered the male lead's trailer. I suspected there was something amiss. Viewed through the lens of this play, all of it raises questions. There is no evidence. The male party remains hidden, his wife lashes out, and there are mere whispers and photographs lacking substance. Goodness, it is strikingly similar. So, this is how the truth is revealed. I feel as though I have been used as a weapon over the years. By heaven, I shall curse them. The wives group has yet to respond, and 2 of their Weibo accounts have been dragged into the fray, with their husbands also facing public ire. As the remaining scenes of the play unfold, those past grievances are unearthed. The wives never anticipated that this production was aimed squarely at them, leaving no one unscathed. Regardless of the emergency measures they attempt, it is futile, mirroring prior circumstances. Some men even shift blame onto their wives, as they had remained silent, lurking in the shadows. Their deluded fans persist in their belief. Ultimately, the cycle of justice prevails, as other victims rise to confront their husbands, and in a flash, new scandals adorn the headlines, drawing the scorn of countless netizens, alongside the previous scoundrels. Urian's exceptional performance continues to attract new admirers, her follower count on Weibo swelling. Some are captivated by her artistry, others feel regret for past events, while many empathize with her plight, resulting in a complete turnaround in public perception. It seems that all detractors have dwindled to mere professional haters, and of course, some self-proclaimed victims from yesteryears. As the performance concludes, the facades of those victims are finally stripped away, and not just online, but even those in their vicinity cannot help but condemn them. After all, they previously slandered Yu Ruyan with impunity. Oh, did you not claim your husband had wronged Yu Ruyan in her youth, thus being persecuted by her benefactor? You shameless wretches. I cannot believe I was swayed by your pitiful tales, even allowing my daughter to attend tutoring at your home.
Today,
I finally understand why my daughter expressed her disdain for coming here. It was not due to a lack of interest in her studies, but because you constantly laid hands upon her. I shall make you pay dearly. You vile creature, despite your 3 broken legs, your lust remains unabated. It appears you were merely drawn to Yu Ruyan's beauty, fixating on a young girl. What a hypocritical facade you wear, a monster in human guise. The owner has dismissed her. Who could tolerate such a lack of character? They claim that Yu Ruyan caused their middle school friend to transfer. But I see it as her own infatuation with those boys, envious of the attention they paid to Yu Ruyan, which led her to fabricate such stories. I have seen the revelations. Clearly, Yu Ruyan is the true victim. Even those involved refuse to acknowledge their wrongs, and now even bystanders treat her with scorn. If my daughter were to encounter such circumstances, I would be driven to violence. As women, instead of uniting against a common foe, some continue to spread rumors and cast aspersions, revealing their sycophantic nature. Utterly distasteful. I have heard that the identities of those 3 middle school girls have been uncovered. They have since married, enjoying harmonious families, but now they must atone for their past misdeeds. I previously thought that family unfortunate, losing a good son due to a girl. Yet it was merely his unreciprocated affection, ensnared by such a family. Moreover, they are the architects of their son's demise. How could they disregard a child's dignity and create such a farce? With pre-existing psychological issues, how could they expect to thrive? I have heard that mental health professionals warned them, yet they dismissed the advice. When their son perished, they refused to reflect, instead blaming others. What a bizarre world we inhabit. I find it amusing. Does death confer some sort of superiority, allowing them to torment others? Their family has been shattered because of their actions. And even with the passage of years, they still hurl insults at her. Where is their conscience? Who among us bears the greater burden of sin, unafraid of retribution? Perhaps karma has indeed come to collect, as I have heard they were recently involved in a car accident. Meanwhile, astute fans have begun to uncover deeper issues. Why has Yu Ruyan faced such vilification for so long, with her company never coming to her defense, and instead relying on rivalries to restore her reputation? There is something amiss. Her company is deeply flawed. Gradually, individuals have begun to investigate Yu Ruyan's agency. At this moment, insiders, unwilling to remain silent, have disclosed internal information, revealing the extent of the oppression Yu Ruyan has endured over the years. Upon witnessing some outrageous contractual terms, all netizens were left aghast. A decade-long contract with a fixed salary, while others earn millions or even tens of millions, yet Yu Ruyan is merely a worker? Some netizens have begun to question the legality of the contract. If it is lawful, it is certainly unethical. What should one do in the face of such unscrupulousness? Report their tax issues. To so exploit a female star, one cannot believe their tax affairs are in order. In an instant, the powers that be at Yu Ruyan's former company were beside themselves with rage, frantically attempting to contact her, hoping she would help clarify the situation. However, at this point, Yu Ruyan, having devoted herself entirely to the performance of 5 acts, was utterly exhausted, mentally drained, and amidst thunderous applause, she was bewilderedly ushered backstage to rest. It seemed she had not yet grasped that her fate had fundamentally shifted as she leaned against a chair and fell asleep, as if she had survived a great ordeal. Chapter 140, A Fall from Grace. Backstage, Pei Mingxian stood by, both satisfied and affectionate, watching over Yu Ruyan to ensure no one disturb her, as if she had finally uncovered a talented gem worthy of her full support. Moreover, the current online situation exceeded Pei Mingxian's expectations. She recognized that all of this was earned through Yu Ruyan's revolutionary talent. The Qin family had also arrived, observing Ji Fei and Qin Xian seated together, wearing satisfied smiles. Qin Zhao leaned wearily beside Qin Xian, conversing with him, aware that someone must have sought out Qin Xian. Qin Xian merely reassured him, "Do not worry." Meanwhile, Ji Fei was quietly engaging with the women of the Qin family, discussing the myriad of gossip swirling online. Just then, the bothersome uncle and nephew made their entrance. All eyes turned toward them, excitement barely concealed on their faces, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Behold this pallor, more ghostly than that of a corpse 3 days deceased. It is likely that the seasoned actor Zong Chun never anticipated the remarkable prowess of Yu Rian's performance. Indeed, true talent is the ultimate weapon. The Qin family remarked. Indeed, she is as pale as death. However, before they could approach Yu Rian, the director and producer arrived. Teacher Zong. Just the person I was looking for, the director began. Upon seeing the two, Zong Chun recalled the impending situation and, mustering his courage, stepped forward to assert, I believe we are ready to perform. With the advantage lost, Yu Rian had turned the tables, and Zong Chun had irrevocably severed ties with her. Should she later concoct some unfounded excuse for not performing, it would undoubtedly create complications. Though he seethed with humiliation, wishing to flay this wretched woman, he knew he had to take action. To his surprise, the producer simply laughed. Teacher Zong need not take the stage. Zong Chun's expression froze. How could that be acceptable? This was a competition. Yet, noticing the evident fatigue on Yu Rian's face, it was clear she could not continue to perform. The director sneered. She also need not perform any longer. Zong Chun's countenance shifted, and he prepared to argue, but was interrupted by the producer. We have adjusted the program in accordance with the expectations of the audience. Moreover, it was you, Teacher Zong, who initially could not take the stage. We cannot tailor our arrangements to your circumstances at all times. Those nearby nearly burst into laughter. Exactly. They owe you nothing. How could you expect them to accommodate your whims? Furthermore, the director and producer are not fools. They can see that you are using their program as a means to manipulate women. The Qin family listened to Ji-Fei's jibe, suppressing their laughter. Perhaps the intensity of the surrounding gazes became too overwhelming for Zong Chun, who, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, snapped. What does this mean? Will I no longer be required for any live broadcasts in the future? Zong Chun contemplated withdrawing from the competition as leverage against the production team, attempting to force the director and producer to concede. Yet, the director and producer looked at him with a blank expression, their eyes seemingly conveying, to withdraw from a live broadcast is merely their fate, and they have resigned themselves to it. To use that as a threat? Hilarious. He will soon realize that he is indeed unnecessary on stage. The audience has already begun to protest, resolutely opposing his and Yu Rian's continued participation in this program. It won't be long before it trends on social media. As expected, the audience strikes without mercy. As this was said, the Qin family, previously engrossed in the confrontation, suddenly became curious. How could this be? After all, regardless of Zong Chun's sordid deeds behind closed doors, he had maintained a facade of respectability. The audience should still be oblivious to his situation with Yu Rian. Their curiosity piqued, but Ji-Fei, reveling in the misfortune, offered no explanation. Everyone was left to search for answers themselves, hastily pulling out their phones to investigate. The results elicited uproarious laughter. It turned out that due to the significant losses incurred by the ladies' group, they were aghast to see Zong Chun and Madame Zong unscathed, immediately feeling as though they had been used as pawns. When questioned about their audacity to continue targeting Yu Rian, someone couldn't help but drag Madame Zong into the fray, asserting that it was she who instigated the current situation, as her husband Zong Chun intended to divorce her for Yu Rian. The revelation of this affair naturally stirred a tempest. However, the current audience was not the same as before. They were discerning and astute. This evening had unveiled too much, and they had accumulated several insights, piecing together the truth almost instantaneously. Pray tell, are they going to claim that our Yu beauty seduced your old Zong, leading to his divorce? I cannot stop laughing. As if our Yu beauty's talent and beauty could ever be attracted to your old Zong. Is it his age that entices her, or merely the prospect of living off his wealth? It is Zong Chun who covets our Yu beauty's allure, thus instigating a divorce. But what has that to do with her? Unable to control her own husband, she resorts to bullying innocent women. Women like you, who cannot discern right from wrong, should be stripped of their womanhood. Fellow family members, I suddenly recall a video that trended earlier. It seems the puppet master behind this is now glaringly evident. And lo, someone has released a script that appears to be the original performance script intended for Yu Beauty. The comparison to the video evokes a chilling scene. The script narrates tales of national affairs, the bond between a beautiful woman and a confidant, and the tragic tale of dying for one's beloved in a time of chaos. It transcends romantic entanglements, serving to validate the term beautiful confidant, which has often been imbued with pejorative connotations in modern discourse. Yu Rian's intention was to utilize her looks and acting prowess to create a contrast, proving that even someone deemed a beautiful disaster could encounter a kindred spirit who understands and believes in her, devoid of ulterior motives or ambiguous intentions. Should she achieve that effect, It would undoubtedly stand as the most compelling testament to her skill. In contrast, the video concocted by Madame Zong depicts a mistress artfully leveraging the identity of a beautiful confidant to ingratiate herself with a man, subtly undermining and provoking his lawful wife. While the man becomes engrossed in his romantic escapades, entirely neglecting the plight of his suffering spouse. Ultimately, the original wife, driven to despair, exposes the true nature of the beautiful confidant. The minor details align closely with the script, making comparison a straightforward endeavor. Yet, it has now morphed into a farce, also confirming Madame Zong's involvement in the collusion to suppress Urian. Indeed, the judges of the entertainment industry mete out justice, punishing all sins. Your malicious intent to harm others has now backfired. Observing the vitriol directed at her online, Madame Zong could no longer maintain her composure. She never imagined she would one day experience online harassment. Not only she, but even her family background had been unearthed by netizens, and various relatives had begun calling to inquire about her well-being. Her face turned ashen, her mind awhirl as she contemplated contacting her husband.
Meanwhile,
netizens began speculating on the reason for Zong Chun's absence, and someone quickly provided an analysis. Is it possible he plans to propose to you beauty after the divorce? But she refused, leading him to teach her a lesson and threaten her? Otherwise, tonight's events make no logical sense. Fellow family members, we are currently waiting outside the live broadcast hall with other fans. We have not seen an ambulance or Zong Chun emerge. I truly do not believe he is too ill to perform. Ugh, this is nauseating. Old men should stay away. Madame Zong stared in disbelief at those comments.
Meanwhile,
Zong Chun continued to display his foolishness, attempting to trouble the director and producer. Qin Zhao, having observed the online frenzy, declared with a hint of mischief, "Teacher Zong, perhaps you should heed the sentiments of the internet. The director's refusal to let you take the stage is, in fact, in your best interest, lest you tarnish your legacy." Pfft. It seems this news will spread quickly. However, the implication of taking the stage also suggests he himself is at risk of tarnishing his legacy. Zong Chun was taken aback, nervously pulling out his phone to check, and upon seeing the news, his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 141. A hypocrite's facade crumbles. This is truly amusing. The director and producer had grown numb to the chaos that ensued online, too lazy even to investigate. As they had no intention of allowing Zong Chun to take the stage, they turned to discuss the next arrangements with Pei Mingxian. Meanwhile, Zong Chun could no longer hold it together. Initially resolute about the decision to divorce and remarry, he found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught of mockery and insults now circulating online. It dawned on him that he could not withstand such public scrutiny. Moreover, netizens had begun to widely disseminate his intentions for the night. The phrase tarnished legacy struck him like a slap to the face. It can only be said that a middle-aged man, well protected by his wife, had been blissfully unaware of his previous foolishness, naively believing he could charge forth for love. Now, however, regret and remorse consumed him, leaving him unable to stand. Look at that cold sweat. One must wonder if he contemplated such an outcome when making that decision.
Ha ha ha.
The Qin family, indeed, believed that even without tonight's incident, should he successfully navigate a divorce and remarry, he would likely find himself the target of overwhelming online backlash, and it was probable that Yu Ruyan would be hastily pushed forward to deflect the blame. After all, Zong Chun's inherent nature was one of selfishness and coldness. Suddenly, as if awakening from a stupor, Zong Chun dashed towards Yu Ruyan. Is he attempting to coax Yu Ruyan into clarifying the situation, hoping to extricate himself unscathed? The Qin family remarked, "Truly, his shamelessness knows no bounds." Despite their scornful comments, they gravitated towards the area where Yu Ruyan was resting, intending to intercept Zong Chun. Meanwhile, Pei Mingxian, who was conversing with the director and producer, promptly stepped in front of Zong Chun. Zong Chun, wearing a forced smile tinged with anxiety, insisted, "I have matters to discuss with Ruyan." Pei Mingxian, feigning politeness, replied, "Regardless, your performance has been cancelled, so what pressing matters could you possibly have? Teacher Yu has worked tirelessly. Let her rest a moment. The supporting actors will soon be interviewed, and Teacher Yu must be in prime condition to take the stage." She suggested that Zong Chun ought to urgently consult a public relations team to manage the online discourse. Zong Chun's expression twisted in frustration, unable to contain his emotions. What business was it of theirs to meddle in his affairs? He is truly agitated now. Witnessing this facade of composure crumble is rather amusing. Not only the Qin family, but also the other onlookers backstage were captivated by the unfolding drama. Connections were about to be forged. Pei Mingxian, with a knowing smile, remarked, "After all, ISNT teacher U's contract nearing its expiration?" Zhong Chun froze, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Pei Mingxian. Initially, he had entertained the notion of having Urian assist in his clarification, primarily because her contract was about to conclude, effectively stripping him of any support. Yet at this moment, as he surveyed the surroundings, he was struck by the realization that Urian was now surrounded by a cadre of top-tier talents. Urian was no longer an isolated entity, easily coerced or enticed. Ultimately, Zhong Chun retreated in disgrace. Zhong Siki, too, was taken aback by the current predicament. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, he lacked the confidence to intervene, hastily following after Zhong Chun. Upon locating him, he overheard Zhong Chun on a phone call with Madame Zhong. Zhong Siki felt a surge of anxiety and crept closer to eavesdrop, fearing that his meddling might be exposed in a confrontation. "What have you done?" Zhong Siki was astonished to hear his uncle in such a dire situation, not seeking his aunt's assistance but instead chastising her. The audacity of such harshness was beyond Zhong Siki's comprehension. "Darling, is it because your proposal failed?" Madame Zhong's voice was uncertain, seemingly still grappling with the repercussions of the online revelations. Silence. "Do you understand how your reckless actions have ruined everything for me? This was initially our private matter. Why did you choose to disclose it? Why did you ally with the wives group to orchestrate such schemes? And now look what has transpired. Do you know how the director and producer just addressed me? They refuse to allow me on stage. They have no interest in my future participation in programs. After years in this industry, I am being treated with such disdain. All because of you." Zhong Chun, who prided himself on being cultured, had never spoken so harshly to Madame Zhong, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Darling, I'm sorry. I had no idea they would turn against me. I truly didn't, know." Zhong Chun's indignation intensified. He felt utterly aggrieved. He had never taken advantage of Urian. It was merely a failed proposal. Why, then, should he be subjected to such treatment? His wife was foolish, and Urian was a vixen. Their husbands, who engaged in sordid acts, were the true culprits. Why should he be held accountable alongside them? After all these years, do you not know what kind of person I am? Have I ever blamed you for not bearing children? I even told others it was my choice not to have children. I have been exceedingly kind to you. Yet you repay me in this manner. No, dear, I only wanted to deal with Urian. This was all a misunderstanding. How could I ever turn against you?" Zhong Chun retorted fiercely. "You need to find a way to mitigate the fallout. Otherwise, our marriage will truly come to an end." Madame Zhong fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. It was only when Zhong Chun grew impatient that she finally murmured, "Darling, let us discuss this at home. It's not something that can be resolved quickly." Upon seeing her willingness to address the issue, Zhong Chun exhaled in relief, grateful to regain the upper hand. Had Madame Zhong chosen this moment to confront him over earlier matters, it would have been a genuine predicament. Meanwhile, Zhong Siki observed his uncle's hypocritical demeanor in disbelief. Yet he was even more confounded by Madame Zhong's refusal to abandon Zhong Chun. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. On the other side, after the unwelcome presence had departed, the director and producer began organizing the supporting actors to take the stage for interviews. This move undoubtedly won the hearts of online viewers. Previously, audiences feared the allure of a vixen clinging to veteran actors. Now, they were concerned about those shamelessly pursuing the enchanting Urian. As the stunning actresses made their entrances one by one, the comments section erupted with praise for each of them. However, it became apparent during the host's interview that these actresses were no longer accustomed to the spotlight. Some even displayed visible trepidation, haunted by the psychological scars left by past scandals that forced them out of the industry. Clearly, they were feeling the pressure. The host cheerfully remarked, "It's understandable, considering it has been 7 years." The actresses exchanged knowing smiles and nodded. Yes, 7 years. Yet, during their recent performance, they had appeared so natural and exceptional. "Because I love acting." If others had made such a statement, it might have seemed like a standard response, but their sincerity resonated deeply. Without passion, how could they have delivered such a remarkable performance after such a long absence from the stage? The host chuckled. "What a splendid comeback. Many viewers are already asking when you will act again. They are eagerly waiting." The actress's smiles brightened considerably, imbued with a sense of relief. "To perform once more has fulfilled me. I am grateful to teachers Ji Fei and Xin Chao for this opportunity. It has made me realize that good and evil will ultimately be repaid." I have completely withdrawn from the industry and will not return. Should teachers Ji and Qin ever require me for a cameo, I would be willing. Chapter 142. The Beauty's Embrace, the Beauty's Kiss. Upon hearing this, the comments section exploded with lamentations. Even the live audience expressed their dismay. Once the other actresses offered similarly poignant responses. The comment section was filled with cries of despair over the loss of so many talented actresses. Viewers were incensed, directing their ire towards the unscrupulous men and their conniving accomplices. The host could not help but lament, "Are you truly not reconsidering? At the very least, after this stage performance, I believe your careers should proceed more smoothly." After all, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the top-tier group had paved a favorable path for them. Even if marketing accounts spread rumors or others conspired against them, the public would be less inclined to believe it. In fact, Pei Mingxian had actively sought to sign them, recognizing their potential, yet they had all declined, likely finding peace within themselves. The actress smiled. "Yes, my purpose in coming here was never to make a comeback." The host seemed to notice the unique glimmer in the actress's eyes and quickly inquired, "Besides performing once and clarifying the truth, is there another reason for your return?" Curiosity piqued, everyone turned to the actresses on stage. They exchanged knowing glances and smiled. "We have come to inscribe a testament to our experiences within the entertainment industry, hoping that future actresses with similar fates will have a resilient shield to protect themselves, preventing the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows from extending their dirty hands towards them." One actress even playfully quoted the wives group's remarks against Urian. "Those who attain their roles through merit should be accorded respect. Let those who resort to unscrupulous means depart from the entertainment industry, for they are not welcome here." As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the venue, and upon their conclusion, thunderous applause erupted, resonating throughout the hall. The barrage of comments on the screen shifted from pleas for them to stay and lamentations over their talents, or vitriolic condemnations of the malevolent, to a resounding echo of their own words. Though their power may be limited, they chose to stand up and endeavor to amend the arduous plight of actresses within the entertainment sphere. They are performers, not mere playthings of capital, nor objects under the male gaze. While some actresses may indeed seek to tread the treacherous path, the majority do not. Many find themselves ensnared in the grotesque desires of men, compelled to navigate the narrow confines of survival and ultimately, even upon achieving success, their accomplishments may be tarnished by a whisper of scandal. Such is the injustice, yet there is always a glimmer of hope. As the lights swept across the audience, it was time for the last supporting actress, Urian, to take the stage. The actresses on stage smiled at Urian, as if awaiting her arrival on the platform they had meticulously prepared. Urian gazed at them, momentarily taken aback, for they once shared a similar fate. With a gentle smile, she turned and reached out, studying the exuberantly bouncing Ji Fei, followed closely by Qin Chao. The trio ascended the stage together. The applause swelled once more, shaking the very hall, while the comments exploded with chants of "Feynman forever, reform the entertainment industry." During Urian's interview, Ji Fei and Qin Chao seized the opportunity to extend an invitation, elevating the evening's atmosphere to its zenith. Although Pei Mingxian had already conferred with Urian, in that fleeting moment, her eyes brimmed with tears and her body trembled as she turned to embrace Ji Fei. The atmosphere was charged. The actresses gravitated towards Ji Fei, resulting in her receiving affectionate kisses from every stunning beauty present, causing her cheeks to flush with excitement, nearly forgetting to feign her limp. With a face adorned with lipstick marks, Ji Fei exited the stage, her heart light with joy. "Beautiful ladies, your kisses are indeed delightful. My fortune is bound to incite envy in countless men," she exclaimed, laughing. "Xiao Tao, capture this moment for posterity," Ji Fei added with a grin. The joyous ambience persisted. Although the Qin family members exchanged furtive glances towards Qin Xian, who wore a subtly troubled expression, Qin Xian's gaze lingered on the lipstick marks adorning Ji Fei's face. Once Xiao Tao finished taking photos, he swiftly approached and, seizing the moment while Ji Fei was caught off guard, swept her up in his arms. Ji Fei nearly shrieked in surprise. "What are you doing?" "The show has ended. It's time to go home." "Your foot is injured. I shall carry you," he asserted. "There are so many people watching. There's no need for that," Ji Fei retorted, her words faltering as she quietly added, "Actually, it seems to not hurt anymore. I can walk by myself." "No, you can't," Qin Xian replied curtly, ignoring her protests as he carried Ji Fei away through the emergency exit of the live broadcast building. With his long legs and wide strides, he ensured that Ji Fei felt no sense of being observed. In truth, Ji Fei was being overly cautious, given their status. Even if someone captured a photo, it could not be disseminated. As their body temperatures began to meld in the embrace, Qin Xian's inexplicable irritation gradually subsided. Noticing Ji Fei's continued silence, he couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been too domineering, making her uncomfortable. Yet the next moment he realized he had overthought it. For a mischievous hand began to roam over him, feigning that the friction was merely a result of his movements. Upon reaching the parked car, Qin Xian felt his face flush with embarrassment. A beautiful lady's kiss, a handsome man's embrace. What a sublime experience.
Listening to Ifei's ramblings,
Qin Xian recognized that she was genuinely happy this evening. After placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, he suddenly became aware of something. Wait, where is everyone else? Ji Fei inquired. Qin Xian paused, momentarily forgetting, then picked up his phone to discover a group message devoid of Ji Fei's presence. Qin father. Are we just leaving like this? Qin mother. Is this what they call forgetting one's parents after finding a spouse? Exciting JPG. Qin Yan, second brother only has eyes for Fei Fei, haha, JPG. Qin Chao, drive away with everyone JPG. Qin Rong, pictures, pictures, pictures. The messages were filled with various angles of Qin Xian carrying Ji Fei. Qin Xian felt a flush of embarrassment as he saved the photos while making his way to the driver's seat. They'll wait for the third one to join us. We should leave first, he stated. Upon arriving home, the others had yet to return. Yet Qin Xian chose to maintain the charade and carry Ji Fei all the way to her room. Only when he laid her on the bed did Ji Fei finally feel a bit awkward. Quickly, she chuckled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. You need not trouble yourself any further." Qin Xian, understanding her sentiment, refrained from making her feel uncomfortable any longer, offering a brief reminder before preparing to leave. However, just before exiting, he couldn't resist turning back to say, "You handled tonight's events splendidly." Ji Fei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he meant, yet inexplicably. A smile tugged at her lips. "I think so too," she replied. Qin Xian smiled back before departing. Ultimately, the so-called PK of this episode concluded with the opposing side conceding, rendering the outcome inconclusive. Yet, the online frenzy did not wane with the live stream's end. New scandals emerged, bringing unrestrained delight to Ji Fei and the ladies of the Qin family who gathered in her room. Historically, trending topics on social media would eclipse previous scandals. But on this particular night, regrettably, all that surfaced were tales of reprehensible individuals, leading to a relentless cycle of public scrutiny as each new revelation prompted the revival of earlier scandals, with no hope of deflection. Major fan accounts altered their avatars to reflect their outrage, while those who had fallen from grace faced the consequences. This was a night of purging the entertainment industry's filth. Meanwhile, those who had managed to evade mention trembled in fear, dreading the possibility of being implicated. Of course, some ill-intentioned women took the opportunity to fabricate accusations, attempting to stir the waters, but such claims were swiftly debunked. It can be said that truth cannot masquerade as falsehood, and falsehood cannot embody truth. The judgments rendered by the entertainment industry are never gender-specific, but rather directed at the truth. In the Zhong household that night, only the couple remained. After witnessing the futile cleansing strategies employed by those who had fallen from grace, Madame Zhong finally voiced her hidden thoughts, yet Zhong Chun appeared hesitant. "My dear, are you truly confident in this? If it goes awry, I could be utterly ruined." Madame Zhong gazed at him with a penetrating look and replied, "Fear not, my husband. Leave everything to me." Chapter 143. You want me to go to the hotel to photograph you, Ruyan and Zhong Chun in the act of infidelity. With the conclusion of the program recording, Ji Fei embarked on her 3-day respite at home, indulging in the unfolding drama within the entertainment industry. As she enjoyed her time off, her reputation as a judge in the industry only grew more enigmatic. In the living room, the Qin family gathered, engaged in lively conversation. Qin Rong, unable to contain her laughter, showed Ji Fei her phone. On the screen were scathing comments from netizens. "We thought the most fragile personas would collapse. But it turns out it's everyone else. One must admit that Sister Fei possesses a touch of the mystical." Ji Fei remarked, "Well, I must say, I do have a bit of that mystique about me." The Qin family, recalling her unique abilities, couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at this. It suggests that whoever you choose to be with, they must be cautious, or else they might fall from grace and lose both love and wealth." Qin Yan added with a smile. "Fei Fei has become a barometer of sorts," Qin mother commented with a grin.
Ye Fei, amused, quipped.
My private messages on Weibo are flooded with requests for assessments. I've become a master of appraisals. Pursuing a celebrity is akin to marriage. It may start off well, but in the end, it's all about conscience. I can't claim to know who will falter in the future. The Chin family nodded in agreement. By the way, does Urian count as one of your studio's artists? Chin mother inquired curiously. Accompanying Chin Shi in playing with models, Chin Chao glanced at the time and remarked, "It's about time, isn't it?" Today, Pei Mingxian will accompany her to the former company to terminate the contract, after which the official contract will be signed. You mustn't exploit her in the contract. Qin Ma couldn't help but exclaim, that poor girl. Both Qin Ba and Qin Ma were kind-hearted individuals, which led them to previously decide to provide employee benefits for Urian, directly assisting her grandmother in transferring to the finest rehabilitation facility under the Qin Group for her recovery. It was Qin Yan who took charge of handling this matter. Qin Chao, speechless, responded, "Do we appear to be in want of money? The contract offers her a considerable degree of freedom." Ji Fei chuckled, according to Sister Pei. The plan is to cultivate Urian for the big screen, with the ultimate goal of securing an international film queen title. Given Urian's talent, her future prospects are boundless. Everyone felt gratified that Urian had reached this milestone. Just as they were conversing, Ji Fei's phone vibrated, and upon casually glancing at it, she discovered a private message from a secondary Weibo account. "Are you free to shoot something?" Ji Fei was momentarily taken aback.
Oh,
I remember now. I previously used this account to masquerade as a paparazzo to sell exposé videos to marketing accounts. Is he asking me to shoot something? Does he truly think I am a paparazzo? Well, let us see what gossip needs capturing. Initially, the Qin family paid little attention to this unexpected incident, until Ji Fei's heart-stirring voice reverberated through their ears. Aside from Qin Shi, who remained oblivious, the others leaned in, nearly covering their ears. What is happening? They want me to go to a hotel to capture photos of Urian and Zhong Chun in an affair. The Qin family exclaimed in disbelief. What? The entire world suspects that the Zhong couple is entangled with Urian, who is merely an innocent victim. How can anyone be foolish enough to request someone to capture affair photos at such a time? Ji Fei straightened in her seat, her thumbs flying over the screen as she immediately sent an inquiry. What? Someone secretly leaked information to the marketing account, claiming that tonight Urian would be checking into XX Hotel with Zhong Chun, which is why they are desperately seeking capable paparazzi for first-hand photos. Nonsense. How could that be? The Qin family also found this utterly absurd, recognizing it as slander. It appeared that while the marketing accounts could not discern the truth, they preferred to err on the side of caution and would rather kill an innocent story than miss a potential scoop, hence hiring paparazzi. After all, in such circumstances, whoever held the leading narrative would undoubtedly reach the peak of popularity. If this were substantiated, it could lead to a significant fallout. Not only for Urian but also for the female supporting actresses and top-tier stars aiding her. Ji Fei could sense the excitement emanating from the other side of the screen, as it was a treasure trove of sensational news for the marketing accounts. If they could capture photographs, they would issue a preview and wait for negotiations. If unsatisfied, or if the opposing side offered more, they would release the information. Since Ji Fei had previously provided exclusive content, the marketing account assumed she was an exceptional paparazzo, believing that such a private setting was typically inaccessible to the average paparazzo, thus seeking her collaboration. You think you can topple my public persona as an entertainment judge? How naive. I'm not particularly invested in maintaining this persona either. TSK. Never mind, I need to investigate what is truly going on. The Qin family, seated on the sofa, fell silent, awaiting answers, confident that it was likely a misunderstanding. Yet the next moment, they were met with a string of Ji Fei's exclamations. What a wicked couple, conspiring together to frame Urian. The Qin family was taken aback. To this day, neither Urian nor the Zhong couple had come forward to comment, indicating that both parties intended to handle the situation discreetly. From Urian's perspective, she lacked evidence and understood the adage of not pursuing a cornered foe, recognizing that expending too much of the netizens' sympathy could be detrimental, thus opting to let the matter lie. Meanwhile, the Zhong couple, if they had any sense, should remain low profile at this juncture. After all, their gossip was baseless, and a little avoidance could lead to the situation blowing over. Unlike those previously subjected to public execution and forced apologies. Yet now, it seemed they were poised to stir trouble once more. They planned to prepare a drug for Urian, to prove that she seduced Zhong Chun, then have the paparazzi capture it and subsequently release it through the marketing account. So the source of the marketing account's information is actually Mrs. Zhong, orchestrating a staged affair. The objective is to let the netizens believe that Urian seduced Zong Chun, attempting to disrupt their family, leading Mrs. Zong to mistakenly assume that Zong Chun intended to divorce and that Zong Chun refrained from performing to reject Urian. Since their actions left little evidence, this reversal narrative, coupled with seductive photos as proof, could entirely alter the situation and exonerate them. The Qin family was appalled by the revelation. They had only perceived the couple as shameless, but now they recognized their malicious intent. But wait, Mrs. Zong is love-struck. How could she bring herself to do this? Is she planning to intervene before anything happens? The Qin family responded, of course. Otherwise, wouldn't he that allow that shameless Zong Chun to succeed?
What?
She informs Zong Chun that she intends to intervene, yet secretly plans to drug him, making the seduction a reality, thereby ruining Urian and Zong Chun's future. This way, she can completely ensnare Zong Chun. What a twisted scheme. The Qin family's minds buzzed, as if they were hearing a middle-aged version of a frenzied, obsessive love tale. But, Aunt, if you wish to take down this freeloading man, I have no objections. Handle it yourself. Why drag an innocent girl into this mess? The Qin family quickly turned to Ji Fei. What do we do now? Knowing this, we must save her. Chapter 144, The Cautious Urian. Ji Fei was clearly on edge, appearing eager to find an excuse to leave. The Qin family was equally anxious, contemplating a reason to follow. Suddenly, Qin Ba had a flash of inspiration, pulling out his phone and feigning surprise. Qin Xian mentioned that a friend's hotel has received some high-quality ingredients. Shall we go out for dinner? Qin Ma immediately played along seamlessly, asking which hotel. XX Hotel, Qin Ba replied, while simultaneously messaging Qin Xian to align their stories. Upon hearing the hotel's name, Ji Fei felt a jolt of realization. Qin Yan immediately interjected, then let us go for dinner. Qin Rong nodded in agreement. Qin Chao promptly grabbed Qin Shi and said, I'll get the driver ready. Qin Shi, however, looked on in confusion at the gathering crowd.
Ji Fei remarked, Wo.
What a coincidence. The Qin family froze, realizing perhaps it was too contrived. Ji Fei continued, it seems the heavens can't bear to see this, prompting us to rescue Urian. The Qin family collectively exhaled in relief and hurried into action. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, preoccupied with paperwork, glanced at his phone, fell into contemplation, and quickly organized his tasks to join the family affair. When the family arrived at the hotel, they were relieved it was such a private establishment. Otherwise, with the current popularity of Qin Chao and Ji Fei, even a disguised appearance might have led to recognition. As they were received by the staff, they lingered until Ji Fei's thoughts pierced through the air. Just in time, they're still in a restaurant discussing matters. And the drug has been slipped into the coffee. Thankfully, it hasn't been consumed yet. The Qin family instantly panicked. If the drug had already been administered, it was dire. They hurriedly followed Ji Fei's thoughts and found the closest private booth, as the restaurant's compartments were semi-enclosed, generally obscuring the seated guests from view unless one passed by. However, by listening closely, they could still hear the conversation. A table of individuals feigned engagement with their phones while waiting for Qin Xian to arrive, strangely devoid of any interaction. Ji Fei, absorbed in eavesdropping, failed to notice this peculiarity. She was solely focused on the possibility that if Urian came in for coffee, she would immediately act as though it were a chance encounter to intervene. Meanwhile, a cold, clear voice from Urian floated through the air. Madame Zong, you are already aware of the circumstances. I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between me and your husband. The analyses circulating online are indeed accurate. I have no intention of casting blame upon you, and I sincerely hope that our entanglement concludes here. I have embarked on a new chapter in my life and wish to be free from your interference. How shameless. Madame Zong is using threats of continuous harassment to compel Urian to meet with her. Otherwise, Urian would never have agreed to this meeting, as she wants to avoid causing trouble for the studio and must resolve matters herself. The Qin family could not help but frown, acknowledging that Urian was still unaccustomed to her status as a signed artist of the studio. She remains unaware that her trivial concerns could be managed by her agent and the studio. Currently, Urian instinctively grapples with challenges alone. How foolish to face it single-handedly. What if something goes awry? The Qin family shook their heads in disapproval of Urian's actions.
Ha!
A woman like you exists merely to seduce. It is clear that you are the one who has caused the rift in our marriage, yet you feign innocence. It is your fault he has taken a liking to you. After all, you flaunt your allure. How skillfully you strike at others' vulnerabilities.
Yet,
Yu Ruyan suddenly declared. I am not at fault. He is at fault. You are at fault. But I am absolutely not at fault. This statement caused those eavesdropping to exhale in relief. Well said. You truly do not perceive your own errors? Someone once told me that being beautiful is a stroke of luck. The fault lies with this world, and I have no obligation to atone for others' mistakes. Do you know how deeply we loved each other before you appeared?
How deeply?
Is it the love that kept you apart for over half a year under the pretext of filming? Or the love that made you eat off his plate while he manipulated you into believing you were unworthy of his talent? My dear wife, stop comforting yourself. He does not love you at all. The Chin family was somewhat astonished. How could this couple maintain such a deluded relationship? Yu Ruyan, however, was disinterested in their trivialities. This matter does not concern me. It is between you two. I merely hope you cease to harass me. Madame Zhong was about to continue her incessant emotional outpouring. At this point, the Chin family had ordered drinks and exchanged glances, having discerned the identity of their interlocutor, thus deeming it unnecessary to conceal anything. Is Madame Zhong always this verbose? Is she merely stalling for time? I wonder what Zhong Chun is up to? The Chin family grew curious. Lo and behold, Madame Zhong had prepared tea in the hotel room. Meanwhile, Zhong Chun, in his nervousness, has already consumed several cups and is now drowsily asleep from the effects of the medication. The Chin family could only feel speechless. On the other side, upon realizing Zhong Chun was unresponsive to her messages, Madame Zhong smirked, abruptly halting her dialogue to sip her coffee. Generally, during pauses in conversation, one would expect both parties to sip their drinks, yet Yu Ruyan did not partake. Madame Zhong furrowed her brow slightly, her expression shifting as she lamented. Perhaps you are right. It is indeed our fault, but I truly am. It is good that you can come to terms with it. I do not intend to blame you. Yu Ruyan's tone softened. Haha, after so much conversation. Is teacher you not thirsty? Drink up. I ordered this especially for you, my favorite flavor, a unique coffee only available at this hotel. Hearing this, the others tensed up. Ji Fei immediately stood to greet her, but as she stood halfway, Yu Ruyan interjected. Sorry, I cannot drink. Ji Fei froze, awkwardly sitting back down, puzzled alongside the Chin family. What? Madame Zhong likely did not expect such a response. Across the table, Yu Ruyan's smile faded as she remarked, since entering society, I have learned many valuable lessons, one of which is to never touch open beverages that have not been under my watchful gaze. This statement was akin to a revelation. The attendees exchanged glances, impressed by her wisdom, particularly the girls, who understood that when out in public, one must be cautious of food and drink that strays from their sight. For Yu Ruyan, this coffee was not ordered by her, it had simply appeared on the table, and she would never allow such a thing to cross her lips. Haha, I initially thought Yu Ruyan was rather careless, but after years in the entertainment industry, one must possess a degree of caution to achieve such success. It appears my presence is no longer necessary. At this moment, Madame Zhong's expression twisted. Teacher Yu, I was just about to mend our differences, and you are refusing to give me face. Oh, still attempting to leverage your status? Your face is worth little. Ji Fei, concerned for Yu Ruyan, intended to step in again, but suddenly heard Yu Ruyan ask, Is there something in this coffee? The room fell silent. Chapter 145. Should I resist or not? What the hell? How did she know? Ji Fei was truly stunned. The Chin family exchanged astonished glances. Madame Zhong's expression nearly faltered but quickly turned to anger. What are you implying? Yet Yu Ruyan replied. If there were truly nothing amiss, you would be perplexed. Not instantly enraged. Madame Zhong, you are not an actress. Without exceptional skill, it is difficult to deceive a professional performer. It was strange that you invited me and even insisted I drink something before our meeting. If I lacked this level of vigilance, I would have been duped countless times in the entertainment industry. At this point, Madame Zhong was genuinely struggling to maintain her composure. Yu Ruyan held the coffee cup firmly before her, stating, I intended for a peaceful resolution, but since you are so ruthless, do not blame me. Having said that, she swiftly picked up her phone, ready to make a call. You're calling the police? Madame Zhong's voice sharpened. Ji Fei, noticing the commotion next door, immediately stood up, followed by the Chin family. Nearby, the staff rushed over upon hearing the disturbance. Madame Zhong nearly lunged to seize the coffee cup. Yu Ruyan attempted to flee with the cup, but Madame Zhong shoved her from behind. Ji Fei, being the closest, could only catch the falling Yu Ruyan, yet the coffee cup slipped from her grasp, sending its contents flying in a parabolic arc, splattering all over someone's head. At this moment, The Qin family had yet to leave their semicircular booth, merely staring in astonishment at the scene unfolding. Qin Xian stood there, drenched in coffee, his expression frozen as he surveyed the situation. Both Madame Zhong and Yu Ruyan were taken aback, fully aware of Qin Xian's identity, and utterly unprepared to encounter Ji Fei and the entire Qin family here. What a spectacle! Ji Fei steadied Yu Ruyan, glancing at Qin Xian's disheveled appearance, torn between laughter and a sense of mischief. A glance from Qin Xian prompted Ji Fei to hurriedly grab napkins from the table, awkwardly dabbing at him as if he were a drenched puppy. Qin Xian, however, made no protest, allowing Ji Fei to assist him. Madame Zhong regained her composure, relieved that the coffee was gone, and stepped forward to say, "Mr. Qin, I apologize for the disturbance we caused earlier. I am truly sorry." Yu Ruyan quickly followed suit, expressing her apologies, acutely aware of her ties to the Qin group. After saying her apologies, she graciously thanked Ji Fei. Meanwhile, Madame Zhong, having completed her speech, made a hasty exit. Yu Ruyan did not stop her. Her emotions remained remarkably stable, knowing that even if she brought it up, Madame Zhong would deny everything, making it futile to argue. However, she was not entirely unprepared. She requested a copy of the surveillance footage from the staff, promising to use it as a warning should Madame Zhong harass her again. The Qin family felt a sense of regret, glancing at the fallen coffee cup on the floor. Nonetheless, after this incident, it seemed Madame Zhong would truly think twice before provoking Yu Ruyan again. As the proprietor, the Qin family gently advised that henceforth, she should refrain from acting alone and always be accompanied by her agent. Yu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she bid farewell to everyone and departed the hotel in a calm and composed manner. Once she left, whatever transpired thereafter would no longer concern her. At that moment, the hotel manager arrived, perceptively inviting Qin Xian to the presidential suite upstairs to tidy himself. Although he was reluctant to let any more coffee drip from his hair, he could not possibly leave with such a disheveled appearance, so he ascended to clean up. The Qin family exchanged glances, eager to encourage Ji Fei to accompany him. However, before they could voice their thoughts, Ji Fei suddenly declared, "I'll go with you." Qin Xian was taken aback, gazing at Ji Fei. The Qin family rejoiced. At last, the presidential suite, on the same floor. Now, with Zhong Chun under the influence of medication, Madame Zhong should be seeking him out. Moreover, the paparazzi might attempt to force their way in. What if they capture some scandalous moments? How thrilling that would be.
I want to see it.
The Qin family mused. It is both unexpected and yet entirely anticipated. Well, they too were curious. Originally, they had come to rescue someone, but with that issue resolved, they could now sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Qin Xian sighed silently, turned, and left, with Ji Fei eagerly trailing behind. Once they departed, the Qin family promptly requested a room and followed suit. Upon arriving at the suite, while undressing, they discovered Qin Xian's clothes had also been stained. Fortunately, his business vehicle was stocked with spare tire, so a quick call to his assistant would suffice. Qin Xian shed his outer garments and headed to the bathroom for a swift wash, emerging in a bathrobe to retrieve his new clothes. To his surprise, he found Ji Fei seated on the plush bed, clutching his outfit, her gaze intense. The scene felt undeniably peculiar, and Qin Xian's expression darkened, uncertain if it was the warm lighting of the hotel room or something else that stirred a tremor within him. Suddenly, Ji Fei turned her head, her eyes bright and clear. "What are you doing?" Qin Xian's voice unexpectedly faltered. Ji Fei suddenly exclaimed, "I just realized. Can the substances on the clothes be tested for their effects?" She quickly elaborated on the eavesdropped conversation to avoid revealing her intentions. Qin Xian replied, "I'll have my assistant send them for analysis." Ji Fei nodded, but then her body stiffened, casting a curious glance at Qin Xian. "What else is there?" he inquired. Ji Fei hastily shook her head. "Nothing. Have you finished your wash?" Qin Xian was about to nod when he suddenly perceived Ji Fei's thoughts flooding into his mind. "Oh no, I forgot." What if Qin Xian's lips accidentally touched the coffee? If even a trace can be tested for substances, could he be affected? His face is slightly flushed. Is it from the medication or the steam from the shower? Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He had indeed splashed a bit. What if he suddenly lost control and lunged at me? And then? His cheeks genuinely warmed. So that fluttering sensation was indeed due to the medication? This alluring and reserved gentleman taking the initiative. Should I resist or not? Qin Xian's ears burned, limbs stiffening as he discreetly glanced at Ji Fei. Did she desire that? After all, I am not the one who administered the drug. I am merely the victim here. Clearing his throat a few times, he approached the bed to retrieve his clothes. He would not engage in such ambiguity. Once divorced, it will be difficult to encounter someone of this caliber again. Qin Xian's hand froze momentarily, an unfamiliar feeling surging within him. He had previously found her nonsensical chatter irritating, yet now it felt like a prickly discomfort. No. Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state is inappropriate. I must calm myself and redirect my focus. I should check on their situation. A deep shadow crossed Qin Xian's gaze, and in a moment of heated impulse, he stood resolutely before her, leaning down. Chapter 146. For Uncle's Livelihood. An overwhelming aura enveloped Ji Fei as the potent scent of masculinity washed over her, causing her to instinctively lean back, nearly losing her balance. Ji Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Xian, who was drawing closer, her breath momentarily caught. Qin Xian's deep-set eyes softened, his voice low and imbued with a cool sensuality as he spoke to Ji Fei. What's the matter? Startled, Ji Fei instinctively raised her hand to ward him off. The bathrobe, which was already loosely draped, inadvertently placed Ji Fei's palm against Qin Xian's chest, still glistening with steam. A wave of sweetness surged within him. Indeed, despite her fierce demeanor, she would likely retreat in a moment of confrontation. He did not intend to pursue anything, merely feeling compelled by the medication to kiss her startled eyes and trembling lashes. Wait, wasn't he at the case that the coffee didn't tea actually contain any drugs? Then Qin Xian should be unaffected, right? What is he intending? Has he suddenly gone mad? Qin Xian? Ji Fei's expression shifted, astonished. Qin Xian knew. Qin Xian felt as if his tongue were on the verge of biting itself. You're on my clothes.
Yi Fei.
Qin Xian. He glanced down, realizing that indeed, a corner of the newly delivered shirt had been unintentionally sat upon by Ji Fei. She offered an awkward smile, while Qin Xian stood up, feigning calmness. Once Ji Fei moved aside, he retrieved his attire.
Phew.
You scared me, I thought. Oh, what a pity. I initially thought I could take advantage of the situation. Qin Xian, stubborn. Ji Fei covered her racing heart, stealing glances at Qin Xian as he returned to the bathroom with his clothes, allowing her to exhale in relief. Recalling the earlier events, her attention was immediately redirected. What's going on? Why was there no drug in Urian's coffee? Someone must have switched it, and now Madame Zong is under the influence. What a twist.
Now.
Who is with Madame Zong?
Ugh.
Wait, this is completely wrong. They're not related by blood, but still, how could they dare? Now even Qin Xian, who was dressing inside, grew curious about what they were discussing. What about Zong Chun? Is he left alone to fend for himself in the room? When Qin Xian emerged, he found Ji Fei crouched by the door, secretly peeking through the crack. Outside, footsteps could be heard, and he stood behind her. Ji Fei quickly gestured for silence. Qin Xian glanced over to see someone stealthily carrying photographic equipment, searching for a room. They seemed to have zeroed in on one, then began to act as if they were catching someone in the act, creating a commotion that roused several guests on the same floor.
Wait.
Why are my parents here too? Ji Fei exclaimed, wanting to step out but was held back by Qin Xian. Have you not noticed that Qin Zhao is absent? You are an artist now. If you are inadvertently photographed, it could lead to trouble. Ji Fei immediately felt aggrieved. I could be witnessing the hottest scoop firsthand. Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way? Seeing Ji Fei's pitiful expression, a flicker of amusement crossed Qin Xian's lips. He turned and grabbed a black shirt, placing it over Ji Fei's head, stating, "Cover your face. I'll take you out. Won't that make us more conspicuous? Being noticeable is fine, as long as your face isn't captured. My photos usually don't circulate." Ji Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enveloped herself in the black shirt, which still bore Qin Xian's scent, leaving only her eyes visible, gazing at him with anticipation. Qin Xian casually draped an arm over Ji Fei's shoulders, as if shielding her entirely, and confidently exited the room to join the fray. The sight of them together elicited suppressed laughter from the Qin family. After all, such reckless antics were not characteristic of Qin Xian. Qin Xian felt rather uneasy under the watchful gaze, while on the other side, Qin Zhao begrudgingly observed his second brother and sister-in-law. At this moment, devising a plan seemed futile. The presence of another person would only make him more conspicuous. The other residents on the same floor remained oblivious to their predicament, as the readily available scandalous drama intrigued many, who couldn't resist the urge to join in. Before they could gather, the paparazzi burst through the door, and instantly, sounds reminiscent of a risque film reverberated through the air. Ji-Fei barely had time to react before her ears were covered by someone's hands. Glancing at the other members of the Qin family, they hastily shielded their ears, albeit with expressions of shock and bewilderment. Their initial reaction was to wonder if the drugged Zhong Chun was seeking an antidote from his wife. The commotion stirred up by two middle-aged individuals was quite impressive. Yet, in the next moment, Ji-Fei's inner thoughts emerged. Zhong Siki must be famished. He seems able to consume anything. Not only is there a 20-year age gap, but she is also his aunt. The Qin family members. Wait, what are you talking about? Why do we recognize each word but fail to comprehend? What's Zhong Siki? What about his aunt? Aren't these two Zhong Chun and his wife? No. Strictly speaking, in their current situation, Mrs. Zhong is indeed drugged, not necessarily by choice. While Zhong Siki has not been affected by any drugs. The Qin family members, no, they merely arranged for you and Qin Xian to rendezvous. How did we miss so much information? When did Mrs. Zhong fall under the influence of drugs? Wasn't it she who drugged you, Rian? The Qin family, in a state of panic, longed to pull Ji-Fei aside and inquire in detail. This unexpected twist was absurd, plunging into a moral quandary of familial proportions. Amidst the crashing door, startled gasps resonated from within. They distinctly heard Mrs. Zhong's voice alongside that of a younger man. Then, the intruder shouted, "Good heavens! It's not you, Rian and Zhong Chun, but Mrs. Zhong and Zhong Chun's nephew." In an instant, Ji-Fei's thoughts were validated. The Qin family felt a wave of unease, regardless of the identities involved. They all wanted to exclaim, "What the hell?" Other onlookers, perhaps unfamiliar with them, still sensed the taboo in those titles. Such a scandalous affair required scrutiny. Consequently, many followed the paparazzi inside. Ji-Fei was quite eager to peek inside but feared the possible shock to her senses. Thus, she remained at the doorway, overhearing Zhong Siki's furious shout, "Who are you? You are invading my privacy, get out." He truly knows how to act. Isn't this your design? It seems your talents are wholly devoted to this performance. The Qin family chose to stay outside, listening to Ji-Fei's commentary. Zhong Siki orchestrated this. What was his motive? My principles have shattered. It was him who switched the coffee. When Mrs. Zhong arrived, she was unaware she had been drugged and went to find Zhong Siki to cancel the plan and prevent the paparazzi from coming. However, Zhong Siki secretly informed the marketing team about the room change, hence the paparazzi targeted this room. While piecing together the backstory, a resounding slap echoed from within. Have you lost your mind? How could you? Clearly, it was you, Aunt Yen. You were the one who embraced me first. I wanted to help you, I like you. Boo-hoo. Siki, you the Qin family. They're actually crying. Mrs. Zhong seems to believe it. Such acting. Even your uncle would bow down in admiration. To usurp your uncle's position and spare 2 decades of hard work, your acting has reached its zenith. Just then, the door next door swung open, revealing Zhong Chun. Pale-faced and stumbling through the crowd, charging inside. What are you doing? Chapter 147. This is Tiguanyan. Zhong Chun's arrival elevated the drama to unprecedented heights. Unable to contain themselves, Ji-Fei and her companions ventured inside to assess the situation. Inside the room, Zhong Siki and Mrs. Zhong were barely able to throw on their shirts, their bodies still ensconced beneath the covers, unable to leave the bed. Meanwhile, Zhong Chun trembled, nearly lifeless as he stood by the bed, yet still pointed an accusatory finger at them, his face turning green with rage. "Darling, I'm not, Mrs. Zhong's complexion was ashen, her panic becoming palpable. Beside her, Zhong Siki played the role of the innocent green tea, gazing at Mrs. Zhong with a pitiful expression. His demeanor resembled that of someone pleading for mercy from his elder sister. The Qin family nearly burst into laughter. Qin Xian could hardly suppress a cough. For Zhong Siki, despite his robust physique reminiscent of a gym instructor, was hardly the picture of innocence. Can one imagine the instructor's tone? In such a breathtakingly dramatic scene, the paparazzi ceased their pretense, transforming into gold standard reporters as they immediately cornered Zhong Chun with questions. "Mr. Zhong, how did you and your family end up in this peculiar situation?" "Family? Ha ha ha, this reporter knows how to ask questions." "The Qin family? Pfft. Mrs. Zhong, may I inquire, who do you truly love between these 2 nephews?" "Oh my, absolutely scandalous." At this point, not only the Qin family, but others present couldn't help but burst into laughter at the paparazzo's inquiry. However, the paparazzi remained unfazed. their professionalism intact as they relentlessly pursued answers. Were the previous divorce rumors true? Was it not you, Rian, but rather your wife who was unfaithful to your nephew? Mr. Zong, have you refrained from performing due to emotional distress? Were you here to catch the infidelity in the act? Mrs. Zong, what are your thoughts? Engaging in an affair while conspiring with the ladies' group against you, Rian? The reporter's incisive questions left both spouses feeling utterly humiliated. Mrs. Zong hoped Zong Chun would expel the interlopers, shut the door, and provide an explanation, yet Zong Chun glared at them with bloodshot eyes, seething with rage. Mr. Zong, you can't be so hypocritical. You were the one who claimed not to love Mrs. Zong, yet pursued love without consequence. While your wife's infidelity makes her a sinner. The Qin family quickly realized that Zong Chun's expression of betrayal and grief was laughably absurd. He believed Mrs. Zong was his possession to cast aside, but not to be taken by another. Zong Chun's emotions were indeed tumultuous. He had promised to stay married after this matter was resolved, to live well with her. How could she betray him by being with his nephew? You shameless woman! Zong Chun finally shed his facade, for a man's dignity and pride are paramount. Being caught in such a scandal crushed his honor. He raged, at your age. How can you behave so lewdly? Can't you find someone more appropriate? How could you stoop to a younger man, you shameless creature? As Zong Chun shouted, the onlookers naturally assumed it was Mrs. Zong who had been unfaithful. However, Mrs. Zong's pallor deepened as she gazed at Zong Chun in disbelief. Encountering such a situation left her flustered and wronged, longing for the man she had devoted herself to stand up for her, only to be met with such scorn. In an instant, her mental state crumbled. She perceived the man before her as loathsome, as if he were a stranger. Heavens, has Zong Chun not realized his own position? He is now mired in scandal, his reputation tarnished. His only shot at redemption lies with Mrs. Zong. Even if he cannot recover, he could still rely on a wealthy woman for a comfortable life. What on earth is he thinking, berating the very person he depends on? The Qin family was equally astonished, recognizing Zong Chun as utter lack of self-awareness, having been elevated too high by Mrs. Zong, rendering him increasingly foolish. In their marital dynamic, the one with the power of choice had always been Mrs. Zong, not Zong Chun, for everything he possessed was granted by her. Ji Fei couldn't help but revel in the unfolding drama, continually mocking, "Old Zong, how foolish. To live a life of comfort. What harm is there in sporting a touch of green atop one's head? In such moments, one ought to swallow their pride, even if it means gnashing their teeth, rather than maintaining such an elevated demeanor. Is one truly unafraid of having their own nephew usurp their position?" The Qin family stifled their laughter, for he was indeed a master of the yin-yang season. Yet, if the matriarch's infatuation clouded her judgment, one could only wonder. Zong Chun, silence yourself. The matriarch chided through tears, her voice laced with fury. Zong Chun was taken aback, unable to fathom that the matriarch would publicly demand his silence.
Oh,
Is this a moment of awakening? Could it be that a dog-eat-dog drama is about to unfold? The Qin family leaned in, eager to witness the spectacle. To their surprise, it was Zong Siki who spoke first. Uncle, how can you speak so of Sister Yan? This was an accident. Moreover, it is you who strayed in your affections, wishing to divorce Sister Yan. As he uttered these words, Zong Siki seemed to awaken from a stupor, realizing he had misspoken, and looked helplessly at the matriarch, who claims he is a newcomer in this game. If Pei Jia were to witness this performance, she would surely be tempted to sign him. The rugged man portrayed the delicate and flustered green tea with remarkable finesse. What a spectacle indeed! The Qin family, initially resolute in their attempt to suppress laughter, found it increasingly difficult. Thankfully, the room was filled with noise. Otherwise, their amusement might have disrupted the performance of the professional actor, Zong Siki. However, several tea enthusiasts among the Qin family resolved to abstain from tea guanyin henceforth, fearing that a sip might evoke memories of this iron-willed green tea, inciting uncontrollable laughter. Due to Zong Chun's slip of the tongue, the previously whispered gossip was suddenly validated. The paparazzi swiftly turned their focus on him. Zong Chun's expression twisted in fury as he lunged at Zong Siki, seizing his collar in a fit of rage. It was you. You orchestrated this entire affair. You did it on purpose. Yet, such a struggle would inevitably disturb the quilt, prompting the matriarch to instinctively protect it, inadvertently appearing to shield the young one. In Zong Chun's eyes, it seemed she was defending the latter. In a fit of anger, he struck out, exclaiming, "Fool! You still aid him. He is the one who conspired against our marriage. Do you truly believe he harbors any genuine affection for you, an older woman? He covets your wealth and status. Their family are nothing but leeches, once reliant on me, now merely seeking to supplant me, devoid of any true feelings for you. Zong Chun, the master of self-destruction, seemed unfazed by the matriarch's visibly changing demeanor, daring to strike and insult her, a true warrior indeed. The Qin family noticed that the tears had long evaporated from the matriarch's eyes, replaced by an icy resolve. Uncle, your failure to cherish Sister Yen does not imply that others do not value her. From long ago, Sister Yen has shown me kindness. No one has treated me as well. What is unreasonable about my affection for her? Sister Yen possesses many admirable qualities. Cannot you see? Do you presume others are blind? Zong Siki's heartfelt words resonated with those around them, eliciting belief. The stark contrast in praise and criticism was unmistakable. You little beast. You have committed the heinous act of betraying your uncle's wife. Do you truly believe you still have a future? Zong Chun bellowed at the matriarch. Get up. Let us report this little beast to the authorities.
Yanya.
Zong Siki exclaimed, seemingly startled, and swiftly called out to the matriarch. The divorce agreement you provided me? How does that not constitute infidelity? The matriarch interjected. Zong Siki's eyes brightened as he quickly added, You have been sleeping apart for over a year. Thus, my relationship with Sister Yen bears no moral dilemma. Only some formalities remain. Zong Chun stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe the matriarch's sudden coldness. It appeared that her unfeeling response had deeply unsettled him. The matriarch has made her choice, choosing to side with Zong Siki against Zong Chun. The Qin family was astonished. Given the matriarch's earlier reaction, they had presumed her infatuation would not easily dissipate. The paparazzi immediately seized upon the divorce issue, pressing Zong Chun for answers. Bewildered, he finally recognized the precariousness of his situation. Zong Chun's expression shifted through various shades before he managed to don a semblance of his former genteel demeanor, albeit somewhat stiffly. Suppressing his ire, he lowered his tone, stating, My dear lady, the matter of divorce was but a momentary lapse. Do you truly wish to sever ties with me for this little beast? I can forgive this unfortunate incident, for we have shared many years together. I am willing to endure this for the sake of our marriage.
Now.
You must choose. Will you believe in me or this schemer who has plotted against you? Zong Chun understood how to manipulate the matriarch's heart. Upon hearing his words, she seemed momentarily lost in thought, recalling the bond forged over many years. The affection he once held for her, which had compelled him to bear so much, weighed heavily on her heart. This has become tedious, she mused. Suddenly, Qin Xian leaned close to Ji Fei, whispering, It seems he has layers to his words. What does he mean by enduring for her? Ji Fei was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. The other members of the Qin family, having overheard, could not suppress their intrigue. I must admit, at this moment, I feel a twinge of sympathy for the matriarch. The contemptible can indeed possess their own sorrows, though their misdeeds cannot be excused. Zong Chun, you truly deserve your fate. The Qin family gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. What had transpired to elicit such a response from Ji Fei? Something monumental must be unfolding. Yet before Ji Fei could unveil the truth, Zong Siki adopted a posture of indignation, stating, Uncle, one cannot be so shameless. Even now, you seek to morally bind Sister Yen, coercing her back to your side? Zong Chun's expression darkened, disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Zong Siki. Before he could intervene, Zong Siki grasped the matriarch's hand, proclaiming, I apologize, Sister Yen, but I only learned recently that the issue of fertility lies not with you, but with him. Think about it. How could my uncle, with his mere 1 or 2 minutes, ever allow you to conceive? Do you truly believe he is so chaste, so uninterested in marital relations? It is he who is incapable. Upon seeing Urian, he suddenly believed himself capable, eager to prove his masculinity. A thunderous shockwave rippled through the room. The paparazzi scrambled to check their recording devices, desperate not to miss such a pivotal moment. The onlookers were captivated, their expressions a portrait of astonishment. All eyes turned towards Zong Chun. The man, known for his numerous leading roles, could only manage a fleeting minute or two in bed. How had the matriarch endured so many years, questioning her own worth? How could this be? The matriarch stared blankly at Zong Siki, her voice trembling as she absorbed the revelation. Zong Siki leaned in closer, whispering once more, causing the matriarch's face to flush crimson before paling. Finally, her eyes, now a deep shade of red, fixated intensely on Zong Chun. The crowd was left in suspense, eager to hear what had transpired. Only the Qin family understood the implications of Zhong Siqi's words. Zhong Siqi had drawn a comparison between the two men, revealing to the matriarch that she had never experienced genuine joy in their marital union. Having entered into a relationship with Zhong Chun during her youthful infatuation, she had been manipulated for a significant portion of her life, forever gazing up at her husband and never daring to voice her discontent. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that others did not share in her plight. Despite their inability to conceive, the mystery surrounding their fertility issues had never been resolved, as the matriarch's family had a history of women facing infertility. Consequently, she had always suspected the fault lay with herself, never once considering to examine Zhong Chun's medical reports. Whenever the topic of the couple seeking treatment arose, Zhong Chun would feign nonchalance, soothing her with sweet words until he convinced her that at her age, the prospect of childbirth was daunting, leaving her to bear the guilt of not being able to provide her husband with children. Zhong Chun was acutely aware of this dynamic, which emboldened his pursuit of Yu Ruyan and instigated a divorce, for he was certain that even if they parted ways, Mrs. Zhong would remain psychologically tethered to him, truly a cunning strategist. The Qin family, upon hearing this, couldn't help but cast disparaging glances at Zhong Chun, truly a despicable man. No wonder he recovered so swiftly despite being drugged. It seems he was simply incapable, which closes the logical loop. The Qin family soon realized the absurdity of the situation, and laughter erupted among them. At that moment, Zhong Chun's complexion had turned pallid, as if his mind was overwhelmed by the circumstances before him. You don't actually believe him, do you? Zhong Chun was the type to shed no tears until faced with a coffin. At this instant, Mrs. Zhong's expression resembled that of a vengeful spirit. Very well. Let us go to the hospital for an examination. If you have deceived me, Zhong Chun, I swear I will make you pay dearly. Have you lost your mind? How can you distrust me so? This is an insult. If you insist on this course of action, we shall divorce, and even if my innocence is proven, I shall never forgive you. Zhong Chun, in a desperate attempt to intimidate Mrs. Zhong, feigned a stance of unwavering defiance, hoping to dissuade her. Understand this. The one who has strayed is you. I have never betrayed you physically. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, before he could ascend to the moral high ground, a voice emerged from the crowd. ISNT, the reason for your fidelity simply that you know you're incapable. Fearing exposure by other women? The crowd didn't even turn to see who had spoken, but found the assertion remarkably reasonable. Qin Xian, with a resigned glance at Ji Fei, thought to himself how unafraid she was of being caught by paparazzi. Ji Fei, looking up at Qin Xian, innocently blinked her eyes. I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. I've just realized why Zhong Chun, such a shameless character, had never truly pursued Yu Ruyan. She was led to believe he was a paragon of virtue, someone who would not harbor ulterior motives against her, viewing her through the lens of a respectful elder. In truth, it was his cowardice that kept him from revealing his shortcomings. He intended to marry first, and then attempt intimacy, believing that once married, his wife would become his possession, thus safeguarding his secret. The Qin family, upon hearing Ji Fei's revelations, found them entirely plausible. Mrs. Zhong, incensed by Ji Fei's piercing insight, declared, investigate. It is imperative. You madwoman, you are anything but calm. I can't be bothered with you. Zhong Chun retorted, turning to leave, but before he departed, he snarled at the paparazzi, he is slandering me, and I will sue for defamation. The irony was palpable. Even the paparazzi felt sympathy for this obstinate man. A moment of impulsive infidelity has led to a lifetime of disgrace. Oh Zhong Chun, how you deserve this. At this moment, as Zhong Chun passed by the Qin family, despite their desire to laugh, they stifled their amusement. Finally, hotel staff arrived to disperse the crowd, and Ji Fei suspected that they had delayed their arrival to enjoy the spectacle after reviewing the surveillance footage. The onlookers, having witnessed such a dramatic scene of infidelity, returned to their rooms with satisfied smiles. Ji Fei and the Qin family also departed, waiting until the paparazzi had been cleared away before leaving. Upon descending to the lobby, they discovered guests and staff alike whispering and gossiping, their phones buzzing with activity, another storm brewing on Weibo. Ji Fei and her companions couldn't resist checking their phones. And indeed, within moments, their names topped the trending topics. Zhong Chun, the so-called man, has fallen in less than 2 minutes. Zhong Chun manipulates his wife. Uncle and nephew sharing one wife. A moral decline, or the loving husband facade shattered. The model couple confronts the truth of infertility. The obstinate man. The nephew aspires to supplant the uncle. Who can bear the misfortune of Yu Ruyan? Chapter 149. Their resilience seems quite robust. The hotel scandal played out on Weibo for a full 2 days, given the multitude of factors at play. Ever fresh and fascinating. Previously disgraced men seemed less pitiful in comparison to Zong Chun, who not only suffered public disgrace, but also bore the burden of a hidden ailment, wearing a metaphorical green hat and losing his standing in society. Truly tragic. In the Qin family's living room, the entire family gathered, with the exception of little Qin Shi, fostering a newly formed family tradition of gossiping over tea and meals, invigorating their spirits. Even the occasionally early returning Qin Xian joined in. Hearing Ji Fei's inward glee and sardonic remarks about Zong Chun's misfortunes, Qin Xian's lips curled into a smile, as did the others, reveling in the newfound camaraderie. It seemed that since Ji Fei had adopted this attitude, their family time had increased significantly. I just saw the latest news, Mrs. Zong has officially announced her divorce and plans to send Zong Chun a lawyer's letter, Qin Rong excitedly reported. Zong Chun has been ousted from his home. It appears the truth has been uncovered. I suspect she is furious and no longer cares about her reputation, remarked Qin Ma. Zong Chun not only faces a financial ruin but will likely have to compensate as well. This truly marks a dual failure in both career and family. Paparazzi have even spotted Zong Siki residing in Mrs. Zong's villa, added Qin Chao, incredulously. I can't believe he has genuinely ascended to such a position. Is Mrs. Zong still Mrs. Zong? Laughter erupted among them. After suffering so much at the hands of men, how can she still trust them? Qin Yen shook her head. Perhaps she did not fully believe it, but she also wished to enjoy life, knowing her wealth would shield her from the repercussions of the damage inflicted upon Yu Ruyan.
Yifei lamented.
The others echoed her sentiment. Feeling regretful that what could have been a test of the coffee for drug residues instead turned into a situation where the perpetrator became the victim, Qin Xian suddenly remarked. Mrs. Zong's cousin has been complaining at the company about how the various scandals surrounding her online have affected their family business, and they are considering disowning her. Given that she has not produced any heirs, it seems she may not have much wealth left to squander in the future. Mrs. Zong's cousin, the board member at the Qin group, surely spoke the truth. The Qin family stared at Qin Xian in astonishment. Who would have thought that a serious executive would be privy to such private grievances and return with gossip? This was so unlike him. However, upon seeing Ji Fei's eyes light up at the news, reaching out to poke Qin Xian's arm, the Qin family exchanged knowing glances. So, is this a new tactic for wooing one's wife? Previously, the Qin parents had despaired over their relationship. Yet now they seemed determined to indulge in their children's sweetness. Really? Ji Fei asked, her face bright with curiosity. Qin Xian nodded, elaborating further. Ji Fei burst into laughter. Misdeeds always have a way of coming back to haunt one. One could only imagine how Mrs. Zong would fare without wealth, and how Zong Siki would navigate this new reality. Zong Siki had effectively sealed his professional fate with this exposure, after being publicly known as someone who seduced his aunt. What future could he possibly have? Teacher Yu has finally seen the light. No one will dare to scheme against her again, Qin Rong declared joyfully. The family shared a laugh. Yet, Qin Yen suddenly remembered, by the way, Fei, what about your show with the third one? How will that continue? Ji Fei had never cared much for such matters. Work was something to be delayed or ignored. Prompted by the question, she glanced at Qin Chao. The duo of Yu Ruyan and Zong Chun is certainly finished, Qin Chao replied. Ji Fei could already envision the enigmatic reputation she had cultivated, a fact that explained the recent influx of private messages. Qin Zhao continued, Yu Ruyan, despite being an artist from our studio, will continue to serve as a supporting performer on our stage. Ji Fei raised her hand, suggesting, actually, I could withdraw, allowing Yu Ruyan to perform with you. After all, didn't T-Sister Pei wish to nurture her properly? However, Qin Zhao countered. Do you wish to witness the director and producer hanging themselves at your doorstep in the middle of the night? The family erupted in laughter.
Yifei feignet innocence, stating.
I believe their resilience is quite formidable. Qin Zhao elaborated. The previous groups vanished because the program dared not use them again, fearing public condemnation. If they are willing to withdraw, it naturally leads to a termination of the contract. But if you wish to exit, you will incur a penalty fee. A penalty? The family exchanged amused yet exasperated glances at Ji Fei. Qin Xian directly addressed Ji Fei, saying, if you truly do not wish to participate, I shall cover the penalty. Ji Fei replied, never mind, I suppose I shall participate. Paying money, regardless of whose money it is, that is utterly unacceptable. This is even more distressing than not earning money. Qin Zhao sighed. There's only one episode left. Just participate casually, and it will be over. You had too much limelight before. A subdued conclusion is quite fitting. If any further issues arise, I suspect even the most effective heart-saving pills wouldn't suffice for the director and producer. Clearly, the director and producer had endured considerable distress, both openly and covertly. Only one episode remaining? Ji Fei was puzzled, as the initial contract spanned an entire quarter. Indeed, only 2 teams remain, and there are no other variations to the competition format. No one dares to join the program now. So the director and producer have resigned themselves and announced that the next episode will be the final one, freeing up the slot for other shows, Qin Zhao explained. Ji Fei burst into laughter. One of life's joys is to earn the same amount while working fewer hours. So it seems your group is the only one in a relay format, Qin Ba remarked with a chuckle. Looks like Fei will be testing each combination. Qin Ma added, the final group is quite familiar to me. I adored Lu Fei's dramas in my youth. She is a national treasure actress. Who hasn't he seen her works? The one paired with her is her son's ex-girlfriend, Sun Man, right? I wonder how they get along. In fact, there were rumors online suggesting the former mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo would definitely withdraw from the competition. Qin Rong noted. Qin Yen remarked if they withdraw, it would indicate they fear facing Fei and Sandy. The netizens would surely not let them off the hook. Qin Zhao nodded. The producer has approached them, and they did not express a desire to withdraw. Gao Hao and Pei Mingxian also mentioned they have no significant issues. Moreover, teacher Lu possesses some official background, which likely ensures her conduct is commendable, aside from the widely criticized evil mother-in-law persona. I once read that she became a widow at a young age and has been reliant on her son ever since, Qin Ma stated. So, is her son a mama's boy? Does she excessively meddle in her son's romantic relationships? Qin Yan inquired. Qin Zhao replied, that's the rumor within the industry. That could be a fair assessment. Everyone paused, the hesitance in his tone, and the omissions hinted at an entirely different narrative lurking beneath. Chapter 150, Qin Ma is not to be underestimated. Her meddling stems from the various issues surrounding her son's previous girlfriends. Once she investigates, the truth becomes evident, and fearing her son might be led astray, she pressures him to break up. Naturally, a son raised under a strict mother-esque control would not dare to defy her. The Qin family remarked, a mother-esque love for her son is understandable. However, the label of an evil mother-in-law is unwarranted, as her motives are rooted in genuine concern. Nonetheless, her son need not be led astray. Bad seeds will inevitably rot on their own. Fortunately, Sun Man seems to have avoided falling into the trap of romantic naivety. Otherwise, I might have been compelled to stir up trouble once more. The Qin family members were left bewildered. A bad seed? That mama's boy. Qin Rong felt particularly disheartened, as she once found delight in their relationship. Teacher Lu's son, Lang Zhe, is a rapper with few notable songs but has garnered attention due to his mother and ex-girlfriend, combined with his inherited good looks and a legion of adoring fans. When Sun Man was with Lang Zhe, they were often photographed in affectionate moments, causing a stir online. Especially when Lang Zhe leaped off the stage after a performance to embrace Sun Man in a jubilant spin, exclaiming "sister," in a fit of excitement. At that time, netizens jokingly remarked on Lang Zhe's fortune, being spoiled by his mother at home and his wife outside. From Sun Man's expressions during those moments, it was clear she was deeply invested in the relationship. Furthermore, Lang Zhe had no damaging rumors circulating about him online. Even Qin Zhao, an insider, had not heard of any scandals. He merely knew that Lang Zhe pursued music for his own enjoyment, earning little, with his living expenses primarily covered by his family. Perhaps even by his girlfriend, which, though undignified, did not rise to the level of being a bad seed. Moreover, Sun Man had never disclosed any negative aspects of her ex-boyfriend, merely citing incompatibility as the reason for their separation. Thus, outsiders remained oblivious to the true cause of their breakup. The Qin family, intrigued, pondered how Lang Zhe had gone astray. However, Ji Fei, now uninterested in their affairs, was relieved that Sun Man had completely distanced herself from the scoundrel. Just then, Qin Ma's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller's name, her expression shifted subtly. Qin Ba cast a glance, his face darkening. After answering, Qin Ma greeted the caller coolly before furrowing her brow. What? You're coming to visit? The family was taken aback. Who would visit at such an hour? It seemed rather rude. Yet soon, Qin Ma shot a surprised glance at Qin Zhao and Ji Fei, saying, You wish to meet Qin Zhao and Ji Fei? To discuss the next episode? Qin Ma covered the phone. signaling with her eyes that if they wished to avoid the meeting, she would find an excuse to decline. At that moment, Ba unexpectedly interjected, "Your childhood companion? Let her come." The atmosphere among the Qin family shifted dramatically, as if preparing for an impending battle. Once the call ended, everyone, except Ji Fei, began bustling about. Qin Yen and Qin Rong whisked Qin Ma away to the makeup room, too pressed for time to call in the makeup team. Fortunately, Qin Rong, being an art student, had impeccable taste. Meanwhile, Qin Ba and Qin Zhao rummaged through the family's collection of jewelry and treasures. Qin Xian finally rose to find the butler and aunt to arrange for the guest reception. Ji Fei gradually recalled some details from her memory. Due to familial connections, Qin Ma had a childhood friend she had known for many years, a beautiful and accomplished woman who had long been the subject of jealousy. Each meeting turned into a competition, and if given the chance, the friend would certainly find ways to belittle Qin Ma. However, Qin Ma was not one to engage in such trivial rivalries. Often, she would find herself exasperated but, due to their family's long-standing ties, could not afford to retaliate. Opting instead to maintain her composure. The Qin family's consistent low profile, with unassuming attire that did not reveal their affluent status, often led to ridicule from the friend over their jewelry and accessories. The other members of the Qin family had encountered this friend several times and had managed to suppress their frustration. As the Qin family prospered, the friend had largely ceased appearing before Qin Ma. Unexpectedly, this time, she had come knocking, and they felt compelled to support Qin Ma. Hence, the heightened activity among them. Typically, Qin Ma treated Ji Fei with kindness and Ji Fei wished to assist. However, it seemed there was no room for her involvement, so she could only accompany them obediently. Yet, Qin Ma felt uneasy with all the fuss, insisting, "There's no need. I have never held any grievances against her. That kind of petty rivalry is utterly meaningless. Am I not aware of how well I am doing?" Observing the entire family bustling around her, how could she possibly allow such comparisons to undermine her happiness? She was content, after all. Yet, the rest of the Qin family was not inclined to acquiesce. They were determined to assert their pride. Faced with an array of auction treasures and exquisite jewelry laid out before her, they attempted to adorn her with everything, until she could no longer bear it. Under Qin Mother's insistence, she selected a single emerald green jade necklace, understated yet opulent. As she sat gracefully in the living room, noticing the eager anticipation etched on the faces surrounding her, Qin Mother could not help but exclaim, "What you should be contemplating now is what exactly her purpose here is. How does it relate to Fei Fei and the third brother's program?" It was only then that the others began to comprehend. Indeed, what was her purpose here? Before long, the sound of a vehicle echoed, and the butler swiftly ushered in a distinguished lady. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the massive pearl necklace coiled around her neck in 3 layers. As anticipated, she had come prepared. Even Ji Fei, who was not particularly attuned to jewelry, had seen a video of this necklace, which had reportedly fetched an astronomical sum of 100 million at the last auction. Qin Mother's adornment fell slightly short in comparison. Instantly, the Qin family felt a pang of regret, blaming their absence from such opulent auctions on their genuine disinterest. Their family preferred to engage in their own pursuits. "Long time no see," the guest greeted, her eyes momentarily scanning Qin Mother's necklace, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her lips, unmistakably reveling in her own success. Rising with poise, Qin Mother, attuned to the disappointment emanating from her family, replied warmly, "It's our first encounter since your divorce." "Wow, that pearl necklace is stunning. Did you acquire it in the settlement?" The guest's expression soured. The Qin family stared at Qin Mother in astonishment. Ji Fei thought to herself, who said my Qin Mother couldn't hold her own. That one sentence was a fatal blow. Although incensed, the guest still took a seat. Ji Fei gradually recalled her name. Upon matching it with the face before her, she found herself intrigued. Suddenly, Ji Fei recognized the crux of the matter. What on earth? Lang Jia is her godson? A life dependent on women. The family gasped in surprise at this revelation. The guest had regained her composure, playfully stroking the pearls around her neck, habitually flaunting her wealth, and proceeded to state, "By the way, I'm here regarding my godson Lang Jia. I hope you can find a way to ensure that Sun Man is expelled from the entertainment industry in the next competition." With that, she awaited a response from the Qin family, but moments dragged on in silence. The motion of her fingers caressing the necklace faltered as she cast a puzzled glance at them. What did this mean? Were they unwilling to assist even with such a trivial request? Annoyed, she turned her gaze to Qin Mother, conveying a sense of disappointment. Qin Mother, exasperated, replied, Are you unaware of the internet? The last person who attempted to have someone expelled from the entertainment industry was disowned by their family. Chin father added with a knowing smirk, moreover, they had previously approached our daughter-in-law. The outcome, while the others chuckled while glancing at Ji Fei, who wore an innocent expression. Pang Li, undeterred, retorted, but it's not the same. Given our long-standing acquaintance, shouldn't your younger generation show me some respect? The Chin family bristled at Pang Li's tone. Ji Fei couldn't help but interject, respect? Have you ever given our younger generation's New Year's money, or anything of the sort?
Why should we owe you any respect?
She had no idea why her mind leaped to the topic of New Year gifts, yet it sounded quite reasonable. Qin Zhao remarked that he had never received even $100 from her and questioned what authority she had as an elder, demanding favors.
Ban Li,
sensing the lack of response to her remark, grew increasingly irritated. Hold on. Do you believe I will inform your parents that you want to even assist me with this small favor? The younger members of the Qin family were taken aback by the notion of an elder threatening to inform their parents. Qin mother, accustomed to such antics, stated, our Qin family has never bullied others. Besides, this concerns Fei Fei's future reputation in the entertainment industry. Unless she chooses to remain uninvolved once she steps in, it will be a matter of fairness and justice, without favoritism. Ji Fei was suddenly enveloped in an embarrassing aura of adolescent angst. Ah, Qin mother. You've truly been tainted by the internet. This is so awkward. Ignoring Ji Fei's commentary, Qin mother maintained her proud demeanor, eliciting barely contained laughter from the rest of the family.
You.
Pang Li had not anticipated such a trivial matter would lead to such a lack of respect from Qin mother, but she soon recalibrated her approach. What do you mean by bullying? I'm merely here to inform you that Sun Man's character is questionable, urging you to deal with this judge properly in the next episode and ensure she doesn't evade consequences, lest she continues to mislead my godson. The Qin family was aware that Pang Li had a godson but had never bothered to delve into her affairs, remaining oblivious to the identity of said godson. They only knew that her penchant for favoring him had become a notorious joke. It could be said that a considerable part of her divorce stemmed from her relationship with her godson. Pang Li had a daughter with her ex-husband, but as time passed, her in-laws realized that she showed no concern for her daughter, favoring her godson instead. If it weren't for blood ties, it would genuinely raise suspicions. However, because there were no issues with blood relations, the unjust treatment was truly disheartening. Ultimately, after Pang Li's repeated neglect of her daughter, leading to severe psychological issues, her in-laws insisted on a divorce, believing that even a stepmother without affection would be preferable to this neglectful mother. Following the divorce, custody of the daughter was awarded to the father, resulting in almost complete severance of contact. This was not due to the father's coldness, but rather because Pang Li genuinely held no affection for her daughter and had no intention of reaching out. When asked why, her response was that she had dreamt her daughter was her enemy in a past life, born solely to seize everything from her and bring about her ruin. Such peculiar reasoning was not entirely ridiculed, as wealthy individuals sometimes genuinely believed in strange notions. Now, she had come seeking assistance from Qin mother, someone she disliked, all for the sake of her godson, prompting the question of whether her godson was worth more to her than her own daughter. This left the entire Qin family intrigued about how she had come to accept Lang Zhe as her godson. Ji Fei was equally curious, thus beginning to eavesdrop. Pang Li rambled on, suggesting various methods to deal with Sun Man, as if she were Lang Zhe's true mother, playing the role of the disapproving mother-in-law. Meanwhile, the Qin family was absent-minded, as Ji Fei continued her musings. I see now. Pang Li was once a star-chasing girl, enamored with Lang Zhe's father, the illustrious Lang Emperor. Recently, having indulged in gossip, the Qin family was no stranger to certain terms, quickly comprehending their meanings. So, was this a case of love extending to the in-laws? Because the Lang Emperor and Teacher Lu have long been together. Even though Pang Li had pursued the Lang Emperor with her wealth, she was steadfastly rejected. Neither of them feared her. Despite Pang Li being a high-born lady, they had military backing and thus did not fear her. Ultimately, she regrettably withdrew, but when Lang Zhe was 6 or 7, the Lang Emperor passed away. Pang Li was heartbroken and insisted on looking after Lang Zhe alongside Teacher Lu, earnestly claiming him as her godson, treating him as her own. The Qin family found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ji Fei continued, I'm just amused. It turns out Pang Li approached the Qin family in a fit of pique, which explains the abruptness of her visit. The Qin family became curious. Pique? What was she upset about? I'm not saying this, but even Lang Zhe's real mother, Teacher Lu, thinks Sun Man is quite decent after interacting with her. Yet you, as the godmother, oppose this. After Lang Jia expressed his desire to reconcile with Sun Man, you stormed over here, hoping to intervene and prevent him from doing so. I merely wish to express that it is entirely unnecessary. Sun Man has no intention of stepping into a pit of fire. The Qin family was somewhat taken aback, as they had not anticipated that the notorious mother-in-law would not present difficulties for Sun Man, but rather would be quite satisfied after their interactions. It appears she is indeed a fair-minded individual. Unfortunately, Teacher Lu remains oblivious to the fact that her son is a rogue, while Sun Man is fully aware, rendering her satisfaction inconsequential. As for Peng Li, she truly behaves as if he were her own son, even intervening in his social affairs. Does she aspire to control her child's life? Yet this raises the question, how did Lang Jia become so corrupt? His own mother seems unaware, and his godmother appears equally in the dark. What exactly did Sun Man perceive that prompted her decision to sever ties? At this moment, Peng Li, having exhausted her breath, noticed the crowd's distracted demeanor and was instantly incensed, demanding to know if they were even listening. The others half-heartedly acknowledged her, and had it not been for the information concerning Ji Fei and Qin Chao's upcoming match, they would have been disinclined to engage further. Peng Li felt choked by their indifference. If not for her beloved son, she would not have subjected herself to such indignity. It is all Lu Fei's fault. In the past, when other girls posed problems, Lu Fei would uncover them and have them dismissed, preventing Lang Jia from going astray. Why then did she fail to see the issues with Sun Man? Had it not been for her promise to Lang Jia to keep that incident confidential, she would have reported Sun Man to the authorities long ago. Chapter 152. The Night Watch is no match for a house thief. Observing Peng Li's indignation, Qin Ma directly inquired, "You claim Sun Man has character flaws. Precisely what flaws are we discussing?" Peng Li hesitated, pondering before responding. "Isn't there a rumor that she evaded taxes?" Qin Ma was momentarily speechless, retorting, "You truly do not frequent the internet, do you? If a celebrity were genuinely guilty of tax evasion, they would scarcely be able to operate publicly. Her continued presence in the entertainment industry is proof of her integrity." "Impossible. I seem to recall Lang Jia mentioning that she even rectified her tax situation." Qin Chao interjected, "That was an issue created unbeknownst to her by her family-run studio. Upon discovering it, she promptly addressed it. This information has been officially reported online. So Sun Man is undeniably innocent in this regard and has even set a precedent for self-auditing among celebrities, unlike some who are truly reluctant to settle their dues."
Indeed.
Sun Man's plight is quite tragic. It seems her susceptibility to Lang Jia's affection stems from her unfortunate upbringing. Her studio was previously under the control of her mother and uncle, who often engaged in illicit operations without her knowledge, causing her considerable distress while disregarding her struggles as they relentlessly sought to profit from her endeavors. Even Gao Hao remarked that Sun Man was severely exploited. If not for the burdens imposed by her relatives, her talents could have flourished further. Moreover, after finally entering a relationship, she nearly fell back into a treacherous situation. The Qin family, upon hearing this, was nearly apoplectic. What sort of treacherous pit was this, always obstructing at critical junctures? Yet, Peng Li, faced with her reasoning being countered, could only assert, regardless, she has issues. Qin Ma, growing impatient, remarked, "You simply dislike her, don't you? Some mothers-in-law harbor an aversion towards their daughters-in-law, as if their sons have been taken from them. In this regard, Lu Fei is not at fault, while it is clearly Peng Li who harbors a deep-seated malady." Peng Li's expression soured, her hand instinctively reaching for the necklace around her neck before she finally spoke. "This is truly troublesome. Very well, I shall confide in you. But you must keep it a secret. I promised my godson that I would not disclose this matter. He is a loyal and honorable boy who, despite their breakup, does not wish to cause embarrassment to the other party. However, now that Lang Jia remains so infatuated, I must intervene. Nevertheless, I hope that when dealing with Sun Man in the future, you will not reveal what I have shared." The Qin family could genuinely perceive how much Peng Li cared for her godson, fearing that some other woman might create discord between them. "There was a time when Lang Jia brought her to visit me, during which she attempted to pilfer my necklace." As Peng Li recounted this incident, her anger flared, her hand pressing against the vast array of lustrous pearls. How greedy! Is not such thievery indicative of moral deficiency?
How could that be?
Qin Ma immediately responded. After hearing so much about Sun Man, the entire Qin family believed her to be diligent, law-abiding, and of commendable character. Yet, Peng Li retorted angrily, I initially intended to showcase the necklace to that woman, hence why I took her to my jewelry room. However, during dinner, the housekeeper informed me that the necklace had vanished. I enlisted the entire family to assist in locating it, but after a long search yielded no results. Just as I was about to report it, the necklace inexplicably reappeared in the restroom, a place I had thoroughly searched. It must have been her fear that prompted its return. When I retrieved it, it was still warm to the touch. I had intended to take her to the authorities, but Langja intervened. After their breakup, I ceased any further involvement. Yet, who would have thought that my foolish child would wish to reconcile with this thief? I shudder to think what she might covet from my collection in the future. Such a thief must never be with Langja. Peng Li spoke with righteous indignation, evidently convinced that this incident had indeed transpired. Could it be that the young woman had acted foolishly in committing theft? The notion seemed utterly incredulous. Is that true? I do not believe it. I shall investigate. With Ji Fei taking action, the others eagerly engaged in the discussion. Did she admit to it? Qin Rong asked, somewhat anxiously seeking confirmation. Peng Li replied, she did not get caught in the act. She will adamantly deny it. Then that amounts to a lack of evidence.
Does it not?
Could it have been someone else? Qin Yan inquired. Are you suggesting our housekeepers? They have cared for me for so many years. How could they possibly be involved?
Benli kuntarat.
Could it be that you inadvertently took it to the restroom yourself? Qin Chao speculated. Do you take me for a fool? Peng Li retorted, growing increasingly agitated. At this juncture, Qin Xian, rarely inclined to speak, offered his analysis. Such a unique piece of jewelry would be of no use to a thief. If it were to surface, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, especially given her status as a public figure. Unless she were in dire financial straits and sought to sell it, but based on her earning capacity, she would not lack for money. Alternatively, it could stem from a personal obsession with collecting, but the risk involved would be exceedingly low. As Qin Xian concluded his statement, he sensed Ji Fei's sudden gaze upon him and, upon turning, found himself captivated by her bright eyes, which reflected him entirely and sparkled like stars, causing his heart to race. Qin Xian is truly remarkable. In the face of such unreserved praise, Qin Xian felt a flush of warmth. The Qin family collectively perked up, stealing glances at the interaction unfolding between the two. However, Ji Fei merely stared at Qin Xian in surprise, her inner thoughts ablaze with revelation. The analysis is so precise. It must be for the purpose of theft and sale. The Qin family was taken aback, struggling to process the implications. Could it truly be so? However, the thief is neither Sun Man nor the housekeepers. It is Langja, the one Peng Li least suspects. The Qin family was astonished, yet simultaneously relieved. This explanation seemed to make more sense. No wonder Langja was so opposed to Peng Li pursuing this matter. It was not merely about protecting his girlfriend, but rather a fear of exposing his own shortcomings. Yet, how curious it was, did he truly lack money? With Peng Li lavishing him with affection, why would he resort to theft? If he needed funds, he could simply ask. Peng Li might well comply. As a multitude of questions swirled in her mind, Ji Fei finally provided clarity. I see. It is because Teacher Lu's discipline is too stringent that he cannot receive unlimited financial support, and she scrutinizes the funds Peng Li provides, rendering his spending quite restricted. Thus, he resorts to thievery. Initially, he would never dare to steal such a valuable pearl necklace. After all, his gambling debts are substantial, and he seeks not only to repay them but also to recover his losses and return to the gambling table, which is why he targeted the most valuable pearl necklace. The Qin family collectively inhaled sharply. So it was that Langja was a gambling addict, and a deeply concealed one at that. Accompanying Sun Man was merely a ruse, as he was acutely aware of his godmother's penchant for ostentation. She would undoubtedly take them to view her precious jewels, providing him with the perfect opportunity to discreetly pilfer them during their departure. Should he be discovered, he could lament to his girlfriend, thereby evoking his godmother's sympathy and ensuring a lack of repercussions. Alternatively, he might even find a way to rectify the situation. However, he never anticipated being caught so swiftly, leaving him no choice but to abandon his scheme. The Qin family quickly came to a rudimentary understanding of the so-called bad seed, but their comprehension soon deepened. I see now. It was his failed thievery that compelled him to awkwardly borrow money from Sun Man under the pretense of securing funds for a concert. They speculated. Their suspicions grew. Could it be that he intended to borrow without the intention of repayment? Before long, Sun Man discovered that her boyfriend had never intended to host a concert. After a thorough investigation into their private interactions, she unearthed the disconcerting truth. Her partner was a seasoned gambler, deeply entrenched in his vice, who had borrowed money from numerous individuals. Realizing the futility of recovering her funds, given the absence of any promissory notes, she, being a wise young woman, understood that a gambler of his ilk would never turn back. Thus, she swiftly severed ties for her own survival. The Chin family couldn't help but admire her decisiveness. But $1 million? How could she let this scoundrel off so easily? Truly, she is a naive girl. Every time I witness this, it ignites my ire. Could he really have the audacity to seek reconciliation? Perhaps hoping to exploit her once more as a gullible benefactor? He should repay her first, you wretch. At this juncture, Peng Li remained skeptical of Sun Man. Feeling increasingly vexed. After all this discourse, they had yet to mention Lang Zhe. Did he possess an alibi? Auntie, one must be vigilant against one's own kin. They are often the hardest to guard against. Chapter 153. Such depths of mystery?
Yifeyes sudden interaction incitet Pemlies fury.
Clearly, she was protective of her godson. What nonsense! How could he possibly be involved? Ji Fei retorted with a dismissive smirk. He is precisely your godson, indeed. The Qin family found amusement in this exchange, while Peng Li, mistaking their laughter for mockery, grew irate. Do you all suspect my godson now? What could he possibly want that I wouldn't provide? Why would he resort to theft? Indeed, he is quite the pampered child, they mused. Yet, he wouldn't dare ask you directly. Should he do so, it would expose his gambling habits to Teacher Liu, and he wouldn't risk that revelation. Peng Li, do not be so hasty. Even the police must consider everyone present as a suspect during an investigation. My Fei does not know your godson, so her speculation is quite reasonable. Do you have evidence to prove that Lang Zhe has never entered your treasure room?
Qui m'a remarqué les urli.
With that, Peng Li fell silent. After all, she had indeed accompanied Sun Man and Lang Zhe to that room, and her focus had been primarily on showcasing her prowess to Sun Man, leaving her recollection of Lang Zhe's actions rather vague. In a moment of clarity, Peng Li recalled that only Sun Man had been carrying a bag, dressed in attire conducive to concealment, while Lang Zhe wore merely the simplest of basketball attire. How could he possibly steal my necklace in full view of everyone? This line of reasoning prompted the Qin family to visualize the scenario. A lengthy pearl necklace, regardless of where it was hidden, would surely cause a noticeable bulge. After the necklace's disappearance, the urgency with which they searched indicated that none were blind. If it had indeed been on Lang Zhe, it would have been easily discovered. Contemplating this, the Qin family felt a growing curiosity. In a scene devoid of participants, only Ji Fei could unravel the mystery. Fortunately, Ji Fei was equally intrigued. Let me investigate further. I must ascertain how he managed the theft.
Wait.
Her voice suddenly rose, startling the Qin family. Goodness gracious! They exclaimed, bewildered by her intensity. What is happening? They queried. As Ji Fei's gaze fixated intently on Peng Li's necklace, her pupils seemingly quivering with focus. Then darting to Peng Li's hand, an instinctive caress of the pearls, before glancing at the teacup Peng Li had just set down. This series of observations left the Qin family on the edge of their seats. Ji Fei's inner monologue echoed with relief. What fortune! Thank goodness Peng Li was audacious enough to forego customary greetings upon entering. Otherwise, our family would have been in dire straits. The Qin family gasped. Who would have guessed that such an exquisite pearl necklace had been in such a location? A sense of foreboding washed over them. What kind of place are we talking about? Surely, Lang Zhe cannot be gay? Such depths of intrigue. A delayed response rippled through the Qin family. Wait, what? They seemed unprepared to digest such shocking implications. Those quick on the uptake gasped, isn't that impossible? Each pearl is about the size of a 1 yuan coin, totaling at least 20 or 30.
This cannot be.
Oh, you scared me. I knew it was implausible. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, as they nearly choked on the revelation. How could a man go to such lengths to steal a necklace? They were certain Ji Fei must have misjudged the situation. With so many, how could they all fit? Perhaps some were bound to his body, akin to a thong, thus remaining concealed. They imagined, their minds spiraling into unwanted imagery. Oh, stop it. I'm merely a spectator. Disperse these thoughts. The Qin family lamented. It's too late. Can one truly control such thoughts? The mind is unyielding to negation. If you tell it to stop, it will inevitably persist. Suddenly, they recalled Peng Li mentioning that the necklace had still been warm when discovered. It likely retained more than just warmth, they surmised, casting furtive glances at the pearls adorning Peng Li's neck. Whether it was a trick of the mind or the lighting, Did those pearls not seem to emit a faint yellowish glow? As the family's expressions shifted dramatically, Peng Li sensed their scrutiny and felt a surge of indignation. What are you implying? Do you not believe Langzhe? Just as parents often refuse to acknowledge flaws in their children, Peng Li remained steadfast in her disbelief. The Qin family, however, now regarded her with a hint of pity. Peng Li, perplexed, noticed their lingering gazes upon her necklace, prompting her to instinctively touch it. The collective intake of breath from the family echoed ominously. What is wrong with you all? She demanded. She is still touching it. How tragic. The Qin family mused, their eyes brimming with sympathy, particularly Qin Ma, who had known her for so many years and felt a pang of compassion. Yet, there was no way to offer a warning. She could only mourn silently for her. Interestingly, this necklace was purchased by her ex-husband. Technically, it belonged to him. During their divorce, she sought to claim it, and he agreed to give it to her as long as she relinquished her claim to their daughter. She readily acquiesced. The Qin family was taken aback by this hidden backstory, their sympathy for Peng Li waning.
What do you mean by that?
Why the accusatory looks? Peng Li finally felt unnerved by their gazes. There are myriad ways to conceal items. One cannot simply assume that he could not hide something due to his sparse attire.
Chi m'ha rimarcato culi? Ah?
Could it be that Qin Ma has also considered that possibility? Qin Ma fell silent, adamant that she had not. Qin Pa quickly cleared his throat, affirming, we were not present at the scene, hence cannot pass judgment. You all,
Ben li fumat.
since they have already parted ways. They are entirely unrelated. There is no need for you to trouble her any further. Qin Chao interjected impatiently. Humph. The breakup undoubtedly stemmed from her guilt over theft. Yet Langzhe was so enamored with her that he yearned to be with her, consumed by thoughts of her day and night. Of course, he would be preoccupied. As the generous benefactor who had been helping him settle his gambling debts had vanished. Without her, how could he continue to gamble under teacher Lu's watchful eye? Regrettably, this information was gleaned indirectly from others. Had I met Langzhe, I would have discreetly inquired whether he still owed gambling debts. Chapter 154. The precise trap of their first encounter. Since I had never seen him in person, I could not indulge in the gossip from his perspective. This was a sentiment the Qin family shared with regret. However, Peng Li was still fervently advocating her case. I cannot allow this vile woman to continue to ensnare Langzhe's heart. I must ruin her. I may not belong to your entertainment circle and thus cannot uncover her scandals, but a girl of such questionable character undoubtedly harbors numerous unspeakable secrets. You should investigate, utilizing the stage's exposure, just as before. Let that foolish Lu Fei open her eyes and see the caliber of the person she admires, and perhaps she will heed my warnings in the future. Peng Li, buoyed by her own assertions, left the Qin family speechless. If no scandals could be found, could it be that she possesses none at all? Qin Yan quietly questioned, is it not a testament to her character that she dares to remain on the stage? Qin Rong could not help but interject. Auntie clearly has not watched the previous shows. It was your adopted son who wished to win back Sun Man. Shouldn't you be stopping him instead? Why is it always the passive woman who bears the blame? Clearly, your precious son is entirely at fault. Perhaps having witnessed too much. Qin Rong found it unbearable to endure such twisted logic. How could they be so infatuated with men? The elder sister and fourth sister spoke brilliantly. The two young women immediately smirked with pride, inciting Peng Li's face to flush with anger. I won't waste my breath on you insensible children.
Hold on.
One word. Will you assist me or not? Qin Ma's expression grew cold. My child is far more sensible than you think. This remark utterly offended Peng Li, who rose in a flurry, her pearl necklace swaying and capturing everyone's attention. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, she noticed Qin Ma's unwavering gaze fixed on her necklace, and with a cold smirk, she stated, Oh, I see. You are simply envious of my accomplishments. Which is why you refuse to help me. How petty of you. As she spoke, Peng Li tilted her head, attempting to showcase her pearl necklace from every angle. It can be said that within the city's circle of affluent women, few could surpass her in the realm of jewelry.
Observing pen li substantius Damiano.
The Qin family members yearned to shout, Please, put an end to this horrendous display. They truly did not wish to scrutinize further, fearing their imaginations might run wild. Auntie, might it be that aside from this necklace, you have nothing else to flaunt? Qin Zhao genuinely feared that if he stared too long, he would be reminded of some grotesque imagery that would tarnish his mind. Peng Li was momentarily speechless, feeling a mix of shame and anger at being exposed, retorting, How rude of you, young one. How were you raised? Before Qin Zhao could retort, Ji Fei interjected, Exactly, third brother. Your manners are lacking. Qin Zhao shot Ji Fei a glare, while the other Qin family members also directed their attention toward her. Peng Li, however, found amusement in the exchange. Just as she was about to speak again, Ji Fei continued, saying such blatant truths in front of others is hardly respectful. Are you not trampling on Auntie's dignity? It is rather presumptuous to belittle another. Qin Zhao could not contain himself and let out a chuckle, quickly composing himself to maintain a serious facade. I see now that I have been presumptuous. The smiles on the faces of the other Qin family members were now unmistakable. It seemed that Peng Li finally grasped that this family viewed her as nothing more than a jester. She immediately glared at Ji Fei, stating, "Do not think that marrying into the Qin family makes you a true lady. You are merely a beggar without a dowry, daring to be so impolite." Many in attendance were inclined to confront her, but the only one bold enough to retaliate was Ji Fei, as she had no maternal family to back her. To outsiders, she was merely a dependent of the Qin family, easily discarded. Thus, Peng Li chose to pick on the softer target. However, she failed to notice that the expressions of the Qin family had shifted the moment she spoke her first words. Qin Xian suddenly interjected, "Miss Peng." The formal address of Ms. instead of Auntie was chilling, imbued with an air of latent anger that made the underlying tension palpable. Peng Li was momentarily taken aback by the icy tone, staring in disbelief at the exemplary air of the family. Just a single glance into his intimidating eyes left her shaken. "Ms. Peng has spoken disrespectfully to my wife and has offended her. An apology is warranted," Qin Xian stated flatly. At this proclamation, Peng Li was rendered speechless. Was she not the elder? Had she not been a long-time acquaintance of his mother? Why was he speaking to her in such a manner? Peng Li's breath hitched as she turned to Qin Ma, seeking her intervention. Yet, not only Qin Ma, but all the Qin family members regarded her with cold disdain, their collective attitude clearly aligned against her. Peng Li could hardly comprehend this. Had she not merely chastised an impolite younger generation? Did her connections with the Peng and Ho families not afford her some leeway? We as a couple could never bring ourselves to reprimand our precious daughter-in-law. What right do you have? Qin Ba retorted directly. Qin Ma sneered. What of the Peng family? You may flaunt your authority at your own home. Fei Fei here is destined to be the next matriarch of the Qin family, Qin Zhao coldly remarked. Her status within the Qin family surpasses that of any of us siblings. Ms. Peng seems to be unaware of her own standing. Qin Yan and Qin Rong nodded in agreement, their tempers flaring. Meanwhile, Ji Fei was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. What had begun as a simple exchange of barbs had escalated beyond her expectations. Confused yet warmed by this unexpected support, she experienced a sensation she had never known in her previous life. It felt as though she were enveloped in a soft, sun-warmed cotton embrace. With a stern expression, Qin Xian, under the incredulous gaze of Peng Li, coldly asserted, "Does Ms. Peng still refuse to apologize?" Peng Li, now incensed, prepared to retort but was interrupted by Qin Xian's frosty voice. "It seems the chain hotel project is also of no concern to you." His words sent a chill down Peng Li's spine. Despite having fared well post-divorce, it was due to the Peng family's affluence. The recent pursuit of a piece of land by the Peng family was common knowledge, and she was acutely aware of the Qin family's capabilities. If they were to lose that land because of her, the consequences would be dire. In a panic, Peng Li exclaimed, "What are you saying? The Peng family and your grandfather's Ho family have been friends for generations. Are you not afraid of your grandparents' wrath for threatening an elder?" Qin Xian chose not to retort, instead directly stating, "It seems even the chain hotel project is of no interest to you?" Peng Li's pupils dilated, and an invisible pressure made her tremble uncontrollably. Qin Xian offered her no opportunity for rebuttal. His expression remained cold as he pretended to reach for his phone. In the next moment, Peng Li cried out, "I apologize. I apologize." With no time for her to further entangle the conversation, she realized she had no choice. Qin Xian halted his actions, casting a cold gaze upon her. A woman of her station, at her age, reduced to gasping for breath under the pressure of a younger generation, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes, could only bow her head in acknowledgement of her wrongdoing. In this moment, she finally comprehended that her previous quarrels with Qin Ma were mere trifles, mere competitions of one-upmanship, never truly insulting her. Had she spoken so disrespectfully, she would have surely met the same fate. It appeared she was finally awakening to the reality that her so-called Peng family was not on the same level as the understated and noble Qin family. They simply never flaunted their power. Had she known, she would never have come.
I'm sorry.
I misspoke. Though spoken through gritted teeth, it was indeed an apology. After speaking, tears of anger welled up, and without uttering another word, she stormed off, unable to resist declaring, "Hold on, we are no longer friends."
Kimma shrugged, remarking,
As if I had ever desired to be her friend. After her sarcastic remark, she quickly turned to Ji Fei, concerned that her words might upset Ji Fei. To her surprise, she found Ji Fei gazing intently at Qin Xian. Oh my, I just witnessed the living embodiment of a domineering CEO. His intimidating demeanor radiates sheer authority. It evokes a sense of the formidable Wang from the past. How strikingly handsome. Although feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliment, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. He instinctively adjusted his posture, preparing to speak to Ji Fei, only to hear, "He's so handsome that I can't help but feel compelled to leap forward and give him a passionate kiss." Qin Xian froze. His face flushed as he met Ji Fei's gaze. She wants to kiss me, but the family is right here. Yet, this was her heartfelt confession. Typically, people think before they act. Perhaps she might impulsively act on her feelings, and I certainly cannot avoid that. The other onlookers from the Qin family widened their eyes in anticipation, fearing they might miss a second of the unfolding drama. What to do? This is so tense. Are we about to witness something? Ultimately, Ji Fei smiled at Qin Xian, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. "Thank you," Qin Xian replied, bewildered. Ji Fei then turned to the others, expressing her gratitude for their support. She continued enthusiastically gossiping. "Since she's hitting a wall with us, will she resort to other tricks against Sun Man?" The crowd suddenly found themselves less interested in others' affairs. Qin Xian mused. It seems some individuals prefer to fantasize rather than take action. A few days later, they arrived at the production team to hear the theme of the performance being announced. Just as Ji Fei and her companions reached the venue, the director and producer approached them. While Ji Fei suspected they were there to warn her against causing trouble, the director cheerfully declared, "You're in for some excitement shortly. We'll draw lots after the show." "What?" Pei Mingxian asked curiously. "Lu Sun has arrived and is preparing to propose to Sun Man," the producer replied with a smile. Ji Fei and her companions exchanged glances. This is the first time I've seen someone so cluelessly attempt a proposal without considering the girl's feelings. Chapter 155. The Initial Intent to Poach. Lang Jia and Sun Man were a couple everyone adored, but since they never publicly discussed the reasons for their breakup, it was widely assumed that Lu, the mother-in-law, was too difficult to please, prompting Sun Man to retreat. However, after witnessing their harmonious interactions on the show, the audience speculated whether a reconciliation was possible.
Now,
Lang Jia sought the production team's assistance to propose on their stage, as they were merely there to announce the theme and record, not live broadcast. The production team readily agreed, seeing it as a chance to curry favor and attract positive attention. After all, the Show My Acting Skills action faced significant controversy. And despite its popularity, it was fraught with challenges. The director and producer hoped for a smooth conclusion. With everyone notified, the aim was to prevent any disruption to the atmosphere. "So, Lu knows about this? She's given her approval?" Pei Mingxian inquired. The director nodded. Her expression seemed serious. But she did not object. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong were present and immediately picked up on Ji Fei's inner monologue. Whoa, she really didn't object. Lu clearly holds Sun Man in high regard and is willing to have her as a daughter-in-law. However, while she didn't oppose it, she clearly does not fully endorse it either. She believes her son hasn't reconciled with anyone yet, and proposing in such a setting is rather demanding. But seeing her son so proactive, she certainly wouldn't impede him. "I must say, Lu, you are quite the realist. This is not merely demanding. It's utterly fantastical." Qin Zhao and Qin Rong wholeheartedly agreed, realizing that without reconciliation, jumping straight to a proposal was utterly unrealistic. Did he truly believe Sun Man would agree? But it's fine. I'll finally get to see Lang Jia. I'm curious to know what is going on in that walnut-sized brain of his. Qin Zhao and Qin Rong stifled their laughter. Everyone wanted to join in on the spectacle, and as they headed toward the stage, many gathered to gossip. However, Pei Mingxian appeared rather discontent, letting out a soft sigh. "What's wrong, Pei Jia?" Ji Fei asked curiously. "I originally intended to poach someone," Pei Mingxian replied, frowning. "You really had that in mind?" Qin Zhao exclaimed. "Doesn't she have her own studio? That kind of makeshift operation?" Pei Mingxian countered. "I'm not looking down on family-run studios. I'm just stating the facts." After graduating from film school, Sun Man leveraged her mentor's connections to join a reputable film company. The company had devised an excellent development strategy for her. which would have propelled her to even greater heights. Unfortunately, she is hindered by a short-sighted uncle and mother who believe that a female actress's career is merely fleeting youth, only wanting to cash in during her prime. The original company restricted her work opportunities, prompting her to set up her own studio. Her obedience and lack of judgment make her seem rather oblivious, Qin Zhao remarked. In such circumstances, you wouldn't be able to poach her. I initially thought so too, as family interference in an artist's career can be bothersome. However, you've heard about her tax issues, right? The others nodded. I believe that while she is somewhat tethered by familial ties, she remains clear-headed. Within her limits, she chooses to honor her filial duty, and if it becomes unbearable, she will decisively break free. Her participation in this variety show likely indicates her desire to focus on honing her craft. During this time, she has not taken on other work, which contradicts the frantic money-making behavior. Clearly, she is beginning to disregard her uncle and mother's opinions, which is why I want to reach out and test the waters. As long as she remains clear-minded, she should realize that a family-run studio isn't suitable for her. She needs a better agent. After speaking, Pei Mingxian proudly lifted her chin. Pei Mingxian was genuinely interested in Sun Man. At such a young age, she has explored various roles and possesses the most spirited acting among the rising stars. It was evident that she truly loves acting and does not wish to merely chase quick profits. With Yu Ruyan already in her hands, adding a completely different type like Sun Man would allow her to dominate the majority of leading roles in film and television. Imagining that all the trending dramas could be hers made her exhilarated. Yet that was not enough. It seemed that Pei Jie genuinely liked Sun Man. And I also find her quite appealing, Qin Rong remarked with a smile. Pei Mingxian nodded, stating, I admire children who are talented, ambitious, hardworking, and unafraid of toil. Ji Fei interjected, wait, what do you mean by glancing at me every time you say a word? Is it meant to belittle me? Qin Zhao and Qin Rong couldn't contain their laughter, fully aware that Pei Jie also had aspirations for Ji Fei. Setting aside other factors, Ji Fei truly has connections and can easily access resources. Once her identity is revealed, no one would dare to criticize her, especially with her being a rare wealthy matron. She could market her noble love story, and with such a handsome husband. What an innovative approach. Pei Mingxian couldn't resist teasing. Yu Ruyan has been with me for only a week and is already filming and securing endorsements, earning based on her efforts. Even if you wield your invisible whip fiercely. This ox, will remain still, for my dream is to reap without labor. Hearing Ji Fei's bold declaration, Qin Zhao and Qin Rong finally burst into laughter. What's so funny? Pei Mingxian inquired. Ji Fei looked back at the others, puzzled. Qin Zhao quickly changed the subject. You mentioned wanting to poach someone but have now changed your mind? Pei Mingxian remarked, it's not that I don't want to, but if the proposal is successful today, Sun Man has teacher Lu as her support, and she won't need to seek collaboration with anyone else. Upon hearing her words, Ji Fei and the others exchanged knowing smiles. What's going on? Pei Mingxian inquired, bewildered. Qin Rong could no longer contain her curiosity and exclaimed, Sun Man would definitely refuse.
Why?
Ji Fei responded with surprise, as she was aware that others were still in the dark about the situation. Qin Rong, caught off guard by the question, looked to Qin Chao for help. Qin Chao could only cover up by saying, Oh, I just received a secret piece of information from Gao Hao. What? Now, not only Pei Mingxian, but even Ji Fei leaned in with curiosity. Qin Chao's lips twitched as he continued to utilize the information he had gathered from Gao Hao, who had already gone abroad for work. Gao Hao informed me that Lang Jia is a gambler, and he borrowed 10 million from Sun Man without repayment. It's likely that this is the reason for their breakup. Pei Mingxian was taken aback by such significant news, which she was unaware of. Ji Fei nodded, indeed. If one wishes to remain unaware, one must refrain from wrongdoing. If Gao Hao knows, others will inevitably find out. If Perm Li learns of this, could she possibly connect it to her lost pearl necklace? If so, would she not suspect how he hid it at the time? This is both nauseating and amusing. When I see Lang Jia later, I truly fear I won't be able to avert my gaze from places I shouldn't. Qin Chao and Qin Rong exclaimed, Goodness. Don't remind us. Just then, they arrived at the broadcasting hall and spotted the stage lights illuminating a man in a suit from a distance. The man had his back to them, directing others in the decoration. The trio could hardly resist their eyes drifting to an inappropriate place. Chapter 156. The Gambler's Tongue. Double buff. Lang Jia's appearance was quite commendable. Dressed formally, he resembled a handsome young man nervously preparing for a proposal. One should not judge a book by its cover, solely based on looks. One might assume his values align with his handsome features. Pei Mingxian remarked. Is he here to propose now, intending to turn over a new leaf and pursue true love?
Ha!
The mere sound of her laughter implied that Sister Pei was not easily deceived. The notion that a gambler would quit gambling and that a man's words could be trusted are both absolute lies. This fellow had fallen into two traps, leading to the conclusion that all of this was mere deception. Pei Mingxian coldly analyzed. He intends to trick Sun Man agreed. Let me see this fellow, Ji Fei said, finally ready to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Qin Chao and Qin Rong felt a surge of excitement. I knew it. This guy has accumulated a gambling debt of 50 million and has already received threats from debt collectors. Qin Chao and Qin Rong exchanged incredulous glances at Lang Zhan stage, who was wearing a blissful smile, receiving congratulations and appearing bashful. Once married, he can access Sun Man's assets. She has worked tirelessly, her earnings and commercial value are substantial, and he believes she will cover his debts. The audacity. Where do you find the confidence to think those you've deceived would marry you and help pay your debts? Qin Chao and Qin Rong found this notion utterly absurd. They casually found a spot in the audience to sit and await the unfolding drama. Oh, is there a live broadcast? Pei Mingxuan's keen eyes quickly spotted it, and she promptly warned, you too, pay attention. It was only then that Ji Fei noticed, aside from professional camera operators, there were others among the helpers holding up their phones. Goodness, if he gets rejected, wouldn't that be in front of the entire internet? Is he blindly confident? Or does he believe Sun Man's character is soft, intending to morally coerce her? Qin Chao and Qin Rong felt the latter possibility was significantly higher. Presumably, the director and producer also noticed and hurriedly sent someone to inquire about the situation. Those dressed in a style befitting the rap scene were there to cheer for Lang Zha. The live broadcast was not explicitly prohibited, and since it was already streaming, it would be inappropriate to request a shutdown. Ultimately, the producer and director treated it as a promotional opportunity for the next episode, despite their show not requiring any pre-publicity. Ji Fei took out her phone to search for the live stream, as they were seated far from the stage and could not hear what was being said. The rap artist's live stream initially had few viewers, but as the content unfolded, many realized this was the broadcasting hall for my acting cut. With the proposal subject being none other than Sun Man for the next episode, the viewership surged. These flowers were arranged with care, as they are said to be sister-in-law's favorites. My brother truly cares. Lang Zha genuinely adored Sun Man, and he had prepared a surprise for the proposal. He had never exerted this much effort before, indicating his serious intent to spend a lifetime with her. Perhaps due to the numerous questions floating in the live stream chat, people were asking, aren't Sun Man and Lang Zha broken up? When did they reconcile? How did it escalate to marriage? When did the plot fast forward? A breakup does not preclude love between the two. Moreover, the mother-in-law now quite approves of sister-in-law. This statement suggested that the initial breakup was due to the picky teacher Lu. Ji Fei conducted a brief investigation. So, he's a gambler-s accomplice. No wonder he spouts lies so shamelessly. Qin Chao and Qin Rong also watched the live stream, feeling nauseated by the sight of someone so eager to help his good friend secure his future wife. More importantly, Lang Zha had already gained the support of his future in-laws. Sister-in-law's mother and uncle were currently assisting in keeping her in the dark, all waiting to witness the romantic proposal. With such persuasion, the chats soon filled with congratulatory messages about the couple overcoming all odds. Will they actually agree? I remember when Sun Man and Lang Zha were dating, they were both quite reluctant.
Pei Mingxian pondered.
Ji Fei shared her confusion. Their reluctance stemmed from fearing that once Sun Man entered a relationship, she would marry and no longer be under their control, ceasing to be a cash cow.
Now, well.
Just as Qin Chao and Qin Rong were intrigued, someone shouted, quiet, the person is coming. The venue fell silent in an instant, the main lights dimmed, leaving only the flickering of candles below. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the stillness. Lang Zha was singing a heartfelt ballad. After all, he was a singer, and his vocal skills were impeccable. However, to Ji Fei and the others, the sweet love song felt insincere. At that moment, someone stepped onto the candlelit path, seemingly reluctant to continue, but was urged to proceed. At the end of the candlelight, a figure could be seen kneeling on one knee. In an instant, all the lights illuminated, and the audience erupted in cheers. Ji Fei observed that it was Sun Ma pulling Sun Man along, with her uncle following closely behind. Teacher Lu also appeared on the opposite side of the stage, watching silently. The live stream provided a closer view, revealing a naturally beautiful woman. her features unenhanced by technology or harsh realities, with black hair and dark eyes, exuding a natural sweetness. Yet at this moment, she appeared stiff and pale, her expression grim. Nevertheless, Lang just seemed oblivious, or perhaps he simply did not care. With a face full of emotion, he began, Man, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. You know I love you dearly. I cannot live without you. I was a fool to have upset you, but I swear to you from now on, I will do whatever you ask, and I will never do what you don't want me to do. I have resolved all the troubles and issues. Please grant me one more chance. With that, Lang Zhe presented the ring box, retrieving the ring within, his voice almost choked with excitement. Sun Man, please marry me. I know you have always longed for a home, and I wish to provide you with one, to become the family that loves you most dearly. In the future, we will have children, and together we can cultivate a warm and loving family. I swear, this time I will not let you down. Outsiders may misinterpret his words as reflecting a troubled mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, and as an intermediary, he failed to mediate effectively. However, Sun Man and Ji Fei are aware that he is referring to quitting gambling. It is as if a reformed individual is striving to reclaim their love, his earnest gaze and glistening tears visible even through the live stream. How ironic to know a person's face but not their heart. With such acting skills, it would be a shame for you not to pursue a career in drama. Ji Fei could not help but muse. As Pei Jie said, a man's words are as deceptive as a gambler's. With a double buff, he is not merely a liar but a deceitful demon, intent on draining you of every drop of blood. Chapter 157. The Rejection of a Proposal. After Lang Zhe finished speaking, he gazed at Sun Man with an expression of deep affection. He had always understood what Sun Man truly desired. Having lost her father at a young age, she lived with her mother in her grandfather's home, a place where sons were favored over daughters. Her mother was a burden to her brother, allowing one to imagine the lack of love in which she was raised, constrained by her family yet yearning to escape, all while feeling morally bound and helpless. When she was dating Lang Zhe, she once mentioned that she did not wish to marry a wealthy man. She simply yearned for a warm home, a partner who genuinely loved and respected her. She also wished for children, promising to cherish them and fill their home with laughter and joy. In truth, Sun Man's words were a courageous hint to Lang Zhe that she was different from other actresses. She was willing to marry early, as she merely wished to act, not to become a star, and her purpose in performing was not for profit. Yet, Lang Zhe evaded the subject. His interest in Sun Man stemmed from her being a completely naive girl in matters of love. Even if she discovered his secret, she would not expose him, making her a safe choice. Although he had affection for her, he was not inclined to commit so soon. However, he was unprepared for Sun Man to break up with him the moment she discovered his gambling. Initially, Lang Zhe scoffed, believing Sun Man was only interested in money and that her claims of wanting a family were mere words. Yet when cornered, he realized that only Sun Man might soften and assist him. Thus, he offered her the most irresistible proposition, hoping this naive girl would return to him obediently. Furthermore, Sun Man valued familial ties deeply. Once married, even upon discovering the truth, she would diligently help him repay his debts. To put it bluntly, she was the type who would labor tirelessly. With confidence, Lang Zhe thought to extend his hand towards Sun Man, intending to place a ring on her finger. But in the next moment, Sun Man abruptly withdrew her hand. Lang Zhe nearly stumbled, looking up in astonishment to see Sun Man frowning at him, her once sweet visage now marred by rising anger. The surrounding crowd fell into an awkward silence. Ji Fei stifled laughter, pinching her thigh to maintain composure in the quiet hall. Turning, she noticed Qin Chao and Qin Rong also pinching themselves, while Pei Mingxian raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. The barrage of comments in the live stream became chaotic, filled with confusion. What was happening? Had Lang Zhe been rejected? Given the atmosphere earlier, it seemed everything was smoothly progressing. Was she simply shy? Or did she have more to say? The online audience was utterly bewildered. Then Sun Man spoke. What on earth are you doing? I thought we had made ourselves clear. We have broken up. Lang Zhe's expression shifted, his smile becoming stiff and forced. Man, are you still angry with me? Did you not understand what I just said? I understand, but it is irrelevant to me. We are no longer together, Sun Man replied resolutely. Lang Zhe stared at her in disbelief, convinced he understood a girl's heart. Sun Man's reaction had completely surpassed his expectations. Did you not want a home? I am willing to provide one. You may be willing, but I do not want it, Sun Man stated flatly. Wanting a home is one thing, but offering a dilapidated structure is quite another. Qin Chao and Qin Rong continued to suppress their laughter. Lang Zhe believes he has grasped the psyche of a young girl. Little does he know that if a girl lacking love is intelligent, once she awakens, her sensitivity and timidity will form the strongest defense mechanism, resolutely distancing herself from all harmful influences. Otherwise, she would not have been able to resist her uncle's son and Aunt Sunday. Qin Chao and Qin Rong seemed to comprehend this. Exhaling in relief that Sun Man remained steadfast and was not deceived by Lang Zhe's insincere affections. Lang Zhe appeared momentarily stunned by Sun Man's repeated rejections, at a loss for words. After all, during their breakup, he had begged her not to expose his gambling, and although she agreed, she never revealed his secret even when malicious media falsely claimed she had cheated with a male co-star. Such a foolish woman should be easy to manipulate. Why was it turning out this way? At that moment, two individuals who had been hovering around Sun Man sprang forth. Sun's mother, with her sharp triangular eyes, approached with a harsh demeanor. Sun Man, when we initially forbade your relationship, you argued with us for him. Now that he is proposing, you still refuse? Are you being stubborn? Such a good match. If you let him slip away due to your temper, you will regret it. Her plump brother-in-law chimed in, Sun Man. It is acceptable to argue with your man occasionally, but do not embarrass him in front of so many people. Xiao Lang is sincere. If you cause a scene now, it shows a lack of understanding. Sun Man seemed to realize something, staring at them incredulously. You want me to marry him?
Why?
Previously, they had insisted she should seek a wealthy husband, and Lang Zhe hardly fit that description. The two exchanged awkward glances, with her mother saying, naturally, we wish for your happiness. You are grown now, and as your elders, we merely hope to see you content. Everything else is secondary. Her uncle forced a benevolent smile, adding, Xiao Lang is genuinely devoted to you. We trust you with him. Sun Man stared at them, as if they were strangers. Having been in a cold war with them due to her constant defiance, their sudden concern caught her off guard. Rarely treated with such kindness by her relatives, Sun Man's expression softened slightly, though she remained resolute. I am not suitable for him. With that, she attempted to leave, only to be caught by her mother and uncle on either side. Daughter, think it over. We all believe Xiao Lang is a good match. We support your relationship. Ji Fei and her companions watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. Pei Mingxian remarked, if they knew their cash cow was in trouble for $1 million, would they still be so eager to help? They don't seem genuinely concerned about Sun Man's happiness. Their words are quite discomforting, Qin Rong added. Qin Chao scoffed. Their concern is feigned. Their true feelings are rooted in underestimating Sun Man. Ji Fei silently laughed to herself. Those who are profit-driven naturally focus on their interests. Now that their source of income is rebelling, they wish to reclaim their financial authority over her. Just in time for Lang Zhe to assure them that if they marry, not only will there be no dowry, but he will also provide them with ample gifts, and he will persuade Sun Man to reconcile with them, returning her to the obedient daughter they once knew. Chapter 158. The Proposal as Coercion. Upon hearing the revelations, Qin Chao and Qin Rong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that there were ulterior motives at play. Simultaneously, they were repulsed by the situation. Their closest kin and former love were conspiring against this honest and diligent young woman, truly a case of collusion. More accurately, it was the gambler who orchestrated everything. While Sun Ma and Sun Jiu displayed a remarkable lack of intelligence by believing Lang Zhe, allowing themselves to be manipulated. With such limited acumen, it was no wonder they struggled to manage Sun Man's studio. Their minds were likely consumed by thoughts of wealth. Ji Fei's inner thoughts swiftly validated their suspicions. Their malevolent hearts have truly blinded me. They believe that the rebellious Sun Man has become disobedient, and if she were to marry into power, her defiance would only deepen. They would much prefer Lang Zhe, who, in their eyes, has always been amiable and well-mannered. In the past, when they quarreled with Sun Man, Lang Zhe even mediated, compelling Sun Man to apologize to them, appearing to show great respect for his elders. Thus, at this critical juncture, they opted for a compromise, wishing for Sun Man to marry Lang Zhe as a means to regain control over her. I shall refrain from commenting on Sun Jiu's actions, and as for Sun Ma, I am truly at a loss. Qin Chao and Qin Rong shared Ji Fei's disbelief. The last peculiar parents they encountered were those of Chu Xinyue. If the twins' parents were already sufficiently detestable, this mother, who drained her only daughter's blood for the benefit of her own family, was utterly reprehensible. Had it not been for Sun Man's ability to generate income, one might suspect she would be sold off to secure a dowry for her uncle's son. Qin Chao and Qin Rong were about to express their disbelief, thinking no mother would stoop so low, yet the next moment, they learned that there were indeed more bizarre scenarios. In fact, there was such a situation. Sun Man almost did not attend the film academy because it was prohibitively expensive. Her father's inheritance was meant to be lent to her uncle's son for studying abroad. Consequently, they hoped to persuade Sun Man to enroll in a regular university, justifying that if a brother were to succeed in the future, he could serve as her support. Was this truly for her benefit? Moreover, they even arranged for her to meet a family, suggesting that she assist their son, who attended the same university, and insisted on receiving the dowry in advance, so they could send their nephew to a better school. This was not merely about securing a bright future for their nephew. It was about making their daughter a caretaker for someone else. The rationale was that she was beautiful and might be bullied, thus preemptively securing her fiancé to protect her. Qin Chao and Qin Rong were left dumbfounded. Fortunately, they dared only to engage in emotional coercion, believing that such a grandiose rationale would deceive others. Yet they did not truly dare to force Sun Man. Thus, she secretly completed her applications and registered for her desired program, rendering their scheming futile. With a sigh of relief, they then felt a surge of frustration. Despite everything, Sun Man had not severed ties with these relatives and allowed them to continue their antics around her. One could only say that her affinity for familial bonds was exasperating. However, blood ties are notoriously difficult to sever. Not everyone understands Sun Man's emotional needs. Perhaps she believed that by becoming stronger, those people would treat her as a family member in earnest. The only solace was that Sun Man did not appear to be in the later stages of emotional dependency. There remained a possibility for self-redemption. At least, even when faced with such persuasion, Sun Man would not waver in her resolve, striving to take responsibility for her own life. As Sun Jiao and Sun Ma continued to press her, Lang Zhe regained his composure. He immediately professed with heartfelt sincerity, Man, I understand that you are still upset with me. It matters not. You may punish me as you see fit, or I can vow to do anything. Just give me an opportunity to marry you. We could go and register today, and you can witness my transformation in the days to come, all right? At that moment, Lang Zhe exchanged a knowing glance with his friend, who promptly led the crowd in a chant. Marry him. Marry him. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the crowd joined in. In truth, many were merely caught up in the excitement. The background music swelled as the live-streaming friend connected the broadcast to a large screen, and upon glancing at the barrage of comments, most were chanting in unison. Marry him. Marry him. Sun Ma and Sun Jiao were pushing Sun Man forward, intensifying the atmosphere. Sun Man surveyed the scene, feeling herself enveloped by pressure, only to realize that there was not a single person supporting her. Ji Fei and the others watched helplessly, as if a virtuous young woman were being thrust into a pit of flames by a mob. Lang Zhe, aware of Sun Man's sensitivity and tendency to yield, smiled and said, Look at your mother, your uncle, and my mother, along with so many friends who all support our union. He deliberately pointed out Teacher Lu, who stood in the corner, her hair tightly gathered, exuding a sense of sternness. Upon being indicated, she furrowed her brows slightly, but said nothing. I had envisioned you both performing as a true mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Lang Zhe remarked blissfully. Sun Man's expression shifted, and she suddenly recalled that if she refused at this moment, the hard-won rapport with Teacher Lu might be jeopardized. Would she need to navigate the subsequent recording of the show first, and clarify things later when they were alone? Noticing Sun Man's hesitation, Lang Zhe seized the opportunity to press on. This is being live-streamed for all our viewers. Can you truly bear to hold a grudge against me now, and let this beautiful memory be marred by regret? Man, I love you. Marry me. Sun Man's complexion paled. If she complied now, everyone would be happy, and there would be no need for a scene. She could simply refuse to marry later. Yet her rational mind insisted that she should clarify her stance right then and there. Strangely, although it felt as though she were being coerced, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. However, as Lang Zhe reached for her hand to place a ring upon her finger, her expression hardened, and she instinctively withdrew her hand. To his shock, Lang Zhe was met with rejection once more, and his frustration boiled over as he grasped her hand tightly. Sun Man, unable to reclaim her hand, declared resolutely, I do not want this. Although the festive background music blared loudly, her voice resonated throughout the venue. Crystal clear in the live stream as well. Sun Man, do not be willful. Lang Zhe's anger flared, his words nearly a growl. Others began to murmur in a cacophony of voices. Yet, teacher Lu stepped forward with a frown, attempting to intervene and separate her son. Suddenly, the background music ceased, plunging the scene into silence as a voice echoed through the stillness. I believe our marriage laws do not permit forcing a woman into marriage against her will. Is it that you cannot comprehend her refusal, or is it that you simply cannot hear? I thought such occurrences were limited to victims abducted into the mountains. Yet here we are witnessing a live demonstration. Chapter 159. Persisting in such matters is unrefined. This sardonic remark instantly disrupted Lang's momentum, granting Sun Man a chance to break free. The onlookers turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, bewildered that someone would utter such unpalatable words during a proposal. As they looked closer, silence enveloped the area. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream began to shift. Given the substantial following of the show, many viewers quickly recognized the distinctive tone of the speaker, as if they could envision the scene of a slap delivered in response. No need for the camera to turn. They all understood that the judge of the entertainment industry had arrived. It seemed that the crowd, momentarily swept away by excitement, regained their senses in an instant. Even Ji Fei cannot stand by. She has clearly stated her refusal. Did you truly believe this was a case of mixed signals? Why is your production team so adept at creating drama both on and off screen? I had hoped to witness a proposal, yet instead, I found myself witnessing an act of coercion. I have been perplexed from the outset. They have not reconciled, and suddenly a proposal is made? Is this reasonable? I implore those who revel in orchestrating surprise proposals to first clarify their own positions. Do you truly believe that when one harbors no intention of marrying you, a simple request, coupled with an atmospheric flourish, will lead them to acquiesce in a haze of confusion? This is akin to brandishing a sword at someone's throat, demanding their affection. Can one truly coerce another into marriage? Please, awaken to reality. I stand in support of Miss Sun Man. A noble steed does not return to nibble on old grass. The decision to part ways was undoubtedly born of insurmountable reasons, which time alone cannot alter. With Ji Fei leading the charge, a burgeoning wave of rational analysis emerged, ultimately transforming the live stream's barrage of comments into a unified chorus of her refusal. What a remarkable spectacle it was. What are you attempting to achieve? Sun Mother anxiously exclaimed. How can one disrupt another's joyous occasion? My daughter merely finds it difficult to refuse. Sun Uncle cast a displeased glance in their direction, even if the opposing party currently enjoys considerable popularity. Such words should not be uttered at the moment of a proposal. Langja furrowed his brow, regarding them with discontent. Unaware of his godmother's previous setbacks with the Qin family, he only knew of her connection with them. Hence he could not help but interject. I do not know where I have offended you, but I hope you will not disturb us. It seems you are truly disregarding Teacher Sun's wishes. Qin Chao let out a cold laugh, addressing Sun Man. Teacher Sun, would you like me to call the police on your behalf? The crowd gasped, taken aback by Qin Chao's harsh words. Sun Man regained her composure and immediately replied, Thank you, Teacher Ji, Teacher Qin, for speaking up for me. At this point, she turned to Langja and asserted, I am indeed refusing. After our breakup, I can have no further entanglement with you. Your current actions are burdensome to me.
Please cease.
Have I not made myself clear? Sun Mother and Sun Uncle appeared ready to interject once more, but Sun Man turned to them, stating, You have no authority to dictate my life. I have declared my refusal to marry. Do you intend to coerce me? A profound silence engulfed the vicinity, and an awkward tension permeated the air. Langja stared blankly at Sun Man, his expression growing increasingly uncomfortable as he grasped the firmness of her resolve. Yet, Langja was reluctant to concede. After all, it was a matter of 50 million, and he yearned to say more, only to be restrained by Lu Fei's grip on his arm. Enough. Further entanglement would be uncouth. Langja froze, completely subdued, unwilling to act out. Lu Fei met Sun Man's anxious gaze and nodded, her expression softening. In truth, I also believe my son is unworthy of you. A refusal is a refusal. There is no need for concern. Sun Man was taken aback by Lu Fei's unwavering stance, her taut nerves unwinding as she respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Fei then addressed Langja. Clean this place up and escort your friends away. The staff has already been delayed far too long. Langja shot a resentful glance at his mother but ultimately complied, for the live broadcast had already aired, and further chaos would only bring disgrace upon himself. To mitigate the awkwardness, Lu Fei took Sun Man's hand, guiding her off the stage toward the director and producer. It seemed that Lu Teacher's fondness for Sun Man surpassed that for her own son. Ji Fei remarked, What a just mother. Qin Rong added. If Sun Man is willing, Lu teacher would surely desire her as a daughter-in-law. She was exceedingly earnest when instructing Sun Man. Qin Chao rose and declared, All right, the show is over. Let us depart. Upon turning, he noticed Pei Mingxian had yet to rise and called out to her. Pei Mingxian, clutching her phone, stood and shot Ji Fei a resentful glance. You've made headlines again. Ji Fei paused, offering an awkward smile. Did I err? Pei Mingxian tucked her phone away. A good deed is inherently right, but you certainly dare to take risks. Ji Fei understood her implication. She was unaware of the underlying drama. Thus a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could this be a ploy of feigned rejection? What if, in pleading for agreement, Ji Fei found herself in an untenable position? At times, Ji Fei's abrupt actions could genuinely leave Pei Mingxian on edge. The director and producer shared similar sentiments, fearing discord might arise between the two groups before filming even commenced. However, compared to previous events, today felt like a mere drizzle. They accepted it well, though the rejection of the proposal took them aback. Their current concern was whether Lu teacher and Sun Man would be able to collaborate harmoniously thereafter. Soon, seated together, the director and producer drew lots to select the next theme for the show. Ji Fei genuinely suspected this world to be a colossal makeshift theater. Is the theme of family too contrived? In light of today's events, the internet would surely erupt. Whom are they targeting with this? Well, they were sweating profusely, clearly not anticipating such a coincidence, and laughter ensued. One could only imagine their hearts quaking. Qin Chao and Qin Rong also wished to laugh, but found it inappropriate. Lu teacher remained composed, promptly contemplating the theme, while Sun Man appeared increasingly ill at ease. After filming some exploratory behind-the-scenes footage, today's task was deemed complete. As they dispersed, they noticed Lang's proposal team had already departed, leaving him standing at the end of the corridor alongside Sun Mother and Sun Uncle, awaiting others. Ji Fei quickly gathered her group, waiting for Sun Man and Lu Fei to pass them. Those familiar with Ji Fei's methods understood this was merely to witness the unfolding drama, and they too found themselves unconsciously shifting their feet in anticipation. To their surprise, however, Lu Fei and Sun Man diverged. Lu Fei continued forward while Sun Man paused, seemingly wishing to converse with them. Sun Man was a woman of deep gratitude. She repeatedly expressed her thanks regarding the earlier incident, recognizing that it had inadvertently caused offense on her behalf. You must stand firm in your refusal, Ji Fei encouraged with a smile. Sun Man was taken aback by Ji Fei's words, her eyes crinkling in laughter as she replied, Indeed, I shall. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Mingxian produced her business card and handed it to Sun Man. Sun Man hesitated. Pei Mingxian smiled. If you wish to portray more substantial roles, if you desire to delve wholeheartedly into your craft, if you wish to escape exploitation, you may require a professional agent. You are welcome to join our studio. Our mission is to pave the way for female actors. Qin Chao interjected. Since when did we have such a mission? Ji Fei remarked with laughter. Haha. Sister Pei's promotional pitch is rather awkward. Chapter 160. The principle of adulthood is to involve others as little as possible in one's own affairs. Lu Fei had already approached, while Sun Mother and Sun Uncle surprisingly greeted her with smiles. Lang Zhe glared ominously at the distant Sun Man, then stated, Mother, let us all dine together later. Lu Fei frowned, retorting, When did I teach you to be so disrespectful towards women? When did I? She has no rapport with you. This is not a matter of sulking. What audacity do you possess to propose in a public setting? Do you think you are moving others, when, in fact, you are merely self-indulging, placing others in a predicament? How is that respectful towards women? She rejected me. She is the one making it difficult for me. You lack respect for me. Lu Fei's brow furrowed deeply. What? Has your worldview become warped? Are you out of your mind? She realized this son of hers was becoming increasingly unrecognizable. Though once not outstanding, he was obedient and docile. Now, he engaged in such absurdities. Mother, I am your son. If you admire Sun Man, why don't you? Lang Zhe could not restrain his anger as he questioned. Because she is not the type to cling stubbornly. Regardless of how you lost her, I know you are no longer in her heart. Lu Fei possessed a keen eye. Such gentle-natured girls seldom abandon someone easily. But once they do, they never look back. Mother-in-law, you say, and the moment Sun Ma opens her mouth, Lu Fei furrows her brow, casting a serious gaze that exudes an undeniable authority, effectively silencing Sun Ma. Who do you think you are calling mother-in-law? Are you her biological mother? Lu Fei inquires directly. Sun Ma's face instantly betrays a flicker of discomfort. Of course I am, she retorts defensively. Then you ought to embody the essence of a true mother. It is the first time I've encountered someone who so neglectfully regards her own daughter. You should cherish your wonderful daughter, Lu Fei asserts. Occupying a high status within the industry and possessing military connections, Lu Fei's forthrightness leaves no room for ambiguity, rendering Sun Ma red-faced with embarrassment. At this juncture, Sun Jiao intervenes, exclaiming, "Hey, don't assume that it's our family that's eager. It's your son who wishes to marry our Sun Man." Lu Fei merely glances at Sun Jiao, unwilling to exchange even a word with him, and instead addresses Lang Jia, "Come, let us return home." Though Lang Jia hesitates, Lu Fei's authoritative tone compels him to comply, ultimately utilizing the bond of blood to prevent any further entanglement with Sun Man. Only after they depart does Sun Man exhale in relief, bidding farewell to Ji Fei and the others. "I wish everyone a smooth final performance," she smiles. "Rest assured." The entertainment judgment won to reach you, Pei Mingxian replies with a grin. Laughter erupts among the group, while Ji Fei wears an expression of innocence.
Indeed.
They have made quite the impression today, as the online trending topics have once again been monopolized by their affairs. The Qin family only learns of the events upon their return home, with the most leisurely members, Qin Pa and Qin Ma, expressing regret for missing the live excitement. Following dinner, the family gathers to watch the replay of the proposal live stream. Those who have watched it continue to indulge in gossip online. Friends from Lang Jia's rap circle rally in support of him, believing that Sun Man has wronged him, even broadcasting his heart-wrenching drunken pleas for her name. Numerous fans from the rap community also voiced their opinions, some beginning to attack Sun Man, accusing her of arrogance and insincerity, dredging up past insubstantial rumors. However, they underestimate the discerning public. The netizens do not require Sun Man to defend herself. Even those who are not her fans unleash a torrent of criticism. "Spare us the moral high ground. We are not buying into that anymore. The judges of our entertainment industry have already deemed you in the wrong. Do you dispute that? Your sorrow and sincerity are your own concerns. The principle of adulthood is to minimize the entanglement of others in your personal matters. Share your videos on your own social media. We are not intimately acquainted. Seeking empathy from those like you, who are so self-righteous, is a rarity." Ultimately, the individuals who posted such vitriol retract their statements. The prevailing sentiment among netizens is one of ridicule directed at Lang Jia, questioning why he would propose without prior consent, and lamenting that his failure to secure a yes does not merit sympathy. Sun Man appears to be affected, showing visible signs of distress during their first rehearsal encounter. Yet she greets them with warmth. Ji Fei investigates and discovers that Sun Ma, Sun Jiao, and Lang Jia are still actively attempting to manipulate her thoughts. However, subsequent meetings reveal a marked improvement, suggesting that she has begun to regulate her emotions. It is evident that Lu Fei and Sun Man share no barriers, resembling a mentor-student relationship, with one earnestly imparting knowledge and the other diligently absorbing it. When Yu Ruyan arrives for a guest performance, she reflects, previously, there were speculations online about how they would interact. One can only say that the public has underestimated women. What is remarkable about women assisting one another? The director and producer, witnessing this harmony, finally lay their concerns to rest. What reassures them further is that the top-tier group has finally submitted a script that does not require confidentiality. Upon receiving the script, the director and producer embrace in jubilation, tears of joy welling in their eyes, as if they have finally sounded the bell for a peaceful retirement. Ji Fei encounters Sun Man and Pei Mingxian engaged in conversation in the corridor. It is evident that Pei Mingxian continues to advocate for her, and Sun Man's reaction suggests she is quite moved. In truth, she recognizes that it is time to rid herself of the toxic influences surrounding her. She will fulfill her obligations, but will no longer allow them to dictate her life. Pei Mingxian returns one last time to inform them that the deal is nearly secure. They have agreed to sign after the stage concludes. The script for Sun Man's group narrates the story of a mother-daughter household, showcasing the profound sacrifices of maternal love and the filial piety of children, a heartwarming screenplay that illustrates how two women can collaboratively enhance their lives, while also dispelling the stigma often attached to children from single-parent families. The script is meticulously chosen by Sun Man, reflecting her innermost desires. She yearns for such a family dynamic, believing that even without a maternal support system, a mother-daughter bond can foster a nurturing environment devoid of love scarcity. Lu Fei is thoroughly pleased with the script and, upon learning of Sun Man's intention to disband her studio and join Ji Fei and the others, expresses her unwavering support, assuring her to reach out for assistance whenever needed. However, tranquility is abruptly shattered on the eve of the live broadcast. With urgent news breaking that Sun Man has been discovered to have overdosed on sleeping pills and is being rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Upon receiving this news, Ji Fei and Qin Chao are still at the studio. Pei Mingxian is the first to receive the alert, her shock palpable. How could someone who is perfectly fine just a day prior suddenly be in such peril? Pei Mingxian suspects that the conflict over the contract with her family may have driven her to this point, contemplating whether to involve the authorities. Yet Ji Fei, with a grave expression, pulls Pei Mingxian aside, stating, "It appears she may have intended to take her own life. We must head to the hospital." Qin Chao gazes at Ji Fei in astonishment, while Ji Fei internally curses, "Damn it, Langzhe, you truly are a beast."